Do you want to go over just quick thoughts like about the season as a whole, what we think so far?
Yeah, sure. Do you want to go first?
Sure. So just for context, we're starting this recording before the finale. Act 2 ended 2 nights ago, I think. So we don't really know where this ends up all leading. I think this season is like our particular type of bad, to which I'm kind of shocked at the way people are treating it. Like Stranger Things has never really been great to me. I think season one is great, but after that, it just slowly starts to go downhill. But just watching the general public turn on it so quickly after Act Two has been insane because I've just been getting so much shit for years for kind of complaining about small things about the show. And now to see everyone just like be okay with nitpicking and going over like, oh, this doesn't work because this, I'm like, holy shit, like, what is happening?
Yeah. No, I'm pretty much in the same boat. Absolutely loved season one. It was so much better than it had any right to be. I really wish the show had just kind of ended there. And yeah, I even like
Mhm.
season four. I know a lot of people were happy with it, and even people who were bummed by seasons two and three were like, "Oh, it's a return to form. Like it's one of the best seasons." It's like it still doesn't hold a candle to season one, and I still had a lot of issues with it. Someone made, I don't remember their name, but someone made a really good video breaking down like season four and like why Eddie should have been replaced like with Steve and such, and just kind of it does a really good job of like explaining where a lot of the depth came from for the characters in season one and how they could have paid it off better in those later seasons. And I think for anyone who thinks season four is still like really good, you could probably check that video out and it might change your mind.
Yeah, I think there's still fun to be had in season four. I think there's enjoyable moments. And I think they did pull it back to a better state at times. For me personally, I think season two is actually severely overhated. Like the general Stranger Things public views it as like the black sheep of the whole story. I think season two is miles better than season three, and I think it's like near season four in terms of where I would rank them. I might honestly say that I like season two better than season four, to be honest. Yeah, but then this season, like one thing we're definitely going to note as we move forward is there are all of the little issues that Stranger Things has suffered from over the last decade that people have kind of just glanced over and been like, it's Stranger Things, like it's not that serious, like just have fun and enjoy your time. I think they all build up, and that's why specifically Act Two is just catastrophic because they've just like hit this wall where they're screwed. I really don't see the finale like sticking the landing at all, and that's just my guess.
Yeah, I have no idea how they're gonna make everything tie together nicely in one last episode. Is it gonna be like 2 hours or something? I'm sure it'll be
I
longer.
heard that it's supposed to be like 218.
I still don't know if that's enough
I heard
time.
218. It's not. There are. I mean, they have like over 20 characters now, more that
It's
all
so
have
bloated.
arcs that are just not satisfactory. Yeah, it's insane. I mean, we'll get to all this when we eventually get to that part in each episode. But when we get to the final episode, and we're just looking at how many people are going into this final battle. I'm just like, oh man, like we're in for a showdown. That's for sure.
It's funny
I
to me
can't.
that like Murray
You
is
know,
still there. Like we
dude.
just
Yeah.
like once a character
He,
just enters the gang, they're just there forever unless they get killed.
Yeah, but not Enzo. Like Enzo from season four, that Russian dude who like helped them escape.
True.
He's not in season five,
Oh
so I
yeah,
get.
and Jonathan's like stoner buddy got disappeared too.
Yeah, yeah. He got disappeared because people didn't like him. But I don't know. I think it's just I've had people asking me, and of course I'm going to reference this throughout the video, like Game of Thrones. People are comparing this to like the downfall of season eight, but I
Mm.
have never seen, at least in my media experience, people get so negative about a final season that was beloved so fast. Like with Game of Thrones, people were mad, but a large part of the community was in denial for like a long time. And then after like a few months, people started really being like, "Oh yeah, this is just shit." With Arcane season two, which I mean I would say is bad. I know you agree. The general public still thinks that season two is a good season, but I woke up like the day after Christmas, and I was expecting for people just to shit on what I was gonna have to say about Stranger Things. I was like, here we go, another take that I'm gonna have to get death threats for because people aren't gonna be happy. And I was just met with overwhelming agreement, like, yeah, these episodes sucked. I just, wow, I can't believe the trajectory that this season has taken so far.
It is surprising. It usually takes it takes people a lot longer to come around. I wonder if it's like the time element. I didn't really have my finger on the pulse, but like I can't imagine people were happy about like the way Attack on Titan ended. And we've talked about that before, how these shows kind of have the similar like goofy release schedule where it took longer and longer every single time for something to release. And I wonder if just having years to sit on it and like revisit those seasons like made it easier for people to realize like it's gone downhill.
Yeah, I think it's just also the expectation is so high, and it as it should be. And we're gonna get into this as we go, but there are some issues, like, and not even talking writing issues, just continuity issues, timeline issues, things occurring that just shouldn't be occurring. And it's just like you were the biggest show, like not ever, but you're up there. Like Stranger Things is a top five show all time in terms of popularity and like the way it's reached the masses. And the fact that like this is a spoiler, I guess, but Holly Wheeler is wearing an Under Armour shirt in 1983 when it doesn't come out like in the real world till 1991. Like, how do you make that kind of mistake when you're taking 3 years, 4 years between each season, and you have like hundreds of people going through and making sure that everyone works? It just, I don't know how that slips through. I really don't.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's just a lack of care on whoever's job it was to do it. Or sometimes even just the actors mess up and they don't want to fix the scene in post. I know with Lord of the
Yeah.
Rings, there was a time when what's his name? The guy who he played Bob in Stranger Things. Why can't I think of
Sam?
it's Samwise Gamgee, but I can't think of the actor's name. I know his name. It's driving me crazy. Rudy. I don't know his name.
I'll get it.
Okay. Sorry, why did I bring him up? My bad.
Some sort of like Sean Austin, by the way.
Sean Austin. Okay, thank you.
Some sort
Why?
of continuity issue, like he was wearing something that he shouldn't be.
Oh yeah, yeah. In Lord of the Rings, he had a scene like the Grey Havens. They had already redone it once because something got messed up, and he was the reason that they had to do it a third time because he was wearing like the wrong undershirt, and they only caught it after the fact. And I wonder if it's just something like that
Yeah.
where I'm sure they caught it and they're just it's probably like the Starbucks cup in like Game of Thrones. They're just like, who cares? And then everyone cared.
Yeah, well, we can cover it more when we get there, but it's just an overall. I think all these little issues that are like, oh, it's not that big of a deal. They build up over time, and I think it's just melted and like lobotomized the fandom. They're just done.
I'm gonna ask
But I guess
'cause
with all that being
I,
said,
I already kind of know the answer. I am curious though. What's the bright spot of the season? I already know the answer, but to you, what is the bright spot of this season?
okay, as far as like best scene, I think Steve and Dustin's dynamic in the second act is so just randomly amazing.
Hmm.
It's just it's truly I'll have so much to say when we get to the scenes, but their scenes are like magnificent. I would go as far as to say that they are some of the best scenes in the entire show,
Yep.
and they're just surrounded by like this pit of nothingness. And I promise I have so much to say, but I'm gonna save it for that. And I think the Will reveal is cool, but they haven't done anything with it since. And I'm just like, what?
Yeah, I'm excited to talk about that because I think it's a little backwards. Yeah, we'll get into it though.
But I guess I'm ready to go if you're ready.
Hell yeah, let's get into it. All right, we're at 2 times speed. How do we feel about this? We start in season 1.
This is just straight retconning. I mean, they could have made it work, and I think it's fine for now. I don't think it lines up in the timeline. I also think it's funny how Will is just such a badass in this opening, and how he's just not when we get back to, like, I guess him in the just regular world. But I don't have any real problem with it. How about you?
Okay. I was gonna say this was literally what prompted me to go back and watch all of season 1, because I got to the part where the Demogorgon grabbed him, and I was like, wait a minute, that didn't happen. Like Will didn't get caught, and then I rewatched season 1. I was like, oh, this actually lines up really well. So this is like how the start of like the last episode happens. Like Will is away from the Demogorgon and hiding successfully for most of the season, but he is found by the Demogorgon like in basically this exact same scene, and then he's chased, and then the next time we see him, he's plugged into like the weird tube thing in his mouth, and that's what Joyce and Hopper
Yeah.
pull him out of. So I was actually surprised. I was like, oh, that lines up better than I had thought it did, because I thought Will had never, I don't know why, I thought he had just not been caught.
No, this is a well done retcon. They made sure it lined up in the timeline really well. And, like, Vecna was not created in season one, but they
Yes.
did a good enough job like justifying the way it works with this opening. And I think it
Yeah.
was actually smart of them to give this opening because it gives them like the illusion of, hey, even though we obviously didn't know, we were at least trying to make it work. And I think they did a good job.
Yeah.
Go and let me know. Should I stay or should I go?
He's singing the song.
Hmm.
I like
Yeah,
how
this is
even
like one to one.
it is kind of cool how that's something like that's an element they've kept throughout the season. People using like songs to ground them to reality or the human world when they're dealing with all the spooky shit.
Yep. Yeah.
Also, yeah,
See,
Will
like,
Will grabbed the. I didn't realize that either. When he shot the Demogorgon, I was like, oh, Will had a gun in the Upside Down, and yeah, sure enough, he's literally loading it before he gets snatched from the shed.
yeah. He grabs it and disappears with it. It's really good.
Yeah, climbs up a
Like, bro,
tree.
he's moving. He's moving. Like, our Will was not doing this in season two. Come on.
I mean, he is running from a monster. I don't.
I know.
I will say it's funny how the Demogorgon like it does this a couple times where it'll like yell at somebody, the person will run away, and it won't like run after them. It'll like slowly chase them. I don't know. It's always kind of bugged me,
Mhm.
especially when the whole point is like the
I think
Demogorgon is after them.
I think it could be like a maybe you could explain like, oh, it's like a predator. It likes the thrill of the hunt, but I don't really know if Demogorgons are that sentient, to tell you the truth.
Yeah, well, thing is like maybe in season one that would have made sense, but like knowing what we know now, it's like they're just Vecna minions. So it's like I don't
Oh
know.
yeah, with
It
the
just
command,
seemed
that's true.
yeah, where
That's
it's
true.
like they should be a bit smarter, and they're just I don't know. They do goofy stuff for
I
tension.
agree.
Long last, we can begin.
Okay, so this is a great scene to pause on, actually.
What's that?
I don't know. I said this is a great scene to pause on, because it highlights something that I really wished they went into more detail with. But have you seen the like analysis that Vecna and what he does to Will in the scene is like an allegory for sexual assault and like the way kids deal with that moving forward?
Oh, I've not seen that. That
So
okay.
I heard this, yeah, I heard this years ago. I heard this like probably 3 or 4 years ago, and it never really left my mind because I thought it was such a cool angle to view this scene and this character, and I think it's very much shown through like the way it like gags him and then this like weird shit is pumped into him against his will. Nope, against his will and its will. But it just I don't think that's what they were going for because I just don't think they gave it enough time or enough attention, and I wish they did because I thought that could have been a really cool thing to develop for many of the characters.
Yeah, there is a lot to say about Vecna and like the trauma he puts on Will and potentially like if Henry himself is a victim of like the Mind Flayer. I'm very curious. We'll get into a lot more of that as we go. But the Will like twist, the
Hmm.
payoff, does like it has a lot of implications that do make me wonder just how much of it was intentional because there are quite a few layers to it.
Okay, agreed.
But yeah.
You and I, we are going to do such beautiful things together. Such beautiful.
I do like the detail of like the one tear going down his eye. The idea that like Will is conscious of what's happening, even though it looks like he's like fully in a trance.
Agreed. I also like the way Vecna like caresses him.
Yeah, it's fucking creepy. It has such a good theme. God, I wish it had a
Yeah,
better better seasons tied to it.
for the story. Okay, so here's something to say, and this goes to the point of this show has just gone on for too long with the actors and actresses. Do you know how old Holly is supposed to be?
She's supposed to be like 10, 8?
She's supposed to be 7 years old.
What the hell?
Seven, dude. I found this out today. I couldn't believe it because this actress is so clearly not seven. Like
Yeah.
this is a 13-year-old, and I just sat there and I was just like, what? What 7? I mean, it doesn't break the story or anything. It's just worth noting about how crazy the ages of these characters are.
Yeah, that bugged me a lot, especially like when we get to the Mr. What's It house, just how like how brain dead so many of the kids are acting. Where it's like maybe if they looked the ages they were supposed to be, if they were all like Holly's age, it'd be a bit more believable, but they come off as so like psychotic.
Sorry, Mrs. Myers. Moves away.
I will say this already kind of threw me off when it's like we're hopping right to like slice of life stuff because all I had like really remembered from the end of season 4 was the ground splitting open, so I expected things to be very like
See,
dire when we got back here.
Yeah, season 4 ends with like, oh, the world is ending. Season 5 begins. It's just like, oh, we're having a jolly time. It's just like, what?
Yeah,
What do you mean?
it begins with like, oh, like rifts to hell opened up like all across town, and then season 4 is like we put band-aids over it, and like now it's chill. Don't worry about it. I don't know.
It's tonal whiplash for sure.
Yeah.
It's not always done.
I liked this little scene when I first saw it. I have a feeling though that we're not really gonna get anything from it. We have this little moment where the house is like very clearly been kind of taken over by the guests, and it's kind of weighing on the dad, and you know, naturally it's probably like hurting the already unstable marriage. But the dad, like, even up to episode 7, the dad is just kind of out of commission, and we haven't really addressed his relationship with the mom, or like like this is just kind of an issue that isn't really important going forward, so it's weird to like start with it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I'm just gonna end the analysis here. This scene serves no purpose. Fundamentally, it serves no purpose.
It's just
Like,
annoying because, like, you know, you pay attention to the opening of a show thinking, like, if it's a good show, things will be important. And I was like, oh, it's kind of neat that he asks, like, for the bacon to be passed. It gets to him. There's not, like, none left for him. I assumed, I was like, surely that matters. And nope, doesn't mean anything.
nope.
Morning squawk, Mike. We're gonna miss it.
Good morning, Hawkins.
It's my 500th broadcast. But while Jimmy was fleeing Hawkins even faster than he moves his
What
hand.
do you think about this massive exposition dump that we're about to get?
I like the, like, premise. Like, I think Robin having a radio show and it being, like, a front for her to maybe send messages to the crew, like, while the military is monitoring them. Not a bad idea, having, like, Steve be her backup. That's fun, that's cute. And then, yeah, it starts with, all right, guys, it's, like, my 500th broadcast. And then she mentions the, like, previous broadcaster, Jimmy Lee. And then she very, very subtly transitions into, while Jimmy was fleeing Hawkins, and then it turns into the exposition dump where it's her just, even after 2 years of this shit, she's like, I'm gonna tell everybody the shit that they already know, and that kind of bugged me.
I think it starts off as a very well done moment of exposition dumping because, like, for me at least, I think a successful exposition dump is hidden within the way a character would naturally act and speak in conversation. And I think, like you said, with, you know, Robin having a radio TV show, Robin, the way she speaks and trying to speak through the TV show, like, that makes a lot of sense to me. Where it gets problematic is it feels like after she gets halfway through her radio speech, she just starts summarizing the events of season 4 to, like,
Yeah.
remind the audience of what happened in season 4. And it's just like that just took me out a little bit. But as far as, like, exposition dumps go, I've seen better. I've definitely seen worse. Like, it doesn't make
Yeah.
me want to grind my teeth.
Yeah, there are parts, like, here, we can actually go, I cranked it down to 1.5, we can go line by line, but before we even get to it, like I liked her saying, hey, don't sled on, like, the steel plates. I feel like that's like, they could have just done that, instead of saying, like, they put steel plates over the rift, by the way, and guys, don't sled on them. You just say, by the way, guys, stop sledding on the steel plates, and then you show the part where the kids are sledding on it, and the military shows up, they run them off, and then we see from the shot, like, oh, that's what happened to the rifts. But yeah, little stuff like that where it's just, it becomes very obvious what they're trying to do because they overdo it.
Yours truly was watching slack-jawed as the earth split open beneath her feet and coughed up that tsunami of mysterious dandruff.
Yeah, like that.
I mean, what town on earth can match our very impressive military to civilian ratio?
Like, I like that. Like, it's like just, you know, a teenager complaining about the military occupying her place. Like, that's a good way of just showing us what's going on.
And those free, mandatory medical checkups? I mean, very cool. Because after we inhaled those springtime snowflakes, I mean, who knows what's wrong with us? Maybe we're fine. Maybe not. No one really knows for sure.
Yeah, I also just was wondering how much would the military be willing to let her get away with like talking shit about them. That was also kind of going through my mind. But I don't think it's, like, bad yet.
Yeah, I don't think she doesn't really do anything egregious, I think. And they even make a point of that where she's like, I was telling people to comply, so they'd probably be like okay or even happy with that.
A phenomenon now covered up by a giant metal band-aid.
Yeah,
Quite the
like this is just
Yeah.
that is just like, okay, we are going to feed the audience what they need to know right now, and
Yeah.
it comes off completely unnatural.
Yeah, everyone in Hawkins knows about the rift. Everyone knows about the steel plates. And yeah, this is what I'm talking about. This shot right here, you could have just had the sledding bit, and then you could have just panned up and shown us this, and we would have seen it. Even though, like, I
Agreed.
still think
Agreed.
The Band-Aid just in general is so stupid. I just can't believe that's where that went.
Please steer clear of the military access control zone, aka the MAC-Z.
And that's one where, like, that jumped out to me at first until I heard she was telling them to comply line, where I was like, okay, that makes sense. Like,
Yeah.
yeah, it's convenient, but it's also, yeah, it's literally, it's the thing she sneaks into her broadcast, basically, to let her broadcast still be a thing, which I like.
Yep, agreed.
And now, who is this lucky someone? Well, don't be so nosy, kid.
Honestly,
Okay, I'm gonna be super annoying for a second.
Yeah,
I'm
go
gonna be
for
super
it.
annoying. Hold on. Considering the time when this is taking place, like this is '87, right? I'm not sure how like open and accepting people were about like being LGBTQ. I think it's a little crazy for assuming that it's not accepted for her to just be like, "Oh yeah, I'm going out on a date tonight, guys." Because then if someone sees her out and she's clearly popular because she's running the radio show for the entire town, like if it's a big worry for her later on that people don't find out that
Yeah.
she's dating a woman, and then to publicly be like, "I'm going out on a date tonight." Like if someone just sees her with a woman later that night, they might be like, "Huh?" You know, like they might put two and two together, and that puts potentially her at risk. I think that's. I mean, it's not like a story defining decision, but that's definitely a little strange.
I do agree it's a bit risky, but I would say I'd probably disagree. I think it's probably something Robin would risk just because it's pretty much for the same reasons you just said. It's not something she could do publicly, but if you had like a public radio show, like, you'd want to shout out like your boyfriend or girlfriend every now and then, like just let them know like, hey, like you're awesome, like can't wait to take you on a date tonight, and her like hiding who it is in like a tongue-in-cheek way. I kind of like that. I like the idea that on the surface it's just, well, don't be nosy, but the truth is that she really can't tell almost anybody, and you get that look from Steve where it's like he knows. So I don't know, I appreciated it from that angle.
I guess that's fair.
Might as well being Greek. Can't always be there to solve your problems for these students.
I don't know about you, but Dustin's easily my favorite character in season 5 so far. He's just, I don't know, he's a lot of fun. I like that he's angry and pissed off at Eddie's death.
I've seen so many people not like Dustin this season and like just despise the trajectory that the character has gone on. I think he is head and shoulders above the rest of the cast in terms of development, just everything. Like the acting is phenomenal, the storytelling is great. Like the depiction of grief is so well done. And I like the fact that the character is so different from what we've gotten before, because like one of his best friends died in his arms. Like that will really mess you up. And I think him having such a reaction to Eddie's death kind of highlights the issue that we were talking about with the opening of this season. It's just like a slice of life and everyone's so jolly, and then Dustin is the only person who is like actually coming to terms with the reality of the situation and like what they've lost. And I get that is like kind of what they're going for, but I don't know, Dustin is just so justified in everything that he feels this entire season.
Yeah, no, I don't know, he's like isolated. His writing for some reason is just above everybody else's. And he drags Steve up with him, where like Steve on his own has been a pretty good character, but I've noticed throughout season 5, like I'm not loving like everything like Steve does or says, but I'm loving almost every interaction he has with Dustin. Like anytime they're in a room together, like it's fucking awesome. Even when they're fighting, like everything just flows so nicely.
Well, we'll cover this more later, but their scene in episode, it's either 6 or 7. It's magnificent.
Yeah.
I have so much to say about that scene.
The stairwell scene.
What'd I tell you about that shirt, freak? Andy asked you a question, freak. You deaf?
I will say the jocks
you,
in this show are so stereotypical. It just always tickles me.
Did you put together that these two guys are the same guys that jump the group in season 1?
Oh no, I did not. Are they?
You know the guy that pisses his pants?
Yeah,
it's the same. It's the same two kids.
What the hell? That's insane.
So in my mind, whenever this guy pops up, I'm like, do you not remember the friend that they have that has telekinesis? Like,
Yeah.
do you just forget that?
That's crazy. Those kids were psycho
like,
too.
he
One of them
saw-
pulled a knife on it. He was about to make Mike jump off the cliff. Like he broke.
Yeah,
Yeah, 11
like-
broke his arm and everything. You're right. I don't know why they're messing with
That's what I'm
it.
saying. Like,
That's crazy.
doesn't you just turn around and be like, I have a friend with superpowers. Like, what are you doing? You know? But I guess they don't remember season 1. It's okay. They don't matter.
That's so funny. They thought, hey, wouldn't it be cool if we brought these characters back from season 1? But hey, let's ignore what happened to them last time we saw them. Nice
Yeah,
job.
it's
Nice
funny.
job, season 5. I know we're watching at accelerated speed, but in real time, I want to say it kind of bugged me that Dustin was ready to throw a punch, but he like waited until the shirt was like halfway ripped, and then he was like, "All right, now I'm gonna fight." I feel like if someone has you against a locker and they're going for the shirt, he would have started swinging already. Just a nitpick.
I don't know. I didn't see a problem with it.
Okay.
Oh, well. It isn't a traitor.
Stop provoking them, man.
Oh, so this is my fault.
Sure. You know, it's more than just a t-shirt.
I can't just be like you guys and turn the other cheek while they spread their bullshit about Hellfire, about Eddie.
You know what you would care about is finding and killing Vecna.
Do you seriously think I don't care about that, Mike? We stand up for what's right, no matter the cost.
You're not listening to us.
Yeah,
No, you're not.
It's like Dustin is just echoing the rest of the seasons. He's like, I remember when this show was good. I'm gonna keep that spirit alive. And they're like, no, we're bad now. We're gonna be shitty. He's like, no, the writing was good once. I'm gonna keep it like that. It's so funny.
I don't, it seems kind of callous of them to be like, dude, like what are you doing? It's like he's just wearing a shirt. Like I get that he's pushing it and he's drawing attention or whatever, but like he's, I don't know. It's not. I don't know. I'd be annoyed at my friends too if they're like, bro, what are you doing? And it's like, I'm honoring my dead friend who, like, you three are some of the only people who actually know like the context behind. So yeah, I totally get why Dustin feels isolated.
Dustin. Unbelievable.
You're fast little shit, huh?
It's not her.
You're the goddamn burnout, sir.
Okay, this scene does not make any sense. This scene, like,
So well, what do we think a burnout
Are-
a burnout is?
at first I thought they were implying that when 11 goes out to train, they essentially get other people to run around so that there could be like multiple targets at once. Like that's what I thought they were originally trying to do. But did they just like chase and shoot a random girl?
So I have two thoughts. My initial thought is when they say burnout, it makes me think, okay, like it's a member of the like military that like doesn't want to be stationed there, or like they know about like the crazy bullshit and they want to tell somebody. And my second thought was, oh, like I think this might just be like a Hawkins citizen who wants to escape the quarantine, and this is just the military catching them basically.
But you see, no, like this is where I disagree because they edit it together with 11 running, right? So there's clearly some sort of parallel between 11 and this girl that's running. And then he goes, I want you to find her. So they're clearly chasing this girl, thinking that it's 11. And I'm wondering, why would they be thinking that? So to me, it's like either they chased a random girl running through the woods, thinking it was 11, nearly killed her, and then just, or like tranquilized her, and they're just like, oh, not 11. Or I thought the more logical answer was that when 11 is going out in training, they have multiple people running around. That way, like, let's say there's 11 and then 4 others, and they have to pick one, and then it ups the chance that you can stay alive. But then I'm thinking, well, if that's the case, then they can just bring them back to the lab and like torture them to find out, who told them what to do. And that's what I'm saying. Like, no matter what explanation you give, this scene just doesn't make any sense.
Well, I'm gonna tell you, there's just no way. Like that's crazy. There's no way it's what you're thinking it is. Because like, where would they get just the random supply of people to sacrifice themselves for 11?
I agree, but that's what I'm saying is why are they cutting it together with her running?
That's
and
just
then why does he say
that's just to
directly
fool.
after?
I think that's just to fool the audience. It's just to make us think 11 is being chased, so that we think we're watching an action scene for a second instead of a citizen getting chased by the military who for some reason thinks it's L. Because for me, the keyword is burnout.
Okay.
The burnout part, like that tells me like it's someone who doesn't want to be in like the quarantine anymore, and they like try to escape.
I guess that's fair. I think this scene threw me for a loop. I was like, what is going on?
If it is a citizen, like the implications are crazy. The idea that Hawkins has been cut off from like the rest of the United States and that people like can't go in or out. I don't know how. I don't know. It's kind of wild to think about.
Yeah, I mean,
I will say that's funny. The idea that they're just sending randos out to pretend they're alive.
I guarantee you I'm not alone in that thought. Trust, the comments are going to have my back.
That's wild.
I could beat the time, reset it.
You're tired, you're gonna injure yourself.
Reset it!
Damn. I don't know. I have almost nothing to say about that scene. It's just Elle's determined. She wants
The
that
fit,
12:30.
the
We'll find
fit
out
is
later.
the fit is terrible.
It is terrible. I'm glad you agree.
The only interesting thing I thought about while watching is I kind of like the implication that Hopper wants to eat and watch Miami Vice with her because he's under the assumption that he might die one of these days to like suicide
Oh.
bomb kill Henry.
I didn't. Damn.
That's the only thing that I was like, are they trying to do something there? But I don't know if I'd give them that much credit. I really don't know.
Maybe that's I will. It's very believable. I'd believe it for Hopper, even if they didn't think about it. But yeah, I didn't think about that.
Oh, this is such bullshit.
Hey, how you doing?
You're gonna have to remind me. How does Murray have access to everything? Like he's like a Swiss
Yo,
Army knife
it's-
of resources, and I don't
It's-
remember how.
It's just this is one of those things that it's gonna go. You have to accept this for the plot. Like they need stuff. He's just gonna do it. It's just that's as far as the explanation goes. How like this is apparently a quarantine zone that shoots people on sight for trying to escape, and you're gonna tell me they don't check the entire truck? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, they think
Like-
he's. What do they think he is? He's wearing a what?
Like
big
a food
bite?
delivery guy.
That's just.
I think
don't
it's a food delivery guy, but dude, like, this is a military organization that just shot a woman in the back for like going on a hike in the wrong area, and then this huge truck coming through. No. Yes.
I was is he smuggling anything like illegal or is he?
He has grenades in the back of
Okay,
this truck,
yeah,
dude.
okay. My
Grenades.
definitely not legal.
Austin Milbarge, ID 45289er. That's me.
Like, what is he saying?
Yeah, he just gives him a name and they let him. That is crazy. And there's nothing like. I don't remember what Murray is. What was he in like the previous seasons? How does he have like where does he get all his knowledge and shit?
He helped leak them information, and he's just some guy who just like was anti-government and stuff. Like he was just like a redditor. Like he just is a redditor, and he's just a mainstay.
Weird.
He's Swiss Army knife. He's such a good term. He's a Swiss Army knife.
Jonathan Byers. I'm welcome for monkey, dude. I got this, Byers. Don't sweat it.
I don't know about you, but I rolled my eyes when I was like, God damn it, we're still doing this shit. Like, I don't know. It's just crazy that we still have a love triangle going on.
I will say I like the way that spoilers for later, it ends with her assumingly not really picking either one of them. I think that's a good decision for a character.
Yeah.
But the fact that it's gone on for so long is just ridiculous.
Yeah, the whole like it's just not cute anymore. It's like, bruh, could you guys just
Again.
get over fix your shit, please?
Gotta remind everyone, the world almost ended at the end of season 4.
Yeah, and also yeah, it's been like what how many 500 days? So it's been at least a year and a half.
Yeah.
And like I don't know, and, which is just funny to think about too. Like we've had all this time, and like these characters have just kind of frozen in time, and then they're gonna unfreeze when season 5 starts, so they can start growing again. Okay, so this kind of threw me. Here, I'll let it play. So their radio transmission went down because this thing, and you'll see what Jonathan does to it. It doesn't like pop out of place. He like literally screws it. Is the implication that someone went up there and unscrewed it, like? Or that it just flopped out and we're not supposed to think about it.
Dude, this is again like a stronger story would have explained why this happened, and a weaker one just accepts that it does. And I think this is just a like, this happened, and there's really nothing else I can say. It just happened.
This feels like a weird like kind of way to almost introduce us to the radio tower as like an element of the season, because it's gonna be something we keep coming back to, which is just kind of funny to think about, that like we have an introduction for like a scene, like a place. It's just, I don't know, it just seems so unnecessary.
They needed this. They essentially wanted to introduce the radio tower and said, how can we introduce it, not asking how could it naturally occur. They're like, this is not natural. It's just it is what it is.
Yeah.
But
Like they didn't even have it like they couldn't even be like, oh, rats flying rats chewed through the wires. They were like, oh, it's just something is unscrewed, let's screw it back in. And yet now that I think about it, it's probably just because the tower is going to be very, very important for the finale, just to show us like the height basically.
Never fails.
Santa's brought a full sack today.
I almost kind of like that from a
Dude.
symbolic angle, them racing up the tower, like their little like dick measuring contest, and when by the time they look down, Nancy is already gone. I kind of like that, like symbolically.
That's a good touch. I agree.
Grenade salad. I hid the grenades under the lettuce.
Gatorade for Elle's battery.
It's a good thing he hid them under the lettuce. That's why he got past the military. Seacon, they thought about it and they accounted for it. They hid it under the lettuce.
I gotta say, I unironically love the ad placement. Like, it always takes me out, but in the best way possible. Like, it's so funny. Like, oh, capitalism, here we go. That's so funny.
I like how it's Marty, the anti-institution guy. He's always smiling and being like, holding up brand name thing. Want some bugles, Joyce? She's like, the world is
so
ending.
true.
Peanut butter. Poppers.
God, I miss it. Thanks. I know you're allergic to jazz, but just give it a whirl. I think you'll find it quite engaging.
I guess that's a clever little bit of dialogue. I didn't realize what that meant at first when he said he would find it engaging.
Yeah, that was cool. I didn't even notice that occurred. That's a cool scene.
Hey there, Jake.
I feel terrible for Jake knowing how this ends.
Yeah. I also I just want to say I love Dustin's hair that he's kind of modeling it after Eddie's. Really cool touch.
Yeah, I like that.
Tell me, who's lost his damn mind? Who's lost his damn mind?
I will say it doesn't, like, I get them not fully understanding, but I feel like at least someone should be like, no, he hasn't lost his mind. He's like mourning the loss of Eddie. Like, it feels a little weird how like the whole friend group just can't understand Dustin.
They come off a little insensitive at the start of the season with Dustin for sure.
Yeah, we're just audience members. Like, and I get that we saw Eddie's death, but I still feel like them knowing about it and being his lifelong friends, I feel like should be enough. You know what I mean? Maybe.
Especially with the way Steve reacts later on.
I was gonna say maybe the idea is that like Dustin just hasn't been able to move past it for like a year and a half, and like they're getting to the point where they can't handle it anymore. But I don't even know if I'd give them that credit. Like, when I watch most of this season, it just feels like everything kind of paused time, and then we hit play again when season 5 started.
Turn your day upside down.
All right, how do we
I
feel
love
about?
this. I love it so much.
Okay, you love it. Okay.
Okay. I'm gonna explain why. Okay, I wouldn't say I love it. Love's a strong word. I think like when Robin is established in season 3, her whole thing is that she decodes. Like she decodes this. Like the Russian government, or the Russians that are under the mall, are using this like fake language, and she's able to like decipher it using the mall. And her whole thing is that she's really intelligent when it comes to deciphering codes and like socially and stuff. And I think her being the one to call the crawls through a deciphered language is a really nice touch for the character.
Okay. From that angle, I would definitely agree. My biggest question with this, my two biggest questions are, is the like radio across town really necessary? Like, is this something they can't do with walkie-talkies? Because we see them use walkie-talkies for like their actual missions. It almost seems like an unnecessary added risk to be broadcasting it to everybody so that the military might pick up on it. And second, I didn't love the way she like repeated like the code elements of the code. I was like, you're making it a little too obvious. And I feel like if you've done a bunch of these, it's, I don't know, that's another just amplifying the risk by a lot. And it kind of makes the military look even more incompetent, where it's like these messages, which very much sound like coded messages, are getting past them consistently.
I think if you treat the military, and I think that they should have, like this was the United States military, yeah, they would have caught that shit in like half a second. But like, dude, the military in Hawkins, like these are essentially stormtroopers. Possibly even worse. They're not picking up shit.
Yeah. Oh, and that third complaint. These guys, like, the government is aware of them, right? They know that they know about the Breakfast Club at Hawkins. They know that this group of people have messed like with the Upside Down before. You'd think, I don't know, maybe you could tell me if I'm wrong, since you have a much better memory of like 2 to 4. Wouldn't the government like kind of be breathing down their necks? Wouldn't they be watching these guys specifically? Like, especially if like one of them started a broadcast, wouldn't they be like, we're gonna like listen to every single one and make sure you're not doing something goofy?
At bare minimum, definitely will, because it's essentially a known fact that something really like crazy happened in season 1 with him. I mean, the whole town knows, so they would definitely be keeping a close eye on them. I think whenever you're
And
watching a
Joyce
show like
and
this,
Hopper. Yeah, and Hopper. Yeah,
Yeah, and Joyce.
Hopper got a talking to by the government at the end of season 1. They're like, "You're gonna be quiet, right?"
yeah, but yeah, but they don't know he's here. He's still like dead.
Oh yeah, he's dead.
Um,
Okay, okay.
But I think you have to suspend your disbelief to an extent. And personally, I'm willing to suspend it enough for this to work. If someone can't, I won't fault them for that. But like my suspension of disbelief will end very soon. Like this is me at my most giving for the show.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, like I said, I like on the surface, I like it being Robin. But yeah, I think logistically, it bugs me that it works.
She was born Diane in the north end of Detroit. Barry 40, that's 40 with a G, signed for Motown in 1961. And 1 is the key number.
Yeah, I mean she's just given it away so easily.
Yeah.
And like I think it's fine. It works for what they're doing. A stronger show or stronger story would have done it better. That's just my overall conclusion about her giving the crawl information.
Yeah, yeah, I'd agree more or less.
There is a way bigger issue with the crawl coming up, and I will
Yes.
point it out.
Yeah, I have one very, very big issue with, I guess, the aftermath of the crawl that I'm excited to get to.
Size popcorn because this movie has a runtime of over 2 hours.
Yeah, so this is kind of where my complaint comes back. Couldn't she just say like something that tells them that there's going to be a crawl tonight, and then they could all meet up and discuss the crawl? Like, or better yet, even just the crawl
That's so
tonight and
true.
how long it's going to be. I don't know.
You're so right. You're so right. She could just like give out. She could just say like one word and then give a time for everyone to meet at home base.
Yeah, yeah,
and then
pretty
just go.
much.
That's actually so funny.
We lose Hop, we're toast.
I got it.
Okay, that's the first time they say it, but they say if we lose Hop, we're toast. I just want everyone to take a mental note of that.
We don't stop until we're goddamn sure that wrinkled, noseless, rotting bastard is dead and gone and never coming back.
You'll have to help jog my memory, but I just expected things to be like kind of intense in the Upside Down, or even like having the Upside Down semi-invading like the real world. So the fact that it's like empty and like it's like a completely barren wasteland, there's not even demogorgons to worry about down there, that really tripped me up.
I mean, I believe the explanation is that like they're in the like other wormhole, the other world, like Zone X, whatever the hell it's called. Just I guess gathering their strength. But I agree, it's just the whole season 4 ending with the apocalypse upon them, and then season 5 beginning, and it's chill, everything's cool. Like it doesn't work. It doesn't work.
Yeah.
I want to quickly defend this scene preemptively. A lot of people have been like calling Stranger Things corny, be like, "Oh, this line is so bad because it's corny." Dude, these are a bunch of kids who play D&D. It has always been a little corny, and I think that's part of the charm. I don't think what Dustin's about to say is like like there's some atrocious dialogue later in the season. This scene is not one of them, my opinion at least.
I want to see Vecna's heart on a platter. Just wish I could do it myself.
I think the line's fun.
Yeah, that didn't bug me at all.
Holly? Hi.
I just have to say, this is something that we're going to talk about a lot more in depth in the future. I really do like Holly's arc. I just needed it to not be in the final season. Like, there was just not enough time to do a whole nother brand new character with a long drawn out arc. Just not enough time. If this was like a season before the final season could have worked, as of right now, eating up way too much screen time.
Yeah, honestly, even just the arc in and of itself didn't do a lot for me. Like when we get to the moment with her payoff with Max, I don't know. It didn't really tug at the heartstrings, and I pretty much drew the same conclusion. I was like, we could have done without. Like we don't have time for a lot of this. Like, I don't know. It's crazy how often this happens. Even like Arcane season 2 did it, or like at the start. There's a lot of waste when we should be kind of rushing to the finish line with the hole we put ourselves in.
Agreed.
In the ROTC.
I hate this character. This character, man, like, why are we throwing in another villain in the final season when we have so much to do? Like, this is just so stupid.
It's just
We already had the other guy.
it's just obligatory at this point.
Like-
They need a head of the military, basically, like the head of the military faction, and this is what we get.
But we have one. We have one. Like the guy at the start of this episode who's been hunting Eleven for like 2 seasons now. You know, he was hunting her all throughout season 4 and then all throughout like the start of the season. He's literally in the truck, be like, keep looking. Why do we need both him and her? Just promote bro and end it. Like
I don't remember. Does he show up again? I feel like we don't like see him almost ever again.
I think you're right, and again, it just like why? Like again, why? This is beyond me.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, no, that's a good point. I don't. It's just so weird.
Don't worry, it doesn't bite, but it does on occasion strangle. Sergeant.
Also, I like Chekhov's tentacle just being allowed to exist in that tank over there for unknown research purposes, so it can strangle Hop later.
Yep.
Please tell your commander that I am running into a wall here. People are
Like they're trying to make more 11s. Like that's what we find out later, and I don't like this. Literally, just seems like them trying to misdirect us. Like she's just playing with
We're gonna get to that.
the flesh monster. But yeah.
We're gonna get to that.
I need the girl.
The last run, what was my time?
I'm not sure. I didn't see. I was distracted by Diana Ross.
I saved 4 seconds.
Highly doubt that.
No, it was very fast. 1 second on the climb, 1 with the log, 2 on the bus.
Great. You did that today. You can do it again tomorrow.
Crawl tonight, Pop. If I'm under 12:30, I can come with you. That is what you promised.
Yeah, I promised that. I promised it. But I didn't see it. So blame Diana.
You didn't think I could make the time, did you?
I think you can, but no, not today. I don't think you made that time.
Are you saying that I lie?
No, I'm saying you're mistaken.
I'm not mistaken.
Okay, so you're on your 6th run. You're totally drained, and you just happen to break your 2nd record of the day right before a crawl. I don't think so.
I don't love knowing that Hopper is like literally gaslighting her here.
I don't, but he's doing a great job.
He is doing a
Like
great job.
he's getting
That's what makes
good
it even.
argument.
That's what makes it even grosser, though. It's like you're you're just spitballing. But yeah, I also
But he's trying to protect her. He's trying to protect her.
which that I do appreciate that angle. It's just funny to think that he's like, I don't know. I wish he had the decency to just be a bit less mouthy about it. When he's like, "No, I don't think so, kid." It's like, dude.
I disagree only because I like the aspect of Hopper's character that he is going to put her first and he does not care. Like he's willing to protect her at any cost, even her not liking him. Like that's been a through line for his character this entire time. So I appreciate that even in this moment he's willing to like lie and gaslight and manipulate her as long as that means like, when push comes to shove, she's gonna live. You know, like I really like that aspect of his character, and it's something I wish we got more of instead of him just getting sidelined.
Okay, I'd probably still disagree. Maybe it's just because I have the foggier memory of the seasons, but I remember something that really pissed me off in season 2 was Hopper like kind of being like a bit like just very like not gentle and very insensitive when dealing with 11. Like I remember like the moment where he's like banging on the door and saying like, "You want to go out into the real world? Grow up, grow the hell up." I felt like the better arc would have been he kind of grows past that. Like obviously he wants to protect her and he has all that like those scars from his own daughter. I just wish that after all those seasons of Hopper like continuously pissing me off with his parenting style, this is the season where I really wanted him to like get over his shit, and it feels like it's not. Yeah, we literally have one episode left and he's still not over his shit. And maybe, I don't know, maybe you could argue that angle, like he would never get over it. That's very human, but I did not find it very satisfying.
That's fair.
She's just trying to help.
Yeah, it would be great if Will could help, but he keeps that kid wrapped in bubble wrap.
I don't know what Hopper means when he says, "I wish like you would let Will help, but you keep him bubble wrapped," because we don't know Will's capable of anything yet, right?
I think that is an out of character line for him, and it's just the writers being like, we want to set up Will being limited by Joyce so he can overcome it later on. I just like I don't see Hopper ever saying that, especially since his whole thing in season 1, season 2, and season 3 is kids get behind me. Like I will literally die as long as you guys are okay. Like that's his whole thing. And for him to be like tight that Will isn't fighting, like come on, like just
Yeah, him literally saying like, "Oh, I wish you were risking your kid's life too, so that my kid would be in a bit less danger." Yeah, that feels very
like
very weird.
A much better line would have been like, you know, Joyce, why do you keep Will away from all this? Because you want to protect him. That's all I want to do. Like that would have been so much more in character.
That would have been appropriate.
But he's like pissed, like, how about your son die, huh? Like,
how about you endanger your child, the one that doesn't have telekinetic powers, the one that already has been like tortured by this like evil entity?
Mm-hmm.
I want to prime, but I want to save. Save until the very last minute, okay?
Okay. But her time on that last run, did she make it?
With a second to spare.
With him grabbing those bombs, you can like get a whiff of what once was a great character. You can smell it a little bit.
Yeah, dude, he was so good in season 1. Just, I don't know. In my head, it's just this is a very different Hopper.
Agreed.
Oh my god. It's just a corn snake, dude. Guys, it's just a corn snake.
I was gonna say the locker bit. I wish Dustin had done something like that before his like we had his friends ridiculing him and then like saying like he's lost his mind. I feel like that would have been a better justification. Like Dustin literally going out of his way to like provoke people instead of just wearing a shirt.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Is this about your mystery friend again?
He says that there are monsters in Hawkins. They like sweet kids like me.
Monsters aren't real, Holly. Do you know who I turn to when I get scared? Mike the Brave. Holly the Heroic.
Holly the Heroic?
I was gonna wait a few more years, but she's a cleric.
Okay. So, this is something that I was thinking as I was watching, and it's just driving me crazy, okay? I understand that a lot of kids come up with imaginary friends, and, like, it's plausible that Holly would do that, right? But if I'm Mike, and I know that there is a guy whose like, whole thing is he can invade your mind without seeing him, he can invade your mind remotely, I would have been like, Holly, by any chance, does this Mr. What's-It, like, what's he look like? Like, I would be, like, I would just ask questions. And I feel like the fact that everyone has just been like, oh yeah, she just has this imaginary friend, it's so stupid, bro.
It's
like,
wild.
come on.
Yeah, Mike looks like such an idiot for this. And I think he does have a moment where he's like, oh, I should have realized. But he, like, it's such a quick moment. Like, Mike has gotten nothing this season for a lot of seasons, but, like, Mike has gotten so little to work with, even though, like, so much is happening to, like, all of his family members. He always has such, like, muted or, like, non-existent reactions. Like, he's not even picking up what's happening.
I don't know, maybe this is just my upbringing, but when I said I had an imaginary friend, that shit got squashed real fast when I was a kid. And I don't have, like, a mind-entering wizard killing people remotely. And...
Yeah, no, I think, like you said, just the fact that Mike, of all people, doesn't have, like, he doesn't ask a single, like, follow-up question when his sister is having, like, some kind of mental thing going on. I don't know. Again, maybe it would have worked if she was, like, I don't know, even if she was, like, much younger, I feel like that would have been even more of a red flag to Will. Like, oh, God, like, you're about the age that, sorry, to Mike, that you're about the age that, like, Will was when he got taken. I don't know, it's just insane that Mike doesn't think anything of it.
It's inexcusable. It's like character assassination. It's like at that level.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go grab a Coke or something, caffeinated, because it's gonna be a long day. You want one?
No.
Mentioning of the Coke.
I do like how him playing the song is basically him wordlessly asking her to come back, him trying again for, like, probably the millionth time.
Yeah. I like that. Whoa, I like that as well.
Yeah.
Always, so I have to cancel our date tonight. Of course. But the good news is I made us a reservation. 8 p.m. tomorrow night at Enzo's.
Literally, the conversation I had with my girlfriend tonight when I said I was going to be recording instead of cuddling.
What do you have to do for recompense? All the laundry?
Dude, I literally did that already. All this
And you sleep on the couch.
Right.
Will taking after his brother Jonathan, just being a low-key creeper over here.
I forgot about that. That's so funny that you mentioned it. That's so funny.
Who's that? Shit.
And I do like that like kind of prompts them talking where you know, Will's in a spot where he's not like willing or able to come out to anybody. And then he kind of happens to cross paths with Rob. It is a bit lucky, but I do like that her becoming aware that he knows and like kind of double checking that he's not going to blab or anything leads to them kind of developing a deeper friendship.
I think their dynamic is one of the stronger aspects of this season overall.
Yeah, no, they have some good interactions. This shit.
Bro, just so sad.
Don't worry, Eddie.
I'm curious what he thought that was, if they've been putting fake blood on the grave consistently. Because it seems like he has to...
He probably thought it was spray paint.
There. Shouldn't be left alone like that. Hey there, freak. Long time no see.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know why, but the fucking, like, the pan around as they all close in around him in, like, a perfect circle. I don't know, they all say one line as the camera hits them. I don't know. The jocks in this show, in season 4 too, they just seem like they're too, like, cartoony for me.
It's ridiculous. They're nothing characters. It's just whatever. They're here to beat Dustin up so he doesn't show up for the crawl.
I love the camera hitting this guy and, like, we're out of things to say, so he says hiya.
Yeah.
I do like Dustin, like, getting a bit of a one-up on them with the lacquer thinner or whatever, and then he still gets, like, the shit kicked out of him. That felt pretty realistic.
Yeah, I like that he actually, like, puts up a fight and gives it his best shot, but still loses, definitely.
Yeah.
Hellfire dies with you, Henderson. It dies tonight.
See, like, he's just said he's like gonna kill him. I don't know.
Like, bro, you're not gonna kill him over this. Chill.
I mean, if it's the same character from season 1, he literally was about to make. I don't know. Yeah, even in season 1, like some of these kids are like crazy.
But it's cartoonish.
Like, yeah, they're like a little too evil.
Interaction 1 of 3.
Weird how? Just angry, scared, reckless, not himself.
So yeah, like that's when he says he wasn't acting himself today. Like Dustin, the implication should be Dustin's been acting like this the whole time. I think it's kind of weird that, I don't know, the show keeps doing that thing where it treats stuff like it's just been on pause, and now suddenly everything's changed.
Yeah.
Or everything stayed the same for all that time. Like there's no idea you get of like a bunch of stuff that's happened off screen that probably would have happened.
And this is why Dustin is the strongest character of this season. He's the only character that it feels like there has been a significant change in his arc, given the circumstances of the previous season. Everyone else is just like basically the same character, even though their lives have been forever altered and changed. He's the only one that feels like, guys, do we remember season 4?
Maybe it's just getting to us. You know, being stuck in here, not knowing where Vecna is, no end in sight. I mean, we're really starting to lose it. I mean, we really need to catch a break.
Who is we? You guys are fine. You are chilling. Everyone else is chilling except Dustin, like maybe Lucas because of Max. Mike, what instance of you being annoyed or like upset have you shown? Like you have to take a piss and like you have to wait at the door? Like what? Ugh.
Yeah, like, and that's the thing, they have to throw that in there. Like he has to say like in 3 different ways, like we're having a bad time here, because it's really not obvious. Like I did not get that vibe. I feel like Dustin's the only one who's acknowledging like how shit everything is. I do like that they're like, I mean, they're gunning for Vecna, but him saying everyone's going crazy, it's like, oh well, if you know that like it's getting to him, I don't know, why are we talking about, oh, Dustin's lost his mind, if we're also acknowledging that like
it's the
really
easiest hard. The first lesson you learn when you're writing is show don't tell, right? And with Dustin they have shown, with everyone else they are telling, and that is the difference.
Yep.
Hey, lovebirds! Team's almost ready. Let's do this. Come on.
Oh, and yeah, here's the moment where it's like, why did we have the squawk telling everybody the secret code when we're all gonna meet up in person anyway?
Insane.
I helped Dustin set up the antenna. I know how to work it.
Out of the question. It's just a wheel.
It's not just a wheel.
You lose me out there. I'm not coming home. I can handle it. How's that fair?
You didn't answer my question.
I know. You didn't answer mine.
I mean, that was cute. Nothing really much to say though.
All I can say is Joyce has no character this season. Like she hasn't had for the last 3. That's about it.
She has a bit more than probably like Elle, but yeah, where I'd say like Joyce, Mike, and Elle are like, they get so little to do. It's just insane. Especially like those are like literally Joyce, Mike, and Elle, like some of the most important characters from season 1.
3 of the 4 main characters from season 1 like just get nothing to do. This goddamn tower, dude. This is like, how on earth are they not spotted? And better yet, how does the military not have like just locked down every building within a square mile of literally the most important landmark in the world at this point? I can't. This is so stupid.
That they should have like checked the buildings. That I could almost forgive. What's the worst sin for me is where Hopper is. Like there's just a tunnel that leads into this abandoned building that's in the military. I don't even know, how did they find that? Like did they dig the tunnel themselves? Like did the military not check this thoroughly enough to find the tunnel? Like he literally just has like an access point that leads him like into the base, and it's crazy.
Yeah. Again, this is another you just need to accept it and move on moment, but it takes me out of the story personally.
Yeah.
You get to choose so loud. Sniper's chew gum.
I think that's a funny line. I can't lie.
Real quick, I just want to take stock of like, this is like a crowded military base, and they drive through, and in a second, like, there's gonna be no one basically between Hopper and the trucks, except for literally one guy.
Hold. We got a straggler. Come on. Get the hell out of there. Come on.
Yeah.
I cannot believe they got away with that 30 fucking times. They said this is the 30th crawl.
They have cameras. Like this is the military, and cameras exist. How is the base not just covered in cameras that would pick up Hopper, even if none of the soldiers would? Like what?
It's gonna go the asphalt, but now you mentioned the ground.
What's going on, Hopper?
We're losing him. Wait, what? Stop!
Hopper's arm has just been crushed. His right femur has been broken. He has a concussion from the thick barrel he hit his head on. Yeah, I mean, he's chill though.
Yeah, he'll walk it off. He's okay.
They stop. The soldiers. They know he's there. We don't know that.
It is funny to me that she says that with such certainty when it's just we immediately find out it's not the case. That's kind of a pattern in this season. People just jumping to conclusions and being like 100% confident in them.
Hold on. Pause. Why is she not in the tub tracking him? If it's so integral that they need to know where he is, she's just standing around in this room. He literally tells her, you can do it remotely, so why wouldn't she just be watching him?
That is so true. I didn't think of that.
What do we do?
Yeah, worse yet, because he says, I missed it. I wanted to point it out when it happened, but we had the one line about if we lose Hopper, we're toast. And he says at one point, if you lose me out there, I'm not coming back. Which it's like, none of the characters push back. So there's this idea that we don't have a lot, like almost any control over like tracking people and getting them back from the Upside Down unless the military convoy does it. And then when we lose him, nobody gives a shit. And then we go from losing Hopper to, you know what happens, like we lose a lot more people and no one still gives a shit. Like this whole, all the tension we have from this season, from this scene where it's like, we can't lose Hopper, it doesn't mean anything. Like we just forget about it.
Why isn't she in the tub? Why isn't she in the tub? Oh my god.
I forgot he got hit. Does that...
Yep.
That doesn't do anything, does it? It's literally
Nope,
just...
he just gets it stitched up later. I think by a dude. It's just a bullet. Calm down.
So there's the bullet and there's like us losing him. It's just funny that these elements that we get the tension from are going to be literally forgotten about in an episode.
Oh, bro.
He's fine. Are you going to make another comment about how Hopper should be hurt by a car crash? You fool.
Dude, I literally like I have no words. He's just dead. He's dead 3 times over in like 2 minutes.
No, he's wearing his plot Under Armour, okay? He's good.
The plot Under Armour. The same thing Holly has. Not a scratch on him. Not a bump. Not a bruise. Nothing.
Sorry, I need to go back. What was his... He just like left the truck. Why does he run away from the truck again? Like what's his plan here?
You copy?
I have no explanation. Just to go into the woods to like find the Demogorgon. I have no idea.
Joyce, anyone?
I guess to run away from the Demogorgon.
Maybe. It's unclear. I don't know if we've ever seen that before, but seeing the Demogorgon like sprint on all fours is like pretty scary, and I kind of wish it always had that speed.
Yeah, this thing's intimidating this season.
Yeah, I mean at first.
Holy grippers.
I was gonna say before we get into it, like it's just so funny in hindsight knowing like I expected this season to pretty much end up how it ended up, but they did kind of trick me with this ending. They got me thinking. My faith in the show went up, and then at the start of the next episode, it came crashing back down.
It's they for half a second, like when she's stabbing the Demogorgon and it's just standing there, I was like, all right, bro, really? And then when it slashes her, I was like, oh my god, we'll get into it.
Yeah, like we're showing her drinking too. Like again, we keep calling back to like the unhappy marriage, and it's like I don't think we're gonna have a good resolution for it in the last episode.
I also just like the fact that she's so relaxed when we know what's coming. It does a really good job in building suspense for this scene.
Yeah, we start like with the dad golfing. Yeah.
How does Karen not hear that?
I don't know. Oh shit.
Wait, is that where it ends?
Oh my god, I remembered it being the end of the episode.
Oh man, so
That's
did
crazy.
I.
That's funny.
That makes this so much worse.
Oh my god. Damn.
How did we both get like Mandela affected by that?
I don't know. That's crazy. I'll say it is close. It's literally end of one episode, start of another. But yeah, the same thing
I
same thing
can't.
still applies. Faith went up, crashed back down as soon as we got to the hospital. But yeah,
That's the problem.
That's the first episode.
Man, and this is one of the better episodes.
Holy shit, dude. Oh my god. Hang on. We've been recording for an hour and 42 minutes.
And this is one of the better episodes. We're so cooked.
We're screwed. That was really fun though. I am still recording. Do we want to like give closing thoughts or like kind of a conclusion for this episode that we could stop the recording, maybe start a new one? I don't know. It's getting kind of late over here.
This episode is like, if you just completely turn your brain off, like you're not thinking at all, this episode is fine. But the second, okay, you made a really good point in your Mandalorian video that what separates a good story or like an okay story from a great one is the more you think about it, does it get better or worse? Like, do you get more enjoyment the like deeper you go down the rabbit hole?
Yeah.
And this is just a blatant example of no. The second you start thinking about what's happening on screen, like, and it's simple stuff. Like, I'm not talking about like super nitpicky things, just like simple things. It just falls apart, and it's just heartbreaking.
Yeah. I will say for this one, it kind of has the same thing with like episode 7, where I feel like at the start of each act, basically, we have way less issues, and then they just keep stacking. Like, I think it just keeps like piling up until we get to episode 4, and then it kind of repiles up, and then it repiles up again at episode 7, and it just, like, I feel like there were quite a few things that surprised me that we were able to like latch onto and praise. But yeah, for the most part, it's just every time you stop and think about it, everything to do with the military, the fact that like 3 of our main characters are doing literally fucking nothing, the fact that Dustin is being the best character and all of his friends like can't even relate to or understand him. It's just it's such a mess. It's such a fucking mess for like the final. And we waited extra years for this, you know what I mean? Like, how are you going to take extra time and like still kind of Cyberpunk 2077 us, where it's like, we'll delay it and it's still gonna come out shit.
It's brutal. It is. I mean, and again, these first 4 episodes are the better of the 2 acts by a mile.
Let's get right into it.
Oh my god. Wow. Okay, I don't know. Has anyone ever been thrown into a wall like that? To break to break the shells, like Holly should be knocked out right there, but it is what it is.
She should be seriously messed up. That would hurt like hell. Also, I'll point it out now. Notice it like goes for the door and it has the sense to grab her and like throw her back into the room.
Hold on, wait, go back like half a second. What is that? What does that thing say? More? That board game that says "What's it?"
Oh, kind of cool.
That's cool.
Huh? That must be like an old type of board game? That's cool. I can't believe you saw that. It's crazy.
I saw that.
It's just a nightmare.
This is kind of what I'm talking about, where Demogorgon screams at you and then it lets you like run away without like actually chasing you. And so you can like have another moment of tension.
Yeah.
Because this leads right to them hopping in the bathtub.
My bigger question is, how did she not hear it? You know, I understand that
Yes.
the Demogorgon rips through, like maybe you don't hear it initially, but the loud like bang and then the Demogorgon screaming and Holly screaming, like, I get it. The radio is definitely loud, but I don't know, like Holly screeches. There's just no way Ted and Karen both don't go what like immediately, but I mean it wouldn't matter regardless. But
Yeah. Yeah, I will say for all the like goofiness that does happen, like even Holly like kind of low-key getting away for a bit, it ultimately ends with her still getting taken. So I can forgive a decent amount of things that happen here.
agreed. Ultimately, the Demogorgon not just immediately checking the water, like it's just whatever. I like the scene because you know Karen ends up getting messed up and Holly ends up getting taken regardless, and I actually really do like just this overall moment between the family just getting messed up by this Demogorgon. I think it for the first time and last time this season there is genuine fear, and I feel like the characters are in real danger. But that will be lost shortly after the scene, sadly.
Yeah. No, I completely agree.
And
Like
Ted-
when that happened,
Yeah.
I was like, he's dead. He just has to be dead. That was my first thought.
I'm trying not to like talk about this without like knowing where this goes, but like it's impossible not to. When I first watched this scene, I was watching it with Katarina, and I just looked there and I was like, "Oh my god, this is actually a final season. Like they're doing it. They're putting our characters in real danger. They're allowing stakes. They're letting the Stranger Things be scary again." And like this scene, I think is done so well if you just look at it in a vacuum. Like just don't not to not know what happens in the future, but with context, oh, it's so brutal to look back on.
Yep. Yeah, we talked about it last time, but just Faith going up like crazy because it's like, oh my god, real stakes, real consequences. And then as soon as we get to the hospital, like they really didn't like. I'm surprised they didn't like kind of bait us more, like, oh, they're not gonna make it. But no, like we very quickly like lose all of the tension. It sucks. Is it supposed to be that like if the thing it's breaking through is like thinner, it can do it faster? Because like I don't know the way it like I don't think we've ever seen it open a portal as quickly as it just did when like they're about to reach the door and it like lunges out in front of them.
I really don't know, and I don't think the writers know either. I think it looked cool, and it's not something
It did
so
look
bad
cool.
that I'm just like, oh my god, I think it's fine.
Yeah. Here it comes.
Yeah, I mean, I really like this development for Karen actually. That she, even though she just has no idea what is in front of her, she's willing to fight and like, essentially die just to protect her child. I really like this moment for her, especially considering I believe it's in season 3 when Karen and Nancy talk, and Nancy says that she believes she's a fighter not because of her father but because of her mother. Like she gets it from Karen, because
Yeah.
there's something interesting to be said here about with Karen's story and Ted, and it's talked about in season 1, a little bit in season 2. Like she was kind of an interesting person, but then chose the simple life for the sake of having a family and a white picket fence. But there's this like very small through line of deep down, maybe she is kind of cool. And this moment essentially brings that to the surface of Karen, even though she seemed like just a simple, just run of the mill mom with a white picket fence who drinks too much and reads romantic books. She's got more to her, and I think her being willing to fight the Demogorgon shows that. And it's just, oh, this is a great scene.
Yeah. And I like how after like you just all these years of it kind of being kept from her, the second it's in front of her, yeah, her resolve is really admirable. It does suck though that like when Ted takes a swing at the Demogorgon, it like kind of stops and it's like, oh, like fuck you. And then as soon as he goes to take another swing, it like deflects it and then like yeets him across the fucking room. I don't love it. It's not consequential, so it is kind of a nitpick. But I don't love the way she kind of stun locks it with the wine bottle. It just like stands there for a little bit, and it's like, ow, ow,
Yeah,
ow.
it's ridiculous. I mean, there's no doubt that the fact that this wine bottle is able to do so much damage, but then bullets and flamethrowers can't. Like the Demogorgon's durability is off throughout all seasons, but I think it. Yeah, I agree. It's a nitpick, and it's a valid nitpick, but it is a nitpick. That'd be my essential
Yeah,
uh, conclusion.
yeah. Because ultimately, like she doesn't kill it. Like it does swing at her, but that's more to the point of like why I'd just get rid of like the stun lock moment, have her take a cut like one or two swipes at it before it swipes back.
It's also worth noting real quick that the only reason she injures it is that way L can track it through the upside down, but then the tracking leads
Oh.
nowhere. So like the Demogorgon getting injured doesn't serve any practical purpose for the future of the story because it being injured goes nowhere.
Yeah. No, it's just a goofy moment that I think highlights the weird inconsistencies with the Demogorgon. Because didn't because you can't like shoot it with bullets, but like Hopper like cut one's head off with a fucking sword. And that's a case where like that I'd consider like a serious problem. Whereas at least like I said here, she's not allowed to like kill the thing at least.
Agreed. Karen, there is no way around this. This is some of the most egregious plot armor I have seen in a long, long time. She gets, I guess, pierced right in the lung by this Demogorgon's like 4-inch knives, just 4 of them or 3 of them straight into her side. And then her throat, you can literally see her throat and upper chest have huge gashes. And assuming one, that she doesn't have any like just internal organs that are just busted beyond belief, she's losing so much blood, she's dead. There is just no ifs, ands, or buts. This character is dead. And at this point, upon first watch, I saw this exact shot and was like, oh my god, they just brutally murdered a character we've known for over a decade in front of our eyes. Like, we are locked in. And then they undercut it very soon. It's so hard.
Yeah. That's a cool moment too. Like, she's literally bleeding out, and the only thing she's worried about is still Holly.
Mm-hmm. It's definitely a good moment of development for her. The second I saw them being rushed to the hospital, in my bones, I knew they were both gonna live. And the speed at which the Duffer Brothers undercut what was such a powerful scene by clearly showing that they're going to make it pains me. They were so close to having me be so locked in, and they were just like, nope, we don't want people to be that upset for that long.
Yeah, I'll admit, I was still worried. Like, I thought that maybe like they just have one or both of them die at the hospital. Like, at this point, I still thought like surely one of them's gotta die. At least the dad, you know, like they they can get away with that, but no. Also, like, this is even like the contrast to his sister. Like, this is the most we really see of Will's reaction to both of his parents potentially dying.
So
like, and it's so muted compared to Nancy.
In defense of in this scene, okay, I do think logistically this is a problem with Finn Wolfhard's acting. I think there should have been more, but I think there is something to be said about people do process grief very differently. Some people are very explosive and very loud, while others just kind of internalize it and just sit there. I've seen it in the real world occur. Like, you could have 2 people see the same thing, have them both be equally close, and have 2 very different reactions. But Mike, even then, he takes it too far, to the point where it's just like, okay, why is there like nothing? How do you not have any sort of reaction? And it's brutal.
Yeah, like I kept waiting for the scene where like Mike finally like reveals that he's just been keeping it all in, and I don't think we're gonna get anything like that, sadly.
Exactly. It could have been really good of Nancy maybe being frustrated that Mike isn't showing a lot of emotion. Then maybe in just one scene, it just finally overcomes. Like, he just gets overcome with emotion, just breaks down. Could have been powerful.
Yeah.
I think that's way too
Yeah.
serious for the show. It would have upset people too much. But I mean, and you just left with a weaker story overall because of it.
Yeah, and it would have made like almost every moment like this that is a problem, or like kind of something that bugs people, it would have made it like something that enhances the story, because now with context you'd look back and be like, oh, he's suffering, but he's just hiding it every time.
And we're going to keep talking about it until it pops up, and then more after. It's basically universally like agreed upon that Steve and Dustin's scene in episode 7 is the best scene in the whole season by a mile. And
That's good to hear.
By far the most emotional, by far the hardest to get through, and because it's the realest one. And the fact that they didn't give us more of that littered throughout this entire season, very tragic.
Yeah.
I think this scene is great. I think this scene is so good. It is such a great depiction of grief for Nancy. It's well edited. I have been in a similar situation in my own life. Like, I have done this before, where you're just trying so desperately to like clean your body of something that at some point is even there. Just well done. This is a phenomenal scene.
Yeah, no, this is awesome. The editing really sells it too. Just like the pace like quickening, and her like constantly trying to grab more soap.
Mm-hmm.
It's great.
Why not come here himself? Why
I feel like that's a weird, and him saying that is when my faith, like it, like my heart dropped. I was like, oh, like they're gonna live now, because I don't know why else Lucas would say like, why would he leave your parents alive? It's like shit,
It's
they're not, they're just gonna live now.
it's kind of Mickey Mouse dialogue. The fact that he's just confirming they're gonna live. I mean, we don't even know the state that Karen and Ted are in right now, and yet he says, why would he leave them alive? Like, what more does Vecna have to do? Did he have to have the Demogorgon like bite her head off to ensure that she was dead? I mean, her throat was
Yeah.
slashed open.
Yeah, I also don't like the idea that yeah, like he takes one look at them and he's like, "Oh, they'll be fine." It's like, "Fuck you. Fuck you,
Yeah.
show." Obviously, we were not meant to think that.
I don't believe in coincidences. Not anymore.
I do like Lucas saying that, especially with like there'll be a couple times we talked about Mike not picking up on the fact that Holly has an imaginary friend that's warning her about monsters taking away children. I like that Lucas is like, yeah, it's it like he just notices the coincidence and he's like, yeah, that probably means something.
Yeah, I would say generally too, Lucas is one of the stronger of the original group of the kids that are left.
Yeah. I just damn, I barely remember him. It's just crazy that he's basically become like a side character.
Yep.
What are the chances?
Okay.
And yeah, we just killed Hop for the fourth time.
I'm gonna be honest with you. Like, I agree that it is incredibly lucky that they just walk right into each other immediately. But
Yeah.
I just the criticism in general. This doesn't just apply to Stranger Things. This applies to kind of everything. I think the oh what a coincidence argument is just a weaker one overall, because if you just look at life in general, you could say everything is, oh, how lucky that that specific sperm happened to go into that specific egg for you to be born and me to be talking. You know what I'm saying? I think you can kind of take that conversation and spin it out of control, but I do agree that it's crazy that they just walk into each other so quickly.
Yeah, for me the real sticking point is that we made such a big stink about, oh, if we lose Hop, like he's gone forever. Like the upside down is just that big and massive and like hard to navigate. And then literally as soon as another character walks into the upside down, she bumps into him and it's just yeah, I don't know. It was hard to not notice immediately.
I agree.
Karen, with her wine.
What?
I do like that brief moment, just showing like how focused Elle is, that she's, kind of proven to Hop that she's ready.
I want to I want to take this as far as possible and say that the line "Karen heard it with her wine" is probably her best line this entire season.
Oh no.
Yeah.
I'm sure she'll surprise us, I'm sure.
I'm
See,
talking
it's like
about
I was.
that this dialogue is so cookie cutter, and it's so
Yeah.
obviously them trying to catch people up that didn't rewatch the show the day before this act. Because I mean, I think
Yeah.
you're a great example. You haven't really rewatched it all that recently or that many times. So when you hear this, you can like kind of piece together what they're saying. But to someone who just
Yeah.
rewatched it, I'm like, oh, you were just basically mansplaining the rest of the previous seasons to me, so I understand. It's just like, come on, have a little bit more faith in the audience.
Yeah. It is kind of funny. He is literally like answering the questions that I just asked.
Permanently changed.
Gotta get the squad back up so we can find Hopper.
Hopper, right? So this is about your boyfriend.
He's our only connection to the Upside Down, to Elle.
And how does that?
I don't like that line from Will being like, "Oh, so this is about your boyfriend." It's like that was a big deal just an episode ago. Hopper getting lost in the upside down was like supposed to be a death sentence. So I don't like that she's like, "We are doing something. We're trying to get Hopper back." And he's like, "Oh, so this is about your boyfriend." It's like,
And
"Fuck you."
by the way, Hopper brings Will back to life in season one. He gives him CPR. I mean, Hopper and Joyce are a duo. They man, I don't know. This now twice where both Hopper and Will have had a really strange line in relation to one another that they just shouldn't have.
Maybe there's a bunch of resentment behind the scenes that we're not seeing.
Maybe.
So a lot happened or was said there at least. How do we feel about it?
I just have no interest in this plot line anymore. It's just dragged on for so long, and like the scene, it is what it is. It's kind of funny. It's whatever. My biggest issue is I just feel we do not have enough time to allocate precious minutes to this stupid love triangle for a season 3 in a row. It's just it gets to a point where this just went on for too long.
Yeah, I am curious. Do you think the idea, just from what we've seen now, do you think the idea is that like Steve's being genuine, like he just thinks of Nancy as a friend at this point? Because I felt like like in prior seasons, he like yeah, when he was like with Robin in season 3, I feel like there was a very definitive like I'm over Nancy moment. Um, and it seems like the idea is maybe that Jonathan is just insecure and
In
he's picking up on something that isn't there.
Well, this is something that's gonna come up later when I forget how it comes up, but Nancy says that there's nothing between him and Steve, and then you go back to season 4, and Eddie literally tells Steve that Nancy jumped right in after him, and the way she looks at him, to not let that one go, and then he takes his shirt off, and she stares at him longing. Like there is clearly tension between Steve and Nancy in season 4. Like objectively, there's tension. So now in season 5, for them to just pretend like there wasn't, I'm just like, what? It just
Yeah, yeah, because it really seems like the angle here is that like Steve is being genuine. I can't imagine because we just got the one episode left. I can't imagine in the last episode like him and Nance get together again.
I think he
I feel like
is. I think he is being genuine in this moment.
yeah, yeah. Which I'm kind of glad that I'm happy for Steve. I think that's a good development for his character. I just wish like they had committed and it had been like that since season 3 because I feel like it'd be a lot more interesting if at this point like maybe Steve and John like were friends or maybe they tried to be friends and then like they just realized like hey even though we're chill with each other and don't hate each other like we still don't really like each other. We're just not compatible people. Like that could have been kind of cool.
Yep, for sure, for sure.
Where'd they find us?
So funny to hear Hopper complain about cameras.
Yeah, I was just about to say the same thing. So, 11 can be her face can be hit when Nancy is presumably going 90 miles an hour through sidewalks in darkness, and they spot 11's face with a hoodie on. But Hopper sneaking into the back of a van in the most important military base in the country, nothing.
30 times. Yeah.
I will praise this season where it's earned its praise. I'm not making this video or working with you here to make this video for the sole purpose of hating on it. I'm just giving my honest thoughts, and I still think the fact that Hopper is like, okay, I know Holly's in danger. You come first. That selfish aspect of his character, I still think is so interesting.
Hmm. Yeah.
What is about? Yeah, exactly.
I'm kind of annoyed that Hopper like that's just I don't know. Like we know that she's right, but I feel like even knowing what little they do know, that is like such an obviously like good theory. Like I
Yeah.
can't locate her with my psychic powers. She must be with the other guy I can't locate.
So
And then yeah,
I'm gonna bring this up now, just because I have it in my mind. I don't want to forget. How is the Demogorgon getting up to the Dimension X? Is it
I don't
is
know.
it climbing the wall, or is Vecna just grabbing it from the top?
Vecna's grabbing them like he grabbed Holly. That's the only explanation. Unless they're climbing the wall. I guess I could see a Demogorgon climbing that wall. It is funnier though to imagine them just like walking underneath
It's
like a little hole and then
it's
Vecna
like
picks them up.
it's like John Egret trying to climb the wall.
Be so like what is it like they said 2,000 feet or
Yeah.
2,000 meters?
Mm-hmm.
I guess again for a Demogorgon, I could definitely see it. Vecna can fly, right? Yeah, he can
Yes.
fly. Sorry, he said something else too that I wanted to
Demogorgon
comment
is giving
on.
little Holly Wheeler to Vecna some kind of early Christmas present.
Yeah, I don't like the way he's like, "What are you talking about? Why would Vecna kidnap a child? Like, get the fuck out of here, Hopper!" Like, kids have been getting kidnapped by the Demogorgons forever now. I don't know. I don't like the way people like act like they. I don't know.
He's
You'd think they'd have a
also
clear idea of what's going on.
in season 1, he's Mr. This is suspicious. When everyone else is telling him like, "Oh, this is fine," he's like, I don't think so." So it's odd that he wouldn't try and put two and two together here.
Yeah, and he was like, Hopper wasn't like Was Hopper a detective?
He was a chief, but he was basically a detective doing detective work.
Okay, because yeah, he was like, whether official or not, he did like a ton of like really good detectiving. So yeah, this is just so awkward for him to be like, what are you talking about? Why would Vecna kidnap a child?
What does Vecna want?
I like that knowing how many times Lucas has probably sat by her bedside and begged her to come back, and it feels like even though we know how it ends, it does feel like a very honest depiction of it. I'm sure people in comas, their families try to will them back all the time, and typically you got to wait till it runs its course.
Yeah, I really like that Lucas just doesn't give up on her. It's great.
Yeah. I like too that it's not like when he says that I feel like the final battle's coming, it's actually like decently well founded by his like theory, noticing that it's aligning with the year.
Yep.
But yeah. It just I it's crazy to me that Mike even remembers exactly that. Oh yeah, Holly mentioned monsters. That's like you freaking idiot. She literally mentioned monsters kidnapping children and it didn't set off a single alarm bell.
Tragic.
Theories.
Mr.
So like even the way he says that, he's like, you were right, we could have done more to protect like mom and dad and Holly. Like you'd think some kind of emotion would trickle out of him.
I agree. The acting here is weak. But as far as the
Yeah.
characterization, I appreciate the recognition that he should have picked up on the thing with Holly. Like I think it's
Yeah.
ridiculous that he didn't, but I think at
Yep.
least him recognizing that it was kind of ridiculous is it like halfway redeems my complaint from last episode, but still stands.
Yeah, just a tad bit.
Like, well done.
So first off, I like that like this is a Steven Dustin scene, so you know it's going to be good. But I like that we begin with a pretty reasonable complaint, where Steven's like, "Dude, of all the nights for you to pull some goofy shit, this was not the night to do it."
I think there is a really good argument to be made here that everything Steve says to Dustin throughout this entire season is like objectively true. It's just the fact that he is being so harsh is his own like emotional frustration with his friend seeping into the conversation, where you essentially agree with what Steve is saying, but it makes you uncomfortable because the delivery is like slightly off than you would like it to be. And it's been quite annoying for me to see, I'm just gonna say, like less emotionally mature watchers of Stranger Things be like, I hate Steve and Dustin this season. They're so bad. When it's just like, no, this is the best aspect of the show by a mile this season.
Yeah, but their relationship is phenomenal. And I will say, and Dustin's defense, like this is yet another example of like homie just got like the shit beaten out of him for trying to clean his like homie's grave and for pulling like a little locker prank. But he got the shit beaten out of him. He didn't choose to miss the crawl. And here's yet another friend being like, "You piece of shit! Like, how could you do this?"
Both of them have legitimate reasons to be upset with the other, and both of them are right in their own ways and wrong in their own ways. It's just good writing.
Yeah. Oh, I forgot that element too. Dustin tries to lie about what happened, and that just seems to piss off Steve even more.
Yep, because it's like, dude, you so clearly didn't fall. Like we know what happened.
I fell off my bike into a doorknob, several doorknobs.
You keep it down there forever, and I have been repeatedly ignored, and now look what's happened. You're totally.
And see, like this is kind of what I wanted from more, at least a couple members of the group, where it's like the idea wasn't, oh, Dustin's acting weird today. It's that Dustin has been grieving for like a year and a half, and now like it's starting to get to his friends because they can't reach him still. Like, and I like that they actually took that angle with Steve, where he's like, I've tried to show concern, and you just keep fucking up. Like, and now like here you are, and you won't even like be honest with me about what happened to you.
Well, we've talked about the fact that many of these characters feel like they just spawned at the end of season 4 and spawned at the end of season 5. Like there wasn't any real time taken between, and this is the only relationship that it feels like, oh, there something natural has occurred off screen that makes sense for the
Yeah.
characters and is impacting the story.
Yep.
Correction, we are screwed.
And even that, like, I don't know, I really like that because this is how real fights go. Every now and then you will throw like a zinger in there, and it's fun to see from like an audience member. But like the characters and the actors, like they just kind of blow past it because it's just them like kind of throwing sass at each other in the middle of what is a heated argument. And yeah, I think it flows really nicely.
You know what's something I just put together? And I think this is just so good. It's another layer to this. One of the reasons that Dustin is so angry with Steve is Steve is not inadequate, but there are aspects of his character that are blind spots. Like he's not good with technology and all this other stuff because he is overly reliant on Dustin, and I think Dustin recognizes that and knows that that could get him killed, which might be
Yeah.
why he pushes himself away to kind of almost give Steve a chance to better himself so that Dustin almost doesn't need to be there. And I don't know if that's what they were going for, but it's just like possibly a subconscious angle that is just cool to think about.
Yeah, no, that's neat. I wonder too if, because isn't the idea that Dustin, like, he doesn't have a dad, like, he doesn't have any siblings either, it's just him and his mom?
Yes, and we're going to go over this more in the future, but I think one of the reasons this dynamic is so good is that in real life, the actor who plays Steve is very much like in character for Dustin's actor. They just have a good dynamic off screen as well.
Yeah. Yeah, but I was gonna say, like, I wonder if like a bit of the frustration comes from that, like Steve being kind of a big brother, but also in some like frustrating ways, he's like kind of a little brother that Dustin
Mm-hmm.
has to manage all the time. So
Agreed.
yeah, I don't. There's so many good angles to it. I love it.
Do it for once, just admit it, Anderson.
I will say I do like that aspect too, because so far like we've even seen like at least his friends like kind of at least avoid saying to his face that he's losing his mind. But Dustin is like taking zero shit. Like he is not listening to anybody. And I don't want to give the impression that I think like Dustin is just right about everything he says or does in this season. It's just that it flows so naturally from what we've seen before. Like he feels the most real out of everybody.
It's justifiable.
Yeah. Like the most understandable,
Mm-hmm.
like one of the most like actually human feeling out of all of them. But yeah, him because that will come up later when Dustin actually finally kind of acknowledges that he's been rude and that he's been fucking up.
Custody.
Actually, I do want to comment on that last scene. I don't love that Will is, and maybe it's just because like he's very obviously like a grown ass man pretending to be a high schooler, but I don't love like the lack of agency he has to the point where he can't go against his mom's wishes, but Robin can like convince him fairly easily to do it because he clearly wants to. I don't know. I don't love the idea that if Robin hadn't like pulled the flux capacitor maneuver, Will literally just would have been sitting there moping in the room the entire time.
it it just comes off unnatural from all angles. It just to me comes off unnatural. I can't really pinpoint why. Maybe it's the ages. Maybe it's the fact that like I think they're just taking the Robin being kind of quirky bit way too far. I don't know what it is, but something about like a lot of these interactions just throws me off.
Yeah, dude. At the start of the scene when she says "Great Scott," I'm like, ugh.
Oh,
What?
yeah.
I don't know. I'm so annoyed that like I forgot that they actually got photos of her in the car in the middle of.
You can literally see Millie Bobby Brown's lip filler from these photos. But Hopper jumping into the back.
Oh my god, totally forgot about that. She has like high like you couldn't make a you couldn't get a picture this high res back in 19. I'm joking, of course. It's just
Mhm.
insane that he can sneak into the base so many times and literally like the same fucking night that Elle decides to take a drive in the dark. You can see Nancy almost perfectly too.
Mhm.
God damn
When were
it.
these taken?
3 hours ago, give or take.
And this is one aspect I like where I don't remember exactly which episode, but like we'll get to the idea of Hopper finally realizing that by protecting Elle or in his attempts to protect Elle, he is like constantly holding her back. And we're already kind of seeing that where he's like, "Yo, slow down, like so I can keep up with you."
Yeah, I think this scene is a moment of positivity in this episode.
Yeah. I'm sorry, but would like a child's understanding of first aid really be enough to take care of a bullet wound? It's just so funny to me that Hopper's like, "Where'd you learn to do this?" And she's like, "Max."
I agree, but I don't even have it in me to like entertain it. It's just like you just, it's just
Like I said, I don't actually know. It could very well be the case. I don't know
I,
enough about like first aid and shit.
I think you could if it's like a true graze.
Yeah, because
But
you can see the entry and the
yeah,
exit.
I think this bullet wound isn't that bad as far as bullet wounds go, and like Hopper's got a gut to protect a lot of his vital organs, I guess. But
Yeah,
I don't know.
yeah,
I just don't love the acting when Hopper like fake cries in this moment. I think it was
yeah.
fine up until the fake cry, and uh, I don't know. I think he could have ended it at I've seen people be brave and die anyways, but it like again the start of this scene has solid dialogue, and then they jump to the we're exposition dumping to make sure you remember Sarah. That's what happens.
Yeah. Yeah, like literally showing the same flashback footage from like season one, I don't love. It feels a little manipulative. I'll give them the benefit of the doubt and say that they were just trying to communicate the idea as super clearly as they can. But I would have preferred, kind of like you said, if he had just said like, I've seen a lot of brave people die. And then like we as an audience are able to think like, oh, he's thinking of his daughter in this moment, and that's why he's telling her to not be stupid. I don't like that we have to have it like anime style shown the flashback to us and him explaining exactly what's going on and her like repeating back so that we know she understands.
I feel like the way Hopper has been in past seasons and just the direction that I wish they would take the character is a man who doesn't say much but says a lot with what he does say. And instead, we got him mansplaining Sarah's backstory for the 10th time.
Yeah. And that's like if there was any doubt in my mind, that's where it was all destroyed. It's like your mom is going to be okay. That's where I thought too, and I still don't know. I was like maybe they're going to kill the dad just because like we're like it really costs them nothing, but I think they're going to want to keep Karen alive no matter what.
Yeah, I also just don't get like what the point of all these additional scenes are with Mike and Nancy trying to get to their mom and having to put on the uniforms. Like, just let them see their mom. Just save yourself the time.
Yeah. Yeah, especially with all the we don't have time.
What now?
The flux capacitor, Robin said it was down, but you are working on it. I just wanted to make sure it wasn't.
I do think that's funny. I do think that's funny.
Yeah.
Maybe it doesn't like. I don't know if it needs to be here, but it is just. I think of my own parents and just adults in my life who don't get media things, and they'll just say something that is they should so obviously get, and then be like, huh, huh. I thought it was funny.
Yeah, it was a late relatable moment. It's for the we're gonna I'll probably just stop saying it soon just because it'll go without saying eventually. But it's just for the like 100th time, like we don't have time. Like there are much better things that we could be doing.
Yep.
I do like how casually they just start wandering into the woods as if getting lost in the woods isn't a thing.
Oh, yeah, that's terrible. Getting lost in the woods is so scary.
I thought it makes me think of the what's it called? Is it Dusty Pines? The Sopranos episode?
Oh, Pine Barrens.
Yeah, Pine Barrens. Like literal gangsters just walking in circles.
Killed 13 Czechoslovakians. He was an interior decorator. His house looked
And fucking like them opening the ketchup packets. Yeah.
I mean, it's just a spiral. Longbows are usually concentric circles.
That seemed a little random to me. I'm just finding the spiral, and then I guess that somehow triggers a memory. I don't know. I don't really know why they put the whole mandala thing there. I wonder if that'll come back up.
Maybe it will. I think just they wanted a scene of him locking it in. Just like, oh, spiral. This is a circle. It'll work.
This reminds me of spinning. Oh my god.
Right here.
Oh, wait a minute. I think we just got an answer to our question, actually. You know how we were wondering how the Demogorgons get up there?
Yes.
I think the boot falling is supposed to indicate that it did indeed climb the wall, because we know. Yeah, because we know now that it didn't. It definitely didn't go through the wall.
Makes sense.
It's a limp. It's a regular limp.
I do like that joke. It's a limp. It's a regular limp. Reminds me of the fly casual line from Star Wars.
Yeah.
There's no way.
There's no way she is like on the half of 1%, 0.5% chance that Karen somehow lives, the fact that this is less than 4 hours after the attack, she would be out cold for minimum days. Minimum. Like, cannot wake up. There's no way.
Yeah, but no, she'll she'll be okay enough to help him out real quick. At the very least, they respect that she wouldn't be able to talk, which I don't know. It's still like I don't know, she got cut so bad that she literally can't speak. But I don't know.
I'm gonna praise it where it needs praising. I like this consistent through line of she does not care about herself. She just wants her kids to be safe. Like, doesn't even ask, "Am I gonna
Yeah.
be okay? Am I gonna be able to speak? Where is my daughter?" That's her first thought. Like, that's so cool.
Yep. Yeah. And then also the like you can see the panic, of course. I do like the added detail of you get to like just you get a real time monitor of her heartbeat going up because it's like holy shit, she's been taken.
Need your help. We think there's someone that knows where Holly is.
Again, just God, it'll never not bug me. Mike just he takes me out of the scene every time. It's like, bruh, this is your mother. Like you're talking about your kidnapped sister. I don't know.
How are you not more panicked?
Yeah, or how are you? I don't know. Like if I saw my mom in this state, like I would not I would not be able to be like smiling at her and be like, "It's okay, mom, we can find her."
Mm-hmm.
Homie's he's way too composed.
That's why she was taken.
I do like that like I don't know that little that follows for me. The idea that we know Vecna invades people's minds right before he takes them because he's got to put them in the trance. So the idea if Will is connected to Vecna, then he can tap into the victims before they're taken, or when Mr. What's-It like shows up and appears before them.
Yeah, this will be obviously way more important as we get to episodes 3 and 4. But Will's hive mind link to Vecna is definitely the coolest part of this first act.
Yeah.
Mr. What's it?
I was seeing through the eyes of Vecna's next victim, this victim he's stalking, which means I was seeing through
Holly's eyes.
That was Vecna.
And that's a cool we're not entirely sure where that leads like in totality, but that is a cool like again, if he can see through the eyes of the victims before, then like Will is starting to make the connection that like he has access to Vecna's powers, and that we'll get into it much later, especially when in episode 4. But this idea of Will and Vecna, or Will and Henry, like mirroring each other as both like the first victims of the hive mind potentially is a really cool concept.
One thing that just with hindsight and knowing in the future, I wish they were able to do something where if when Will is connected to Vecna, if he hurts himself, Vecna also takes damage. That could have been really cool,
Oh.
but they're not going that. Like, we'll cover that later, but that's just my thoughts.
Yeah, hell yeah. Oh, okay, so that's literally outside his house, like in his mind palace or whatever.
Oh,
Yeah. How did she get Henry's name?
I think that he told it to Holly, and then Holly must have told her eventually. I don't know.
I guess. Huh. Weird. I thought she didn't know his name. I thought that's why she called him Mr. What's-It. Oh shit.
No, I'm kidding. What do you think about this episode overall?
Not gonna lie, not nearly. I feel like there were some good things. There were definitely a decent amount of bad things, but I feel like overall there was a lot that was just okay. There was a lot that did just follow logically, and it wasn't like particularly amazing or particularly bad.
Yeah, I think this first act contains some good stuff, a fair amount of bad stuff, and largely just okay things. It's really Act 2 where I think that where I think it takes like a true nosedive into the what is going on territory. I think at this point with this episode and the one previously, the biggest question that I found myself asking, and a lot of viewers have to find themselves asking, is how far are you willing to suspend your disbelief for the sake of the story working? And by the end of this episode, especially with Karen just being okay, my suspension of disbelief was just done, to tell you the truth.
Yeah. Okay. I gotta say overall, probably one of the better episodes from the season, just for lack of like flaws. You know what I mean? Because like I said, nothing. It wasn't like it was working on a ton of like really cool levels, but at the same time, I was surprised just how much actually made sense. Especially like the Will and Robin like through line. Um, I feel like all that aside from like a couple small things like the idea that Will never would have gone on this little journey if Robin hadn't stepped in and rescued him from his mother. That line too about him being like, "Oh, I'm more scared of my mom." It's like, like your mom's a badass, but she shouldn't scare you, especially at this point. Like even in season 2, Will was already like kind of fed up with like how like victimized he was and like how incapable he was to the point where he stood up to the mind flayer like in its giant like monster form. So I don't love that as late as season 5 when he's looking like a grown ass man, he's still like he's still just kind of bending to the whims of Joyce. And it takes Robin, a younger character, to step in and be like, hey, don't you actually want to do something? He's like, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think they definitely regressed Will a little bit for the sake of giving him the big reveal in the final episode of Act 1. It's just this episode, with everything in hindsight, like the episodes haven't aged well. And my biggest wonder is we're going to probably be doing an episode a night for the next, I guess, few nights, right? So at some point,
Yeah.
we're going to watch the finale while still rewatching the earlier episodes. I'm very interested to see how those episodes age with the whole story intact, because there are a lot of things I think we are picking up on that it's just like, are they going to pay this off? Are they going to bring this around eventually? And my like hypothesis is the answer is no, unfortunately, just from
Yeah.
the trajectory. I mean, I would like to be wrong. I think it'd be crazy if like we go on this like run of just calling 7 episodes in a row awful, and then the eighth one is actually just great. Like how funny would that be? I just have to tell you, tell the last one, Stranger Things season 5 episode 8 is amazing, and just 7 episodes of ridiculous, eighth of amazing, but I doubt it. It's just
Yeah, I doubt it too, but that would be a very pleasant surprise if they were able to bring it together. Like there are certain things I just have no faith about. I don't think we're gonna get a satisfying conclusion to like the Wheelers marriage falling apart subplot. I don't think we're gonna get that at all. I don't even know if the dad's gonna live or if he dies, if that's gonna like make much of an impact, or if him living is even gonna make much of an impact.
I gotta
Um,
tell you, I think you're
it
the only person who cares about the divorce subplot.
to me, well, again, it's less so that I care and more so that like I just know like even since season 1, they've had like a rocky marriage, and it's crazy to me that like the first episode and even the start of the second episode is drawing attention to it yet again, like it's going to matter, and ultimately it's just there's no way it's going to matter. I think the best we could hope for is maybe they'll do something for a character like Mike where we will get that scene where he's like, I know I've been like kind of closed off from everybody, and it's just because like I'm the leader of the group and I have to put on like a strong face. There is something they could do, I think, to in retrospect make a lot of like the goofiness actually be like a payoff, because that's some of my favorite stuff when I'm watching a story and I think I'm picking up on a flaw, and because like my brain is stuck on it, when the payoff comes, I already have like a backlog of all those scenes where I'm like, this didn't make sense. And when the twist happens, you go, oh my God, like every time like Mike was being like a robot, now that he was suffering and that he was like willingly holding it in for everybody else.
Hmm. I agree. We're definitely gonna have to
That's
revisit
like
some
super
things.
optimism.
Yeah, with
Yeah. That's like, sorry, go ahead.
no, you're good. Dude. It's just it's gonna it could get our criticisms could get better, but they will probably get much worse.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we already know yeah, we're in quite a bit of agreement about that second half. I think as each payoff comes is when things start to get really bad. A lot of the setup is innocent to okay, whereas like the payoffs kind of make it a bit more obvious where they're fucking up.
I agree. But I guess with all that being said, that's episode 2.
Hell yeah! Goodbye, everyone.
Goodbye, everyone. We'll see you tomorrow for episode 3. All right, we are here with episode 3.
Let's just
You,
jump right into
Do
it.
you want to say anything about episode 3 before we begin? Anything you remember?
Not much. I liked Erica saying, "I told you to eat your damn pie." Um, everything else, everything else is pretty messy.
Upon first watch, I remember this being my least favorite episode of Act 1. We will see if it's different this time around.
Yeah, I have my doubts.
So, we're really beating a dead horse here, but I just have to say it. I mean, the first 2.5 minutes of this episode, and we've established that the wall is thick. That could have been like a 5-second scene.
Yeah, I mean, I like that Hopper is doing what little he can, I guess, to try to get through the wall. I don't love him. Like, he clearly isn't going to get through that fucking wall with a knife, so I don't know why he's bothering. It almost seems like that's just to make it seem more natural when he stabs the knife into it, because that's going to be
Yeah.
important for them knowing they're there.
Him leaving the knife in this wall is next level stupid.
I mean, in his defense, I don't know how the military tracking the Demogorgon, or do they just get insanely lucky and happen to drive to the one spot that these guys are at?
I mean, they were doing I guess they do general scan of the entire area, so they would have found it eventually, but just a general scan.
Yeah, I mean, it's weird how like the truck comes in from over the horizon and it literally drives to where they are standing and parks there.
That is true.
And it might be tracking the Gorgon. We'll go ahead a little bit.
You
All
really should
right.
have left a note. Is this funny to you? Oh, sorry, it must be my...
I think it's kind of ridiculous that Joyce is pampering him like this hard. I mean, I get Robin is older than him, but he's still, I mean, in canon, he's got to be at least like 16 at this time, maybe a little older, like around that age. Like he has agency. He decided to go, and she's just blaming everything on Robin. It's just ridiculous.
Yeah, I wonder if that I don't remember Will complaining about that in the future, but it's a bit different than like Hopper's like overprotectiveness, where he's very clearly aware that 11 is like hyper capable, whereas Joyce seems like she actually seems to think like Will is gonna like fall apart if he's like touched. Like he's just super super fragile and he cannot be risked in any way.
And I'll give them the benefit of the doubt that is like this is intentional. They want the scene to read this way. I just subjectively don't like the decision for both characters.
Yeah, I will say I think Will does step in and like tell his mom off,
Yeah, he
which is
does
a
it right
slight
away.
improvement. Yeah.
The kid anymore.
Will, I am still your mother.
And yeah, like that feels like a good moment, but like it feels weird when he's like, "I'm not a kid anymore." It's like you were going to stay there the entire time until Robin convinced you otherwise.
Yeah, I like the scene just because it's Will taking back some agency in his character. And I mean, this is just getting into spoiler territory for the rest of the season, but one of my biggest complaints for so many characters is it just feels like they are just sitting around having no agency in their own stories, just waiting for things to happen. So the fact that Will gets to have any form of development is an actual plus in the show's favor compared to everything else.
Yeah, I do like that he is making a bit of progress. It is nice to see. Also, look at her reaction is funny. Like, "Oh, look at you."
Oh shit, buddy, speaking up.
I said, in the future, we will try to leave a note.
We should go.
So
Stop that. We don't have much time.
this is worth saying. I really like that moment for Will, but I don't like Robin having to immediately undercut it with humor. It kind
Yeah.
of feels like a lot of problems that the MCU movies have, the weaker ones, where every time there's a serious moment, they just can't let it linger. I think the Superman, the movie, had a really annoying moment of that where Clark was talking to Lois and they kind of did the same thing. And it's just like, Robin, stay out of the conversation. Let Will have a good moment. Immediately undercutting it with a quirky humor is just like, bruh.
Yeah, especially literally the character who's like, "I'm perpetually insincere." Just like, I am waiting to undercut any emotional moment with my quirky
Yeah.
dialogue.
Before we get into any serious characterization for dipshit Derek over here, what do you think about this character?
I'm not gonna lie, I don't know exactly how to feel about him. He really annoyed me when he first showed up, and he kind of grew on me, and now he just kind of confuses me. The arc that I thought they were giving him, they kind of already are ignoring.
During this first episode, when I was watching it, I was like, this kid is annoying as shit. Why are they including him? Just so unnecessary. And then by the next episode, I'm like, okay, they've gone so over the top that I've come back around and think this is so ridiculous that I actually like him. And then they just in the next act, he's a nothing burger. He just isn't a character. He's barely involved. And I was just like,
Yep.
bruh, I just started liking this character. Are we serious? But again, it's just another instance of like, we're introducing another character into an already
Yeah.
bloated story. Like, please, like, just give us screen time with the characters we already know and love.
Yeah, and it's yet another like very comedic character too. Like, and this is the last act of the story. This is the final battle, as Lucas put it. And here we are introducing dipshit Derek in season 5. It's just you have so many characters already. You should have and could have just given this to somebody else that we already know.
Agreed.
Little.
I will say I get that they're young, but it really bugs me how later on when we have a big old cast of kids, they're all like so easily brainwashed by this guy. I do appreciate that in contrast. Holly is already like she at least seems to be conveying it through the actress. She seems to already be a little skeptical. Like she's almost afraid to ask why she can't actually get a hold of her parents when she's given a vague answer,
So,
which I feel like that would track.
for what it's worth, even though I stand behind the fact that including Holly in the season is strange because there just isn't enough time for a whole new arc, but for what it's worth, I think this actress is ironically enough one of the better actors on the cast, at least for this season, and I actually think her story is interesting. I just don't think it was the right time and place. Now is also probably a good time to bring up. I think Henry's design is so much more menacing than Vecna's. Like Vecna's design is scary. Don't get me wrong. It has that like eldritch deity, whatever it's called. But this guy, like this good-looking skinny guy who's so perfect with these like random flashes of anger, so much
Yeah.
scarier.
Yep. I completely agree. And honestly, I really don't like Vecna's design at all. It reminds me a lot of the Grinch. It's just a big like gooey mess. And I
Oh,
don't know.
speaking of the Grinch, I just said this to Katarina. I think it's such a bummer that they didn't, or maybe they will in the finale, implement any sort of Christmas element into this season.
Hmm.
Because, like, season 3 is set in the summer and it's very much summertime vibes. Same thing with season 4. Like, they're in the desert in California. It fits the vibe for when they released it, fits the tone of the season. This is just, I don't know, it's fall, but it's like snowing where I am right now. And I would have loved to see some snow for Christmas, but whatever.
Yeah, it would have been nice if they did kind of what they did in season 1, where you get through the spooky season, and then Christmas is like the bright light at the end of the tunnel.
Yeah.
Because they have that in the end of season 1. Like they even exchange
You're
gifts and shit.
right,
Like
yeah.
that's when Steven replaces John's camera for him.
Yep.
Yeah, yeah. I wish they'd done something like that too.
Hey, favorite.
Oh, that's one aspect I want to mention too. Because this is like a mind palace, it does make for a pretty good like self-inflicted prison basically. There's one part in a later episode where all the kids are like watching TV, and I wondered for a second like, oh wait, like is that's not an actual movie. So it's like it must be something they've all seen before. The same way he just knows like what she would want as a present, and that it like it appears inside the mailbox for her.
That's cool. We'll have to zoom in on it when the movie plays or TV show, whatever it is.
Yeah, because it just made me wonder. I was like, oh, like what is actually in this like house? And I think it can change like to satisfy the kids basically, which helps like keep them there without questioning it.
Hmm.
Also, this threw me for a loop. So when we cut away, they had the gun like on and aimed dead ahead, and then 11 happened to get hit by it. So it makes you think like, oh, they're coming for her, like they know where she is. And then we cut back here, and it's like they're parking and they're all chill. It's like, oh, like they literally did just happen to drive straight towards 11 and Hopper.
I also can't believe there isn't any type of like signal they can use to pick up anyone in front of them, or not even just for 11, for like Demogorgons and stuff. I think that's kind of
Yeah,
odd.
yeah. So this is a checkpoint. Like this just happens to be a place that they would check anyway. Is that the idea?
Yeah, I would think they would drive to the end of all the roads and have all those be checkpoints.
Okay, I guess that makes sense. Still lucky that 11, 11 and Hopper planted their knife right here.
And didn't just stay in the woods and do it.
Yeah.
One out.
Recon?
Meaning I take a leap.
Also, like the checkpoint literally happens to be where the Demogorgon like climbed up the wall and dropped Holly's. It's all very very lucky.
And you guys take 5.
It's aimed away from her, and it still hits.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess it's like it could be rebounding off the wall, possibly. That's like the only thing I can think of.
I feel like maybe the like most charitable I could be is the idea is as you're closer to it, it doesn't matter if it's aimed directly at you because it's like emitting a sound. So maybe like to reach you from further distances, it has to actually be aimed directly at you. But yeah, we'll see that like it gets stronger as they turn it towards her, and that's how they find her. Sorry, I gotta stop. Did he say he needs backup and air cover? Is that what he said?
Yeah, I think they say that they have a helicopter somewhere in the Upside Down, which I guess could be. I guess yeah. I don't know why they would need air cover, but yeah.
That makes me wonder like why you aren't searching for 11 with helicopters, or even why there would only be the one helicopter in the Upside. I guess yeah, they 11 just got here, so they wouldn't have all the resources.
My defense would also be the lightning. Like maybe the lightning is.
Oh yeah, true.
Only thing I can think of.
That makes sense, I guess. I don't know why. I guess he was just trying to move forward. It bugs me that like Hopper's opened fire on them, and these military guys aren't like taking cover. Like I don't know what his plan was. If he was literally gonna like run up to the like this guy when he walks forward, he was just gonna walk up to the billboard that Hopper can see and shoot through.
I like this is true nitpick territory, but I'm okay with nitpicks. But if we're being like super logical, just get in the truck, get in the armored truck, and just drive around them. If you know she's really dangerous, you know.
Yeah, it just kind of bugs me that it's partially justified in the sense that Hopper is ex-military. But I do wish that the like actual current active military just showed a bit more strategy, as opposed to like two of them just walking straight up to the billboard, getting blown up, and then like the commander like walking out of cover and immediately getting knocked out.
It's also
again they're not allowed to be competent or threatening, and it's annoying.
It's also worth noting to the people who have already been like, why are you guys nitpicking? This is what this is for. We're giving nitpicking both pros and cons. And that's just the way of the world for us right now.
Yep. Just digging deeper to see what works and what doesn't.
Bike crash. Flew head first into a light post. Look, I'm sorry about missing the call about everything.
It's not your fault.
So
I do like that we have that brief moment of Steve being like, "Really, dude? Like, you're still going with that?"
It's also worth noting that I can't remember if they do, but it's nice that he's the only one that it seems is like, bro, you're lying. We know you're lying.
Yeah. It looks like Lucas is a bit suspicious, maybe. But like Mike right away is like, "Oh, it's not your fault." So he seems to buy it, which again I don't love for Mike. Of all the things that you could have going for him, like being the glue that ties everyone together, that actually understands everybody, that would be nice. But whatever. Mike just, as usual, is oblivious to how his friends are actually feeling and what's going on with them.
Yeah, it's definitely tough, and I feel like I hate because criticizing an actor or actress is hard because I think a lot of it is subjective and comes down to just the way you feel. It's hard to give like an objective measure for a lot of scenes, but I want to say Finn Wolfhard is the weakest actor for these first few episodes. That's going to change as we proceed.
Yeah, I have a very hard time gauging actors like talent because so much of it can just be direction. And when it comes to like Mike just has so little to work with that I don't know if it's his fault.
Yeah.
As long as he knows how to like cry, he should be okay to give us a better version of Mike. It's just that the writing, the way that Mike's character has been written, is just he doesn't really have anything to show off with.
When it comes down to dissecting acting, a lot of it really just is I can't explain everything in terms of when it's bad, but I can explain it when it's good. And I think that is just a unanimous for a lot of people. I don't know how detailed I can go in explaining why I don't think Finn Wolfhard's acting is great in a lot of scenes, but I can go into a lot of detail as to why I feel Dustin's character, and I think his name is Gaiden something, why his acting is phenomenal. We'll get to that later.
Yeah, definitely. And there'll be a whole bunch of examples that we can draw upon when we get to like the end.
Yeah, I think he's the best actor of the bunch, and it's really not close.
Yeah, he's the only one who's like gotten real emotion from me. So I'd probably agree.
Yourself up.
Okay, yeah, so Lucas I think does suspect something, which again,
Yeah.
I like because they're good friends. It's just it's more reason to be annoyed at Mike. But he's like, or like it looks like he already beat himself up.
Yeah.
Across the street as soon as
This
they're
is
asleep, we move in.
really this is really worth noting again with the allegory for sexual assault. Henry very much is a predator to these children. He befriends them. He takes interest in the things that they're interested in. He plays into the things that they like, and I think they really could have told a great story if they leaned into it even more.
Yeah. Like I said, I'd need like time to actually think about the whole story from that angle. But yeah, I think just on its face, there's a lot of cool angles that they could have had where, like you said, there's a whole house of kids getting taken. And like, that's why them acting like they're already brainwashed so quickly is really annoying, because it would have been nice to see like Henry being a bit more effective at manipulating them, but we only really get a hint of that with Holly, and then boom, all the kids are there and they already believe him wholeheartedly, which is kind of annoying.
Now, what do you know about Henry's backstory? Because this is a very interesting thing the Duffer Brothers have done, and I think very stupid. Do you know anything about Henry's backstory?
I did. I've forgotten pretty much all of it.
Okay. The reason I'm asking, this isn't even about season 4. Are you familiar with the play, the Stranger Things play?
No.
So there's a play on Broadway, which I'm going to be seeing next month, actually. And it is essentially Henry's backstory, where he's in high school with Joyce and Hopper. And I'm hoping they explain this more in the finale, because we don't really know any of this. But it's implied in the later episodes that Henry opens that box of like mind flare particles and then gets taken over by the mind flare. Do you remember this? Do you know that
No.
the briefcase that the guy has in the tunnel?
Oh, yeah.
So those are mind flare particles, and the play is apparently how Henry Creel is trying to fight against the mind flare taking his body and then ultimately losing. So if you take the play as canon, which I think they are, and I'm like 90% sure they are, then Henry Creel this whole time is a victim of the mind flare. And I'm saying this, I'm pulling this all back to the allegory for sexual assault, where it's like, cycles of violence and trauma, and how what happens to you as a kid, you're more likely to do those things in the future due to habits and stuff. And I think that there is a very interesting story to be told there, but they are just so lackluster in setting it up to where it just feels so random and so frustrating.
Okay. That's interesting, because so what little I do remember is I thought that Henry had already been like corrupted and basically evil before he got banished to the abyss. And then he said he found something, like he found the hive mind. And the idea was the way he conveys it is he like joined it willingly. And I've been thinking, especially with like his speech to Will, I've been wondering if like the idea is that Henry, in a similar fashion to Will, was like he was the first person victimized by the hive mind, and he's actually convinced himself that it was something he wanted to do willingly, because like a vulnerable child, he was in a place all alone, and he didn't have anyone or anything to protect him, so he ended up kind of having like this Stockholm syndrome with the hive mind to make himself like cope with it.
Yeah, and I think all that's really interesting. I can't believe it's gatekept by a Broadway play, which probably 1% of the Stranger Things fans have access to. Luckily enough, I'm part of that 1%. But seriously, like, such a gnarly decision.
That's a crazy decision. It's canon, right?
I'm like 99% sure it's canon.
I mean, if it wasn't canon, that'd be a bit more understandable. But like, if it's canon, like that's criminal. Like, put just just hiding it behind not a paywall, hiding it behind a New York wall. You gotta
Location
live there to
wall.
see it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And a paywall. The tickets were like $600, dude.
Jesus
Yeah.
Christ.
So when I dropped that video, I invested. Keep that in mind.
Damn. That's wild.
What? So that Vecna can't find him.
Yeah.
So they just throw that out there. They need to blindfold Derek. It's really important. It's basically the only way that like Vecna could find Derek and his whole family is if someone were to fuck up the blindfolding.
My mom.
I just feel it's worth noting because it's a very simple task. People who know already know why, but I just thought it'd be worth saying.
You're okay with kidnapping a child? Kidnapping a child.
No, but we're saving a child via kidnapping. And yeah, it's fine, I think. Yes. Now,
How do we feel about Joyce saying that? I kind of would have preferred if we got, I don't know, a bit of character. Like, I don't know. Like, I like that Will smiles and acknowledges that she's, you know, she's being bad and like she wants to take risks. But I almost wish it like we got something like, oh, like I'd kidnap my child if I could keep him from like getting taken by the Demogorgon in a heartbeat.
I have nothing to say about Joyce this season. Genuinely. Every time this character is on screen, I think back to season 1 and how she hard carries. Like, she, especially those early episodes of season 1, is the backbone of the show. And every time she pops up on screen, I'm just like, they have no idea what to do with your character. This is not the character that I like fell in love with. I don't even have it in me to criticize. I'm just deflated with this character at this point.
Fair enough. We shall carry on.
The reason this episode is my least favorite of the 3 of the first 4 is it is meaningless. Tagging this Demogorgon with the air tag leads to nowhere. It accomplishes. I mean, maybe I'm wrong. We'll go through it and we'll find something that I missed. But from what I remember, it accomplishes nothing. And they dedicate the next 40 minutes to tagging this Demogorgon, and it's just an hour of precious time. Just wow, gone.
Damn. If that's true, that's pretty freaking egregious. They do also. It's the other half is to like protect Derek and his family, which I guess sort of succeeds in like getting this plan, not the tracking, but they sort of succeed in the sense that they still have Derek safe. I'm still so like unbelievably annoyed that they messed it up. They had like one thing that they had to do right and they didn't do that thing right. Also on the point of, so I'm inclined to think you're right, but I could just be forgetting what it leads to as well. But that reminds me, oh, actually, no, I think I already commented that. Did I say in the last one? I know I complained about the bullet hole that Hopper gets in the first episode not leading to anything. But in the next episode, it does literally lead to one, like, heartfelt scene, which it's annoying that, like, you get a lot of tension from the bullet wound, like it's going to mean something more. But at the very least, it does have a consequence, which I appreciated.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah. You still here?
Oh yeah, I said I agreed. I agree.
Oh, okay. I didn't hear anything. Okay, so I feel like they've already kind of leapt over the first part of this plan, where it's, okay, we get someone inside, and they drug the entire family. I like the idea that on this night, we will randomly convince the entire family to, like, eat a meal. And I guess it doesn't technically go this way, but it only happens because 3 of them pass out, like, in sync, and then one of them realizes what's going on.
Also, is there a safe way to drug someone to the point of them passing out? Is there a safe way to do that?
I mean, maybe if like Robin had like her nurse girlfriend like helping her and like getting the dosage right, you'd be okay. Mm-hmm. But I think doing it safely is pretty hard because yeah, the whole thing is dosage. If you over or underdo it, you're not going to get the desired effect, and you might have side effects.
Yeah, just gotta suspend our disbelief for this scene for it to work, and that's kind of a lot of what Stranger Things season 5 is. Just suspend your disbelief and watch.
What's really funny to me though is they ultimately choose Erica. And it's like, what if like just someone was on a diet? Like, what if someone like, what if one of the parents, because it ends up being the daughter
that's what happens.
that isn't knocked out. Mm. But I'm saying like, what if it wasn't? What if the dad just didn't eat the pie, and then she's like, oh my god, like, What, you just drugged my
Well,
family?
I think she does say that this is your favorite pie. I mean, I can buy
Oh,
them just
okay.
eating. I can buy them just eating it. It's really like, I don't know. The drugging scene. It is what it is. I think what's funnier is what happens after. And we'll get to that.
Okay. So this might otherwise bug me if it was another kid, but one of the few things of consequence that comes out of the unhappy Wheeler household is the fact that Holly might actually, it makes sense for her to be enjoying this escape. It makes sense that she's not as worried as other kids might be to get back home because she was already like kind of in turmoil at her own house.
Yeah, that is worth noting. It's really cool because they show her in episode 1 when her parents are fighting, like crying and being really upset. So that does make sense. Good spot.
Yeah.
Fun fact:
Yeah.
yours truly is an Eagle Scout.
Oh shit! Really?
Yeah. Aura points.
Huh?
I know.
Damn. That's kind of neat. Yeah, I never did Boy Scouts. I did the religious version called Masters Club. You had to memorize Bible verses. You would memorize Bible verses, and you get these goofy little vests, and then you get like patches for memorizing certain series or like types of verses, basically.
That sounds incredibly boring.
Yep, I hated it. I do think it's interesting that presumably Henry has like control over the household, and he kind of I wonder if the idea is this is like the deepest, truest part of Henry, leaving Holly a way to potentially save him or reach him or understand him. Because otherwise, it'd be really weird for Vecna to leave like an important like piece of A, Henry's lore, and B, we know what that spyglass is going to do later. So I was gonna just complain that Vecna wouldn't do that, but maybe that's the idea, that Henry does it.
I like that thought. I like that thought a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Just in general, I like that Holly is dressed in Alice in Wonderland style, and there is Alice in Wonderland's imagery all over the room that she was just in. I think it's a neat touch, just because she's obviously in a form of Wonderland.
Okay. It's been so long since I've seen like Alice in Wonderland or any like related imagery that I never would have caught that.
No,
That's neat.
My girlfriend's a huge fan of Alice in Wonderland. I'm like looking at an Alice right now, and that's why I know.
I will say I thought he wouldn't show up again after episode 1, because I had like no memory of him. But this is the third time he has showed up for like just a couple seconds, the military commander guy from previous seasons.
Yeah, this guy who's like leading the hunt for 11, who they could have just let be the main antagonist for the military, who's just, I don't know, so random to introduce Dr. K, truly.
It's just weird that like they're almost honoring his character by like they keep slipping him in there, but he literally just gets to say like one line and then we're done. Like we don't have time.
Yeah, super annoying.
Shit, so they do have multiple helicopters, and they already knew Elle was down there. So I was gonna ask that before, and then I was like, oh, they probably just don't have the resources. Why weren't they just starting the search with helicopters? Why are you sending ground teams around to potentially get killed? Why not just locate her and then send everybody where she actually is?
I really think the lightning is a good defense. Like, I get what you're saying.
But they're up there. They're right there. There's 3 of them.
now they know that she's definitely out there. They didn't know originally. Like, they were just looking. Wait, no, you're right. No, you're right.
Yeah, because they knew she was in the Upside Down. Maybe it's that in the sense that like they wanted a more precise pin on her location, so they actually had to know where she was in the Upside Down. I guess I could kind of get that, but yeah, it's just they should have avoided the whole helicopters in the Upside Down thing if that was going to be an issue.
Agreed.
Also, I'm actually really confused now. So I was really annoyed when he was like, oh, if you lose me down there, I'm not coming back. When they could have had it set up like how you, like when you're a kid and you like go to the store and you split up. It's like, okay, meet me back here at this time. Or if you get lost, like go up to the front desk. Instead of Hopper being like, if you lose me in the Upside Down, I'm gone. Wouldn't they just be like, oh, I'll go to like the nearest rift. I'll go to the nearest like giant rift that should be like stretching across the Upside Down. And then I can just enter the human world if Elle lifts one of the steel panels for me.
Yeah. And
like they there's like a permanent doorway base. They just have to open the door if they want to get in and out.
And 11 can just watch him from the tub, so she could literally talk to him directly and be like, stay right here and tell me, like, I can see where you are. Literally don't move and I'll be right there. And they can just, this is so silly.
Yeah, but yeah, him saying our only way out is the supply convoy. It's like that's just bullshit. And I do like how quickly like we've just glossed over. Like he thought he would never make it back, and he's just acting like, oh, like we'll just find the supply convoy because we know that's going to be a thing.
It's chill. It's chill.
The others.
This is obviously Mr. Clark spoiling the future for what the Upside Down and the Dimension X are. I like these little details in general. I like just in shows and stories in general. I like when there's little details like this. I just don't like the way the wormhole's explained in the future, but that's for another episode.
Yeah. No, as for this right here, like, yeah, I love when it's just something that would make sense. Of course, the crazy science teacher is talking about wormholes, and you wouldn't think anything of it or the picture. And then when you get to later on in the story, you realize that it was kind of a hint. But yeah, that's cool.
Well, why the hell didn't you just start with that?
How do we feel about that?
I'm not a fan of Erica's character, to tell you the truth. It's kind of like the Robin scenario, where they're just too over the top with the quirkiness. Mike is implying there that Tina is going to remember that Erica drugged her, because after this plan, I don't think she's ever going to talk to you again. So you're saying that Tina is going to remember that Erica came to her house and drugged her, which is crazy. I don't know. This episode's ridiculous.
I think it's because the family, realistically, the family would probably put together, especially in a time period like this, they would probably blame Erica once they realized that they had been abducted.
For sure.
And the last thing they remembered was eating her pie.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh god, that looks awful.
Sure does.
God, there's just so little to say.
I guess the only positive is I do like generally Robin and Will's relationship and the way she is kind of walking him through the process. I didn't remember that they took sleeping medication from a man who's clearly having trouble sleeping and like dying. That's kind of crazy, but
yeah, other than like how unethical that part is. Also, the idea was, they showed him for a second and they're like, ooh, that looks bad. Like, I don't know, it's weird to call attention to how much pain that man is in before we take his drugs.
And just because it's on the screen, this stupid truck and Murray's stupid character. Let's just keep it going, I guess.
Location outside of the White House, Fort Knox in Area 51, is a goddamn Christmas miracle.
Yeah, so we have Murray admitting that this is one of the most secure places on Earth, and they're trying to like have plausible deniability by him saying, "Oh, I couldn't get you everything," even though Dustin's sitting here asking for the flux capacitor, literally, and Murray still somehow brought him a whole small militia's worth of ammo. Is ridiculous.
Yeah, I also just the fact that Murray specifies in that moment, like, this is one of the most secure locations like on the planet. It's like, I don't believe you if Murray can get into it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, if the Swiss Army knife can break into the prison, I doubt it's a secure prison.
Yeah. Also, I do like Steve being like proactive and kind of smart. That almost feels like a setup for him, like having a good idea later on.
Which he
like
will.
He's actually kind of learning to use his brain, which is neat.
Yep.
I like this is kind of a cute and kind of a fun moment, but like it's very obvious that Dustin is about to go for it. If I was Steve, I wouldn't just be sitting there like, don't do it. I'd be grabbing him. I'd be like pulling him off of the car.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just, you're right, but it's cute enough. I'm just like, who cares? Just a fun fact here. All of the driving that is done by Steve, that is actually him doing the driving. The actor, Joe Keery, is like an actual car fanatic and does all of the driving stunts himself. Just a cool little fun fact.
Oh, that's pretty neat. I didn't know that.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, I think this is also a good reason for Steve to be, even more pissed at Dustin later, because like this is a serious infraction, putting a hole in your friend's car.
Yeah. You've forgotten the fact that their sister is missing and the parents are in the hospital.
That's something I did not realize at first, that like he's like we learned later why Jonathan wanted to do it, and the idea is basically that he had the idea to propose for the wrong reasons, but it's kind of interesting to hear them coming from Murray in like almost a positive way, where he's like, you said things were stagnating, that the competition was moving in. And it's funny that you can like you hear that and you know like, oh, like that's obviously not going to fix that. Like that is a bad move, but it's not really something I thought about until we got to the scene itself.
It's also worth noting that Murray has no relationship of his own, and this is pretty realistic. I found in my own life, there's always like that one person in the family who always wants to give relationship advice and has just never had a stable relationship. So I think Murray being like, do it, it'll fix it, is both in character and funny, and also applies to the writing as well. So this is a small W.
A Murray W. That's a rare thing.
The last one.
I will say it's good. Is this actually, sorry, is this where we find out that there's a ring in that thing?
Yes, this is when we find out.
Okay. And yeah, that's what I meant where, okay, I thought maybe I was just stupid, but I hadn't realized exactly what he meant when he was saying that. And I didn't go back and listen to everything Murray said. So yeah, with the added context, I like how it enhances that conversation, and everything that he paints is like a reason to do it. Jonathan comes to understand later is a reason that he shouldn't do it,
This
which is pretty neat.
This subplot is one of the better subplots, I will say.
Yeah, yeah. It definitely could have done without like the Steve element, like the making it seem like a love triangle again. But Nancy and Jonathan have had like a problematic like relationship for a long time, so I'm pretty happy with like the direction that they decided to take it ultimately, because I do think it feels like pretty honest and natural.
Mm-hmm.
Because he let slip off the leash when he wants to go in the desert.
I'm sorry, is this character from previous seasons?
No, this is a fresh character. This is just a random military guy who keeps popping up.
Okay, so I don't know if it seems like Hop is just making a bunch of like crazy assumptions. Like he's like, "Oh, I know you're not a grunt," and then that turns into like, "You're the kind of guy who like cuts ears off of people. Like you're one of those sick bastards who's like a sadist." Like he kind of loads a bunch of stuff that he wouldn't know into it, and then him saying, "And massacre a group of unarmed scientists and all in pursuit of one little girl." That makes it sound like Hopper like has history with him. Like he knows this guy specifically has done fucked up shit.
He knows that he's tied to what happened in season 4, where a bunch of unarmed scientists were massacred by the people chasing Eleven. I wish we actually saw this guy in season 4. I think that would have helped a little bit more. But in all honesty, like Hopper is right. Like his assumptions are crazy, but he is correct. Like this guy is essentially hunting down Eleven and plays a role in doing some crazy shit. So I don't see a problem with it personally.
That's my problem though. Like I don't get how Hopper just assumes that all correctly. I don't know how he just knows that about this guy. It almost seems like something he says so that we as the audience don't have to feel bad for anything that happens to him now.
I think you can just suck someone up to instinct. I think I'm okay with the scene personally.
Okay.
The
Swear to God, I don't know. Just get out of my head. Get out of my head.
Oh.
First of all, what's behind that door is the worst part of this whole season. That's behind that door. You shouldn't have opened that door. Beyond that, I really wish this guy died, because in season 1, it is established that Eleven is not above killing people when it comes to keeping her friends safe. And I would argue it's one of the most interesting parts of her character, that this really cute little girl who doesn't speak much is perfectly okay killing people by making their brains explode inside their heads. It is some of the gnarliest and most interesting aspects of the season, and I think it could have been a really interesting development for her to essentially kill this guy in cold blood, and then have her and Hopper have to kind of deal with the fact that she just mind murdered someone, but instead she gets to get the necessary information, and then this guy is just okay, when it seems like he's been injured pretty badly. And they had their cake and ate it too, and it just overall leaves me with the scene being like, what was the point of him struggling at all if it doesn't go anywhere?
Yeah, I think it was just this is how we get the information, and they couldn't add any kind of cool conflict to it. Even that's why it bugs me that Hopper makes those assumptions about him, because you could have had like, oh, like maybe this is something questionable we're doing. Like you could have had some kind of dilemma where this guy might not be a complete like asshole who deserves this, but it might, maybe 11 doesn't care. Maybe it's enough that he has already tried to kill her and Hopper, and he's gonna put the lives of Holly and her friends before his. Like, that could have been interesting, but instead,
Agree.
like, we have to specify, like, don't feel bad for him for getting tortured, and he's not even gonna die from it.
So, I mean, I'm not looking to really have this debate with you or anyone in the comments over is just following orders a bad thing. I think it still is, but there was without a shadow of a doubt differences in terms of moral grayness for people who want to do the things that they are doing and people that are in something and do what they are told. Like, there is a range for blame, I feel, when it comes to just issues with criminal activity in general, right? So imagine this guy was like a nicer person of the military. Like, we could get some scenes of him being like, do we really need to go after this little girl? Like, it's just one little girl. How, like, I know, like, just what if there were moments of him questioning what they were doing to have him have a little more humanity? So if 11 kills him, it's like, yo, 11 just killed someone who maybe didn't deserve to die. But with him just being a regular run-of-the-mill, like, ear cutter offer that, like Hopper said, it makes the scene so much more black and white and removes any nuance that could have been.
Yeah, like this, we just have the necessary information now, and now we have like a teaser at what's behind the door. Like, that's all we got from that scene, and that was literally a little girl torturing a grown man. You could have gotten so much more out. Even I like the idea that she kills him, and that's like a consequence. It'd be kind of neat if, like, maybe Hopper gave her shit for it, and then she was like, "Well, what are you talking about? I heard you just say, like, I'd kill 1,000 guys like you to protect the ones I love." And then maybe Hopper could think about, oh God, maybe I shouldn't have said that around her. Maybe it's bad that I think and I act that way.
Or
Yeah.
and I think that's good, but it could be equally good and interesting if she is remorseful and feels bad and Hopper's like, no, like, that guy was after you. I don't care who he is. I don't care if he was just following orders. He had a gun pointed at you 20 minutes ago. Good riddance. Either way, you have a like fundamentally more interesting development than what we've been given.
Yeah, completely agree.
They haven't. They have Vecna.
Pop star.
When 11 goes, they have Henry, Katarina looked at me and she goes, it's gonna be 8. And I went, no, they wouldn't do it. I was like, there's no way they would pull her back in. And she's like, I'm telling you. I'm like, Kat, there's no way. And then when we get the reveal, she was just like, I told you. And I just sat there in disbelief.
I was skeptical that it was Henry, but 8 had not entered my mind. It's been so long. I did not have that demon on my radar.
Be polite, unless it's a Mormon or a Democrat.
Listen, I know you probably hate me right
What do
now,
you think about
but
that line?
I thought you might want your.
I forgot about it, but I find it funny.
I think that's a great line. That line made me laugh when I first heard it.
I wonder. I don't know how much we're supposed to read into it, but someone did like comment like that the whole Turnbow family was like bad. So I think it's funny that we like briefly show the sister like kind of picking on the brother, and then the mom being like, "This is not a jungle gym," and the dad's like not even at the table; he's having wine.
Yeah,
I don't know. It's kind of interesting. It's interesting that like even a character as new as Derek, we have to take the time to like kind of flesh out his family for something like this.
Yeah, which is ultimately leads to nothing.
Yeah, it's just, again, just so much waste. Like, please just use your resources better.
Favorite part.
Aside from everything.
Okay, so like that was what I was annoyed about earlier. Like, they act like there's no holes, and then they get to the moment and they're like, this could, like, there's a lot of things that could go wrong that would like ruin this part of the plan. And then we kind of comedically, like, we're just lampshading it. We comedically cut to the fact that they've eaten everything, so they should be fine.
Yeah, I mean, Dustin says there's a lot of holes, and they went, "Oh, we don't have any other option." And again, the fact that we're dedicating a whole episode to this it's ridiculous.
Eat your damn pie.
You alienate your spears.
See, that's what I'm talking about, though. Like, they're already, so Tina isn't gonna have the pie because she's like watching her diet. It's just, if that had been the dad, like, Erica would have been screwed. The whole plan would have like gone tits up. Like, it's so lucky that it's just Tina that chooses to opt out, and then Erica's able to take care of her.
It's incredibly lucky, yeah.
Ken?
I will admit, Derek just laughing in response to his parents like passing out, that did like that did get a chuckle out of me.
Derek?
It's completely ridiculous, but that's why it's sorry, Derek.
No,
It's completely ridiculous, but that's why I got a chuckle out of it.
he's funny. I like for all of as much as I want to be like, oh, he's not funny. This is not serious enough. He's funny. The actor is so committed that it works.
Yeah. It's just he's just such a little shit that again, I wouldn't believe it for a second, but the idea that he is just so cartoonishly like an asshole, and his first instinct is like that's hilarious. And especially contrasted with his sister who has the appropriate reaction. She's like, "Oh my god, what is happening to my parents?" But yeah.
I mean,
No survival instincts on Tina. She just stood there and let herself get injected. Didn't run, didn't fight, didn't do nothing.
and right in the neck, like that's who cares? Just move on. Who cares? Who cares? It doesn't matter.
That was another one. I felt guilty about it, but I laughed. Eat your damn pie made me laugh. Oh, I don't. Sorry, I lost my mouse.
Gonna keep saying this. So much time just to the setup. It's just ridiculous.
Yeah, there's a lot of empty space in this episode where it's just sweet. The thing's gonna happen to get us to the next part of the plot. And there's not a lot of good or bad. It's just we roll forward. Like slow down. We spent like what an entire like 2 minutes just getting the Home Alone traps ready. I will say it's good that they had that scene earlier where they test the tracker to see if they can shoot it into something without destroying or breaking it. Because I would just assume that that would break or destroy it. And even if they're like kind of playing fast and loose with the logic to make it happen, like it wouldn't happen like that in real life, I appreciate that they went out of their way to make a scene to establish that yes, in this universe, that's how it works. So you got to deal with it.
I appreciate it, but it also begs the question if the writers do clearly have the ability to be logical with their series and implement logic that they want to implement, why cherry pick it so much and just let it be so fast and loose elsewhere?
Yeah. Well, it's cutting corners. They have certain goals, and then those take priority over the actual like story.
I really want you to keep in mind and like correct me if I'm wrong. I don't believe this tracker goes anywhere, which makes this whole episode pointless. But we will see.
Yeah, I don't remember it amounting to anything either, but I could be horribly, horribly wrong. I do wish this is the second time they've like commented about their vehicle being like a risky situation, and it's annoying because it's just not. Like, even though this is a military occupied place, even though they have cameras supposedly everywhere, they will be speeding the van like through the streets, and then they'll do the same thing with the car, and it's just not going to matter. Like, they're not going to get any heat on them or any questions asked for it.
Also, remember last episode we were talking about how it's strange that the military doesn't keep more tabs on them?
Yes.
Someone in the comment section pointed out that in season 1, Brenner taps all of their phones immediately, like before he even has concrete evidence that they have 11. So one man and 5 scientists do more due diligence than the United States military in top 3 most secure place in the world. Just saying.
That's wild. I saw another comment on there that said like the government had sent a death squad after like some of the main characters. Which, furthermore to the point, like, why are these guys not being monitored specifically?
It's insane.
Yeah.
Their food can be a lot.
You don't like this?
It's just when I couldn't find you this morning.
Okay, if he's just talking about, like, the way he said it, I guess that's fine. I was just a little worried that he was about to... I don't know why, I don't remember episode 3, like, barely at all. Like,
nothing.
I was just so distant.
That's my point. This is the most... Like, sorry to cut you off. This episode is pointless. I'm like 90% sure the whole tracker situation doesn't go anywhere, and this whole episode is about getting this Demogorgon shot with the tracker, but then they lose track of it. It serves just to get Steve, Dustin, Nancy, and Jonathan into the Upside Down. That's it. It is an hour for this one thing to happen, and then for, I think, Will to get connected to the Demogorgon and be like, oh my god. But other than that, like, they essentially need like 5 key events to happen, and they give you an hour and 6 minutes of an 8-episode season.
Yeah, it is wild.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, Yeah, if he's just talking about like the way he said it, then I think this is appropriate. Him just like, I'm sorry about the way I said it to you. As long as he's not walking back, the hey mom, like quit trying to helicopter me so often. Like I'm not gonna follow your orders, quote unquote, like for the rest of my life. Because I appreciated him sticking up for himself. But yeah, if he's just saying like I'm sorry for the tone or whatever, saying like all your ideas were dumb, I think that's totally fair.
I think this episode's awful. I think this is the first moment in the season where I was like, okay, they are really fumbling while I was watching. Like episodes 1 and 2 aren't great, but this episode, man, it flies under the radar because it hides in between episodes 2 and 4, and all everyone talks about is episode 4, and then act 2, everyone's just like, oh, this is so shit. But I haven't seen a soul talk about how this episode is so meaningless, wastes so much time. They're just meandering. Oh man, this was the first moment when I was watching it live where I was like, oh, we're cooked. They're fumbling.
Yeah, this is like the most bored I've been like while we're trying to record these.
It's just boring.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think about that night all the time. The night it came for you. The night all this started. I wasn't even home. My shift ran late. I finally do get home. What do? I smoke cigarettes, drink cheap wine, and watch Cheers reruns until I pass out. I didn't know you were missing for 8 hours.
Mom, what happened to me? It's not your fault.
8 hours. What kind of mother doesn't check on their 11-year-old boy? Jerry's still out on any friend. She certainly is interesting.
Yeah.
All right. After I just bitched and moaned, I will say I like that scene. I do like Joyce still feeling a little bit of guilt, and it does explain why she's so overprotective, because in his weakest moment she wasn't. I think that is a good moment. It's sad that I genuinely don't think she gets another scene of good development this entire season.
Yeah, I think it's pretty well justified, and honestly, for me, it's hard to like separate the bias, but anytime you like accurately and like at least decently reference season 1, I'm gonna be a happy camper.
Yeah.
So I do like us getting just a bit of depth added to what we pretty much already knew. We already knew that she got home late and that she didn't check on him until the morning. But I do like the inclusion that she kind of throws in there that she had been like drowning out her pain, that she'd been indulging in vices, and that she could have checked on Will before that.
Agreed.
Even then, though, I will say she has had enough time to think about it. You'd think she would have, on some level, I guess, recognized that even if she had checked on Will, like he was already abducted.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But yeah. What does she mean by Harrington thing to do?
I have no idea.
I don't remember his family. I don't remember his family's reputation. I just know his reputation.
Rich. They're just rich. They haven't
Got it.
up in the show.
Okay.
I think the idea of them jumping the Demogorgon is cool, but it doesn't go anywhere, and they spent too much time on it.
Yeah, it reminds me a lot of them jumping it in season 1, and I do think it's crazy how like we have so many more people and a whole house to do it, like a bigger house to do it with, and we don't really accomplish that much more. Okay, so Demogorgon just did like its signature move, which I fucking hate, where it has somebody like dead to rights, and instead of lunging or yelling or grabbing them, it yells and then it lets them run away and then it starts chasing them again.
See,
like, it annoys me every time, because if it didn't, it would have just killed Lucas right there.
What you failed to realize is there's a pallet right at the base of that stairs that they're going to add in the next Dead by Daylight map, and Lucas was going to drop the pallet to stun the Demogorgon, but it was loading a shred. It was actually being tactical, so that's kind of on you.
Okay, my bad. I'm an idiot. I apologize. I know that Lucas is like the athletic one, and like they're kind of desperate. I do think it's crazy to think though that if he had like slipped or not made this jump, he would have fallen into the barbed wire.
Yo, yeah. I mean, I think
that would have been so fucking gnarly. Like, thank God that didn't happen, but holy shit, like he was just one slip away from ending up where the Demogorgon ends up.
At the same time, though, if anyone was going to do it, Lucas is clearly in the best shape out of all of them.
Yes.
So.
Yes. Yeah. That is a crit. Wait, why wasn't she just ready with the tracker? Did she shoot it
No,
already?
the tracker was
That's
already
what-
shot. The first shot was the tracker, and
Oh, okay, okay.
so this bothered me as well. They're in a wine cellar. Jonathan, you have ammo everywhere. Just start chucking wine and alcohol at it and just keep lighting. Like, why? All right, yeah.
I thought you were making a wine bottle joke.
No.
Just break a bottle or two and start stabbing it. Like,
That
come
too,
on, this is
that
easy.
too, that too.
That was another one. That's the second time where I don't mind it having that ability. I just wish it was consistent because it changes depending on what they want to happen. But the Demogorgon like slipping into the inside out like immediately, like, it's cool to see, but it has implications that I don't think it realizes the damage it does.
The inside out, the upside down, whatever.
Sorry, but yeah, it just straight up leaps to the wall and it just so quickly just rips a hole immediately and walks through it. I will say I do like that this appears. I could be totally wrong actually. Is this supposed to be Abyss? Is that why it's so like glowy?
Yes. Wait, no.
Okay.
I don't know.
Damn it, Anderson, what are we doing?
Thank God no one is chilling in their backyard right now.
Yeah, or thank God there's no swimming pool.
True.
Hey, no, 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 no.
And there it is. The one thing. Worse yet, the one person that they needed to get the blindfold just right on. They didn't do it. Like, why even put a sack over his head and tie it? Like, it's so stupid to me that like they basically had a foolproof way to make sure things didn't go to shit. And of course they had to. Someone just had to fuck up so that this could all happen.
Like I said, the biggest flaw of this season for me is they break how far I'm willing to suspend my disbelief. They just at every turn something needs to happen for the plot. It just happens. It's just like, why isn't Erica just standing guard looking at them? Come on.
Yeah. Or again, or better yet, why are the lights on? Like, why can they see where they are? Why not leave them in the van and like keep them in the dark? It's just so.
I'm gonna use
again,
the
just
own.
yeah.
I'm gonna use the show to explain why this is so bad. In season 2, the same thing happens. Will is a spy, and they need to essentially get him in a place where they don't know where, like, he doesn't know where he is. So they cover everything in cardboard, they black it out, and he's in a shed, and he has no idea. And then the phone goes off in the house, and that's how he remembers. And it's believable that, everyone's concerned about the shed, and no one's thinking about the phone going off. Like, that, I could believe that. This is just like, they're in this bright barn that Derek knows about. Like, I mean, sorry, I know it's a kid. Put him flat on the earth. Like, tie him in a way where he literally can't move or can't do anything. It's just ridiculous.
Yeah. It's just there are ways to like stupid proof this, and it's just so annoying that after like the pie part of the plan works, and after like getting the dorm like all the Home Alone shit with the Demogorgon works, and then of course where it all falls apart is whoever was on blindfold duty apparently fucked up. Like, it's just insane. And yeah, I cannot believe the same characters who have that experience from season 2. Like, that could have been a cool moment. Imagine if they basically did the same thing. They're like, all right, black out the room, blah, blah, blah. And then one of them, like, rips the phone, like, out of the wall. And they're like, not this time.
Yeah, that could have been cool.
But yeah. Damn.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Doesn't that rely on the fact that Vecna knows what this one barn looks like? This random barn in the middle of nowhere? Like, so what if they just brought him to the woods?
I think Derek just has to know, right? Am I wrong? I think it's just Derek has to know, and then Vecna, like, by proxy would know. The same way that Will, like, recognizes what the phone is, and then he's able to, like, because they're like, it's like a weird kind of link where Vecna has just access to your mind as you're using it. So if you can see something, he can see it, basically.
I think what you could do,
and since Derek's his next victim, he can see through Derek.
If you just drag Derek into a random spot in the woods, like truly random, pitch black, it doesn't even matter. You don't need the blindfold. He won't know. You're lost in the woods.
Yeah. No, like, yeah. Again, it's just there are ways to stupid proof it, so it's insane that they didn't. And there's the Max reveal.
And
Damn.
yeah.
That was, dude, like that kind of hurt.
Does the episode end
Like,
there? Does the episode just end there?
yeah.
What?
Wait, let me double check.
What?
Yep.
Oh my
That's crazy.
dude, this
I feel kind of bad. Like I really struggled to find things like positive or negative to like hone in on. I was so understimulated by that entire episode.
we talk I think we talked a lot. Like this episode is still gonna be the same length as the others, probably like right in the middle. I just cannot believe how little is accomplished this episode. How little did like it's so crazy to look at how slow they are moving now. And then in episode 7, they just lore dump the entire Upside Down. I don't know what is wrong with Netflix and not understanding how to properly allocate time, but why? Why are we dedicating an hour to this tracking the Demogorgon subplot that again goes nowhere? Think about it. No, seriously. They shoot the Demogorgon with the tracker. Next episode, it goes beyond the wall. They lose track of it. They can no longer find Holly because it's gone. And then she just falls out of the sky. Getting the tracker into the Demogorgon serves no purpose other than getting the group to the Upside Down. That's it. And I understand, like, I can even appreciate wanting to find a way for them to get there, but to dedicate a whole episode to something that probably could have been done in 5 minutes, I don't know. I can't imagine the writing room. It's like, okay, we need to get these characters into the Upside Down. Let's give it a whole episode. What?
Yeah, all the like waste we've been talking about, I feel like this episode kind of epitomizes that. Like less so like the bad like character and world ruining stuff, and more so like the complete misallocation of the little time that we have left.
Yeah, like I just watched this episode and I really don't have like I couldn't tell you many of the moments from this episode. I would say the only one that I thought stood out, and this isn't even because it was good or bad, just because our analysis I found was great, was the Eleven and Hopper like potential with the soldier dude. That's like the only part where I was like that. I only remember it because it could have been interesting. Every other thing just ranges from meandering to like some okay, and then just mostly just eh. Like I really hate to use this word, but this episode is just mid. Like that's the best way I can describe it. It's just mid in the worst way possible.
Yeah. For me it's just, I think boring is just the word that keeps coming to mind. I was so bored. I just could not. I was trying so hard to care. And I feel like even though like I'm a lot less invested in the show than you are, and like I wasn't really expecting anything good, and I haven't really been enjoying it, I get a decent bit out of it. Like kind of like the Hopper and Elle scene. Like there have been things to latch onto and to talk about. I feel like this was the one where like I struggled the most, where it's like I got nothing to say. Like it's just kind of okay to bleh, to just sloppy bleh. Like nothing. Yeah, I don't know.
I also just
very, very unremarkable.
See, I have a feeling we're gonna love doing Act 2 because Act 2 is so abysmal and terrible that picking it apart is gonna be hilarious. You know, even
it's gonna be a gold mine.
Episodes 1 and 2, there is some things to praise, some things to criticize. This episode, you just sit here and you're like, man, I want to say this episode is my least favorite kind of bad. It's boring bad. When you have something that is like truly atrocious, you go to the curve of like you're just watching it with your buddies and it's so much fun to be like, what is going on?
Yeah.
This is in the realm of like, again, my biggest issue with Stranger Things is even in seasons 3 and parts of 4, even when it was at its worst previously, if you just shut your brain down, just like buffer, just boot down, you can have fun if you just don't think about what's happening in front of you. Even in this episode, even if you turn your brain off, it's not fun. And the second that happened, they lost a lot of the fan base. And that is so crazy to me, because the reason that I believe they haven't done a lot of dark things is they don't want to alienate the fan base by making it too dark, but in doing that, they've hit a middle ground that no one is happy. I think that's just crazy.
Yeah, yeah. No, I think that's a really good way to put it. It's like this. It's just they're playing it safe where they're like the first season has such a unique and like awesome balance of like it's really well represented by the fact that you have like the four main character kids, and then you have Hopper's story, like Hopper and Joyce's story, where you can oscillate between like these two different tones, and as long as like you keep a good balance and you're like delivering a satisfying story for both of them, you can like hook people. But it, like you said, it feels like we've lost like both not maybe not even both extremes. It feels like we kept like the goofy kid stuff, and we just keep shying further and further away from actual horror.
The kids have
And
gotten
and
older and gotten goofier somehow.
Yeah.
I don't understand.
Yeah, and that like that's another thing we'll get to too. Like it's really endearing watching season 1 and just like hearing their like squeaky little voices and like hearing their voices crack all the fucking time. Like there's not a moment where you think about it, where you go like, oh, like how old is this actor really? You just think it's the character. Like it's just there's no disconnect. It's the kid cast at the appropriate age, and they're talking and acting and sounding like a kid their age. And then here we are with like shittier dialogue, shittier jokes, and none of the kids are like the
Shittier
right
acting,
age. So like
shittier acting.
yeah,
too.
we have like it's just worst of both worlds.
What's really interesting, and you bring up like the different dynamics between Hopper and Joyce and then the kids. What makes Eleven such a great character in that first season is how she threads both lines, where there's so much joy to be had with her and Mike's dynamic and like how cute everyone is, and then she murders people. And I've said this before, when I rewatched season 1 last month, it's specifically the moment where Hopper is talking to Brenner, and they're like trying to figure out what they're gonna do now that Hopper and Joyce know. And Hopper looks him dead in the face and goes, I'm not gonna tell a soul. I don't give a shit about this project. I just want to get the kid back. And when I saw that, I was taken aback by how serious and dark the scene was, because that is Hopper essentially saying, I do not care about the other kids that you've killed. I do not care about the future kids that you're going to kill. It's not my business. All I care about is saving this one kid, because I have emotionally tied that kid is like Sarah. It is such an incredibly well done, complex moment that I didn't remember. And again, there's like another scene early in season 1 where Will's dad comes home and like blames Joyce for him disappearing, and these are all these like super adult conversations that I couldn't even imagine being in this season. And it's wow. And the fact that the kids have aged and it feels like their character arcs have regressed with the exception of Dustin and Lucas. The acting is somehow worse. I don't get it. I don't get it.
No, it's a real shame. I will say I am glad that I don't know. When I first saw season 1, it just was so like night and day. Because I saw the first one, and then my friends were like, "Well, you'll love the rest." And then you watch season 2. I mean, I'll be honest with you. I'm kind of I'm on board with the normies, but it has been a long time since I saw it. Season 2 was definitely my least favorite, and I want to say it's because of the way it portrayed Hopper. Because when I think about why it made me so upset, I don't really think about any other character. I just think about how much like it made me dislike what they did with Hopper's character.
I think if you went back, I think if we went back, you'd feel differently. I think I could bring you to the light side, and seeing that season 2 is the second best season. Who said that? But yeah, man, it's just it's sad because season 1, it's not just a good season of TV. It's one of the best seasons ever. Just in anything, it's that good.
It's like you said this in your video, like it's something special. Like, and I couldn't agree more. Like when I first saw it, like that's about the vibe that I got. I was like, this is just different. This isn't anything like I thought it would be. I had heard about Stranger Things for years before I checked it out, and when I finally saw it, I was like, this is just nothing like what I thought it would be. Like I just expected like goofy kid humor and 80s bullshit, and maybe some spooky stuff that I don't really understand. And it became like it's this like incredibly tightly written, like super emotional journey, and it has like every character. Like it's so crazy to think that a big annoyance is how many like stupid characters there are, when the like one of the sticking points of season 1 is that even with like the pretty wide cast of characters and the wide like range of ages, they were all so good. Even the stupid love triangle in season 1, like it's a good love triangle in season 1. Like it's actually decent. It serves a purpose. It ties into multiple parts of the story. Like it's just insane what's been lost.
Before we close out this episode, I'm gonna jump ahead to make a comparison, just since we're praising season 1, in the difference in quality storytelling. You said in your Mando video, which everyone should go check out, Mandalorian at Saint Wombo, that a good story, the difference between a good and a great story and a weaker story is, do you gain more the closer you watch it? And later on in the season, Dustin learns about the dark matter off screen by slipping into a random room, learning it all on his own, then explaining it to the audience after the fact. And that is why it doesn't make sense. Compare this to Hopper's scene in Hawkins when he's asking to see the tapes. It makes sense why he's asking to see the tapes. We watch it with him. And if you're really paying attention, you might pick up on the fact that there's no rain on that tape. But if you're not, you're probably just thinking like the other cops, like, like it looks fine, like that's weird. And then when Hopper goes, you see anything weird about those tapes? And the other cops go, no. And then he goes, there was rain on that night. You see any rain on those tapes? It is essentially a way of you being present for the scene and then the character pulling you into it. And
Yes.
How are these the same writers? How are these the same writers?
Yeah, and that's like a good story is like it's capable of outsmarting you, and it's capable of having a bunch of characters that are smarter than you. Like even I'd already seen it and it had been years, but even knowing like that there was more depth to it and that I should be trying to sleuth along with Hopper, I completely missed it. And I remember thinking, I was like, there's something goofy at the lab, like he gets a clue here, and I still didn't put it together. So Hopper pointing it out, it's like, oh, this is like what better way to convince an audience member a character is smart than by having the character be like demonstrably smarter than the audience who is watching. And that's something that season 5 is incapable of.
They just spell everything out, and yeah,
everyone is so dumb.
I'm gonna be honest, I can't remember everything about episode 4. Like I remember the big moments. I have a lot of good things to say about the next episode. I think there are a lot of moments that I really, really like, and I guarantee you this is going to be the happiest you see me in terms of positive stuff. And then and then it's just going to get so much worse. So if you're at this point and you're like, and you're checked out, be like, oh, this guy's a dick. It's just going to get worse aside from next episode.
I like the very end of the next episode, but honestly, even up until that, and there are some things to complain about that payoff. I have a pretty big one.
Mm-hmm.
But the rest of the episode, I feel like episode 4 gets a lot of its credit simply for how it ends and simply for what it does for a character that has been frustrating for many, many years. I think it distracts from like just how stock standardly bad the rest of the episode is. So I think we'll have plenty to bitch about until we get to that point.
I'm not saying I'm going to be jumping in the next episode like, oh my god, it's so good. Like this. No. I'm definitely going to rip it apart. I just think there are like a genuine, and I mean this like literally, a handful of moments that I think are well done with a few characters. Beyond that, it's going to be much more like the other episodes.
Yeah.
All right,
well, that's about it for me.
What a lame episode.
So boring.
Like we've become so bored. We've talked more than the episode went on because we're just nothing.
we talked a bunch about season 1. That's how bored season 5 has us. We just want to talk about the good season.
We interlinked and we're like, yo, what if we just praise season 1 for a bit?
Like I will say, if you ever want to cover season 1, that'd be fun to do one day. So good, definitely deserves it.
Well, we'll see how these videos do, and if people want to hear it, I'd be down. Like it's always strange. Before we end, I somehow feel when things are beloved, they somehow still don't get enough love. Like Arcane season 1 is a great example. Arcane season 1
Yeah.
is one of the best seasons ever, and everyone knows it, and I still don't think people talk about it enough.
Yeah, I mean that's how I feel about like early Game of Thrones. It's just insane to me, like to look back and like you could live your whole life like watching season 8 like breakdowns and reasons why it sucks, and there's like no coverage of like what makes season 1 good. Not no coverage, but in comparison to the coverage complaining about season 8, it's basically nothing, which is just really sad to me. But yeah, it's just when things are good, like you take them for you watch it, you go, yeah, this is amazing, and then it's not until something like this comes along that you go, oh, holy shit, like I should have been grateful for that, I guess, because it can get really, really shit.
And I think this is something to say about media discourse, is talking shit about something to me has a much shorter half-life than talking about something that you love. Like after we're done breaking down all these episodes, I'm like good on never talking about the season again on this channel, to tell you the truth. Like, I'm just gonna leave it. And I know that some people like to like double and triple and quadruple dip and just never like drop the thing, but that's why I love talking about Song of Ice and Fire so much, because I like love essentially all 5 books in their entirety. But it's painful to see an episode like this, and that's why I summoned you to cover this season, because thinking about season 1 and then comparing it to here, even though I wouldn't say it's at that level, it very much does feel like what happened to Thrones.
Yeah, I will say in its defense, and yeah, you already said it's not at that level. It almost kind of confuses me that people have come around. That's why I do think it probably has to be the time element. But compared to other things that have flopped, like Arcane season 2, like Game of Thrones season 8, like it is surprising to me that this got the treatment it got. And we might we can discuss it later, but I have a couple theories as to why that happens, or why it happened for this season.
Well, with all that being said, that was episode 3. Hope you all enjoyed, and we'll see you tomorrow for episode 4.
Adios.
Peace. As you all can probably tell, there's been a 2-day break in between episodes 3 and now episode 4. This has been tactically placed. I was getting a little concerned over the last 3 episodes that we were complaining and the Duffer Brothers were possibly going to turn it around in the finale. This has been proven untrue. My hypothesis was correct. This season is lackluster if you're being generous, and in my opinion at least, really, really bad if you're being honest. So that is why we waited, because now we can talk about this season as a whole. We can reference things into the finale. We're not going to be going over the finale right now. That'll be its own video. But we waited to see if we could possibly be wrong, and I don't think we were.
Sadly not. My conclusion has stayed basically the same. Should have ended at season 1. Was not worth it. But yeah. It's a good thing we saw it too for this episode, because the finales are very like tied in a way. There's a lot to say about Henry in particular that now we know. Well, we know how it ends. We know how quickly it ends, how horribly it ends, and yeah, I guess we can hop into episode 4 if you're ready.
I also want to say I was being it's funny, I was being a little more generous with the past episodes because I didn't want to fully commit with not knowing where the ending is. All bets are off now. I'm just going to be, I might have a little more venom in my words, so if that's not something you're interested in, scroll away. I don't know what to tell you.
Derek.
Alright, so first problem I already have. Actually, I might have to check the last one. But if this is how Derek was tied, like when he had the blindfold on, no fucking wonder he got unblindfolded. Like, he's not restrained. He's tied to a post and he can still use his hands to grab shit.
I don't even know if I would consider this being imprisoned. Derek just has full use of his entire body, and he took the blindfold off, no problem. But yeah, remember, this was the one thing they needed to make sure was secure going into this episode.
Also, I like how, like, we already know we're screwed. Like, Vecna turned around, the Demogorgon is coming, and rather than getting the fuck out of Dodge, or better, like, at least hiding who is there with Derek, like, we have Joyce just straight up in his face, like, hey, like, we didn't mean to do anything, we're trying to help you. They should be leaving. They should be blindfolding him again and trying to get the fuck out of there. So I don't know why they're chilling here.
Well, the plot needs to continue, that's why.
True.
Do you know who I am? An evil child kidnapper. think that.
Like, that's kind of funny, but again, like, we just don't have time. The Demogorgon is coming. Why are we so fucking chill right now?
Where they end the last episode with Will going, where southwest, the Demogorgon's coming. Okay, now let's just go have a little cute conversation with Derek.
Yeah, like, knock him out again, drag him to a van, get him out of here. Like, if you care about this kid, get him the fuck out of here. What are we doing? And so it's literally, we need Derek to cooperate. Like, just knock him out. I don't care what you gotta do. The kid's life is in danger. Get him the fuck out of here.
Why are both of his hands loosely tied together right in front of his face? It's also worth noting that after this group of scenes, the Turnbull family just left here for the rest of the season, so hopefully they didn't die.
Actually, Con, they all died. They all overdosed on the benzos.
Yeah, they're all just dead right next to him.
That you don't realize it because they all have sacks over their head. Somebody else my bacon! And that I kind of found funny. Like,
it is funny.
I appreciate Derek, like, being kind of the smartest one in the room. He just doesn't buy this crazy bullshit story, and as soon as he gets a chance, he tries to run away. And he's even as the doors shut, he's screaming for help.
I also just love how committed he is to the bit, like the actor just being this little shithead. He does such a good job with it.
Yeah, honestly, I feel like that's how in a good season, Derek probably would annoy me a lot more, but he is unironically a bright spot because of how shit everything is.
It's insane.
The pocket salmon, like, this kid is outsmarting and outmaneuvering the whole team.
Eat dirt. He calls out his combo before he does it.
It's fucking amazing. Again, it's kind of blowing my mind now that we're here. Like, Derek is literally one of the smartest characters in the show. Derek never would have tried to leave through the maxi in the finale.
Derek, if they put Derek in Dead by Daylight, he's escaping every match, 100%. So bro obtains the high ground, immediately emotes.
But yeah, this is the point where I was like, oh shit, I kind of like Derek. I appreciate having him here. And yeah, it's just, he realizes he's trapped. He runs up to a place that they can't reach him, and then he pushes the ladder down. Like, they could put it back up, but he could just push it back down. Again, it's just crazy. He is literally like one of the smartest characters of the season.
Derek the Logical. This goddamn axe. So it's worth noting that I like the consistency of Joyce's character, and even though the axe is kind of memeable because of what we know from the finale with Vecna's spoilers head, in season 1 there's this great moment where the lights start flickering out in her house, and the Demogorgon's coming through the wall, and she runs out of the house like terribly afraid, and she gets in the car and she's like ready to leave, and then she thinks about Will, gets the axe and just like walks back in. And even though I really don't like Joyce as a character anymore, and they're just so out of like ideas and just knowledge of what to do with this character, I at least can appreciate the consistency of she is still willing to put her life on the line for her kids without question, because she's just built like that.
Yeah, it's an admirable moment if it's her and what we know about her. I was gonna comment on, do we think that this is the Demogorgon being dumb, or because when I first saw it, they kept cutting back between like Will's vision, and then they keep showing like the Demogorgon like not swinging, it just keeps backing up. I want to say that's actually like, that's a point of praise, where that was what got me thinking before it even happened at the end of the episode. I was like, oh, like if he can jack into the hive mind, like is there a chance that Will could like exert some kind of control over other creatures in the hive mind? You could write this off as just plot armor, but I do think it's deliberate enough that I read it as Will holding the Demogorgon back without really realizing it, because otherwise it would Ted or Karen it.
I want to say this is the best episode, and this moment right here is just a good bit of foreshadowing.
So we have Will feeling the pain when the Demogorgon gets hit. Worth noting, since
it is wildly inconsistent, but wildly important. It is important that Will takes damage when the hive mind is damaged. Please remember this, because I'm going to be talking a lot of shit when we get to this point in the finale.
Portals to the Upside Down are never this big. Not when a Demogorgon opens them. So it is so transparent, like before they even go for it, what is about to happen. Because it opens its little hole, and then like the entire silo opens up, and there's this car-sized opening.
I'm going to say that maybe There's some explanation with the way like aluminum, whatever the saddle's made of, can bend, but yeah, I agree with you. You have to do a lot of assumptions, and you really have to suspend your disbelief to allow this to occur. Remember in the with Karen, right, in the Wheeler house, it's not even like 11 has to squeeze through because it's such a tiny portal. But yeah.
Yeah, it's always small, so it's so silly to me when this giant opening appeared and it's like, oh, what are they gonna do? It's like, I know what they're gonna fucking do.
If I think the beamer could punch a hole straight into the gate, and then we can track the demo.
Like, he starts talking about like, oh, like maybe it's soft, like maybe the edges are pliable. He's saying he can punch a hole, like he's almost acknowledging that the hole isn't big enough, and he can force his way through, like, oh, making it bigger. Which I would like that a bit more if like maybe it was a slightly large hole and then Steven was like, maybe I can push through it, but it is the size of a car right now, and Steve is wasting time just sitting here saying like, oh, I wonder if I could punch a hole through it.
I'm also glad that we used all of episode 3 just to get them to this point, but
Also, like, they're acting like the only thing to worry about is if they can make it through the portal, when up until this point they've been like, yo, like Hopper, we lost Hopper in the Upside Down, like he might be dead, that's a big deal. And now it's like, hey, us 4 characters, let's just drive our car into the Upside Down. And
remember, if we get lost out there, we're dead. Remember that.
yeah, we're fucked if we get lost out there. And now we're gonna take Dustin with the tracking equipment into the Upside. Oh my god.
So it is quickly worth noting that I saw a behind the scenes video of Joe Keery doing that stunt. It actually is that type of fit, and he actually does do it himself. Just a cool note.
That's pretty neat. I will say too, it is annoying that again it only highlights how huge the fucking hole was, that it is closing, like, and they barely squeeze through it. Like the whole punching through it, he doesn't hit the edges. He actually squeezes through what opening is left. So it was even bigger. It was already way bigger. It's like, why was the portal so massive? And yeah, like, yay, we're trapped in the Upside Down now. Like, it's so, let's celebrate. It's so goofy. I really didn't like that bit of acting from Noah.
Neither did I. It's so goofy.
Yeah.
So they all just died.
Yeah. Yeah, them arguing, like, I get that Steve and Dustin are fighting, and you know, we've established we like that. That's a good development in a way. I don't like that Steve, like, very irresponsibly speeds through the fog, like takes his eyes off of the road, quote unquote, and then smashes them into a wall. Like you said, like, they're dead there. Steve could have and probably should have, like, killed everyone there. Like, he just slammed into a wall going who knows how fast.
This is ridiculous. And there's 3 people telling him to look in front of him, and he's just so, like, brainwashed. I mean, like, blinded by rage, and it's whatever.
Frustration at Dustin for, like, not navigating properly. It's just crazy. He does this insane risky move to get them into the Upside Down, and then the first thing he does is crash straight into a wall, like,
and kill them all.
He should have, yeah.
What's it?
His real name is Henry.
AKA Vecna. AKA 1. That's too many names.
That felt very, like, by the way, in case you forgot, his name is Henry, his name is also Vecna, and his name is also 1.
This is information not necessary to Derek. He doesn't know what this number is. Also 1, like, what? Okay. They also never refer to him as 1 in the future beyond this moment, so.
Knowing how things end, it almost feels like a reminder because they want to have a certain line later on.
Yeah.
I had this feeling he didn't want me there. I wasn't supposed to see it.
You've never been this close to a hive mind before. I mean, that thing was like
Also,
feet away.
super convenient. I mean, I can't claim, I guess, to know how a mind palace would work or like a hive mind, but it's so convenient that when we need the information, Will, while tapping into the Demogorgon, just gets flashes of Vecna's evil master plan.
I mean, the hive mind is also just utter bullshit. We know this from the rest of the season. Apparently, in season 4, the bats that kill Eddie are part of the hive mind. Apparently, the the vines that are all over the floor are connected to the hive mind. You step on one vine, you alert the entire hive mind. Then this season, they're just walking around, kicking over vines, shooting things, opening up doors with vines in them. There's no bats to be found. There's no Demogorgons in the Upside Down. No Demodogs. It's just peachy down there. So.
It was an overload. You didn't just tap into the hive mind. You tapped right into the goddamn control center. And Holly.
I can't. Robin's dialogue kills me, man. I don't know what it is. Like I'm sorry, I can't even be objective with this criticism or even try. Just something about the way the line is written and the way the actress delivers it, it just comes off so corny. It just doesn't work for me.
I didn't hate it, but I didn't love it. I really didn't like Will's delivery. I feel like Will gets so many lines like this where he's like, I got the feeling he didn't want me to see it. Like I wasn't supposed to be there. Like I'll try to clock it more as it happens, but every line of dialogue from him is like that. He's like, it was so cold and dark, and I could like feel his presence.
This spire, she became a part of it somehow, like it was doing something.
Like I don't know what it is. I have to like pinpoint the exact element, but the way he always does like that pause, and he's like, it was doing this thing, and then he pauses like it was becoming a part of her. It's so samey every time.
But I only knew about Derek because he walked right past me.
Serendipitous timing. You hear that? Serendipitous.
Again, that's them calling attention to like how fucking lucky that is the way that Will found out the next victim. Like that enables the entire plot to happen.
They are incapable of allowing the audience to think. Every single thing that they want you to know has to be explained out to you in the most drawn out fashion. There is no mystery element. The best part of Stranger Things season 1 is the mystery, and there is no mystery this season. They just be explaining shit over and over again.
I guess we can wait. Well, we can wait for the finale, but I have so many questions about now knowing where it leads. Why did we need 12 kids? Like they were supposed to be vessels, and I swear it's so funny. I have no memory of him, and he keeps showing up in every episode just to say a line or two. And it's funny because in hindsight, there's a big problem with the finale where it's like, why did the military, especially the military led by this person, do yada yada yada? And then it's like, oh well, if he had been there, maybe if he had an arc and like he took charge at the end, maybe that would make sense. But that doesn't even happen.
I'm going to argue this guy is one of the more interesting aspects. No, is the most interesting aspect of the entire military subplot. He's the only one with any sort of conscience, and it just goes nowhere.
With all due respect, these kids are in danger. To use them as bait seems...
Remember what I was talking about last episode, how I said, how good would it be if 11 killed a halfway decent human being soldier? Why not this guy? Because, spoilers, later on, she ends up killing the guy who she nearly kills anyway. And that guy's he's just an ass. He's just a dick. So the death just feels like, yes, 11 got him. There's no conflict to be had. There's no question of morality with 11 killing people. Imagine it was this guy who was trying to tell her, like, you know, I'm not against you, and I'm not with you, but I understand, like, there's a way we can solve this. And then she just kills him. Could have been so cool.
Yep. Yeah, and it's pretty much like you said, like the conflict you and I are looking for, the Duffer Brothers were literally scared of that, which becomes very, very obvious in the finale. Like anything like remotely challenging or upsetting, they did not really want to bother with.
This is where this gets interesting, because Dr. K, her reasoning is off. She's only doing it to like draw out 11 and for her own nefarious purposes, whatever, right? But I agree. It is way scarier for all of these kids to be left individually, because then the Demogorgons just 1v1 them, and they're obviously going to win. But if you put them in the middle of a base, and, I don't know, rig the base to have traps and be well-equipped for Demogorgons, you can, sure, while all the Demogorgons will be there at once, you can protect all the kids at once simultaneously, I don't know, lay a trap, and maybe kill a bunch of the Demogorgons at once, but, these Stormtroopers are not ready for that fight. We'll cover this later. This is like almost a non-criticism. It's just funny to think about. So the Upside Down, right? The Demogorgons can only get the kids in Hawkins. So essentially, Hawkins is the only part in the world, because we know of it with like the wormhole stuff, that could be the basis for this rift to begin forming for the world to end. If this was real, right, and I'm a military commander, I'm like, okay, we're evacuating every single citizen, and then we're just going to nuke the Upside Down and nuke Hawkins. Problem solved.
It's so weird that like their goal, like we know now their goal. Uh-oh. Can you hear yelling in the background?
Yes. Yeah.
Sorry, my roommate's losing it. They're playing.
No, you're good. Right, that actually might be funny to keep in, just random screaming. The Demogorgons are in his house. They're coming for him.
They heard me bitching about season 5. But sorry, we were talking about the kids getting sent out of Hawkins.
Hawkins getting nuked would solve all the problems.
Yeah, we'll have to get to that with the finale, but what the fuck is the military's goal here? Like, yeah, we should save that for the finale, I guess.
Let's just continue. Yeah.
I do kind of like that line. I don't think they meant to, but she says Henry is a lot of things, but in trouble with the monsters is not one of them.
That's a good moment of foreshadowing because he is most definitely in trouble with the monsters. So real quick, I want to get a shot of Holly, so you can pause on Holly. That'd be great for the point I'm about to make. So I love the costume design for Holly Wheeler. I'm very big on paying attention to costumes. One, just the Alice in Wonderland theme will always slap because her story is very much Alice in Wonderland. She's stuck in some kind of dreamscape that she has to get out of and return to reality. I really like that. Secondly, I really like the fact that she's wearing Henry's Boy Scout bandana throughout this entire story because she has obvious parallels to Henry later on, and it's Holly represents this really interesting thing to Henry where she's this version of him that is escaping his reality with aspects of who he was on her, present at that point. That is really cool. I also like the cloak. It gives like Little Red Riding Hood vibes where she's like sneaking around and she's going back to the wolf's house. I think this character, and who's come under a lot of hate actually, and a lot of people don't like the inclusion, I think she's one of the strongest parts of this entire season. And I actually think the actress does a good job as well. I like this character.
I'd agree, I guess, that she's solid. Like, out of all the like plot lines and characters that have issues, she's like one of the least problematic, basically. I still, well, you'll kind of have to help me, I guess, when we come to it. I don't get really anything out of her like character arc, though. It comes off as pretty generic, like bravery. Like, again, there are cool like elements to it, and there's cool like thematic stuff going on. But as far as her like actual character, I was not super. I didn't really get invested almost at all.
I disagree, but I think we should get to that when her arc is concluded. But I think just from what you've said, at bare minimum, the fact that she has an arc, has a character, has some form of journey, makes her a step above many of the characters. This tower is stupid.
I was just gonna say it was a bit less stupid at nighttime, and it is made all the more stupid when they're using it during the day.
Dick.
What?
This joke annoyed the shit out of me because this is like prime example of Robin's like dialogue not even like making sense. Like, it doesn't sound in character. It doesn't sound like something a human would think or say. The whole point is like she has a thought and she will just keep referring to the boiler or the laundry room, sorry, the bathroom, as Dick, and she'll just keep.
It feels like she's been lobotomized, dude. I have no other way to word it. I don't understand. Like, sure, Robin was funny in Introduction in season 3, and she said like quippy shit, but not to this extent. Like, they're making her a caricature of the character that she once was. I just like it's so off-putting. Randomly in the middle of like the world ending, Dick. Come on, man.
I mean, maybe the first one where she's just thinking out loud, but she like triples down on it, and it gets more weird. And yeah, it literally feels like the writers are reaching down and like possessing her to say this goofy line.
Washroom, and personally, for us, I like Dick.
Yo.
Like, I like Dick. It's like you would have just said I like the washroom. You wouldn't have said I like Dick. Also, what the hell is Lucas wearing? What is this shirt? There's like a.
Yo.
This is throwing me off. There's like a. Is that even a call? What the hell am I looking at?
Don't disrespect my king. His fit's fire.
Not this one. And then
please, just skip through it. I can't. I don't even want to talk about this. I just want it to be over, please.
Also, again, yeah, where's the family? The Turnbows have been there in that barn.
They're dead.
Their corpses
They're
are
dead
rotting.
in the barn. They're just rubbing their bodies all over the tentacles. Just like tickling that hive mind, and the hive mind's like, oh, that tickles, but you know, what is that? No, never mind.
That's crazy. I mean, why would we want tension in the final season of Stranger Things?
Yeah.
6.
I don't even know what to say. I don't know how to feel about it. I guess it's a wormhole, so whatever. It might have goofy rules for the lightning. It's just, I don't know. It's so funny that, like, yeah, the lightning has a timer. It has a consistent, like, loop that it plays on for us to do this one thing.
It looks like Millie Bobby Brown knows she's going to have to say 6-7 and is painting it.
Jesus Christ.
This is going to be a continuous complaint of mine. There is not a scratch on our main cast. Not a scratch. They just slammed into a wall going at minimum, I want to say 60 miles an hour. Because why would they be going any slower? There's not a speed limit here, and they got places to be tracking a fast Demogorgon. They slammed into this wall, and realistically, if a few of them aren't dead, one of them should have something broken, just to put like some sort of more stakes in the plot. You know, maybe Jonathan breaks his leg, Nancy breaks an arm, Steve loses a finger, something. Nope, they just smacked headfirst into this wall that Hopper couldn't even stab through, and they're okay. Just
the beamer is buried. It's embedded in the fucking wall, and you could be forgiven for forgetting that they just got in a car wreck. Like, they just wrecked a car, and none of them like are showing visible signs of it.
Let's go before I change my mind.
It's a nice little moment where he like concedes. He's like, yeah, we got to get in there. So 11's gonna have to put herself at risk, and he trusts her to like follow through with the jump and like the lightning or whatever.
I would argue Hopper and 11's relationship survives this season and is the best of the dynamics, except for maybe Steve and Dustin.
Yeah, I'd put it right below Steve and Dustin, but it yeah, by the end I think they earned quite a bit of credit from me.
Maria?
She said that one of the options was to take her own life. I don't know how Max can she just choose to die? Is that the idea?
And maybe if she like jumps off a cliff and she dies here, she dies in the real world as well. But my bigger issue is, sorry,
I was gonna say that there's a lot. I'm so confused about how this like mind world works, because there's like a physical element to it, but it's not entirely consistent. I do wonder if that is accurate, that she could actually kill herself in the mind world just physically.
Also, the majority of all of this in terms of Max's story in the Camazotz is to set up a singular scene in the finale, and then that's it. That's all it is. And that scene we'll get to, I think, is stupid. I also think her seeing this play, which is a hint at the Stranger Things play, and Henry being the same age and knowing Joyce and Hopper, is just all ridiculous and just breaks continuity, but whatever, we're here.
What is the idea? The idea is that Henry is a student there, that he was like
No, in the play, I haven't seen it yet. Joyce and Hopper like know Vecna. They know who Henry is. And I mean, I haven't seen the play, so I don't know if they interact, but they know who he is. That, and again, trying to tell me that the guy playing Henry, that absolute Chad, is the same age as Hopper and Joyce, beyond me. I have no idea like what that's about.
It's crazy. Yeah, because that threw me off. I literally thought she was time traveling when I first saw it. I was like, what the fuck is happening? And it's like, no, like Henry is there. And it's like, since when? But okay. It makes Hawkins like extra important when the whole point is just that it was like what made Hawkins special was basically just that it happened to be kind of nowhere, and that was a good place for them to do this secret spooky lab stuff. And then because like they connected to the Upside Down or another dimension, then it kind of became, as a consequence of that, an epicenter for all the monster bullshit.
They completely lost the small town element. Absolutely.
Yeah. Now it's like Tatooine almost from Star Wars, where it's like it is the most important place on the planet. I guess I get that it's a kid, but he has already walked right up to the gate, and they just now are like, "Whoa, kid!" And like he's holding that lunchbox so like conspicuously.
There's not a bomb in here. Not a bomb. Beyond that, they would have checked his house, seen that not only was he not home, but none of his family was the entire night, kept tabs on it, and the second he shows up and they're like, where the hell have you been? Where is your apparently very rich, very wealthy, very important family?
Oh my god, you're so right, because this would have put them on the trail of the Breakfast Club for the 100th fucking time this series, where it's like, oh, like we went to get one of the kids, oh, and the entire family is missing. And then presumably they found the family or someone from the family. Like unless they're missing, I'm just saying, like, overall they would have and should have been able to find out, like, oh, Derek and his family got taken because it's the military, because they have the fucking cameras everywhere. They should have been able to find out who took him and where they took him, and like the whole group should basically be arrested again. Like they should all be in custody right now.
Hey, military base, why is there a radio signal coming from an undisclosed radio in the center of our base since we should have those up, and we can pick them up in the upside down since Hopper said, hey, stay off the radio because they're suspecting something. But dipshit Derek, no problem.
I guess I like that we get that little itty bitty moment where Hopper looks at the detonator. We've gotten, that's like maybe our second hint now. Okay, I don't know. I get that the lightning would be loud. I just don't believe for a second that that's how it would work. That,
I mean, you'd feel the force of the thump.
Lightning crashing outside sounds very different than like someone slamming onto your roof.
Also, would the guy not be like, did the lightning just hit my goddamn house? Like, why did the roof just shake? What is that? Like, not even a look? I mean, maybe you can argue he's just become desensitized to it. Like, he almost just tunes it out. But yeah, I'm with you. This is ridiculous.
Yeah, also, why does she put up the mask? Are we pretending to care about the spores for 2 seconds? Is that what we're doing?
Oh my god. I think it's to hide her face. But even then, she's literally doing, she's literally doing hardcore telekinesis. Like, who else is this going to be?
Who the fuck? Oh, it's another burnout.
It's another burnout. It's one of the decoys.
A decoy snuck into the Upside Down and infiltrated our military base. But yeah, who else would it be, 11? It's obviously you. We have cameras, like, in Hawkins that can snag her driving, like, inside a car in the middle of the fucking night. But the military's base, like, again, same thing with, like, the MAC-V. Somehow the streets are more secure than the fucking military base inside the alternate dimension.
Yeah, dude, this is a military base inside of an alternate dimension. Like the only one in existence in this universe. This place would be crawling with guards. Absolutely. Like, oh, holy. There's one measly guard.
That confident that a crazy, like, psychic power having person would never come near here. And it's like, well,
they know there's Demogorgons in here.
They already have a threat inside the base that you'd want cameras for, but whatever.
True.
And trusting me.
Always.
That's actually a good line. Her being like, that's a good. Her being like, thank you for trusting me, and him being like, oh, always. Even though at this point in time he like doesn't fully trust her because he has the failsafe, is great foreshadowing for the development that's going to occur in a place close to this in the finale of him actually trusting her.
Yeah, true. Yeah, and you can see it on his face when he walks away, too. Like, the guilt.
This is why the weaker parts of this season are so frustrating. Because there are aspects of it where it's like, yeah, they still got it if they just lock in. But it's only for very specific characters.
Turbo.
When you look in the mirror, do you see a Navy SEAL looking back at you?
Hold on. Excuse me, Robin, with your smart-ass remark. Lucas literally ran the Demogorgon, looped him for 5 minutes while you guys concocted your plan. Lucas is the closest thing to a Navy SEAL this town has.
That's funny. It was more Joyce saying, like, sometimes people just need someone to believe in them. And it's so funny to me that in her selfishness, she has, like, put Derek in harm's way, basically. And meanwhile, she refuses to do the same for Will. I don't know. That's funny to me.
True.
Like, she won't believe in her own son, but she'll believe in dipshit Derek.
And I was so close to the hive, it's like I could feel what it was.
It's every
feeling,
fucking line. He's like, he always does that. He gives a description, and then he does that weird, like, little dramatic pause.
I could feel what it was feeling, like I was in the hive, and it's just like, dude, come on.
This I kind of like. I wish, no, I do like it because they don't confirm right away what's happening. But this was Mike, like, kind of reinforcing, like, my suspicions about that scene where Joyce was swinging the axe and the demo wasn't doing anything. It just kept backing off. But Mike suggests here what I had been suspecting, which we kind of know now to be the case. And that's another thing I like about this scene. It introduces the idea that Will and Henry, or Will and Vecna, have, like, a very strong parallel, that not just in the story, like, mechanically, they are one, they are linked, but thematically, like, they are the same person, which they kind of got those elements into the story, but oh my god, I can't believe when we get to the finale.
Get to it later.
I was so annoyed with the speech, like, Will had with Henry, where he's like, you're me, bro.
I'm okay for now, just summing this up to good foreshadowing, honestly.
Yeah, this part I like. Everything kind of flows and makes sense.
That, you're like a wizard, like him.
In D&D, Mike, not real life.
True. In real life, you're more like a sorcerer, because your powers don't come from a book of spells, they're innate.
Sorry, his spells aren't innate. They're not. Like, he has to siphon them. What is Mike saying the spells are innate? They're not.
He is. I was gonna say he is wrong. I do like that they attempt to throw in like a bit of nerdiness in there, but like you said, yeah, he's just wrong. Like Will doesn't have innate powers. He got them involuntarily, and presumably they are gone by the end of this season. But
Okay, now's as good a time as ever to talk about it, right? The Will and Mike's relationship, or lack thereof. This has been like the hottest topic of discourse, and we will cover it more when we get to episode 7. But I like that little moment where you see Will extending that olive branch and Mike kind of rejecting that olive branch. Get what I'm saying? What do you think about that? Or not rejecting it, but you can see there's a clear difference expressed in Robin's face.
yeah, I feel like from that scene, it's pretty clear that it's more unrequited love. I've heard plenty of people like give the Byler cope, and maybe if I rewatched, I'd see like hints of it. But I wouldn't. I just don't buy that it would be anything other than bait. I don't think there have been so many clear signals that Mike and Elle are not endgame, but like they're coupled up basically. Like
I'm also willing to concede that I'm not queer, so it's very realistic that maybe if I was, I would have a different perspective than the one I have. Like I would have noticed things differently. From my perspective, this always appeared to be a one-sided just crush that Will had. And we see it throughout the seasons where Will say something and Mike will say something. It's like, oh, like it's not my fault you don't like girls. Like this has been an established thing. I think there's an argument to be made that they were hinting at Byler, and I'd love to get a good argument from someone in the comment section about that. But as far as my experience with the story, I never saw this as anything but a one-sided thing.
yeah, and like I for the most part agree. There have been hints I think throughout seasons, but like I said, I wouldn't chalk it up to anything besides bait. I don't think I know the Duffer Brothers never had any intention of like making it canon.
Do you think they intended to bait it though, to like bait audiences?
I don't think so. I could believe it though, because there are some things that looking back they would kind of make sense, and there's almost an angle that I would like where it's like Mike, like because it gives Mike a lot more to do when I think he kind of suffers a lot. Honestly, throughout for most of the cast, I feel like Mike after season 1 just overall gets the least to do. So you could recontextualize a bunch of the stuff as like internalized homophobia, like that moment where he says it's not my fault that you don't like girls, like it's something that he doesn't like about himself,
Especially considering the time period. Because like I said, I'm not highly educated on the topic, but I am aware that like the AIDS epidemic was just running rampant during the 80s and 90s at this point. So, be coming out as gay or being just in contact with a gay person was seen as this like crazy thing. We obviously know that that's different now, and for the better. But at this time, there's definitely an angle to be like maybe Mike did feel something, but he was rejecting it through the time period or whatnot. But the Duffers just didn't have the guts to tell that story. One, and for the people that are saying that they were queer baiting or whatnot, I think it was just genuinely poor writing, if I'm being honest.
maybe that is accurate for the time, but no fucking airbags going off when they crash into the wall.
Oh, the car not crumbling immediately.
Yeah, well, not even just the fact that car manufacturer error, but like more to the point of why are they completely fine? Why didn't anybody get it? There weren't even airbags to protect them.
Share it with us.
I just say we ignore the old man. We keep moving. Look for a door or something.
Yeah, no.
That's like such an asshole thing to say too. Like I get it's so weird that like we pretend that it's this big deal that people are trapped in the upside down because for the time being we're ignoring the fucking rift and how easy it would be to get in and out through there. And Steve suggests here like fuck it, like I know we told them to meet us here at the church and that'd be the smart like responsible thing to do, but Steve's like nah, fuck that, like what if we just keep going, like forget about them. It's like what is wrong with you? Just so weird. And it this is where it starts, like we are really at the point of it was already kind of bad with Eleven and Hopper. It is about to get so much worse. These guys just waltzing through the upside down, like not even worried about getting lost in it or being trapped in it. Just any tension that they pretended to have in the first episode, it just keeps like eroding. Like it's pretty much gone already.
Yeah. It's a great thing that these vines that Jonathan is leading on aren't part of the hive mind.
I don't love the whole like Like John says, like maybe you shouldn't be the one making the calls because now they're trapped down there, and worse yet, like they lost a car. And Nancy's like, it was my call too, and it's like I feel like I don't know. I guess Jonathan could have jumped out, but it's just so annoying to me that they yeeted themselves into the upside down, and Jonathan is the only one who goes like, this is bad. Like we're trapped in the upside down, and we're gonna immediately skate over it. It's like, shut up, Jonathan. You quit complaining, okay? We're doing this to save Holly. Never mind how we're gonna get her or ourselves back.
They almost had like a whiff of conflict between the characters. They were like, no, stop that right now.
How did you figure that?
Because unlike you, I didn't sleep through Algebra 1.
I don't know why, but the roast being punctuated by the lightning is really funny to me. Oh, get fucked, Steve. Run, Max. Max, run.
Dude.
And I was so close.
Max, what are you doing?
So close that I could feel his hand on mine.
The fact that she is not full sprinting right here is insane. She should be running at Mach 10. She's been stuck in these memories for years. Get a move on. Run. And by the way, this is a song that you've heard 1,000 times. You know when it ends. You should know it's about to end.
Running is literally built into the song. Like, it is thematically, like, potent that she is, like, trying to escape. I don't know. We have the song Running Up That Hill playing, and she's just...
standing still on that hill.
Yep, just staring at the escape, doing nothing. And for anyone who's like, oh, why are you guys nitpicking? Well, fuck you. Why does she start running, huh? Like, why doesn't she just leisurely walk the entire fucking way? It's almost as if she knows that she needs to get there, like, as quickly as she can. Otherwise, she might miss her window. Oh, if only you literally hadn't wasted, like, any of that time. It's so insane to me. It's crazy that she could have escaped then and there. She could have escaped then and there if she just hadn't hesitated for a moment. It's so stupid.
Enough, Wombo. The plot will happen, even if it's unnatural. God damn it, the plot will happen.
Also, how did he get away? How did she get away from him? How did he even appear? He was right there. And he lets her get...
He has telekinesis.
Oh my god, he pulled the Demigorgon. He squared up to her. He was like, what's up? And then she ran away, and and he let her do it.
She pulled the pallet, I'm telling you. He is so scary. He is and just the way this man acts, unbelievable. The best actor out of the entire cast by just like such a landslide. It's incredible.
Yeah, I think, like, presence-wise, like, I get the fear element. It's just, right now, all I could think about when we just saw what we saw is, man, if only, because, you know, she's in the cave, she's safe now. If only, like, he had, like, stretchy powers. Like, I know it's stupid, I know that would never happen.
All of myself. Because there was always a part of me that kind of scared me, you know? But I thought that if Tammy loved me, all of me, you know, I wouldn't be so scared anymore.
It's worth noting that the last time we see Robin, she's looking at Will after he gives Mike the little nudge. So I actually like that, just in terms of the timeline, she immediately goes to tell him, like, hey, man, I'm trying to let you down easy here, but Mike isn't into you. I appreciate this as an inclusion.
Yeah, I guess I didn't actually clock that she was trying to say, like, you have a Tammy. That's really... okay. I actually like that a lot. Logically, it does follow. We've got a nice little progression that's supposed to lead us to the end. I guess when we get to it, I do feel like I like him getting this pep talk. But the payoff itself feels a little backwards. Like, I feel like we needed him to internalize this lesson and then act on it in a way that wasn't him accessing, like, superpowers. But I can kind of elaborate as we go.
I would very much appreciate that.
So, and I do like this, like, she's talking about how, like, destructive, her, like, self-loathing was. And that's kind of what I read it as. That, of course, in this time period especially, it'd be really hard to accept that you're different from everybody in that way, that you don't like girls or you don't like boys when everybody else does, and that worse yet, everyone's going to judge you for it and, like, think something's wrong with you, or that, like, you you belong in hell or something crazy.
Yeah, generally speaking, I like this development for both characters and the way it relates to one another.
Yeah, I do. Like, I like thematically that the idea is Will has to own, like, all of who he is, and that, yeah, like, being gay would be part of that. And as much as people might want to complain, in the 80s, that would really fuck with your head, not being able to share with your best friends or your own family members, like not feeling like you are at liberty to be all of yourself around even the people you love and trust. It's really, really damaging, like, to your psyche. And like Robin says, after her illusion shattered, that she like kind of like spiraled a little bit, which I appreciate. Sorry, go ahead.
Dude, I mean, like, it's 2026 as of today, and coming out as gay is like still kind of and we're in the United States, okay? Well, we're in a more accepting area of the world. One thing that I don't always remember is how there's many areas in the world that just don't have this yet. Like being gay or being queer, whatever it is, like you can die for that in a lot of countries still. And it's just very interesting to think about how even in the United States, where it's way more accepted than it is in other places, how it's still this like really stigmatized thing, how there's still a lot of anger around it and a lot of nerves. And it's a sensitive subject now. And I'm neither one of us was alive in the 80s. Maybe again, someone in the comments who's older than us can explain what this was like in more detail. But from what I've heard from my parents who aren't gay, who just like knew gay people at the time, this was like it was an actual crisis, the way in which people were reacting to people coming out, like crazy shit.
And yeah, I don't know. I just like that the idea is not as simple as like the power of friendship, therefore superpowers. There is a through line. There is like this idea tied directly to the idea that Will accesses the hive mind, that him and Henry are kind of the same, and that by accepting what's happened to him, by accepting who he is, by basically just coming to terms with all this stuff that Will hasn't been able to, he's able to access like the hive mind and its powers. Like that I really like on a conceptual level.
Yeah, his both himself and his friends, his circle needs to be progressive thinkers for their journey to progress, which makes sense. If you're not thinking progressively, if you're not thinking in a form of like, okay, this is what it is, how are we going to grow with this, then essentially you just stagnate in both the story and the real world. And we'll cover this more in episode 7. I have issues with Will's coming out scene. The main thing is just where it is placed in the actual story and a few other things of note. But I mean, we're talking about what could this have been like in the 80s? I mean, think about how it is right now. All I see on my feed is, Stranger Things, the woke agenda, they're inserting their gay shit into my story. I don't like it, even now. It's an issue, and it's one of those things where I like this development for Will's character. Just to put it that simply.
No, like I said, I appreciate it. I think it's cool that it works on multiple layers, because that's something that, for the most part, Season 5 just can't really do. And I gotta say, from a personal perspective, I really did appreciate this. Like, I've struggled a lot with, like, self-hatred in the past. And that's something that, like, really helps you put it into perspective. Thinking about your younger self or yourself from, like, many, many years before, there's not this... you're a lot more like loving and like gentle with yourself as a kid, whereas once you become an adult or even just approaching adulthood, there are tragic ways that your mind can kind of start to blame itself and you, like, for what's happened to you. I was just gonna say, like, seeing and thinking about like my younger self was something that has helped me quite a bit throughout my life. It's still something I struggle with, to be honest, but seeing like my younger self and knowing like, oh, I was, for the most part, like, there's a lot about me that hasn't changed, except that I cringe at it now, like, I feel self-conscious about it. I have all this shame, and a lot of it is just and that's why I kind of wish there had been a coming out before, like some kind of coming out before Will used his powers, because I feel like you almost need something like that to prove to yourself that you've accepted yourself, that you trust someone you love to accept yourself in the same way.
Yeah, and I think for me personally, like I've said, I'm not queer, so I've never had a coming out moment like this of this nature. But in my own life, there have been a lot of times where I've had to accept things about myself that maybe I don't necessarily like, or more importantly, things that I didn't think other people would like me for. Like, there were a lot of things that I've had to personally deal with that I've been like, no, like, maybe I'm not going to create this content. Maybe I'm not going to speak this way. Maybe I'm not going to be the truest form of myself because I'm still scared of what my dad's going to think, or I'm still scared of like what my upbringing will think of the man that I'm becoming. You know what I mean? So I think people get so lost in the idea of, oh, like Will's coming out, all this is about his sexuality, when it's just like, no, there is a lot more here with Will other than the fact that he's gay. Like, that is part of it, a massive part of it for sure, but it's also the trauma that he experienced in the Upside Down. It's feeling isolated from the group after he, again, the allegory for sexual assault. Like, sexual assault isolates people. And this is part of my fucking frustration with this season, man. Like, think about the things we're talking about. They had a chance to make a true, genuine impact, and they dropped the ball. They dropped the ball.
Yep, I completely agree. And yeah, I do want to say because I have seen people make that complaint basically, where it's like, oh my, like, yeah, Will gets powers because he's gay. It's like, it is not like that at all. He gets powers through self-acceptance. And as someone who isn't gay, like, that's a message that is like universally applicable. You don't have to be literally gay to understand and feel like what Will has felt and to like get some kind of emotional investment in it. But this is sadly this is like the peak of it. It's all downhill from here, and I think they undermined a decent amount of it in the finale, which sucks.
Agreed.
Just need to stop being so goddamn scared. Scared of... Did you finally hit Dick?
Hit the dick, yep. Let's just hope it's not too hard. If it is, I'll soften it.
I might be sounding like a total hypocrite for this, and it does bother me that they just keep referring to it as Dick, because it's like, okay, I guess we're just that's what we refer to it as now. But I kind of appreciate this joke. Not that it's funny, but for the exact opposite reason. This actually feels like something like a high school boy would say and think is clever, but it's actually stupid. And like, even the way he delivers it to her, he's like, yeah, I'll make it soft. It's like,
it's much more tongue-in-cheek. It's a lot more, like, he is just outright saying anything, you know? It's very much, he's implying stuff through his words, which is immature, but also funny. Well, Robin just goes, Dick.
That's what's so annoying about that scene. Like, Robin sounds like she's like fucking possessed. She's just saying stuff she wouldn't say. And worse yet, she's also like dumbed down to the point where she doesn't realize repeatedly that she keeps saying it that way. Whereas Lucas, like, he's aware of it. He's like, yeah, we're calling it Dick, and I'm gonna soften it. It's like, I don't know about you. I've been a dipshit like high school kid before. This is the exact kind of stuff you say, and you're like, yeah, that was clever. Hell yeah.
This got a chuckle out of me.
They distracted me with the joke. But the whole thing is we have this tunnel under a military base, and we have to dig up. And Lucas is going to like stab holes in it until like there isn't concrete under the fucking base. Like, they didn't check all the tunnel. This is just more annoyances from like episode 1, where it's like they didn't clear the Radio Shack. They're aware of like these underground fucking tunnels, and they didn't do anything about them. Like, it's so stupid. Fucking military's incompetent. Okay, it's like one good thing the military has done. They have traps. They have 11 specific like traps set in the base. And maybe they're just for Callie, but at least it's something. You know what I mean? Like, this is like,
they apply to both of them.
Yeah, this is the best like defense that the military has put up, like, preemptively. I will say that Hopper can just shoot it. We saw him shoot the big one until it blew up. Are you look how thin that is. What? What the fuck? How do you build a military base on ground this thin and like stuff doesn't collapse? You don't notice the tunnels. What is this?
The tanks would just fall through.
The fucking people might fall through. This is crazy.
It's called visualization. Mom does it when she's out of Valium.
Most of that I did not like, but that last line I did enjoy.
That is funny.
Yeah, so like literally no foundation to this fucking military base. It's dirt. It is a dirt tunnel leading straight to a hardwood floor.
I will say, I do like that them pretending like they're working for Mr. Whatsit plays into the kids being more easily brainwashed later on, because they think that he's trying to help them here, and that's not even part of his plan. You get what I'm saying?
True, yeah. Okay, yeah. No, that'd actually help him a lot if he, like, because that was something that did bug me. I was like, what do the kids think happened? How do they think they got here? Because shouldn't they be, it's just stranger danger, you know? Like, you wake, I guess maybe it's just to have the, like, kids comply. Their priorities just to get, so I guess it tracks, yeah. I was gonna say I kind of like that, you know, they had the pipes there, and it makes sense that a kid would grab it and maybe fuck something up, like trying to get down. I don't understand how, like, twisting the pipe there causes it to leak above the toilet and under the sink. Like, it's just to force the characters out of their safe spot.
Yeah, I have no idea. It just doesn't make any sense. This whole scene's ludicrous.
Oh, we didn't shoot the noisy thing. So weird. So convenient.
What the hell?
I just can't get over all of this is happening because Hopper was too stupid to shoot the sound thing.
Yeah, and also, I mean, this is a super nitpick, but why doesn't he just shoot them when they're firing? That way they're not alerted of being shot, because the sound of their gunfire will overpower his gunfire. But honestly, man, like this is just what it is.
Yeah, the answer to your question though is we need the audience to register that the scientist got killed, and then we're also gonna brush over that. Like that's like the most like morally like dubious thing we've done so far, maybe like using him as like live bait basically. But we're gonna gloss over.
Yep.
But they do need it to distract you for a moment, so you don't think why he shoots while they're shooting. And there we have Chekhov's tentacle, which
Chekhov's tentacle.
Whatever. I still we'll never get an answer as to why. But they just have they had the blob monster in the like first episode, and then they have the tentacle, which who knows what this is? Who knows why it's still alive? Like every other living creature from the Upside Down has either been like deactivated or left. So again, this tentacle is just here for this scene.
Mr. Watson.
The fucking
I love that.
The little head turn.
You go back.
The head turn timed with the music is so funny to me.
Bro, it's so good. That is the funniest one of this whole season. Just, whoo!
It might be just the little like I don't know what instrument that is, but the little when he turns and then he like he just drops down real quick. Dude, whoever this guy is, he needs to be fired. This military officer cannot get through a door with dipshit Derek on the other side. A literal child.
The thorn in my side. And after all that effort to hide her...
Just gonna signpost now. Dr. K is aware of Hopper. She now knows that Hopper has been, like, killing a bunch of, like, her men, and he's been interfering with her plans. I wonder what kind of consequences Hopper will ultimately have to face for that.
You'd think they'd have to be massive, right? You'd think so?
Of course, like, this is, like, a military... Unless the military commander died. Like, but if she's alive at the end of the season, like, Hopper's fucked, you know? Like, without a doubt.
Yep. Why would the button to control this very dangerous thing be on the inside where you can easily be killed trying to touch it? It should just be on the outside.
11, this shouldn't be a problem. Like, Hopper should have shot the thing. 11 should be in action. She would have taken care of everybody. But we literally cannot let that happen.
That's all right. I'll be quick.
Why not just kill her? Why not just kill her? We know Hopper is not above killing. He just murdered the scientist. He literally says to the other military dude, "You murdered an innocent group of scientists that were unarmed." Hopper then murders a scientist that's unarmed. He doesn't know what that scientist is doing. And then he has this actual villain. I don't even know how to describe how evil this character is. Just goes, "Oh, pistol whip. No, shoot her. Shoot her."
It's so annoying that they're not shooting it. It won't stop bugging me because again, the first thing he tried when they faced this thing, a bigger version of it, was to shoot it, and that worked. And now we're forgetting. Like, we just kind of forgot that you can shoot the sound thingy, and then 11's okay.
Yeah, like I keep saying, they suspend your disbelief so far this entire season. It's so infuriating.
No,
I will say,
I love you, Jane.
I like the parallel of Hopper ending this act, making the sacrifice play presumably, and then the finale ending with his daughter making the sacrifice play, but then they undercut it, so.
And this is probably where I most appreciated the flashbacks. I still would have preferred if they found another way to do it. But the idea of him thinking that he's going to put 11 through the kind of pain that he went through when he lost someone, I do like that he thinks about that, and it hurts him basically as he's trying to make his way there.
That wasn't my interpretation, but I appreciate that. I appreciate yours.
Okay.
I didn't really have one. I was kind of confused more than anything as to why they were putting that there. I was more just concerned, I guess, what was behind the door, but I appreciate that insight.
We've got 5 missing kids, sir.
You've lost 5 kids. How is that possible?
That officer, he expresses concern. You've lost 5 kids. That guy has a character arc. He's concerned. He's not a totally bad officer, and I think gets off-screen killed right now. He
could have been so fucking useful in the finale because they really wanted their ending, and they just made it happen, but they could have actually had.
Oh my god! Oh my god! You're so right.
I kind of like that line, but at the same time, it's like, Derek, who you also know that they can't protect you. I guess maybe in his mind, like, they ran over the Demogorgon that came after him, but still, I don't know.
Yeah, yeah.
Military is
Yeah,
less safe than
yeah.
anywhere else is just insane.
To put it simply, chat, we are cooked.
We are indeed cooked. So we got this spooky moment where the Demogorgons are pounding on the panels, and I can't help but wonder, why are you fuckers bothering? Like, why don't you just open... The Demogorgons can just open gates whenever they fucking want, wherever they want. Why are they trying to break through physically? And the answer is it's just...
I also find it obnoxious that they have the biggest gate in the world right here, and they don't have just such an immense amount of fail-safes for what is going on. You've seen The Last of Us, right? The TV show?
Yeah, yeah.
In the second episode, there's this great moment, or the first, whatever it is, the infected all break in, and this town that isn't well armed has like 5 different levels of how to deal with the infected, and that was just a small town. This is the United States military. There should be just like immense levels to this, and this could have been really cool. Like, imagine they slowly break through all of the levels, and like, even though the United States military is doing such, like, putting up such a fight, it's just not enough. That would be scary.
Yep. And also, these are, again, this is just military people just not acting at all like they're military people. Like, you have what are clearly monsters about to burst from the ground, and they're like, oh yeah, let's just chill on the panels. Like, let's not get behind cover. No one run to a vehicle. Like, also, we've developed like anti-psychic weapons for 11, but we don't have anything for fucking Demogorgons. Like, really? Like, did Russians captured and like took, how did that even happen? The Russians had a Demogorgon like just in captivity, and yet these guys with all their preparation parked right on top of the biggest gate in town on the world, they aren't ready for any of this.
Yeah, that Demogorgon in Russia is a plot hole, by the way. Oh.
Super hard contrast between how the Demogorgon attacks military people versus how it attacks our main character.
It's just tearing him up, man. And also, I believe this is the last time we see Demogorgons.
Oh shit, yep, you're right. This is it.
Because they're absent from the finale. And you know, I hate the trope of all of the little monsters combined into a big monster that's easier to kill. If there's one Demogorgon in Dimension X in the finale, the group is toast, by the way. But whatever. I mean, this is just anger for another day.
Okay, like, this guy had the right idea, and also, again, they're just so fast. Like, it opens a portal. Again, I don't know why we were fucking with the steel plates, but it rips open this portal, it jumps out, and it just immediately starts going to town on this guy. And it's just,
Yeah, guy's dead in a second. Less.
Yep, and it just, this is a complaint for different seasons, but, they pulled this shit with fucking Brenner, where, like, the Demogorgon jumped on him and then he was fine. Just Demogorgons, they're not allowed to be threatening. They're not even allowed to actually have killed you if we think they kill you, if the plot needs you later.
I really, really like Mike taking lead. This is one of my favorite little moments of the entire season. Because everyone talked about how Mike's the leader. The whole show, Mike, you're the heart, you're the leader. Everyone follows you, yada yada yada. And it feels like it's very much they told us instead of showing us. They never show us Mike leading really. But in this moment, like when the chips are down, when the Demogorgons are here, when they're all about to die, it's Mike who I would assume is shitting his pants, steps up and goes, "Okay, I need to take charge. I need to command her first, and we're getting us out of here." And I really love the rest of the scene where he is just directing them and trying to keep them safe.
Yeah, no, I like that. And it's especially for Mike. Mike needs shit to do. So then,
especially for Mike.
Like, for real, one vehicle, and everyone else is just, again, we're just military dudes standing in the open, shooting at the things that clearly aren't getting hurt by fucking bullets. So even that moment too, like him just like putting his like hands up and being like, you know, if you're gonna take anybody, take me, essentially. I do appreciate that.
Yep, I can also buy the Demogorgons being stun-locked here because they don't want to harm the kids that are behind Mike.
Also, this is really dumb. Like, last these two talked, he was about to walk in there and blow himself up, and then he just appears again, and like she doesn't say like what's going on. He doesn't say like come here. Look, I don't know. Just this weird like no word exchange feels very silly. So, what did you think when you saw this?
Genuinely, and I'm gonna try and like chill when I say this. This to me is the writers being arrogant. It's just this character we saw for one episode 8 years ago. Okay? It's the lowest rated episode of all time. They had no plan with that episode. They knew people didn't like this episode, okay? This character was reintroduced, in my opinion, for the purpose of them trying to be like, no, no, no. It had a purpose. You see, it was all planned. This was all part of the grand picture. It makes sense for her to be here. That is why she is included. There has not been a mention of this character in 8 years. And they pretend like she's Henry's sister, like they have this backstory that we didn't see. They just make you assume so much occurred off screen for the sole purpose of they just couldn't take the L. They couldn't just accept that they made a bad decision 8 years ago and move on. And I get it. Okay, I understand. I write. I'm not a like a big time writer, but I write. I understand the desire to make everything work and flow perfectly. But at the same time, I believe you have to know when to just cut your losses and move on. This is them being arrogant, being prideful, wanting to be like, no, 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 there was a reason, and it messes with the rest of their story. That's what I have to say.
Okay, I will say my first thought was basically the same thing. I was like, wow, the fucking hubris. Like, you guys you guys were so upset that everybody hated this character and her story that you thought you'd bring her back in and make her work for the last season. I will say though, I expected, I was like, fuck, this is like everything is about to go tits up. Like, I thought, and it does, like part 2 I do think actually gets worse somehow, some way. But her inclusion, for the most part, I actually found very inoffensive. She actually had like a logical through line. It actually kind of fed into her backstory. She ended up being a lot better than I thought she would be. But when I first saw her, I was like, oh my, I pretty much had the same thought. I was like, you fucking ass dead. You had to be like, no guys, she's awesome. Let us prove it to you.
I disagree, but I will say there is a chance that I'm being less generous than maybe I could be. So I'll promise that for the remainder of the season, I'll keep that mindset at the forefront of my mind and see if I can be convinced. And I will let you know when we get to her final moments.
Okay. And yeah, I'll try to signpost it as we go. But I think for the most part, like a lot of what she does and says, I do think it makes sense. Like, it doesn't piss me off the way I really thought it would, and that a lot of other things have.
You may be cooking.
Like, again, where's the tanks? Like, where's the helicopters? It's just crazy. Like, the military has had time. If you wanted to use the defense that they needed time to mobilize, I feel like that defense goes away by the time Vecna gets there.
They've been here for over a year and a half. They've had time. Oh, okay. So I will say watching Vecna just like fuck them up is entertaining. And the Duffers confirmed that this scene is inspired from Vader cutting down the people in the hallway, the end of Rogue One, and maybe we'll make a video about that movie eventually, huh? But in the meantime, I just want to say that there is a big difference in logic in why it's occurring and just overall setup for the moment. But I mean, listen, I also can't lie. I did enjoy this scene. This was cool to watch.
It's cool. It makes the finale even worse, though.
Yep, it does. You're right. Oh, that is so sick. Oh, that is so cool. And he does nothing later.
Yep, him unpinning the grenades, and not even just, he doesn't even settle for unpinning the grenades. He's like, I'm also going to throw you into a fuel tank. I get that he was trying to shake him, but it's like, Murray, you fucked up so bad by crashing. Like, now you're fucked. Like,
high key. Yep. Oh, it's this guy. Oh my god. This is the guy that they kill. Oh, yo.
He gets the face through his hand to kill. That's crazy.
Bro. Oh my god. Why him? There were so many other characters that could have gotten that. Why? The one semi-decent guy gets the most gruesome death? What are you trying to say?
I don't even know. That's wild.
God damn.
I was gonna say too, like there we have the Demogorgons. Like I like the one jumping on the ceiling and it like ran over Lucas and the kids and then it drops down in front of Lucas. But again, like once you do that, grab Lucas, like pull him away from the kids, or kill him. Like this is just more bullshit. Where as soon as a Demogorgon comes face to face with the main character, it has to like freeze.
Love the Demogorgons aura farming right now, just standing around doing nothing.
Just posing up a storm.
Stay away from him! You stay
One,
away!
I do like that moment for Joyce. Like, yeah, she can't really do anything, but it's just admirable that she'll always stand up for.
I like that moment. I don't like that he just tosses her aside. Es- Especially when he knows that she's integral to Will's like mentality staying intact. It'd be really beneficial for him to kill her. That way, he can more easily influence Will. And he just brutally murdered a military character by shoving his hand through his head. Jesus Christ. And then she just gets like awkwardly tossed to the side, like, you're not main character.
You're so right, because we find out like Vecna rolls up to the scene to literally like demoralize Will. That is basically his goal with this scene, and he chooses to leave Joyce alive. Oh my god. Even worse, like we were told that that's what he did that to the Wheelers on purpose to like fuck with them, and like he doesn't even bother to hurt Joyce here. That's crazy. I know it's a nitpick, but like the Upside Down is a creation. It's like a mirror of the world from the moment where El created the Upside Down. So moving vehicles should not have like working portals in them because they wouldn't be lined up. So it's just when the Demogorgon is exiting this portal, I don't know what it's exiting in the Upside Down, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I agree. And at the same time, I find it such bullshit how all of our main characters are allowed to be safe because they're not actually chasing them. But the military people who do 0 damage to the Demogorgon because bullets aren't real in this universe or just don't matter, they have to get killed. It's just
once again, like it's just so our main characters, the ones that Vecna is aware of that he should just fucking kill if he wants like his plans to work out. He sends his Demogorgons. He could win everything right here. Just kill everyone who is trying to rescue the kids. Like you just killed all the military people and then take the kids. But instead he like
this is checkmate.
Yeah, he's like, I'm gonna grab the kids. Oh, and then oh shit, I forgot to kill them. And then he sends Demogorgons back to kill them. And then Will stop. It's crazy.
And you broke. So
and this is one reason why I feel like the payoff we're about to get is a little backwards to me. I don't love that this should be like an affirmation of like all of Will's worst fears and like insecurities. If anything, I expected this to like set him back a bit, that he would need to like climb back, that that we'd need the coming out scene before he could do something like substance. But instead Vecna gives him this speech that should demoralize him. He says all these things that should root at his insecurities and confirm all of his fears, and he kidnaps the children, and Will finds that
it's a premature win.
Yeah, again, it just feels backwards. Like we needed the emotional like victory before Will was allowed to get like the superpower victory.
This should be like Infinity War, and the finale would have been Endgame, where like Will, even though he does his best, he loses. He gets manipulated. Vecna shits on him. This is a massive L. And they do take an L to an extent, but I would argue that Will gaining powers is a bigger W than the children being lost, because that's what gets them the W in the final fight. And I just don't like that Will essentially hasn't had, like you said, the proper development to warrant such a massive W. And this L, like, this loss could have led him even down a darker path, which would have made the coming out scene and him growing past it, the rebound, that much cooler. Like the equivalent exchange. Like this could be an all-time low for Will. And if Joyce died, if his mom died, it would have sunk him so deeply. And then you could have had Mike been like, dude, like, I know you're depressed, and maybe they could have a great speech and a great moment where Mike like reminds Will of like that he's strong, that he's been through all this, and then they could share a great scene where Will maybe comes out to Mike and just one on one, just shares this quiet moment with his friend and is like, like I'm glad I told you, or whatever it is. It could have been better, and you could have made Will grow.
This realistically, this probably should have resulted in like a low point, but there's so much you could have done with it. You got me thinking, what if Joyce got like seriously injured? Like she, rushed to the, don't think about the Wheelers, but she gets rushed to the hospital and it's like confirmed like she is going to die. And Will, like, after this terrible like loss and after like realizing he's going to lose his mother, he decides, before she leaves his life forever, then he decides to come out to her. And then,
oh, yo, you're cooking.
And then we could get like the payoff from this. Like then he's like, oh yeah, like I told her, and like I can't believe I waited her entire life to tell her that. She didn't even care. Like she still loved me.
It would have been so liberating, because oh my god, the crux of their relationship is the fact that Will has always, like, they've always been close, and Will's always been honest with her for the most part. But him never telling her that he's gay is this wall between them. It's like this final bridge that needs to come down for them to be, like, in their purest form and be, like, this true mother and son dynamic that the show wants it to be. You could have had a quiet moment with Joyce, a quiet moment with Mike. There could have been so many, like, more interesting and better outlets to deal with this. And also, I can't speak from experience, but I have friends that are gay, that are queer. The like biggest step for majority of people, that from my understanding, is coming out to their parents. So they could have had a beautiful raw scene where it's just Will and Joyce, and maybe he could tell other people in the future, but the first one, like his mom comforting him, could have been the reassurance he need to maybe tell Mike, to tell Lucas, to tell Dustin.
Yeah, and because that's how that self-hatred, that's how you realistically can defeat it. Like you have all those like fears and insecurities that you can't even tell the people you love the most, and then Will would be forced, because he's like, I'm about to lose her forever. Will would more or less be forced to be brave, and then when he realizes, holy shit, like my mom loves me like just the same, like when he realizes basically that he was wrong to bottle it up, he was wrong to like hate himself for that, then you get the growth. But yeah, it's just yeah.
See, a lot of people have been giving me shit on TikTok saying that like, oh, I don't like the power of friendship being Vecna. No, I'm perfectly fine with the power of friendship and the power of love beating the big villain. But if you're gonna do it, make sure you hit it out of the park. Let's just continue. We'll talk more. We'll talk more about that later.
What was possible, what I could achieve. Some lions, it turns out.
Like that, I really like Vecna's speech from that angle. Like it is designed to destroy Will. Like it should be effective. Like, and it's written effectively in that sense.
But imagine if this is in the finale. Imagine these scenes we're seeing are some of the last scenes we get of the show. Like you end the show with Will getting this win, because honestly, in the finale he grabs him, and that's like the winning moment. Imagine this whole time, like, this has been something that they've been teasing, and in the final moment, they build up to it. He yanks his ass and is like, "Gotcha, bitch! I am strong." Like I'm getting hyped for an alternate reality. Just
Yep, it could have been so good. And yeah, more to the point of that should have been really effective when he basically says, "Will, you showed me what was possible." It's him saying like, "Will, because I was able to take you, I'm now able to take all these other kids." Like this is literally telling Will like, it is your fault. Like you are the reason I'm about to succeed. Which is just so. Again, all the kids have been taken, and worse yet, all the kids have been taken, and the Demogorgons like fucked off. And then like Vecna sends back 3 of them to like make sure. He's like, oh wait, fuck, I forgot to kill them. Let me do that real quick. And yeah, they do the Demogorgon thing. They roll up. They just stare at him for a bit, because if they did at least this one does it right. This one just charges at Mike, which I appreciate. Oh, and yeah, sorry, like a line like that is like critical, where it's like scared of who I was. That's something that ties like everything together in a really neat way. Like you have the self-hatred, you have the idea that he can't accept that he is part of Vecna, you have that Henry can't accept that he is a victim in the whole situation. Like there's stuff to it.
This character has layers. I just want to sum up our points that we've made. This I think is still a good reveal. I just think it could have been incredible. And I think that's what we've been saying this entire time. Like, there's still enough where it's like, okay, the scene is enjoyable. It's a big moment, but it could have been huge, man. It could have been something else.
I'd say it's enjoyable. I don't know if I'd give it the label of good though. I might even say it's mid, just because like on paper there's a lot that works, but like we just discussed, like there's a lot that could have and should have been changed to make it actually like maximally satisfying. Which I'd say out of everything in this season, it is a bright spot. Like, it is one of the better things. And especially after years, like, I didn't go back and rewatch 2 to 4, but I have known of the show for a long time. And even going back through and watching when I did, it did frustrate me, like, how Will was kind of constantly victimized. So on a meta sense, this is like really satisfying to see like Will finally like taking control of the situation.
In terms of the years spent, yep. But in terms of the narrative, it could have been so much stronger. Agreed.
I don't love, sorry, this isn't a nitpick, but I don't love that he like has to physically use one arm, then another arm, then his head. Because just being the asshole I am, I immediately thought like, oh, if there was a fourth Demogorgon, would he have to like pick up one of his feet? Like,
yeah.
Now this is something that I really do like, because especially with the whole Will is Vecna and Vecna is Will. In season 4, we also had, I think, 4 with Max. Yeah, we had people getting lifted into the air before they got their limbs snapped by Vecna, and Will pulls an Uno reverse card. He does that to the Demogorgon.
Yeah, that's really cool.
And the typically they go up in like kind of the T pose and then they get destroyed. But with Chrissy and with the Demogorgon in the cave with Lucas, it like flattens out against the top of it, which I don't know.
That's sick. So, I mean, my conclusion for this moment is it's fine, but it could have been so much more.
Yeah, it's still probably, like, relatively speaking, one of the, if not the strongest moment in the season, just on a, like, as much as I like the Steven Dustin stuff, a lot of it kind of stems from mostly, like, season 4, like, going into season 5. You can kind of argue that, you know, they have their whole history, but the way this works on a lot of levels that, like, we have been building to for multiple seasons, which I really do appreciate.
Yeah, this is a big payoff.
Yeah, like, as early as season 2, we established that Will was, like, part of the Hive Mind, and now he's basically given himself a promotion in the Hive Mind. But yeah.
I don't want to talk about this too much because we're just going to cover it, but it is disappointing knowing how big this reveal was for the meta, how much people loved it, and how it just gets so underutilized moving forward, and how so many aspects of this reveal, of his power set, how cool it could have been, how it just gets wasted and tarnished.
What really sucks for me is that, and this further like validates my thought that this is backwards, is this is the most Will does, like killing 3.
Yeah.
He does technically save the day. It just feels so. We kind of have to. Just real quick, I'm gonna mention the finale, but like when he does it in the finale, there's just so much less gravity. There's way less weight to it. Like, I think they should have been flipped. You could have even had just a single moment where Will uses his powers before, you know, the ending happens and the powers are gone forever. And I think I would have been happier. I don't like that this got me hyped, and then the finale was like, haha, you fool. I don't know why you expected it to get better than that.
I genuinely, like, dude, I cannot stress this enough. I have so much shit to say about the finale. Like, when we cover the finale, we are going to be here for minimum 4 hours in just one video, because there's so much that I'm saving for my criticism of that episode in particular, because I think it's an actual disaster. I will say this, just speaking, my immediate thought when I saw this was, how cool would it be, since they are linked, right? If Will does damage to himself, does he do damage to Vecna? Okay, so how insane would it have been if you get this moment of Will where he's holding Vecna just at some point, and no one can harm Vecna's body, but Will himself can be harmed, and he's just like, fucking shoot me, like do something just to get to Vecna. Like, how absolutely badass and like powerful would that be for a moment for Will? Just this character who has had no agency the entire story, has the allegory for sexual assault, getting victimized by the entire plot, taking control and being like, I am going to kill you and I do not care what it's going to cost because fuck you. Like, dude, that would have. It's again the biggest problem with this whole season: a lack of risk taking, an unwillingness to push the boundaries, an unwillingness to push the characters. It is the most cookie cutter nonsense, nothing burger. And this episode gives you hope that goes nowhere. That's all. That's all I got left to say, personally.
You gave me a brain blast when you were saying that. I realized, like, what if, because you'd have to shuffle a couple things around, but what if they actually had the balls to arm everybody in the finale, and then say, like, for whatever reason, someone, like, you know, Will has to be in range to, like, take control. Let's say he's out of range, but he's close enough, basically, to where it would still hurt the hive mind. Imagine, like, Vecna has, like, a hold of somebody, and, like, Will shoots himself in the hand, like, in the same spot Henry got shot in the hand as a kid, and that causes Vecna to, like, to drop the person.
Or, I'm going to take it a step further. God, we're cooking, bro. We're cooking. I'm getting so hyped just thinking about it. What if you have a moment where it's Mike? Will tells Mike, dude, I need you to stab me. You know, like, in like this crazy grand reveal, be like, Mike, you're the heart. I need you to understand, like, you need to trust me or whatever it is. And Mike has to, like, deal a, maybe not a lethal, but, like, a maiming level of blow to Will to, like, have a chance against Vecna. What?
Yeah.
Man.
Season, so much opportunity. It's Stranger Things. Like, you had a gold mine that you could dig from, and it's just, here we are, two boobs coming up with with ideas that I think the writers...
Two nobodies. Dude, this is the point, is before we wrap this this episode up, we are no ones. Like, we're small scale YouTubers, bro, and not even that. And I feel like we're able to brainstorm these ideas that I would have, especially, and we'll see how the comments respond to this, is really, like, implemented into the story. And then you have the Duffer Brothers, who are paid millions of dollars. This is their life's work, and not a single risk taken. Not like, I'm gonna leave this here to close the episode, at least for me. In not taking a single risk, in playing it safe, in trying to make everyone happy, I feel they've essentially alienated the vast majority of their fans, because a lot of people have come to the consensus that this season was just not it, and that is sad. I wish they went for something. I would have rather have had them took a bunch of risks and had this season be, like, truly vile, just disgusting. All the characters are dead, but at least have them go for something than nothing at all. You know, because, like, a good example of this is the Star Wars prequels. They're not great, but they went for something, and they've aged better because of that, because people recognize the direction, they recognize the chance that George Lucas took. This is gonna age like milk, dude.
Yeah, no, I agree, and it's the classic saying: you try to please everybody, you end up pleasing nobody.
Yep. But with all that being said, we've been here for a fat minute. That is the end of our Act 1 review, start of Volume 2, coming soon, hopefully tomorrow.
All right, take it easy, everybody. Hope you enjoyed.
Have a great night. Peace.
I'm sorry, I don't remember that. Did a Demogorgon just punch Lucas? Is that what happened?
Yeah, Lucas gets his, like, chest sliced a little bit at the end of episode 4.
Oh, okay.
It should have killed him with that slice, but it chills Lucas.
So Demogorgon didn't want to kill Lucas. It's kind of weird that, again, like what we had just talked about with the last episode, it's so weird to say, like, to hear Will say, like, I failed, after, like, we just got a big W moment, and it wasn't really Will's fault that, like, the kids got taken. If anything, he kind of just sort of saved the day.
He gets, like, yeah, it's a premature win for sure, and this is the problem they're gonna have for the rest of the season. They, like, try having their cake and winning it too. They want Will to get a victory, but also lose.
Yeah, well, he's supposed to have, like, I don't know. He's supposed to have just overcome, like, a big hurdle, and despite Vecna saying, like, this is all your fault, he had, like, a moment of empowerment, weirdly enough. And then right afterwards, he's like, oh yeah, I failed. And he doesn't even say it with a lot of emotion. He just says it very, like, matter-of-factly. I don't know. Just weird. I failed, I guess. I gotta say, too, maybe it's just because I'm so used to it, but it's funny that we're, like, ramping up the stakes. We had Will in the first season in, like, some random building, like, hooked up to the hive mind. And seeing like these kids, like all 12 of them get plugged in, it's so much less scary. Like, I don't know. You'd think it should be the other way around. Like, it should be more concerning that more kids are getting taken. But like the threat has been diminished so severely that I don't really feel the weight of 12 kids getting kidnapped.
I think it's it's also the aspect of the mystery of it is just gone. You know, the best part about early seasons of Stranger Things, you don't really know what's going on. In this season, they try and make it be like, oh, what's going on? You know, they're in this mindscape. What's happening with the kids? Where are they? But at the same time, the characters just keep spelling out what's happening. And again, they're telling, not showing. And I think that's what makes it feel kind of lackluster.
Yeah.
Ow.
I traveled far.
Okay, so, and here we kind of get to it where they just woke up in a field, and granted, they were getting, like, taken by monsters last that they might have remembered, and the show kind of tries by saying, like, oh, your memories of what happened might be foggy, like, confused, and then the idea being Henry, he tells them what happens, and they all just believe it. I wish with 12 whole kids, we had, like, at least one or two of them that maybe weren't Holly or Derek, people who already know, just one or two that were, like, skeptical, like, just one or two that were, like, stranger danger, because I feel like with this many, you're bound to have at least a couple that, like, aren't completely stupid. You know, they'd be questioning what's happening.
Yeah. I mean, I made the point in the last episode that Mike, Robin, Lucas, and Joyce telling them that they're working for Mr. Whatsit really does a lot of heavy lifting and being like, oh, look, the kids can be convinced. But even then, I agree there should be some more pushback.
Yeah. And yeah, like you said, I think that does help. That's an element. But yeah, I just wish there was more. Also, is he being legit when he says that? Or does he just... Because it does seem like he chooses 12 specific kids.
Legit in saying what? That they were, like, chosen specifically?
Because they have, like, something dormant inside of them that he needs. Because we never really get an explanation as to why he needs 12 kids, especially 12 kids specifically.
My headcanon, and again, this should have been explained as to why they need 12, is that his whole thing in season 4 is the clock that, like, ticks 12. Like, remember he gives each... hours, days, weeks, months, years, decades. Like, I don't know. I said the clocks are associated with the number 12, obviously, because of the, 1, 2, 3, 5, obviously. And that's the only thing that makes sense. My bigger question is I wish they explored more with this character as to why he's doing this. I wish we really got him be like, no, I actually think this is a good thing, and here's why. I'm sad we didn't see more of that.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like there's only so much they can do besides, like, because any human would look at the Abyss and the hive mind and be like, no thank you. It only really works if, like, Henry's been possessed, basically, and if it's been something that corrupted him at, like, a super young age. And I will say, in the show's defense, we kind of do. Like, just now, the way he describes the Abyss, he's like, oh, that is the light. Like, Henry's mind is so twisted. He has become so, like, unanimous with the hive mind that he sees, like, humanity and humans as evil and corrupt, and he sees the hive mind as, like, the good, and that he would be doing a good thing by erasing Earth and replacing it with the Abyss, basically.
That's fair. That's fair.
Yeah. I mean, I don't love it. It's kind of just it reminds me of, like, fucking, like, Thor the Dark World, where the whole idea is, like, oh, like, the Dark Elves just, they think darkness and death is good. And it's like, okay, I don't know. It's very just... What if everything evil was good and what everything good was evil? It's not super compelling.
Every room.
Mike almost seems more worried about Lucas than he did about his own parents.
True.
I don't know why, but Will's delivery of that did make me laugh. Even though he's kind of right. Like, it's really not too bad compared to what happened to Karen. Like, homie got off so fucking easy.
Yeah, I don't know how he isn't more grievously injured, but whatever.
The only explanation is the Demogorgon, like, missed, or it literally spared him. It was just like, I'm gonna give you just a little nick.
Time to pause.
Yeah.
I, in theory, love the way Will's powers work. I think it is so cool and so fitting for the character, because his whole journey up until this point, right, has been he's scared to act and Joyce wants to keep him as far away from Vecna, the Upside Down, everything as possible. His whole journey post season 1 is like, get away from it, get away from it, get away from it, and it's always chasing him. And to give him the power set where Will is now at his most lethal, but to be at his most lethal, he must also be in the most danger possible, is really cool. I think it's a really, really cool idea for a power set, and I don't think it's used to its fullest extent.
Yeah. No, I do like that. And I do appreciate all the attempts. Like, there's a lot of effort, I think, to make his powers make sense mechanically. And I do appreciate that. There are a couple holes, but for the most part, like, there is a logical through line. And I think it builds really well off of, like, his history as, like, the, just the victim of the hive mind. And that's why it is so satisfying. Like you said, he was put in a position where the best he could do, and like all his mom wanted him to do, is like run away to try to get away from it. And yet, and with these powers, he specifically has to be close to a member of the hive mind. But yeah, it's fucking awesome. Yep. Like, I don't like the term vessels, because it makes me think of when I thought the point, and I feel like this would have tied in better thematically, I thought the point was Vecna was going to like spread his consciousness basically to the kids. Like, there'd be like 12 Vecnas now, where they're part of the hive mind the same way he is. And you could say maybe that's supposed to happen, but we don't get, like, all we're really told is that the kids are essential for merging the two dimensions. They're not really used in a like vessel like way, if that makes sense.
Yeah, the hive mind itself is just a very weak part of this season, and it makes me really sad because I happen to find hive minds incredibly interesting, and they're just not used to its full extent here.
Yeah.
The data.
And again, I do like Lucas picking up on that, because it's just something that I wish more characters would do, noticing coincidences and thinking that's probably not a coincidence. I do wonder, though, why Henry cares so much about the Gregorian calendar. Maybe it's explained with his, like, clock obsession.
Yeah, so one thing I got sent to me yesterday, actually, was it was pointed out that it doesn't make sense that 11 was able to reach the Demogorgon in the Dimension X in Season 1, because the idea there is she tapped into the Upside Down, and that was the dimension, and then that's why it gets frozen on the day that she tapped into it. But we know now that you can't just tap directly into Dimension X, so that's kind of a plot issue just in and of itself with the start of the show.
I might disagree, because I think, for me, that actually tracks a bit better. Like, when I see the Upside Down, the fact that it's a, like, alternate dimension, but it has all these, like, human elements in it, I actually do kind of prefer the idea that the Upside Down is a dimension that's created as like a link. Like, it's something that the Demogorgon gets like sucked into basically when 11 touches it, and for that reason, like, I kind of buy that it would be from maybe a completely different like plane of existence, and then 11 making contact with it pulled it into the Upside Down and created the Upside Down, because the Upside Down has like such a like not man-made element to it, but you know what I mean, where it's like it can't possibly be like just another dimension. It is very clearly like imprinted upon by ours. So I actually kind of like it for the exact opposite reason. I felt like it actually made a bit more.
I'm not saying that it's not like it doesn't make sense and you can't explain it. I'm just saying I'm pretty sure they give an explanation that they then backtrack on, is what I was trying to say. But we can get to that when we get there.
Okay.
What you did was extraordinary.
And I do kind of
like.
Do
I dare want to say that's good foreshadowing? Do I dare want to say it?
I guess it's good foreshadowing. Good foreshadowing for a bad moment, but
yeah.
I kind of like this moment in the sense that Joyce is allowed to react semi-appropriately. I don't love how a lot of her protective nature vanishes. Like after this, where she's like, "Fuck it, like yeah, let's just go full send." I would have liked to see a bit more of a gradual arc, but as far as like it making sense, I feel like it's appropriate considering what's happened, and I do appreciate her like finally putting some faith in Will.
Look at the fit. Look at the fit. Her fit is so atrocious. I can't. It's so bad. But I do actually like this. I like the scene where she's acknowledging, "Hey, buddy, you just tried to kill yourself, and you're not going to talk about that. How you just lied to me."
Yes. Yeah. No, I like that. Yeah. There's a lot of people like gloss over shit when it's convenient for the plot, but I really do like her being like, "So really, like, we have to talk about what happened," and that is kind of what bothered me about, like, that's what bothered me about the like dramatic reveal at the end of the last episode, when he opens the door and it's like, oh, you're not killing yourself, but they don't say anything to each other. She just like walks past him to the door.
I also think this is good foreshadowing for the fact that, you know, Hopper's whole thing is that he's not honest with Eleven. He keeps lying to her or withholding information from her. But spoilers of for the finale, Eleven straight up tells him, like, I may kill myself, and you need to respect that. And I think that's a good moment of development for both him and her, of her kind of learning from his mistakes, and him learning to be accepting of her own individuality and her own choice.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I do like that.
Hey, your friends were supposed to be here, yeah?
She's just so out of place. Just so out of place. Like, Hopper and Eleven are sharing this great moment, and then she goes, hey, like, pulls them out of this really good moment. And she didn't need to do it. They would have found out in like 10 seconds regardless. And they just cut the tension short. Because why? I don't know.
I mean, I'll defend it in the sense that we pretty much, that scene had kind of run its course, and then she quite conveniently chose to interject when there wasn't really any more interjecting to be doing. I didn't really mind it.
Let me hate in peace.
You can hate, of
I'm
course.
kidding.
But I was I was kind of waiting for her to piss me off. And like I said, going forward, she really didn't. So we'll cross the bridge when we come to it. Also, yeah, fucking dick move. I know Steve mentioned it. Like, what if we just forget about him, move on to Hawkins? It's like not even like, not leave a note, not contact them on the fucking radio. Like, just. It's just so fucking rude. And Hopper even says it later.
Nothing.
He's like either something happened and they got like ran off by military, or they're inconsiderate pricks. And it's like, yeah, they're just inconsiderate pricks.
Yep.
Also, it's also so funny. Imagine if these fuckers hadn't found a way out the way they do, and it was just because Hopper, Callie, and Elle get lucky. Basically, the wall breaks open and it like rips a piece of the ground up. And now there's a fresh gate for them to escape through. If these guys had stayed at the church, they would have been able to leave through that gate, through the lucky gate. But like, again, what is their plan? And this is why it's just more to the point of, we're just making the Upside Down so non-threatening and so like not scary. The fact that all four of these characters think it's an okay idea to just travel to Hawkins and not like mention to anyone where they're going or how they're gonna get back or when, even though they have like a fucking walkie-talkie. It's so stupid.
We're gonna get to the thick plot armor in the Upside Down now, when Nancy shoots something that's essentially a bomb from 2 feet in front of her face, and they're just okay. We'll get to that.
Dude, that fucking moment. Him being like, are you sure? Like, we'll get to it.
And Steve just stepped on a vine.
I gotta say, this is one of my favorite interactions. I'm about to expose myself as a Star Wars hater, but
Return of the Jedi, I hope that's one of the Ewoks. Yeah, it's the best one.
I literally, as I'm watching this in real time, when Steve said, yeah, it's the best one, I literally started to say, yeah, of course Steve would think that. And then as I'm saying that, Dustin's like, well, every child loves it, so that makes sense. So I was like, oh, shit.
Dustin took it right out of your mouth.
Dustin knows what's up. Dustin knows that Return of the Jedi.
What is your favorite
shit.
Star Wars movie?
Ooh, definitely Empire. I know it's safe and easy. I will say Andor's better than anything else in Star Wars, even the original trilogy. And it's not even close. Not even close.
Hot take, Revenge of the Sith is overrated. We'll get to that in another video.
It's an oddly relevant movie, Steve.
I do love too how like Steve just keeps looking for little ways to poke and prod at Dustin because he's clearly frustrated, and I appreciate it because it's not super over the top like, bro, fight me right now, but you can like, there's a constant sense of tension. Like as soon as they walk in, he's like, this looks promising, and Dustin's like, bro, we're in the lobby, like shut up and chill.
He's being snarky for sure.
Yeah, and then right here where he's like, yeah, thanks for the summary of a movie we've all seen. That's Dustin's.
Good time to mention the fact that there's like, we're in episode 5 of the final season, and they're still pulling this Steve and Jonathan have tension because love triangle bullshit is so ridiculous. I will say I enjoy Steve and Jonathan's payoff that they have in the finale. It's one of the highlights that I actually noted down, but I just don't like, they're trying to find the source of essentially all evil and all of their problems in the Hawkins lab, and they're taking the time to be like, I don't know, who are we splitting up with the teams? I don't like him. It's just like, come on, man.
I appreciate the rare like Nancy dub where she's like, we don't have time for this. I'm like, thank you. Like people need to be saying that like every other minute this season, where they're like, guys, we don't have time for this. And this is like the one thing where, like I said, I do think, you know, they are kids, they are kind of dumb, I do appreciate that, like, I don't know, they could have been goofy with it. They could have made, like, it a little too obvious that Henry was evil. He does have this, like, super nice house, and he's got, like, tons of fucking candy, and literally everything they could ever want, like, just appears whenever they want to watch it or, like, eat it. Like, they have everything they could ever want. So I think it's it's an excuse to keep them, like, super happy and, like, not suspicious.
With every passing scene, I become more and more confident in my like thing where this is an allegory for sexual assault and like children being taken. I mean, he's literally keeping them held hostage in his house while pumping weird shit into their mouth by giving them candy. Like, come on.
But like, yeah, and just it'll never not bug me. At least one or two of them should put that together. They should be like, "Yo, I'm literally taking candy from a stranger." That I've been told to not do this.
Kind of a good argument to make here. So Vecna says, or Henry says, that the reason he takes children is because their minds are weak. Why on earth would he take a child of a family that has been incredibly close to this entire issue? Like, if there's any child in Hawkins that might become, it's like Force sensitive, but Vecna sensitive, would it not be the youngest child, someone that has experience with this, and better yet, someone who he's interacted with, because she sees the Demogorgon in season 1, or she sees the wall moving. She sees the trees moving in season 3 when the giant fleshy thing is moving them. She is the most locked-in child in Hawkins, and this is one of the 12 that he tries to take. Stupid play.
Yeah, it's fun, and yeah, it would be even more stupid. I guess, yeah, no matter what, it's stupid, but little does he know, and he doesn't realize he's banking on it. But yeah, even though Holly will tell her parents, and she will tell Mike, the person who is hyper-aware of Vecna, that she's been warned that monsters are coming for her and that she sees this imaginary dude, like, he could have and should have totally exposed himself to Mike, like, but he just didn't because, you know, Mike is stupid, and Mike doesn't care about his family, I guess, so.
He's going to somehow use...
I like that she says she was careful and no one saw her, and one of the bigger kids, like, very clearly saw her and followed her all the way out here.
If there's any kid she should spot following her, it would be Derek.
Yeah. Maybe Derek is super stealthy. Okay, that was something that bugged me during the scene. I waited till now to bring it up. But Holly, like, very clearly is, like, showing concern and suspicion when all the other kids show up. And Mr. What's-It doesn't clock it. Which, whatever, I guess Vecna might not be that smart or that good at picking up on facial cues, but it's made so much more dumb when it's like, yeah, Derek immediately clocked it. Like, Derek saw on Holly's face that she knew he was full of shit, but Henry himself couldn't tell. And it's just, yeah.
Also, correct me if I'm wrong, but when these kids are attached to the Mind Flare, they become part of the hive mind, right? It's like they get connected to it with like an HDMI cord.
Yeah.
So Henry should have access to all of their previous memories. So he should be able to see the second Derek is plugged in, all of the things that Derek knows, that Mike knows. Like, their whole plan should just be screwed because he has Derek's memories. And then he should also, like, I don't know if he would be able to see Holly, but I don't know. That I don't know about because she's already in here. That's just like a weird memory thing that I'll accept it. It's fine. But at bare minimum, he should know that Derek knows and just be on Derek's ass from the second he gets in there.
Yeah, now that you say that, it's like, A, he should get all the like prior knowledge, but B, like, wouldn't he also, because they're just plugged into the hive mind right now, he can unplug whenever he wants. Can't he just read their thoughts as they're in the, like, mind palace? Like, you'd think he'd almost have, like, an omniscient view of this conversation. He'd be like, oh, weird, Holly's mind is talking to Derek's mind. Oh, what the fuck? Max is with them. What the hell? Like, you'd think it's his mind. You'd think he'd have, like, more of, like, a control over it, which kind of takes me back to, like, what we said last time. There's a weird physical aspect to it that doesn't quite make sense, but they do it to allow for stuff like this, I think.
Yeah, I agree, and I wouldn't hate you for making that criticism. Personally, I'm willing to accept it. I'm just willing to go, because this obviously, like, you can't logically explain all of this, really. Like, this is fantasy stuff. But they stretch it further than it should. And we're going to get to this physical element, because we see later on that Derek, even though he's in someone's mind, can get tired and, like, sweat and be exhausted. But Max, being blind and paralyzed, is able to just walk around.
Yeah. Maybe the idea, I don't know, because I'm thinking like maybe the idea would be if it's a physical world, he could control them easier. Like, because it's physical, the kids can't like teleport to the cave the second they realize he's evil. The kids have to physically run to the cave. The problem though is that Henry also just nerfs the shit out of himself by doing that. So I don't know why he would do that. If you could just have like an actual mind place and you could control everything via your mind, you would have ultimate control. Versus this where like people can outrun him, people can he can get his fucking leg broken. Like, I don't know, it's really weird.
Yeah, can you imagine if Henry was just overseeing everything the entire time, and they'd have to be like hyper intelligent to fool him, but he would just win at that point.
I guess, yeah, that would be the problem. It would be literally, if it was just in his brain and he had control, it would be impossible for them to defeat him. But that's why maybe instead of having a random gaggle of kids defeat him from the inside, you just have the main cast we've been following for years take care of everything.
And this is a hyper nitpick, but I'm going to say it anyway. So I established last episode that I really do, I would go as far as say I love the way they've characterized Holly's fits, and the way they dress her, they give her more character with it. What is Max wearing? What is Max, like, just Christmas shirts? Like, what is that?
I don't...
Flowers? I have no idea.
I'll say, maybe it is, like, because I didn't pick up on the Alice in Wonderland imagery. My guess was that she was based off of something that I just wasn't aware of, because she does have kind of a weird storybook, like, look to her. Where she's got like the colorful patches like on the knees and everything.
I guess that's true.
Yeah, it could just be a reference to something, I don't know. But at least it looks, it's kind of Alice in, I don't know. I don't mind it. It matches, I think, the vibe of where they're at.
So I followed you into the woods and I really...
Also, I don't get the whole no one's going anywhere, not as long as Henry is watching. All three of them are out in the woods already. Like, I don't know. Like, Holly already got away. I don't really know why they have to send back.
You know what argument I'm going to make again in the finale? Because Henry nerfs himself so hard by having to actually interact with them physically, if all 12 kids just run in one different direction at full speed, he is fucked. There's nothing he can do.
I thought you were going somewhere. If all 12 of them just like ganged up on him, they could like kill him.
Oh, that's Derek, jump him! Dude, Derek beats him in a tug of war. Derek might just be able to 1v1 him.
That's so funny.
We need dipshit down.
All right, hold on. Wait, you're right. Wait. Why don't they just jump him? We see the kids jump Holly for less, but him, who they're so scared of, and he can't kill them. He can't kill them because if he kills them, his plan is toast. They literally all could have turned around and been like, wait, we have the power here, low key, and all you need is really one of them to get like a good grab. I don't know.
Yeah, well, I guess you can, Henry, if things go like tits up, Henry can like just expose himself as Vecna. Like we see he can just turn into Vecna and use his Vecna powers in his mind. It's just funny that is like, that's on the table. Like they could physically hurt him and they don't know about the Vecna side, so it'd be funny to actually see them try.
Okay. I'm just gonna say this now. It's the Mickey Mouse dialogue, man. Every other line with this group is plan. Oh, this is the plan. This is good, bad plan. Explain the plan more. Plan. This is the plan in depth. Just nonstop.
Yeah, there's so little character. My little brother, he showed me the fight between Lonnie and Joyce from season 1 just last night, and it's so like night and day. The entire conversation, like, there's utility, like, in a story sense, but it's not plot. Like, it is just a visceral fight between two ex-partners, and you have that moment where she's like, where does Jonathan want to go? He's wanted to go to NYU since he was 6. And, like, it's just crazy. There's so much to, like, chew on and, like, make you feel stuff, and then you get to this, and that same character that, like, moved me so many times in the first season... Yeah, she's just spouting random plot bullshit where it's like, we kill the Night King and we defeat all the White Walkers.
Yeah. And also, if you remember at the very start of season 1, Joyce explains that, and this is actually a payoff that we'll get to, even though I don't think they said this, that, what's his name? The ex-husband's name?
Lonnie.
Lonnie? One of the reasons Will coming out is such an issue, and there's this like trauma he has, because his father used to call him the F slur. You know, which is just really degrading. Yeah. And I wish they'd lean into that more and told a more adult story with Will and with that character arc. But hey, what can you do?
Yeah, dude, Matt. Oh, we can't. I was gonna say, like, there's just so many cool things you could do if Lonnie, like, was brought back at any point in the especially with Will's, like, fear to come out. Like, that would reinforce it so much if, like, one of his parents was already aware, and the one that was aware, like, already low-key hated him for it.
I mean, and just degrades him, just breaks him down for it. Yeah. Like, what is this dialogue? We could build another telemetry thingy. Like, come on, come on. This is not Mickey Mouse Clubhouse.
I was for Joyce, like, that does make sense. Like, she's tech illiterate. She's like the telemetry thingy. Like, she has a vague idea what it is.
I agree, but it's just too much, man. It's just it's not just Joyce. It's all of the characters speak like this, and they didn't used to speak like this. It just drives me insane. I'm Michelle.
You're good.
Anything.
It's so funny. That is actually, like, one of the better ideas they propose here. Where they're like, we could drive Will around and see if he connects to the hive mind from the... Like, that is actually a good idea.
Is anyone else?
That drove me crazy. Holy shit. When it's like... we're trying to, like, figure out a plan.
The dialogue now.
Well, not the dialogue. It's what's happening. It's the fact that they're sitting around supposedly trying to come up with a plan. Like, that is the priority, getting people back who've been kidnapped, getting people back who are trapped in the Upside Down. And one of her sons is down there. Like, Jonathan is down there. And then Murray's just like, no one has any, like, good ideas, so he's like, Everett, we should eat. And I don't know, this was just such a weird moment for me where I was like, whoa, what are we doing? Like, it's almost like this intentional, like, sapping of tension where it's like, hey, anything you might be worried about, don't be worried about it, because the characters, they're not worried about it. It's fucking snack time. Why do they only have, like, literal snack food? Why, if the idea is that, oh, we're actually, like, low on food and we need to eat because humans need to eat, why not make actual food? Like, again, it's just, it feels like snack time because we don't want the audience to be too worried. Oh, sorry. Yet another reason it was so stupid for the other team to drive the beamer into the Upside Down. They took the fucking telemetry tacker with... yeah, actually, I complained about that last episode. But all of the equipment, they just took it with them. And now everyone... there's no way to track them from the right side up now. It's just crazy.
Yeah, and they would be able to if Steve didn't remove everything from the van.
True. God damn it. Jesus Christ. They do this a couple times where, like, I mean, in season 1, it is such a, like, good moment when Eleven flips the board upside down and, like, the kids don't even get it, but the audience does get it. Like, that's why that moment, I think, works so well, because it's not an explanation that actually, like, the kids can wrap their head around, but it's perfect for the audience, and it's literally where the term, like, upside down, like, comes from. Like, and I feel like a lot of stuff like this, it's them trying to do it again, and it's never as good.
And it's just the fact that we've had, oh, this is the plan, bad plan, no this plan, no this plan, no this plan, no this, like 4 or 5 plans back to back. Just, can we have natural flowing dialogue, please?
Nope. The entire season has to be coming up with plans that don't work, so that the next episode we can come up with more plans that don't really work.
Yep.
Like, all we have to do is
go back to
them pulling the dial.
There are 50,000 watts flowing through that.
So you see how it's black here?
Oh, like over the number?
Like the Turner? Yeah. You see how, like, the thing, the arrow, it's black. I believe that earlier in the season, it's red. So that is just a blatant continuity error. Just blatant continuity error. And over the last few days, this is partially why I wanted to stop until we finish the finale to do the other episodes. People were bringing this up and other things we will get to as, like, oh my god, this is a continuity error. There are so many issues with this story's continuity that the fandom was convinced they were tricking us, that they were messing with the memories, and all of it was intentional. Nope, they just are making blatant continuity errors, easy things that you should not get wrong.
Huh, that's fine. I never would have noticed that.
So, but I'll give you an example. My cousin has been making a movie over the last few years, and I've had the pleasure of being on set with him for the majority of the movies. It's something special. It's just him and a few other friends trying to make a movie. It's a passion project. And I've been behind the camera very frequently. One of the most frustrating things about filming, especially when you're doing low budget, is everything has to be perfect. And if one thing is off, you mess with the continuity. So we could only record at certain points of the day because to match up with other scenes. Then if we miss our filming days, we wouldn't be able to film that scene till the following year because we don't have the benefit of travel, and we would need the weather to be the exact same or the scene would look off. That's partially why this movie has taken so long to come out. And on top of that, his movie is set in the early 2000s. My dad, who would drive me to the sets most of the time or just drive the equipment around, has a 2015 car. So we couldn't have that car anywhere in the shot because it would mess up the continuity and the timeline for the year. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And these are little things that were very important to an actual no one. This movie doesn't even exist. It's a nothing movie as it stands right now. And yet these are little details everyone knows you have to pay attention to. And I find it ridiculous that this TV show that is worth hundreds of millions of dollars, costed so much to make, has thousands of people working on it, made probably billions of dollars, they're messing up little things like this. I can't justify it. And yes, it's a nitpick. Yes, it doesn't matter for the long term of the writing. It's not a big deal. But it just bothers me. Honestly, it does.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's okay to bother you, but I think both of us would agree, like, on the list of issues, it would be down there. But it certainly does speak to a lack of, like, care and attention to detail, which infects everything else.
And yeah, exactly. And it just speaks... The issue in and of itself is not a problem, or it's not that big of a problem. And if it was a one-time thing, okay. But there were just an unbelievable amount of continuity errors that I'm going to be pointing out as these episodes progress, because this is when the continuity gets really, really bad. And when I actually tell you why it's bad, I bet you'll agree with me. And it's just, in the creative process, these are things you shouldn't make up. Like, this should not be a point. Like Holly, for example, wearing Under Armour in 1987 when Under Armour wasn't founded until 1990. You can't be making that mistake. You have thousands of people watching this. Someone should have caught that. That should have never seen the light of day.
Yeah, especially by, like, today's standards. Like, I don't know. If it's something as simple as, like, a color change, you can fix that so easily in post, even if, like, the physical team, like, fucks it up. So yeah, it's just, again, it's a lack of care.
It gives the illusion or reality that the season was rushed, which I don't understand how that could even be possible considering the years in between seasons. It's just confusing.
Yeah.
Big idea.
Plan solution.
So, the problem I have with Lucas's plan is that Billy was alive. We have no reason to believe that hive mind particles just chill out in the corpses of monsters or people, like, after they've died. Like, we have literally no reason to think that's the case. But he will just happen to be right.
Yeah, this is odd, but I mean, it is what it is.
I mean, it's a hive mind. Like, it's once the mind is dead, like, you're not connected to it anymore. I don't know. It's just annoying. Like, Steven is just so... I keep saying Steven. I'm sorry. Steve is so...
His name is Steven.
Oh, is it? Wait, what? Oh, is it actually...
His name is actually Steven. They just call him Steve.
Oh, okay. I thought it was just supposed to be Steve.
Dustin calls him Steven every now and then, so I thought you're making a play on that. That's funny.
Oh, okay. My bad. But yeah, so Steve, like, once again, he is just all over, like, Dustin. Like, you can tell he really wants Dustin to, like, communicate with him openly. And he's not going about it the right way. Like, if you have a problem with a friend, you shouldn't be doing this. You shouldn't be, like, passive-aggressively, like, needling them until they blow up on you. But it does track that, like, this is a high school kid. Like, he doesn't know how to reach his best friend again. And he's just frustrated. He's hitting, like, a brick wall, basically. So he just keeps knocking the brick wall. But yeah, he's
definitely poking the bear.
Yeah, like, all Dustin said was, oh, like, we gotta keep looking, because, like, the best treasures are hidden deepest inside the dungeon. And then he's like, is it a shield generator or a treasure? Keep your metaphor straight, dude. It's like, you can tell he wants to have a conversation.
Yep.
Perfect spot for you considering your Arrested Development as well.
I did like that line, too.
The treasure line?
Oh, no. The line where Dustin says, this is the perfect spot for you, considering your Arrested Development.
Yeah, it's a good line.
So, like, again, like, this is... they're just a cut above. Like, the dialogue, the character, like, the Steve and Dustin interactions are so good.
Pull it out for you. You actually have to listen.
Yeah. And, like, also there's fun. There's, like, fun to be had when you're watching it, even when they're, like, ribbing each other.
The dialogue feels so unnatural for so many portions and so many scenes, and they're shining light where it doesn't feel unnatural.
Yeah, definitely.
Perfect. Yeah.
I do like that interaction quite a bit.
I think their relationship or lack thereof is a strong suit of this act for sure. I like that they're acknowledging their problems. And even though I think you can make an argument that why would they be having these conversations here, I will say relationship issues tend to come out in moments of heightened stress. So this actually makes sense.
Yep, no, I agree. And honestly, we get kind of a nice 1-2 punch because we have Jonathan and Nancy and Steven and Dustin resolving their long running issues when push comes to
Between
shove.
their relationships. Yep.
Yeah, and it's because they're put in like moments of crisis. So yeah, no, I think I like the build up to those scenes, and I like the scenes themselves. It's those are like
and
very
also
bright
that
spots.
conversation, yeah, those conversations are just more adult in nature.
Yeah.
You know, both Nancy and Jonathan taking note of the other one's hesitation and how they both acknowledge that they both have issues with one another. It's just a very adult conversation. And this brings me to my point. These scenes stand in stark comparison to the scenes before where we're taking a snack break in between the end of the world. It feels like we're having an adult story here, and then 10 minutes prior and then 10 minutes after a Mickey Mouse Clubhouse story. And it's just jarring.
Yep, I completely agree.
I really like this paint melting element. It's one of the only. I would say it's the only thing about the Upside Down, aside from where it actually comes from, that is a true mystery and is super strange. It's like why is the building just melting? You know, like that's interesting. And I wish we had more things like this season where we were exploring and uncovering new depths of this hellscape.
Yeah, no, I do like the. We'll get a bit more into it later when they like disturb it and it starts actively melting. But I do like the aesthetic of like everything getting all gooey. I will say when I first saw this too, I thought it was like, oh, someone came through here, like someone grabbed the doorknob and it melted. Like I thought there was a person, like an entity that was melting stuff as they went.
A flame entity.
Yeah, kind of. Like that right there, like that looked to me like, oh, like someone walked up the stairs and like they melted the stairs as they went.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. Saying.
What is...
Once again, like fucking assholes. Like poor Hopper. poor Hopper. Fucking pricks just running off into the ether. Especially, I mean, the show will make this just not a big deal at all. But like Hopper would obviously, especially at this point, feel like he would have a very vested interest in not just getting all the kids back, but especially Jonathan back. Like, you know, the other son of his going to be wife. Get into that bullshit later. But again, just the the fact that like, I don't know, the kids like just don't give a shit about Hopper, and it does just get chalked up to like, yeah, they're super inconsiderate. I feel bad for him knowing like Hopper could be, who knows what happened to these kids, and he's like, holy shit, where did they go?
Not even a note.
And yeah, they had walkie talkies. Like, didn't even try to contact him. It's just so stupid. Well, don't mention that, 11. Don't talk about the bath. Don't remind us that you can search the Upside Down with it.
Don't remind us that you didn't even need to be here at all.
Don't think about the bath.
Yeah. Cut it. I, again, do not buy that she knows everything about Henry, okay? Let me rant.
Yeah.
Callie has not been relevant to the story in over 8 years in the real world. She hasn't even been mentioned by name. She's been referenced in passing not even 5 times, okay? She gets reintroduced into the story, and this goes back to my point of the arrogance, them wanting to tie it up so perfectly, and goes, yeah, I know everything about Henry. I was there. I knew what happened. No, you didn't. There was no mention of you in season 4, no mention of you in season 3. You have no like physical connection to Henry. We haven't seen you do anything. This is the writer just being like, oh, we're telling you she's been relevant. When it's just like, you showed me otherwise. How are you going to tell me in 1-2 second conversation that everything we knew to be true from visual aid over the last 8 years just isn't true? She's been relevant the whole time. Sure, we can debate and have little battles over whether or not this character has a good role in future scenes, but the idea that she has been relevant this whole time, you cannot suspend my disbelief to that portion. I will not buy that.
Yeah, I would say I don't remember all the like the daycare stuff that well. Is there no? Because the idea is Henry's supposed to be 1, and 11 is 11. So, I guess for me as someone who hadn't seen it, I actually did buy that. And is the idea that she literally never shows up on screen, that like we never get any mention of her? Wouldn't the idea, because I just assumed everyone, like every number that came before Henry would have been in that room, but it would have been weird that we didn't see her.
What I'm saying is we never actually see them interact. Like, so I didn't see it either. That's my point, is there isn't, like, you haven't missed anything. And that's the confusing part, is how are you going to tell me that there was this interaction when there wasn't? From what I remember, all we know about Callie and related to 11 is she's just in the room with her. Okay, she's in the room with her. There's that rainbow room. Jane, 11's mom, sees her with Callie before she is taken away and her mind is messed with. Okay, that's the last time we see Callie as a child until 11 meets her in season 2, episode 8. Okay, it's never established how she got out. She just did. How did she get out before Henry killed her? Like, before that, you know? It's played up like this place is inescapable unless Henry does what Henry does. How is she able to get out? How does... It's unexplained. You just have to accept it for the story. And so she gets out before Henry commits to the massacre, because she would have died if she didn't. So then how does she know everything? Did the military just tell her, oh, by the way, you have no reason to know this, and we shouldn't be telling you this incredibly highly classified information about the murder of 12 children, or however many it is, and how we're restarting this program, but this is everything that happened in between the 8 years that you were irrelevant to the story. How does she have any idea? It's just never explained. It's just, please eat your vegetables, accept that she's part of the story now, accept that she knows, and move on. And I'm sorry, I didn't like this character when she was introduced in season 2. I had issues with it then, and it's amplified now. Can you give me a reason as to why her powers are different?
Oh, her powers are... I thought they were the same. I thought she's always been...
No, see, remember?
She doesn't make illusions?
No, she does make illusions. 11 doesn't. That's my point, is 11 has telekinesis, right? She has the ability to, like, lift stuff and grab stuff and flip stuff. Callie's thing is she has the illusions. You know, she fakes rocks falling or going to hide people. She tricks people into seeing things that aren't there, while 11 has more just like, I grab this, I move this, I pull this, I squeeze this. Why are her abilities so distinctly different from 11's? Beyond that, we see in season 4, we see a bunch of other children, and it's implied that all of those children, are like 11, because they're able to have telekinetic battles of the same nature, but Callie can't. Why is she the only one with different powers? It's never explained. Hold on, let me explain it. In season 2, when they introduced this character, they didn't plan on having everything else, so they gave her a separate power set to establish a difference between her and 11, to make it seem like, oh, this is why there are clear differences. But then every other kid has the same power set. Why? It doesn't make sense, and her being included in the story is forced. I won't hear it otherwise.
No, you're good. I guess to summarize, there's absolutely no way that she could have escaped before Henry's like massacre and then still known everything about Henry, because he becomes Vecna after that moment. So the idea that all she doesn't know or wouldn't know is that he was alive is bullshit.
It's just everything about this character. You know, I'm honestly very excited to hear your arguments as to why you like parts of her story, and I'm going to be open-minded to that. But on the concept of convincing me she's relevant to the story in the slightest, I do not believe you. I'm not eating that copium.
Okay. As we go forward, I'll point
I'm not saying you. I'm not saying you. Like,
no.
I'm not saying your copium. I'm the Duffer Brothers.
No, I got you. But I'm saying, like, as we go forward, oh, hang on, StreamYard just crashed on me. As we go forward, there are a couple moments where I think she plays a good role in the story. I don't know how well it matches up with who she used to be, because I remember her being a piece of shit. But maybe the idea is that because of what she saw and what she's been through, she's no longer that selfish person. And I think, assuming that is the case, I like that she's kind of like one of these voices, basically, like encouraging 11 to do the right thing, which, as we know, like, that is the choice. Actually, we don't know. We'll have to get into that later. But assuming 11 actually does make that choice, I do think Callie serves a good and important role in that regard. But I guess that really depends on the disagreements we have about the finale and how certain things can be interpreted.
Like I said, I'm okay listening and hearing out your arguments for why you think her actual role in the season is successful. I'm talking specifically explaining how she gets from point A to point B and why she's in this season is a load of bullshit. And I think the Duffer Brothers knew that, so they kind of really glance over it extremely fast in this conversation and just expect you to accept it. And I'm sorry, that's just not me. It's just that simple. And if you can accept that, not just you, anyone else, that's fine. Like I can't criticize you for what you're willing to accept and what I'm not. But as far as like following the logic, it just breaks. Her being in this season takes me out of it. Like that's how passionate I am about the confusion as to how she got from point A to point B.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, as someone who hasn't revisited, it's just not quite as jarring for me. Like this, I do like this little moment where it's not just because she like gets shaved like all the other kids would be, but she has like the crazy like colorful hair, which kind of symbolizes her individuality and her life outside of the lab. So having it stripped away before she's made a captive and a test subject again, I felt like that was kind of cool.
Yep, it was good symbolism for sure.
Yeah.
Vampire.
There's such
yeah, perfect.
You can't hear it because we're on 2x speed, but that fucking pause was so long and so awkward. As soon as she started the pause, I was like, oh, vampire, and then she's like, yeah, I thought of her as a vampire. I'm like, golf. So stupid.
Okay, let me say this. I do not like the way Callie is introduced. I wouldn't say I hate the character though. Like I wouldn't go that far. Dr. K, I fucking hate this character. I like from the bottom of my soul, the fact that they're trying to give her the Dr. Brenner, like with her face popping up when someone's drugged and just this like mysterious figure behind it all. Man, what an inferior development.
That's crazy. I didn't even put that together. I could see them trying to do that. But Brenner is so... I mean, I hated Brenner too, but for very different
Even their
reasons.
hair is similar.
Yeah.
Even their hair is similar.
That's what I'm talking about. I didn't notice that, but yeah, it's literally Brenner hair.
It's just... Man. Yeah. You see, that's a great point, is I hated Dr. Brenner because he made me so uncomfortable and because he was just such a piece of shit.
Yeah.
Yes. I don't get intimidated by Dr. K. I'm just like, get the fuck off the screen.
Yeah, she's just annoying. Whereas like Brenner, like I don't know, Brenner was a different kind of hate. I wouldn't even say I hate K. I just feel very blah about her. I just don't give a shit about her. But Brenner, like I genuinely hated him. Like again, he would literally like make my skin crawl. There are things he would say and do, and it's like, oh, I just want you to die.
The way he establishes himself as this father figure, and they literally have to call him Papa. It is so the power dynamic is so disgusting, so creepy, and so palpable. Because in the real world, it's one thing to call someone father. It's another thing to call someone dad. When you give them a nickname or something even more like specific, Papa. Like you don't call someone Papa unless they represent something truly meaningful to you. And the fact that he knows that and makes them call him Papa, it's disgusting.
Yeah. Like anytime he showed 11, dude, that moment where she's like absolutely traumatized because she just killed people, and he like picks her up and like cradles her in his arms, and from her perspective it's like, holy shit, like one of the most like loving like feelings she's ever had, and it's this fucking piece of shit realizing like, oh my god, my weapon is almost done cooking. Oh my god, I hate him so. He's so much better than Dr. K. It's just like, again, when I see her, I don't care. I kind of wish I could hate her, but I can't. She's just so lame. There's nothing to her. And yeah, compared to Brenner, it's just, dude, we gotta cover season 1.
Painful.
I'm sorry. This is the fucking military. These are science people. Would they really fall for the classic she's playing dead? You can't like read her vitals, or she can't use illusions or
her pulse.
Exactly. Like you can't. How does she get so stupid? God damn it! Fucking military.
Also, why they don't need her awake? She just needs to be. They just need her blood. You're tapping her for blood 24/7, and you're telling me you're not monitoring every single thing about her vitals. Doc Haywalk can be like, you see that heartbeat right there? You see that scan that shows brain activity? Yeah, she's not dead.
Yeah, and this works in old ass movies where like you're getting out of a jail cell, but when you're a fucking like mutant hooked up to a goddamn machine by the like US government. It's so dumb. So dumb. And of course, like, it is just two scientists pulling her down. Like, they don't go, hey, like, call in the soldiers before we take down the super mutant. It's literally just two random ass scientists that pull her down and get themselves killed.
Ridiculous.
So stupid. Like, holy shit, dude. Fucking narcs. Like, oh my god. All three of them. Just immediately.
Ass
Mr. Watson.
kissers.
Yeah. Like, god damn. They made all the worst by it's their literal kidnapper. they're running
Also,
to
they don't
him
like
immediately.
Derek. They don't like Derek. They should be like, all right, Derek, go in the woods. You're gonna die. Eaten
Yeah.
by monsters.
Yeah, I guess maybe that is a good thing, that they're like, even though we hate Derek, we don't want him to get eaten by monsters. That is just just the way all three of them unanimously. It just makes them all feel like they're drones. All three of them think at the same exact time, oh, I'm gonna go tattle Mr. Watson, Mr. Watson. So this is where they almost like kind of explain why the payoff doesn't work like I would have wanted it to. She says that like accepting myself was one thing, sharing it with somebody else was another. I will still stand by, I would have preferred if he had a moment, especially with Joyce, where again, when you deal with self-hate like that, a big thing that helps you overcome it, that helps you realize and like kind of solidify that you're okay with yourself or that part of yourself, is coming out to someone and them having a reaction that makes you go, oh shit, like I was putting way too much weight in that. I was disliking myself way too much for that aspect of my personality. And then someone affirming that, like, yeah, I still love you just as much. If anything, I kind of love you more because I know you more completely and I still love you for it. I feel like that would have been a much better payoff, like building block that leads to him accessing his powers. But here they kind of try to say it's the other way around, that he's accepted himself, now he has powers, and that if maybe he shares it with more people, he would get a bigger kickback from his powers, which again doesn't really happen. His biggest moment already happened in episode 4. What he does after his like coming out scene is like far less powerful. So again, it's just there. I think there would have been a much more satisfying like progression that they could have gone for.
Great.
And like that's an okay moment. I think it's too long though. Like I feel like there was a much more expedient way of him learning that Robin had opened up to Steve and that it went well. I don't know. Like I guess I kind of like it as a building block to what we're going for later, because he still hasn't come out to anybody. I still just overall, I don't think it was the most efficient like way we could have done it.
Generally speaking, I like Will and Robin's dynamic this season, but also generally speaking, the dialogue feeling so, I don't know what word I have. It feels samey. Maybe that's a good word. Just feeling so, the dialogue feels less mature than the story that they are going for, and that leads a lot of scenes that I felt could have had a lot of impact to feel off.
Yeah. And I do wonder if part of it too is that there are times where the dialogue is maybe not like it's not that bad, it's just kind of mid, but it stands out because the characters don't look their ages. Like you can kind of get away with, I think, with some of this dialogue if like it was more clearly like high school kids, but I don't know, it's a bit more jarring to hear it coming from like Will in particular. Like some of the characters I can kind of see it more. But like Will in particular, like homie just looks like a fucking man. So much of his dialogue just doesn't work for me.
I agree.
That's weird to me. The idea that this is where they woke up and that like the exit was right there. I don't know. I guess maybe Henry doesn't have control of where they land. It would just be weird to put him right next to an exit.
Yeah, I mean, Mike said something at the start of the season about Holly the heroic would like have a door in the middle of nowhere or whatever it was. And I think it's very strange how everything Mike says comes to play out, but it doesn't. They don't make it clear that he's telling a D&D game this whole time. It's just strange.
Weird. That is kind of neat that they have that, but yeah, it's just there's aspects of this that I just like I don't really have praise or criticism for, where it's just there's so much of this mind realm that doesn't really make sense that, you know, I can't really critique it for not making sense or making sense when so much of it I just straight up don't understand. It's like kind of inconsistent, kind of loopy. There's not answers for everything.
Yeah, very just confusing at times.
Yeah.
Something this is something we're going to cover more in the finale, but it's not good confusing. It's not the kind of confusing where you can pay attention and come to the conclusion that they're trying to get you to come to. It's confusing in the like the more you pay attention, the more you're just like, what?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Like this show makes more sense the less effort you put into watching.
Yeah, unironically. Like when you probe it, you realize, oh wait, I don't really understand how that works. Like that's one of the creepiest things Henry does the whole season, just standing outside in the dark.
So
I really do.
Are
like
you
that
just
shot
fully
of
on
him.
board? Are you fully on board with me that they are going for some sort of predator sexual assault allegory?
I do think, yeah, there's definitely. I don't know if I'd call it a predator allegory, but I do think a sexual assault or some kind of cycle of abuse. I do think like there's too many things that line up for it not to be intentional.
I also just love it's not even like the way the suit fits and the way he just looks so perfect is well done, but also just the physical acting by I think his name is Jamie something is just magnificent. This is I mean, maybe you feel differently, but there's something to be said about someone who is very conventionally good looking, making like contorting the way they look to make that appeal seem like more terrifying. Do you get what I'm saying? Like when you have like a grotesque monster, right? Like you just have a creature that's obviously scary on face value because it's like, whoa, what is that? You know? But
Yeah.
when you have someone who is conventionally good looking and conventionally should draw in people come off menacing, it gives this uncanny valley approach that is just so scary.
Yeah, and I do like there are parts of I think you appreciate him for like a horror aspect a bit more than I do. I don't find him that scary just on his own, but I will say out of everything in the season and especially compared to his like goopy Vecna persona, I prefer Henry way more. Like it's not even close. Like he's like I don't feel
scary
anything
can you
from Vecna.
yeah.
No, sorry, go ahead.
How scary can you make a guy who loses a tug of war to Derek? Like, he's no longer scary as the season goes on because they take away his ability to actually accomplish anything. He just spends this whole season getting his shit rocked. And I heard someone say that the way Vecna moves in season 4 with, like, killing people all the time and snapping and, like, approaching should have been how this season he felt. And this season is how maybe it could have felt last season. Like, it goes back to them doing things backwards with Will. Like, it's out of order. And
Yeah.
I just wish they allowed him to be more successful this season because it's a great scene. You know when he's chasing Will and Holly in the finale and he's literally running at Mach 10 trying to chase him down? When I saw him running, I was like, oh my god, like that's fucking creepy. And then he grabs Holly's leg and then Derek just beats him. And I was like, oh, that's lame, you know?
Yeah. It's so annoying because, you know, Max got away from him, like, in the first episode where we saw her again, and it's because he was, like, walking. Like, he was just walking at her menacingly. And that's why it does make it more scary when he finally does, like, burst into a sprint. But, again, I think you could have just had, like you said, it's that, like, juxtaposition, I think, where you have the nice, put-together guy, and then he becomes this, like, unhinged like maniac. I think that works really well. But like I said, I feel like for me it's mostly relative. Like I think on like for Stranger Things compared to the Demogorgon from season 1, I don't think Henry's that scary at all. Like at all.
I agree. The Demogorgon, and but again, that a lot of that comes down to the writing.
Yes.
I want to say the actor's name is Jamie Campbell Bower, and specifically just on his ability to act and the way he conveys what he has been given. He isn't given shit this season. He goes so hard, and he is the best actor in this cast by such a significant margin that I personally find it jarring.
Yeah. I will say, I think, I don't know, like I do have a hard time being definitive about actors, but I do want to say Dustin's actor did a really, really good job this season. I think he might compete. It could just be because I like the writing more, though. But when I think of good performances, I do think of Dustin.
Okay, I'll give you that. But there's a scene that I'm going to point out in the finale, and I know you're going to be like, holy shit, that's insane.
Okay. Hell yeah. Also, just want to say, Vecna, I don't know, Vecna just doesn't do it for me. I especially don't like this weird lispy way that he talks. Like, it's, I just hate it. I just don't like Vecna. So I don't love that Steven was the one who suggested that they abandon Hop And then now here he's like, oh, like, why did we abandon Hop? It's like, it was your idea, Steve. What are you talking about?
Dude. Yeah.
That's like the one thing.
Issues again.
That's the one thing wrong with this scene. Everything else I like. As usual, they're being snippy with each other. And this time it actually, like, ramps up into a serious conversation.
This whole mess is actually your fault, and I haven't heard so much as a sorry.
Can I, before we address this scene, I just want to say, I just received a comment on my TikTok that I saw, and I'm befuddled. Do you remember that when you enter the Upside Down, you're supposed to flip over, and they just drive in now?
I mean, I will say, I don't think you're supposed to. If you're going in through the ground, you're supposed to flip over. I think that's it.
Okay. Yeah, okay. Maybe that's true. Maybe that's true.
Yeah, because before that, yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's true. That's true. That's true. You're right.
Yeah. I was going to say that with... I do like Steve calling Dustin out, and you can see, like, one of the things that has really been bothering Steve and why he, like, starts the conversation the way he does is he wants Dustin to, like, take a hit or two. Dustin is in this very, like, self-righteous mind space right now where, yeah, in a lot of ways he is being, like, isolated, but a lot of it is self-inflicted, and you can see Steve's, like, frustration boiling over in this scene. And he's, once again, he just keeps trying to probe because Dustin won't talk to him the way he won't have the conversation that Steve clearly wants to have.
You walk a fine line when it comes to dealing with someone who is grieving and just the way people grieve in general. Because on one hand, someone being, I guess toxic would be the right word, after they've had or been through something traumatic is understandable and you do give them grace. But at the same time, when that toxicity starts to affect others, like with Dustin starting the fight and then missing the crawl, you walk this fine line where you have to reach out to the olive branch to give them a way back in, while also having them understand that what they are doing is wrong, so they actually change for the better. It's a really tough thing that obviously affects people in the real world. And what I like so much about this scene is Steve is leaning too far one way and not the other. What Steve says in this moment, I don't believe is fundamentally incorrect. It's just the choice to say it the way he does, and with the aggression that he does, that balance has not been struck, and it actually plays into the idea that Steve isn't as intelligent with this as he should be, which is part of Dustin's problem with Steve. So I really do like this scene on a lot of levels for both characters.
Yeah, no, it's pretty strong. It's one of the strongest in the whole season.
No, she's a friend.
So,
okay? Remember what that's like?
Pause. First of all, Steve ends up saying that he wasn't going after Nancy. So he's actually telling the truth here, and Dustin is assuming something and making a generalization out of something that isn't true. And on top of that, Steve isn't wrong. Like I said, he goes, this is the dumbest thing that you've done. Like you isolating yourself, you getting into this fight, you putting effort into you giving energy to things that are not as important as what we are going on. He's not wrong.
Yeah, no, I do like that. And I like that's Dustin he's deflecting basically, Steven, and it's a really good admission basically that he is fucking up, but it's him refusing to acknowledge it. Instead of going, oh shit, Steve's right, he goes, well, you and Nancy. And then Steve's like, nah.
It's childish.
Nothing going on with me and Nancy. And it's perfect though, because Dustin's supposed to be a child. So it's like, it's so good. It's so good. And yeah, it leads pretty naturally into him being like, you remember what that's like, having friends? And like, it's kind of mean, but at the same time, like, you know, Steve's at the end of his rope. He's trying to, it's almost like an emotional slap in the face. He's trying to snap him out of it.
Yep.
Having friends?
Yeah, I do. I remember what it was like to have a good friend.
And I love this little moment where he says, I know what it was like to have a good friend, a real friend who actually believed in me and who was actually kind to me. And I don't know about you, but it's so obvious to me that Dustin is talking about Steve. And it's so sad that Steve automatically goes like, oh, this is about Eddie. And you can tell on Dustin's face like, oh shit, like he didn't even think for a second I was talking about him.
And it's what makes it even better is Steve does still believe in him. You know, sure, they've had their issues, but at the end of the day, Steve is going along with his plan. And part of the reason he is frustrated with Dustin is he knows what Dustin is capable of. Like, he knows that when Dustin is locked in, he's the smartest one in the group by far. And the fact that he's the one making errors and holding them back, that frustrates him too. I mean, you can make this as an allegory. This is why we're so frustrated with Stranger Things. We know what the story is capable of, and they're not delivering. And that is Steve's anger with Dustin in this moment.
Yep. No, that's perfectly put.
who actually believed as perfect as he was.
Well, he wasn't perfect, but at least he...
And Dustin does kind of go, like, you can tell he's not at a point where he wants to be, like, emotionally vulnerable with Steve. So he just kind of goes with it. He's like, oh, shit, like, instead of correcting Steve, he's like, no, Eddie wasn't perfect, but at least he didn't think he was. And once again, I feel like...
Unlike you.
Yeah, I feel like what Dustin is saying here, he's just grasping for anything he can, because he knows he's in the wrong, and, like, he can probably detect that Steve is trying to reach him in a way. But it just, it comes off as an attack. No, go for it.
The fact that he goes, unlike you, is telling that Dustin is not thinking straight. Dustin should know that Steve, more than anyone else, is the character that acknowledges his flaws.
Yes.
His whole story is him being like, I've been problematic, I've been an asshole, I want to move forward. So this is just, again, Dustin blatantly, not intentionally lying, but not thinking straight because he is furious at this moment and is overcome with emotion, which, again, further reinforces Steve's point that Dustin is not thinking straight.
Yep. And yeah, and even I almost kind of chalk it up to projection too, because one of Steve's issues is that Dustin won't own up to anything. He won't apologize for how he's been, like, affecting other people. And here Dustin says he wasn't perfect, but at least he knew that, unlike you. Not only does that not apply to Steve, that kind of applies to how Dustin's been acting. Dustin has just been refusing to take any shit or criticism from Steve. But yeah.
Knew that, unlike you. He was never fake.
And that was another thing where he says he was never fake. He says that, I think, 2 or 3 times. Like, he calls Steve fake, and Steve is, like, the least fake person, like, in the cast. So again, it's just, to me, it's projection, where it's like Dustin is trying to put on a strong, brave face, and he knows it's bullshit. He knows he's, like, panicking on the inside because he's losing his best friend, and now he's scared that he might even die.
And this is also where we pull into just the acting. Joe Keery, the guy who plays Steve, this look right now is less of, I'm emotionally hurt by what you're saying. It's that, but it's also, like, befuddled that Dustin is saying this at all. Like, he can't believe that he's coming to such an just incorrect conclusion about their entire dynamic. And that's the truth, is, like, Dustin is bullshitting, and it's Steve who, he can't believe it. God, this scene's so good.
It's fucking great. It's so weird. Like, why? I don't, it's just crazy. We have, like, so many good things to say about multiple lines and multiple parts of this exchange, and, like, I don't know, it's so much better in so many ways than, like, 90% of this, maybe even, like, 95% of this season.
Dick. I like Dick. And then you have this.
Don't remind me.
Care what other people thought about him. He was 2 seconds flat.
Well, if I'm such a goddamn idiot, how come I'm the one still standing here?
Okay.
Bro,
I got
that line.
I gotta ask before we go forward, because you've seen season 4 much more recently than I have. Is Steve right with what he's going to say, where was Eddie's sacrifice actually pointless? Like, he didn't logistically save anybody?
Ooh. Okay. Steve, Nancy, and Robin are being grabbed regardless, okay? What ends up saving them is Eleven being in her mind. For whatever, like, this might not be perfect, but it's gonna be better. It's gonna be close enough, I think.
Okay.
My biggest issue is the way Steve and Dustin get messed up by the bats is they were ill prepared. They were decently well prepared, but they didn't patch up 2 vents, which, in my opinion, is stupid for them not to think about that, but I digress. Regardless, Eddie deciding to, like, the reason he decides to go back into Upside Down is to make sure Dustin is safe. Dustin was already safe. Like, he was in the right side up, so he was safe. And in his mind, he goes, like, he doesn't say, I'm going back in to save Steve and Nancy and Robin. He goes back in to buy them more time. So when asked the question, did he save them, or did he need to do what he did? My answer, and what I remember, is no. I do not think his death was 100% necessary, but him doing it definitely aided to some extent. But I wouldn't say it was so far that he's the reason they lived, because they were going to die regardless, because they were getting strangled. It is Eleven who pushes Henry, and that's what, like, messes up with the hive mind's grasp on them.
Okay.
So, does he save them? Is his death necessary? For Steve, like, from Steve's perspective, no. And I would say objectively, Eddie's death was not necessary to keep them alive.
Okay.
Steve's death, I mean, Eddie's death is a character decision because he spends the whole season running away from his responsibilities and not being a hero. He even tells them, and when they're playing D&D at the start of the season, that I'm not a hero. I tuck my tail and run away. It's not my style. So he makes a conscious decision to go, you know what? I've done nothing in my life. I've been nothing but a drug dealer, someone who can't graduate high school, someone who can't keep his friends safe, someone who lets people die and runs. I don't care if I die in this moment. I don't care if my acts only have a little bit of effect. I'm going to give my everything for so little because it means something to me.
Yeah.
And so what I believe Steve is doing here is he is coming to a correct conclusion objectively about what happened, but dismissing Eddie's own personal experience. And that's where the issue comes into play. I don't believe Steve is objectively wrong in what he's saying, but he's being a huge asshole about it because he's upset. But I don't think he's wrong. And I like this development for both of them.
Yeah, and I'd agree that he's being very rough about it, and I would have to double check just because I would want to make sure. But assuming that Eddie's sacrifice didn't result in, like, if Eddie hadn't done what he did, and Dustin would have lived, and the others would have lived, if Steve is literally correct that Eddie saved no one with his death, I really, really love that idea, that is something that Dustin would be aware of. It would be something that fucks with him a lot, like, oh my god, like, homie low-key abandoned me. Like, I feel like a kid would definitely internalize it like that to some degree, especially one who already has, like, a missing father, and he has, like, older people he keeps imprinting that on.
I didn't read it like he abandoned him. I just think Eddie did it for Eddie. I really do believe that the majority of his decision was for Eddie, and I think that's something that Dustin doesn't want to come to terms with.
Exactly. And yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, the idea that is something Dustin is running from, I really like that what unseats him isn't... I guess I say this now because there's a scene later where Steve walks this back, and it kind of bugs me. Because I don't love the idea that it's basically reframed in that moment, assuming he's not bullshitting or he's not just saying whatever he wants to make, like, Dustin feel better. Assuming he's not bullshitting, I don't like the idea that he doesn't actually know if the sacrifice was meaningless and he'll just say it was because he's pissed off enough. I much prefer the idea that this is, like, a harsh reality that Dustin probably needs to come to terms with. And although Steve is being very, like kind of cruel about it in a way, he is still giving, like, he's sharing a hard truth with his friend. Like I said, it's like an emotional slap in the face. Like, slapping somebody in the face to snap them out of it, not cool. But at the same time, like, if you're desperate, like, I can see why you would do that to a friend. And, like, I wouldn't really judge someone that harshly for it. And yeah, just, it all flows so nicely. Because that'd be something that bugs Dustin a lot. And it'd be something that Steve picks up on. And yeah, I love it. It all culminates with Steve saying, like, he didn't need to. Because, yeah, there's even that moment where he's like, I told both of you to not be heroes. And, like, I get the idea that Steve is kind of pissed off at Eddie. Like, you fucking asshole. Like, you've scarred my friend now because you had to go and play hero. Like, there's so many complicated feelings that would be had for this moment and between all these characters, and we actually get to explore them. It's so fucking nice.
And I bet there's also some guilt that Steve has, because in his mind he's like, I'm the man. I'm the eldest one here. I'm the one who takes the risk, not you, not Eddie. And I think I wonder if he has some guilt there as well. There's so many layers to this.
Yeah, it's so good. And yeah, I love fucking Dustin's reaction. So we get to that point by him saying, if I'm such an idiot, why am I still here? And Dustin immediately knows what's coming, and he's like, what the hell is that supposed to mean?
He saved everyone! You can keep telling yourself that.
Dude, like, when Dustin screams, he saved my life, and he's just like, he saved no one. That, like, oh my god, it's so good. Like,
Yeah. But deep down, the reason you're so goddamn pissed is because you know the truth.
And this fight, I love this fucking, quote-unquote fight. It's literally just Dustin losing his shit, and Big Brother Steve is just, like, trying to, like, restrain him. He's like, bro, chill.
Yep.
And it feels, it's like, it's so much more visceral than, like, dude, I can't talk about the finale. This is, like, one of the most visceral fights in the entire season.
Yeah. You're gonna hurt yourself. Like, exactly. You're gonna hurt yourself. you're gonna hurt yourself.
That's so
It's not. He doesn't even care. Because in this moment, like this is his first time seeing Dustin get like this.
Yeah.
And when he's attacking him, there's a point. This switches because I think Dustin gets a good hit on him, and you can see him get fucking pissed off.
Yeah.
But at first, at least, it's like this shock, and there might be this moment of clarity where it's just like, oh, like I made a mistake. Like I said too much. I was out of line here, which again is development for him, and I like that he's just on defense the whole time. And again, this plays into Steve's character where it's like, I don't care if I get hurt. Like, no, like I want to be that one, because he keeps wanting to make up for his mistakes.
Yeah.
And it's so great. It's such a great scene. It's worth noting that he does grab him and hold his hands around his neck, but he's not trying to kill him or make him pass out. It's purely to like try and get him to calm down, or just to, like, he doesn't do any more damage to himself. And Steve does not throw a single punch at him. Not one. He just he and the second he realizes that he's getting emotional, he walks away.
Yeah.
It's a mature decision.
Yep. Because I mean, you and I both have brothers. Like, that's how a lot of fights start. You know, you're roughhousing, somebody accidentally gets hurt, and the person who got hurt on accident is like, well, now I need fucking payback. And Steve, you can see it. You can see kind of the shift where he goes from "you're gonna hurt yourself" to like a bit more quietly, like, dude, fucking stop, and then when he just goes like, I'm done, like I gotta walk away. And I love that, like, they're both really torn up about it. Dustin's the one that assaulted him, and he's like sitting there like devastated emotionally, like he's so fucking torn up about it.
And I also will make the argument that even though, like, it's obviously never good to be violent, when you have things fizzling like this, when you have problems that are lingering for months and months and months and end, and you're just being passive aggressive, sometimes you need it. You just need to blow up for a split second so that you can grow. Like, you need to hit that bedrock point. And I like that they hit this. And like, you can see Dustin, this isn't the face of someone who's angry. Again, look at this acting. Look at this acting. Look at his face.
Yep.
There is so much, like, you can see he's angry, he's disappointed, he's upset with himself. But more than anything, he's just heartbroken because he just attacked his best friend.
Yeah.
He seems more than anything lonely. He seems lonely in this moment. And I just, how is this scene... This scene and the staircase one are masterpieces, okay?
Yeah.
This is top-tier dialogue, top-tier acting, top-tier characterization. It's magnificent. These are magnificent scenes, and it bugs me that they are so in stark contrast to the rest of the story.
Yep, totally agree.
You dumb fake asshole.
And you can see like he's crying, but the walls immediately go back up. He says, "Run back to Nance." He calls him a dumb fake asshole. Like, he's still... We're not there yet. We've made a bit of progress. We got like a bit of, like, you know, emotional tension out of it, but we're not there yet. Like sorry, it was just this is our building block, like, to the stairwell scene, and like this combo of scenes, this one going right into the stairwell scene, like easily my favorite sequence, like, from the entire season.
And it also speaks to, while Steve might not be as intelligent as Dustin, an emotional maturity that he has that Dustin doesn't because he's a little older. You know, the fight's over, and Steve essentially goes, you know what, enough damage has been done, I need to walk away. But Dustin, being immature and being overly emotional in this moment, has to get the last word in, and it's like, there's no one there. Steve isn't fighting with you anymore.
Yeah.
And I think just, as a big brother, and just in society, man, like, the way you get through these hard times is eventually someone's going to have to be the bigger person. It's just that simple. And I really love that they allow Steve that moment of development, and for Dustin to have this low point. They go hand in hand because, like I said, the next scene, Dustin saves his life.
Yep. God, it's so fucking good.
Now this.
Immediately following.
This is some bullshit. I guess we can go a little further than talk about it. Let's see what he does.
Arcade symbol.
When he flips through the books.
Oh, okay.
Scene?
Behind it.
Yeah.
So, this is against... I keep getting this criticism in all my videos. People saying, why are you talking about Stranger Things so much? Why are you dedicating so much time? It's Stranger Things. It's not that deep. Try telling that to the people who spent hundreds of hours, okay? Thousands of hours, getting 3,000 gallons of paint for all of the scenes with this melted room, and then hand crafting the sets. You tell them that this show isn't that serious.
Yep, and it's one thing where I don't know. The thing we're complaining about more than anything is the writing. Like, for the most part, this is a story analysis. We'll like touch upon other elements, but for the most part, like seeing the contrast between the production team and the effort and love they put into the story versus the fucking Duffer Brothers, who like this is their baby and this is the final season of their baby. It's disgusting. It just sucks.
And no one's gonna give credit to the hair and wig department. No one's gonna give credit to the people who build the sets. And as someone, like I said, I don't have a lot of experience, but I've worked in a movie set before. I've been behind the scenes, okay? There's a lot of work that goes into this stuff. That's why I made it like a really important point to point out the thing about specifically Holly's like fit in the way she is designed with the clothes that she's given. Like all of these, the way I view a story, okay, is the writing behind everything, the characters, everything, right? If you put everything you're putting there on a book, nothing added, how would it look, right? That's your cake. If you're making a beautiful cake, that's the food. That's what you're going to be eating, nom nom nom, right? And then everything else, all of the little details are the frosting, the cherries, the sweets on top to make it look beautiful. Stranger Things, this season, in many ways, looks beautiful. They have all the little details. The frosting's there, the cherries are there. All of that stuff is phenomenal, and great job there. The cake is rotten. It's hollow. So when you bite into it, the second you start thinking about what's going on, it falls apart. I can think of another season that Netflix produced very recently.
We don't talk about that season ever.
All roads lead back to Arcane.
We'll only talk about season 1. I wouldn't survive season 2, I'm sure. But on a real note, I do. Something that always frustrates me is how over time, like, our standards as audience members for acting, for costume, for CGI, for sets, for like just production value, it goes up. Like you take this stuff for granted. You're like, oh wow, it looks amazing. Like that fake CGI monster actually looks like it could be a real thing standing in front of me. And like, that's amazing. And we just kind of take it for granted because the standards creep up slowly and we raise our own standards in response. Writing has this annoying thing where it progresses so much slower than everything else, where you can have a good looking season, but people will still defend season 5 because they'll be like, I don't know, I like the story. I don't know. I can't think of any good reason that I've heard for defending it, but people still like the story. People are satisfied with the characters in the season. And it's just, if I could like change audience members in general, I would just want their standards for storytelling to go up, to like rise to the level where it's at for like CGI and everything else.
I was watching a video last night and someone was saying that their biggest complaint with the finale was the CGI was inconsistent. And I genuinely, first of all, whether that's true or not, we'll look deeper into it, but dude, I care about the writing so much more. Good CGI, all of this stuff is additional. It's the frosting. And for you to watch the finale and go, oh yeah, it was the CGI, it was inconsistent. Oh man, I feel like we're so, at least listen, I can't, whatever, if that's what you feel, that's what you feel. By my standards, I just can't accept that personally.
Yeah.
Can we right here? So let me go even further. The makeup artist that does this, that has been doing all the makeup for the 5 seasons of Stranger Things, I don't remember his name, but my girlfriend knows his name and has met the artist. This is all real. All of the things you are seeing, this is real. He did this. He made this.
Damn.
In The Last of Us, those clickers, those are not CGI. That is real. And you don't hear anyone praising this. You don't hear anyone going, "Wow, look at the makeup," unless you're in that industry. You know, what? This is unbelievable. You have a soldier, and this is a real body, not a person, obviously, but this is some sort of figure that has been painted, that has been blowtorched, that has makeup all over it, that has FX makeup all over it. All of the melting behind it was done by hand. I mean, and no one's talking about it. No one's gonna praise it. It's just, it's sad.
Yeah, that is very unfortunate. And yeah, like just thinking about all the insane amounts of work that went into this one shot where we only see this for like a couple seconds and then we move on and like that's it. And like that's the level of love I want in the writing. Like you can spend a lot of time writing a story and you can make it work on every single layer. Like and it's really satisfying to pick through in this way. Because I mean, for anyone who thinks like we're being too negative, like, I don't, just listen back to everything we said about the Steve and Dustin scene. There is so much that like you can say when the writing is good, like in praise of it. But unless the writing is good, like we just got nothing to work with. Everything looks pretty, but moment to moment, the story's just bleh. I also wanted to say I didn't realize what this meant when I first saw it, but I think this is supposed to show us that soldiers came to the lab before, they disturbed the exotic matter, and they got caught in the building melting, basically.
Yeah.
Which is pretty neat.
I mean, dude, and just further to your point, like, we are being very nitpicky in terms of our negatives. We're also being very nitpicky in terms of our positives. I have not heard a single person talk about the character design for Holly and the way they dress her and the Boy Scouts and the way that plays into the role and her character. And I can do that because I'm an Eagle Scout. Like, I have that experience, and I happen to I'm literally looking at an Alice in Wonderland figure right now. Like, some of the stuff they have on set I have in this room that I'm sitting in. And these are the things, sure, when we go scene by scene, we might annoy you by finding all the little things that you think are ridiculous and shouldn't matter, but then we're also going to sit here and find things that you probably didn't praise or didn't realize were that good when they are.
Yeah. Just, like I said, just digging deeper, see what works, see what doesn't. It's great.
Killing her, along with her unborn child.
It kind of annoys me that I guess she was in shock because of all the pregnant women. It's annoying that she didn't use her powers even once while trying to escape.
My only argument could be possibly that she was weakened. But on the topic of the pregnant woman, I actually have a lot to say here. First of all, I think the visual of all the pregnant women like that is really scary.
Yeah.
And really just kind of creepy. But it's sad that we never find out why her blood doesn't work. We also we never find out why Vecna specifically worked, or why Eleven's also works, like why she is the perfect copy of his blood. Maybe it's because I know she gets it straight from the tap, straight from Henry, but I just don't like that it's just like, oh, this is what it is and never explained. And all those pregnant women and their unborn children get sucked into the void of space. So
couldn't have happened. I doubt that happened in the finale though, because I hear the finale was great. It was awesome.
Of anything.
It is annoying that, I don't know, Elle can't put it together immediately. Like,
dude,
what
like,
are you
why?
dumb, Elle?
Why do they need to spoon feed this to Eleven and to us? Like, have a little bit of faith and respect for the audience. Does that remind you of anything? I don't know. Maybe this entire story?
It'd be funny if she just said, oh, Stranger Things.
Stranger Things.
Oh my god.
They're new.
What's up?
That did not look good, that shot of her just floating there.
I didn't.
It doesn't
Yeah,
matter.
I appreciate her using her illusions to like try to make a convincing case. Like I do
too.
Yeah, like her kind of using haunting imagery too. But yeah, for the most, it just, I don't know. It looks goofy. I also don't love that she's like, it's a cycle. They'll create more of us, and then we will create more worlds. And it's like, I know the military's stupid. I know they're evil. But I don't think they would try to recreate the Upside Down, considering everything that's... Maybe they would, actually, because I guess Dr. K is like, I should have Demogorgons in Moscow now, killing Russians, so... I don't really understand, though, why Callie is convinced that it's a cycle, when she doesn't have any reason to believe that more portals would be created.
She just finished watching Attack on Titan before giving this speech. And really,
oh my god.
Really found common ground with Zeke.
Fucking kill me. Oh my god. I can't believe you reminded me of Attack on Titan.
Pop up.
I think...
So he can just appear.
That's the thing, I don't know. He'll like teleport sometimes, he'll slow walk sometimes, but when it matters, he will like need to physically chase people, and it drives me crazy.
He can just pop up in front of the cave, and then what if he just stands in front of the cave? What are they gonna do?
Well, again, he doesn't... If he can teleport, he doesn't need to... Like, he can literally... That's the other thing. How does he just know where Derek is? Did he see Derek far away and then teleport to him? Again, just this whole mind thing, they're keeping it nice and vague and confusing, because there's no way to really discuss what's happening on like a logistic level. You're just supposed to accept
It's actually
everything.
impossible.
Yep.
I will kill your food.
Also, I really do. It's a small detail, but I really like the way that his eyes, like, they'll get, like, red. They'll get kind of bloodshot when he's really mad. I will say, I do appreciate, like, all the, like, clever little transitions between different parts of Henry's mind. Like, when they were like, oh, where did you first meet Henry? And she said in the library, and there's like books stacked in like the windowsill, and then they push him away and it leads to the library. Same thing with this, they smash the middle of the merry-go-round and it leads down to another memory. I do like those little flourishes.
I agree.
So this is I do like this too, because this will be important, but they established that entering memories can be very scary because you basically re-experienced everything. Not just in the sense that you watch it, but like all the feelings come back to you, which is kind of set up for
Yeah,
why.
I like this inclusion. Like some aspects of this Memoryscape are cool.
Yeah, again, there's some things I like about it, but like it's very, very wishy-washy. Like the whole element of people being chased around in here is just really funny to me. It's that little bit is so weird to me. Of all the things like you're gonna spend time on, it's so weird that we actually have like a little montage of them getting the Demogorgon on the roof of this little shed. It just seems like
strange allocation of time.
Yeah, it's just weird. Yeah, that's like I said before, I don't know how they know that they can bring back to life a Demogorgon's hive mind particles, and I especially don't know how they just intuit like, oh well, we can shock it to life and we can just crank up the voltage and it'll drive the hive mind particles out of the corpse. Like the thing's already dead, so I don't know why. I guess it's just heat, even though it's electric. I don't know. This part doesn't really make sense to me.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense to me either. But like, it's just whatever. Like, okay.
Thank you.
That was old.
I don't love. I really don't like Max's response. Holly watches her mom get slashed by the Demogorgon, and she's like, oh, "I just stood there. Why didn't I do anything?" And Max says, "That was the old Holly. You would do something now." And it's like, I fucking hope not. Holly is a little girl, and that's a Demogorgon. Like, her mom was, I think, at least trying to buy her time to. Her mom would not have wanted her to stand up and get killed, because it's a fucking demo. I don't know. That's just so weird for Max to say.
It would have been way more natural for Max to be like, "It wasn't your fault. Like, you had no idea what's going on. You're just a kid. Yada yada." But I might be one of the only people in the Holly defense force. I like that she gets development. I like that she develops past this, because we see her in the finale be the one to move, be the hero. I like Holly's story. I'll say it. I like it.
I mean, I appreciate that little arc. It's just irresponsible coming from Max. Like, this little girl.
That is true.
Girl lamenting that she didn't do anything to stop the giant scary monster, and Max is like, "That was the old you," almost like validating that yes, it was wrong of you to do nothing, but you wouldn't do that now. It's really weird. Also, like, if they'd actually had the balls to kill the parents off, like a shot like that would have meant a lot. You know what I mean? Like, it wouldn't just be, oh, that's Karen before she goes. It would be, that's dead Karen. Like, that's Holly's dead mom. Once again, I love that they didn't run. I wonder if maybe Henry was just waiting, literally waiting around the corner, but it's just another example of Max hesitates when the exit is right there, and it results in her not getting to the exit. And I really do I feel like an even lesser show would have had that moment where Holly's like, oh, why did I do nothing? And then literally 2 minutes later, she would have done something. But I appreciate that in this moment, Vecna just looks at her and she like cowers again. Because yeah, she's a little fucking girl. Like, what is she gonna do? This is terrifying.
Yes. You're on the Holly Defense Force too.
Oh no, oh my god, they're literally confirming it. If you die in the mind world, you die in real life. Holy shit. So I wonder if they could actually kill Henry in there. That's so. Oh my.
Jump him.
Oh no, that makes everything. Oh no, because Will is about to quote unquote save the day by just breaking his leg. Will could have snapped his fucking neck and ended the entire thing right here. Oh my god.
Continue.
Okay, like, god damn it, he's literally turning his head to look at Max. And it's like, fuck, I wish he would at least have tried to, like, snap his neck instead of just going for the leg.
I'm going to keep making this argument. Try, like, if you can, try and explain to me where my issue is here. What's an issue with my logic? If they're all connected to a hive mind, okay? Because we've seen in the earlier seasons that when the Demogorgons are damaged, when the tentacles are burned at all times, and we even see it this season, but they cherry pick when it happens. When something is hurt, so is Will.
Yes.
Why is he not wounded when he snaps Vecna's leg? I don't understand. He's like...
I will say that would be hard. Like, I want to say it might just be because there's no way to do that and give Will, like, his quote unquote logical set of powers. Where if the idea is that Will can only like levitate and use telekinesis, quote unquote, on the hive mind and members of it, like how do you have a moment where he like snaps 3 Demogorgons into pieces and then he's like totally fine? I think you're supposed to believe that. The way I interpret it is he basically gives himself a promotion like inside the hive mind, that he is now at the level where he can control things without it like recoiling back on him.
Yeah, but even in the finale, when the hive mind is being burned, Vecna's being hurt, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, but
so
he isn't.
and Vecna takes damage. I don't know, man. At least some pain. Maybe his leg doesn't actually need to visibly snap, but it can feel like it's being snapped. You know, when like in season 2, when they burned out of him, he's not actually being burned alive. Like he's not gonna necessarily die, but he's feeling the pain, and that pain overwhelms him. Why can't they do something like that where he feels the pain at bare minimum?
Yeah, I would agree that would probably be an improvement. I will still say though, in the show's defense, it's just that if you're gonna have Will have powers over the hive mind and like they're physical basically, and then you're going to have moments where he is getting hurt, like the hive mind gets hurt and he's feeling it. I think I can buy that when he is in control, basically when he is being Vecna, that he can hurt other parts of the hive mind without it like, you know, it lashing back at him, if that makes sense. The idea being that basically how else is Will supposed to use his powers if every time he uses them he has to like hurt himself, which I guess that is something they could have that's something they could have done, but I think it would have been a bunch of issues because then you'd have like Will would have to like break his leg to break Vecna's a leg and so on.
I guess that's fair enough.
And I really like this moment, especially how it starts with Henry calmly saying "get out." Like he tries to to me it almost feels like Henry feels violated. He has yet another entity entering and invading his mind, and he tries to calmly push it out at first, and then when he has to put in more effort, he gets like, you know, very visibly upset. Did you want to comment on Dustin sleuthing, or should I roll it forward?
I just can't believe that we find you roll forward. I'll explain it a bit. Dustin essentially uncovers a massive truth about the Upside Down, and we don't get to see it. We don't get to discover it with him. We just get told that he's found this thing. He falls into this random room. I guess Papa's office was right behind the Rainbow Room, which is whatever, I guess. And then he starts reading his notes that are phenomenal and somehow explain everything that's going on in the Upside Down, even though Brenner's never been in the Upside Down. And this is all new information. And it's this weird dark magic shit that doesn't make any sense. And Dustin just finds out off screen and is now going to exposition dump it to the rest of the crew. It's just, man, so underwhelming.
Yeah, it's for we had, I don't know, you could have, I guess I don't know how they would have done it in a like very satisfying way, but I know this isn't it. Him learning off screen is just wild to me, when this is like one of the biggest questions that's been like plaguing the series. Like, what exactly is the Upside Down? And when I think about it, I wonder if the idea is you could have had the like goofy stereotypical stuff where like he walks into a room, he finds like a projector and he like plays a video and it fucking explains everything. I do appreciate that this is like just barely a step above that, where we don't get we don't get an explanation, but for that reason, at least it's not like super ham-fisted. You kind of just have to believe what Dustin says about it, and he comes to all these conclusions, I guess not off screen, but silently. We don't get any insight as to how he figured it out, and yeah, it's just lame.
It's just lame, and it's gonna get lamer when they explain the Dimension X. So
also, I want to hear in real speed how he talks through this radio, because this bugged me. I get that the plan was to destroy the shield generator, but I don't know, it did, and I don't know, maybe I'm being unfair because we know what's happening before it happens, but it just seems so reckless of Nancy to be like, alright, I guess I'm shooting the invisible thingy.
Yeah, absolutely. It feels reckless to just be like, alright, I'm gonna shoot this with a shotgun. Like, there has to be a little more tact involved.
Yeah, they don't even, like, again, you can hear Dustin, at the very least, you can hear him panicking on the other side, so, I don't know, you'd think there'd be some, at least Jonathan hesitates, that's good, But the walkie-talkie snapped.
Yeah, he's really,
Sorry, go ahead.
like you hear Dustin freaking out. I think they'd be like, let's wait for a second.
Yeah. Or at the very least, they should have tried to make us think that they got basically tricked. That they hear him frantically saying that, "Oh God," blah, 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 and then they're like, "Oh shit! Like we need to do it now. We need to do it now. Like something's happening." Like that would have helped. But instead, like they're both pretty chill. Nancy's just kind of like, "All right, let's do this," and then Jonathan even has the sense here. Also, another micro moment: him screaming, "I was wrong." It's like, I don't know, kind of foreshadowing for him finally owning up to shit.
Yep.
Also, the acting, like, you can, like, I believe that kid thinks he's in a dimension that's about to disappear if Nancy shoots that thing.
You do. This season has a chronic issue with fake outs and fake out deaths.
It's crazy. I literally, when this happened, I was like, oh yes, thank you, Jonathan. I thought for a moment that was it, that, like, this was a mini payoff, that something stupid was about to happen, and that common sense swooped in and saved the day. But no, she literally, he says, "Are you sure about this?" And she says, "Nope." And then she aims the gun at it. That's so stupid.
And there's the episode.
Damn.
Oh, so brutal. So, I mean, do I want to say this episode's the best one?
I don't even know.
Just with the Dustin and Steve thing alone, I might declare this the best one.
I might declare the next one the best one, because we get the 1-2 punch. We get the stairwell scene, which is like the ultimate payoff to all the Steve and Dustin stuff, and we also get the Jonathan and Nancy scene, which is like weirdly good compared to everything else too.
That is true, but I guess with all that being said, that's episode 5. Just so many issues, and they're just getting worse as the story progresses.
Yep, we'll be barreling forward with part 2, but that was it for that episode. Right. What a shit show.
Yeah, it's tough. See you all then.
Take it easy, everybody.
Babysitter.
Who is it, Snuggles?
Oh, it's okay, Sugar. Go back to bed. I'll just be 1 second.
Okay.
Library.
I gotta say, it's so funny that, because again, I saw season 1 freshly, and in season 1 he's on a date too, and they're like, "Oh, why are you like keeping this knowledge door locked?" And he ends up helping them. I do kind of like this through line of he's just a chill dude. Like, he's a smart, nerdy guy, but he's also getting babes. And even when he's on a date with a babe, like, he's still willing to help the kids. Like, I don't know. It's wholesome.
Goated memory. I did not remember that. It's great.
He's just a Chad of a teacher.
In danger.
Oh, and yeah, more to the point of Chad. So previously, they had to be like, they just had to pressure him. They'd be like, "Why are you keeping this door of knowledge from us?" And then here, like, I love how he's just told Dustin is in danger, and he immediately is like, "Oh shit, like, what kind of danger?" Like, again, just making him a Chad. I don't know why, but I like it.
Dustin, the best character in the show, in danger? I'm locked in.
Catastrophically wrong. What? After you left, I found a journal.
And yeah, this is something that kind of bugs me, where Dustin was doing the right thing by running up there and being like, "Hey, if you shoot that, we all die." But now he's like stopped because it's been disturbed already, and the explanation we get is that he like thinks it's dangerous to go up there, like the structure is going to be compromised. But at the same time, like if it actually gets destroyed, if Nancy fucking shoots it again and the wall comes down, they're all dead, and that is why he is panicking. So it's kind of annoying that he stops to just explain what's going on to Steve.
That is definitely a bit annoying, but I do at least like that he starts off with being, "I was wrong, I was terribly catastrophically wrong," when the argument previously was how he just can't allow himself to admit that he's wrong. So I agree that him just stopping is kind of dumb, but his lines, I think, are in character and follow the through line of his arc in the story.
Exotic matter. A single source of energy that is holding that giant wall together, and I think Nancy just shot it.
I don't like it now. I especially don't like it when the Dimension X is explained. How Dustin figures something out off screen and then just tells us. I feel like there had to be a more creative and more fun way to deliver this, like, incredibly important information.
Yep. And it's just so funny that the people who came up with like the flipping the board idea in season 1 for like a neat explanation for something a bit more out there, they couldn't think of anything besides, oh, Dustin figures it out in this random room and he has to explain it directly to the audience.
Bro really said, "I found the arcane." We have the Lucky Gate and more egregious plot armor. This, like, the wind is so strong, or the pull into space, that it's ripping trees and stones out of the ground. You're telling me the 140-pound people and then Hopper aren't going to get absolutely sucked in immediately? Come on.
I mean, they could have tried to make it work. They could have had 11 literally, like, I don't know, force bracing herself, basically grabbing the floor with her powers and then grabbing herself and the others. But nope, like you said, it's just, you just have to buy that these guys aren't getting sucked into the literal vacuum of space right now.
Yeah, vacuum of space. To just standing there like, oh, I got that shit.
Which again, like you said, they fuck it. It can't pick up the people, but it can rip up a huge chunk of the ground to make a gate for them to escape.
Yeah, bro. And the ground wasn't even cracked. It just ripped it randomly. That's how strong it is.
I didn't even know that was a thing. The idea that, like, you can just create a gate in the Upside Down by if you rip up enough of the ground. Like, you don't even need a Demogorgon to, like, loosen it for you. You don't need to kill a person in the other side. You can just... The vacuum of space can rip open a hole in the Upside Down.
Ridiculous, man.
I do like this. Yet another example of him, like, trying to get her to stay behind him. Like, and she... like, not realizing that he would be holding her back. Like, she does need to be in front. She's the only one who can do fucking anything. He can't protect her.
I agree.
It's a wormhole, a bridge, between 2 points in time and space, between our world.
The Duffer Brothers made this whole stink about how, oh, we're going to explain the Upside Down this season to be so big. And they just explain it in an offhand comment in, like, 10 seconds. That's so lame.
Yeah, and even Dustin just being like, everything we have ever assumed is wrong. It's like, I don't know, I guess, to be fair, I don't know how I would have done it. There just had to have been a better way to do it than this. This is like this is years in the making.
Why didn't we just watch Dustin learn it? At least, why did he learn it solo off screen?
Yeah, I mean, I guess we sort of did watch him learn it. It's just that, like I said, because when I try to think of alternatives, because the way he finds out is already stupid, like you pointed out. Like, how does Brenner know all this? I don't believe Brenner would know all this, especially not with the way he was fucking with the Demogorgons in 11.
True.
But yeah, the idea that Dustin just puts it together silently off screen, we don't have any kind of clever way to explain it. And for me, the kicker is that he's explaining how it works and why, like, it is paramount that he gets up there and stops it from getting destroyed, sitting in the stairwell, no longer running up the stairs to stop it from being destroyed. So, like, it's already taking out some of the impact when he's like, yeah, if the wall gets destroyed, we're all fucked. Like, everyone in the Upside Down, and possibly everyone, like, on Earth and in the Abyss would be fucked. Ollie! I just gotta point it out again, because I still don't understand why or how, but he got his leg broken in his own mind by Will, and he was able to repair it enough with his powers to limp, but not able to repair it fully so that it was fine again, even though he's supposed to be like a gloopy monster.
You can also teleport. We saw him teleport with Derek, so...
He can teleport. He does it a couple of times where he appears behind somebody. I guess being, like, stupid charitable, you could say he just snuck up on them. But yeah, it is very... I feel like if you're being honest, it's just teleportation.
It's ridiculous, yeah.
Sweetheart, stop, or I'll hurt her. But she has tricked you, Holly. She has corrupted your mind. She is a liar. No!
I think it's weird that... So when he says stop or I'll hurt her, and then he actually goes to, like, oh, she's a liar, like, she's corrupted your mind. I kind of wish he would just pick a track. He'd be like, she's a liar, not I'll get...
He's, like, confirming he's a bad guy while arguing that he's not. It's just like, bro, come on, you're contradicting yourself.
Yeah, like, I'm gonna get in there and I'm gonna kill that little girl with you, but hey, trust me, that little girl is evil, bro. Come on. Come out of the cave.
I saw what you really are!
Back with me right now and rejoin the other children. I will have no choice but to hurt Max. When your new friend begins to suffer, you can either return to me and end her suffering, or you can watch your new friend die.
By the way, that there is a new way comment goes nowhere. He doesn't find a new way to hurt her. It's just the same stuff.
Well, no, he does, except I don't think he finds it, because he does, he finds her hospital room. Like, that's what he means. Like, he can just kill... so you're right in the sense that he makes it sound like she's going to start to be in pain or get sick or something, and then Holly will have a chance to, like, end it by coming back to him. But what he means is that he's found her, like, in the real world, and he's going to send demo dogs after her.
Yeah, but you get what I'm saying. Like, that's not a new way.
Exactly. And it's also crazy that, like, I don't know, you have all this time, all these crazy powers, you have the rifts, like, again, if you understand Max is that big of a threat that she can end, like, all your plans, why have you not just raided the hospital yet? Why did you have to know exactly which room she was? You couldn't just send people.
Dude, he never thought to check the hospital. Like he nearly killed this girl, and his first thought wasn't, "Oh, she must be in the hospital." Where did he think she was?
Yeah, that's a good point. Like literally, it's just crazy. He needed to know the room before he sent 3 demo dogs there to search the hospital anyway. Like if they did. Oh my god.
This is Will, and
This is unnecessary. This whole explanation is unnecessary. All she had to say was maybe she's still like locked in the mind trance. Maybe she never left. I mean, that's where Holly is. We waste 2 minutes doing this stupid disc explanation just to let like lobotomize Robin talk some more about nonsense, and it's just pointless.
Yeah, again, it's them trying to recapture the magic of flipping the board, and they don't come anywhere close.
His planet.
That's Endgame.
The fate of the planet may very well rest in the hands of your comatose girlfriend and your baby sister.
So as much as I don't like the explanation, I do like that logically this follows where, like we have to get it to where Lucas is collecting Max at the time that Max is escaping. And it does require them assuming that, okay, they're making a break for it, they're going to keep making a break for it. But for the most part, I like that there is kind of a logical flow here. They're like, if we can get them back, they'll know about like Vecna's plan.
My issues just stem from the dialogue. It's just the dialogue for me.
Do you remember this place?
So I guess in a way I like the idea of Will infiltrating Henry's mind and then Henry overpowering him and trapping him there. I don't like that Henry very clearly like pushed him out of his mind and then we're told, no, just kidding, he's still in there.
I was convinced from this moment forward that Will was going to be a spy for a longer period of time going into the finale, but no, this whole scene is just for him to figure out the hospital, and then it's just done. Like, yep. Will is just done. It's so stupid.
Pretty much. Okay, yeah, and that's what he meant when he said there are other ways to get to you. He knows that Will is going to know where Max is specifically, which, again, just, it's funny that he needs to know the exact room.
You built them each and every night you slept.
I'm curious, as a Season 2 enjoyer, how do you feel about that reveal? Does it do anything?
I wish it was better explained how he was building them, but it does make sense that he would know the map of them because he was building them. So I like that reveal. Because remember, he like draws a bunch and is like, I knew where all the tunnels are. And it's like, how do you know? And it's like, well, if he was building them, that would make sense. That I actually like this. I like this reveal.
I did appreciate him crying blood. It kind of caught me off guard. I was like, oh, shit.
I liked it too, but again, this is all just for Vecna to get a hospital room number.
Stupid. It's made up of Henry's memories, right? Including...
Again, just to talk about the allocation of time real fast, we're 20 minutes into this new episode, and all 20 minutes have essentially been Vecna trying to find Max's room number. Get a move on, bro. Come on.
He can't steal his own mind, can he? How do you know?
This is almost another layer to the Henry thing, where it's like Henry is a victim. Henry was the first like child taken by the Mind Flayer. So the idea where he says like he can't take his own mind, can he? It's like, well, yeah, like Henry, this isn't a regular mind. This is Henry's mind combined with the Mind Flayer. So I like that. I don't know. It tracks that they would be able to escape through his memories the same way that they tried to escape through their own.
I think the idea of Henry being the first person taken advantage of by the Mind Flayer is the most interesting story they could have told with this season, but instead it's apparently in the play and doesn't really play a role in the story at all. So I guess I'll let you know how the play goes, because that sounds like a good story, but I mean, for this season, it just, as these episodes progress, I'm just more and more disappointed, I can't lie.
I will say, I have to give them credit, because in the finale, they show enough elements of presumably what you were talking about in the play that we have enough to realize that is the case. My biggest problem is just how the reveal is handled, especially with Will spearheading it with his cringy monologue.
We will get to that.
Mike.
And look at that, we made it. So where they had the convenient gate open up for them, and now they've driven to the Squawk.
Where did they get the car?
Yeah, A, where did they get the car? But B, you guys drove here in the middle of the...
You drove in the roads with no driving, cameras, they're gonna get your face. I guess in broad daylight, her in this car is just chill. Sorry, continue.
Yeah, well, that was pretty much what I was gonna say.
And we would have decided to go later. Okay, so what are we waiting around here for? Where are you going?
And this is the one part about him stopping in the stairwell that I like. I kind of wish he had stopped in the stairwell when, like, Steve joined him. The idea being that he, like, Dustin would run up there himself because he knows what's at stake, but he doesn't have it in him to let Steve go up there.
So, it's worth saying, I wonder how it would feel to fall 10 feet while you're laying flat on your back and just slam your head into tile, marble, whatever it is down there, and just, again, can we get a bruise this season? Can I see one of these actors with a cut? Like, can I get some signifier that things are scary, that there are stakes? Because they just fell through a floor and are chilling. Not even...
Yep, one of the worst injuries in this season so far is Holly scraping her knee in the Mind Palace.
Please.
But yeah, we didn't see them go down. We saw like the start of it, but yeah, you're supposed to just accept that the ground melted beneath them in such a way that it like gently lowered them into the room so as not to hurt them.
Nancy, she didn't leave a note or anything at the church?
No.
We mentioned before like how rude it is that the other kids left. Like they told Hopper like, "Hey, come meet us at the church," and then Hopper shows up and they've already left for Hawkins' lab. And Mike literally says, like, really? Nancy didn't even leave a note?
Yeah.
It's just so funny.
Also, it's worth noting that aside from the gunshot graze, Hopper was in an accident, like got strangled by a tentacle, got into a huge fight, and there's not a bruise on him. All of these bruises and cuts are from season 4.
No, he's fine. You know, season 5 is chill. You know, they thought it'd be cool if they lowered the stakes for the last season, because no one's ever done that before.
His chest is as smooth as a baby's butt right now, dude. Look at that. Nothing on him. Chilling.
I mean, I appreciate the presence of old scars, at least. It's kind of cool. It really highlights the fact that he doesn't have any fresh injuries, basically. Just the gunshot.
Yeah. Sure as shit sounded to me like it did. I'll leave you alone for 2 seconds.
I like the conflict between Callie and Hopper. It's not amazing, but it makes sense, especially with like the push and pull being, you have the role model who has all but guaranteed that Elle will make a sacrifice play, and then you have Callie who like literally consciously wants her to make the sacrifice play, but they're in conflict because Hopper is like, no, I don't want Elle to die. If anything, it's going to be me. I like that both of them are, without realizing it, Hopper is also pushing Elle to make that same choice, but there's this conflict because, you know, at least consciously he is trying to push her away from it.
I just don't like the character, and like I want to argue against the points that you're making, but they're valid. I'm just gonna leave it.
She needs to know the truth, and she needs to be ready to deal with what's waiting for her.
Like, I'm sorry. This is definitely just me being biased and just the way I think. I don't like that they're playing it up like Callie is on equal footing with Hopper in terms of the dynamic that she has with Eleven, and the explanation is, oh, they knew each other when we were kids, which is like, okay, sure, but at the same time, we've seen Hopper and Eleven build this relationship for over half a decade in the real world, and one thing this show has going for it in the finale is the fact that the meta, like the audience's response to these characters, is very powerful. So the fact that like that is in play for me here, which is why I don't like this interaction, because it's just like, I know you're telling me that they're on equal footing, but actions speak louder than words, and I've seen one action and one word, you know?
Yeah, and it is kind of weird that Callie like has that mentality. She's like, I understand Elle like on like such a crazy deep level, when Callie is one of the like lab rats that escaped basically. So if anything, she should have a bit more respect for Hopper knowing who Eleven is on like a human level. But to the show's credit, I do like that Callie has been through like a crazy mind-altering experience where her priorities have very clearly shifted away from like her selfish desires to making sure that what happened to her and her friends doesn't happen again, which I appreciated that.
The logical brain in me agrees with you. The like subjective and biased brain in me is just like, nah, I don't like this character, but you are right.
No idea what she's talking about. She's talking a bunch of nonsense.
And I do like this, like Hopper getting defensive when Callie brings up a semi-valid point where it's like, if Eleven is still around, if the military is still around, and assuming they're not a complete fucking joke, there would be like, Eleven would just never be fully safe. And I like that Callie trying to acknowledge that really upsets Hopper, because Hopper, I think, gets the idea of where that might push Elle, like what kind of decision she might make, especially knowing the sacrifice she was willing to make like as early as season 1.
I agree. I just find it frustrating.
Signal.
The tank.
Yeah, it'll take a while to set up, and I figure you gotta recharge your battery anyway. Plus, that thing was a pain in the ass to build, so I certainly like to get some use out of it.
And we are finally using a bathtub. Hooray.
Yeah, finally, after all these episodes of me saying to use a bathtub.
Hey, doors up. Gonna sign in late.
Here for motion sport. Think back tonight. Oh, no way.
This is another thing where they know that Max is trying to escape with Holly right now, but they don't know that, like, they don't know it's gonna work. So I think it's kind of weird that we treat the scene like they understand the urgency of what's going on. They understand that Max is coming back this moment right now, and it feeds into a kind of annoying thing that Lucas does later with the demo dogs, where he's like, no, she's coming back right now, even though he doesn't really know that.
He's just assuming the whole time, and his assumption has to be spot on to the second, which is annoying.
Yep. He's just, I hate, like, that happens so many times in this season where characters just assume shit and then they end up being right because there's no logical way for them to figure out what's going on. And this is something that annoyed me. It's like, you're telling the audience, like, hey, we gotta hurry, Max is gonna make a break for it, we gotta be ready for her, we gotta pull her out because Vecna might be coming. And then the girlfriend shows up and she's like, we need to talk. And Robin immediately ditches the plan, and it just kind of, again, it just undercuts the urgency, where it's like, I guess we're not in that big of a hurry if Robin has time to address her, like, relationship issues right now.
Agreed. It's definitely annoying. Just like, oh, we have to deal with this too. It's like, come on, move on with the story, please.
Yeah. Wait, Robin, I gotta deal with this. Just not on the plan.
I don't know if anyone thinks we're complaining too much. We had, what, 10, 15 minutes maybe for Vecna in the finale? So it's just the fact that we can spend, like, five, maybe 10 minutes total, I think, for, like, the girlfriend is just crazy.
The allocation of time all over the place is just, it's ass backwards. It's genuinely ridiculous. I don't understand why they're giving so much time to the characters that aren't even going to pop up in the finale or be relevant at all. I just, like, what is this subplot? She's not even there in the finale, barely, and then by the end of the season they broke up anyway. Like, what was the point? Robin moved. She doesn't pop up. What is the point of this?
Are you sure they're broke? Because doesn't she say, like, overbearing partners or whatever?
Oh, dude. Yeah, but that's implying that they broke up because she was overbearing. That's what I'm saying. Like, this is pointless. This is genuinely pointless. Like, this is why this act specifically is so, like, terrible, and it's just boring. This is so pointless. I can't stress it enough.
That's crazy. I just thought they didn't have time for her at the end. I literally thought that was them referencing her in, like, a tongue-in-cheek kind of way. Like, yeah, she's still there. She's just overbearing. So she doesn't want to bring her to the joint, like, with the friends.
Who is looking for me? Security. MPs. Why? You really want to play dumb with me? I have no idea what you're talking about. All right, let me give you a hint. You, Mr. Bailey's room, benzos.
Like, okay, wait, so you can get the military on your ass for stealing benzos from some random dude, but you can be L and you can drive, like, in the middle of the day with Hopper and your buddy that you just broke out of the max security prison from the Upside Down. It makes no sense. The military, they'll be incompetent for most of the story, and then they'll be allowed to do stuff just precisely when we need it to happen.
I have nothing analytical to add here. This is all pointless. This leads to nothing.
Okay, Max. Time to come home.
And stuff that dead people have left in the ground. Anyway, his favorite place to search is Indiana Beach Amusement Park. I mean, he searched there for years, but all he ever found was a bunch of cheap trinkets. Then one day, he opens up the newspaper and boom. Front page, some random tourist found a tin can filled with gold and silver coins worth like millions of dollars. Right, so let me guess in the scenario, I'm Uncle Eric, and I'm the tourist.
We basically spent all that time, you know, the meme where the guy's, like, mining for gold and he stops, like, just short of the diamonds before turning around. That is literally what they just did. All that.
We could have just shown her that meme, and be like, you see this? This is me right now. And again, it's the fact that she finds it so quickly is a load of BS. But honestly, dude, I'm genuinely just so bored. All of these things are leading to nowhere. They're just wasting so much time. I don't understand. I don't get it. I really don't.
Max is basically complaining in this moment, like, we are wasting our time searching the desert, and then Holly's like, no, trust me, guys, this is a good use of our time.
So stupid.
So why is the plan here to break the chair leg instead of putting the chair on top of the table and then helping each other?
Maybe to be, like, super fair, just wouldn't reach and they couldn't climb up the goop as it's, like, dripping down. My problem with this is that what they're about to do kind of works, but then they, like, panic and they stop with it, because she grabs the leg, she pokes a hole in the wall, and then it like starts gushing like more paint, and they're like, "Oh fuck!" Like that's the exact opposite of what we wanted. But just
But it's not an infinite paint loop. Eventually, it has to run out.
exactly like the only, and that's the other thing. The amount of like material dripping down into this room, like it can only be as much material as the ceiling above it. It's never going to fill the whole room. But assuming it did,
That's so true.
assuming it did, you just grab the chair leg and you keep poking holes in the entire room.
Yeah, hold on. We're gonna get to this in a second. Why does it freeze? What? It would be way better if it was still like melty and they just looked up and the whole ceiling was just gone. That would give them a logical explanation for why it stopped and still give them their payoff. Why make it stupid?
You could ask that question about the whole season. I guess I do. If we pretend that they had exhausted all of their options, that they had tried a bit more, I like it ending with them just screaming for help. Also, fuck Hopper being like, "Oh, this thing took forever to build." That's a horse water trough. You just buy it at fucking DMB. Like, there's, it's just a horse water trough. It's not even. It doesn't even look big enough for her.
I have no idea what that is. I'll just agree.
No, it's a giant metal tin you get. You fill it with water. The horses drink out. It's just a horse waterer, basically.
It was my idea, Hop. It was my idea for him to go in there. I don't know. I just thought maybe after everything that happened, after everything I saw him do, I started thinking maybe all this time that I've been trying so hard to protect him, I've really just been holding him back by not listening to him.
And I do like this exchange. The idea that Joyce is sharing why she believed in Will, why she thought the risk was worth it, and what she says ends up applying to Hopper, and you can see he chews on it.
Joyce, one of the joys of being a parent is that you'll have a constant reminder your whole life that every choice you've made has been wrong.
And I almost kind of like that. Maybe he could have worded it better, but I do like the idea that it is so impossible to raise, another little human that you are inevitably going to do something wrong. You're going to find new and creative ways to fuck up, even if you don't do it the same way your parents did.
Yeah, and the imperfection is part of the experience, what gives people individuality. You're definitely making mistakes, but in the long run, those mistakes don't always have to be bad, and I think that's what Hopper's learning and what Joyce is learning in this moment.
Yeah, and Stranger Things, it should be, with, considering what it is, it should be a story about, coming of age, about growing up. So the idea that the parents have a bit to learn, they have to grow up a bit too, I feel like that's pretty powerful.
I agree.
That was nice. Mary found that for you?
Yeah.
Santa Claus has good taste. Hey, back at the squawk, Ollie, she said something weird about this not being over even if we got everything. Do you know what she's talking about?
Also, holy shit, decent bit of characterization for Mike. He really cares about 11. So that one offhand comment that Callie made is something that has him worried, and he's confronting her about it.
Yeah, I like that he's actually taking note of prior events and logically continuing the conversation, for sure.
And this gets so much worse in the finale. I really wish Mike cared half as much about his family as he did about 11, but whatever.
Yeah, he gets such a good reaction in the finale, but we don't get anything really from Karen getting sliced.
Yes. Somewhere where there's at least one waterfall.
Mike.
So I'll be approaching this from the angle that 11 actually dies in the finale, if you want to approach it from the other angle. But assuming she actually dies, that Mike doesn't get his happy ending for her, and that it is just him coping, I really do like that this is the second time now that we've called back to it. It was a pretty innocent conversation in the first episode where it's oh yeah, do you think that could be real? And now further into the story, 11 is legitimately realizing hey, that's kind of childish. After everything we've been through and everything that's happened, you can't expect everything to work out happily.
Now, we'll discuss this later. Do you believe she's alive or do you believe she's dead?
I believe she's dead.
I think she's alive. So
that's my interpretation of the scene with how I also interpret the finale. I was curious how someone who thinks it's a fake out death reads this scene.
I think your reading is accurate. I like the character development for 11, that she's kind of accepting that this is just a fantasy and such, which is why her being alive, I don't want 11 to be alive. I would have been better if she was dead. But then, and I believe her being alive undercuts all of these great moments. I believe it undercuts her entire character arc, which is when I tell you I think 11's alive, I'm not saying it with joy. I'm yes, 11's alive. I'm oh, they made a mistake. So, I agree with your analysis, and all of these scenes point to her dying, you know? But from my, at least the way I view it with her being alive, she's essentially wrong here. Mike's right. He's like, there is a way. You're like, she's essentially just being a pessimist who isn't seeing the like Mike's future, which is true. But this is going to be a conversation we're going to have to go into deeper when she does or does not die in the finale. But yeah, I think this scene is good, which is why I don't like that she is alive in the end, because I think these scenes are good.
Okay. And yeah, well, and from that angle, I would argue like these scenes get better if she is actually dead in the finale, and they get worse if she's not. Like if it does lead to a fake out, there is less to praise here.
Because this is our story. And it starts getting Will back.
Yeah, see, like right there, that you get what I'm saying? Like they, even from this point forward, they're leaving it open-ended. And I genuinely believe they're leaving it open-ended, but heavily leaning towards her being alive, which undercuts this entire development.
Okay, I was actually gonna say something else. Like that's the first time we get that Will is literally, sorry, not Will, that Mike is basically, he's not at that point yet. He hasn't reached that level of growth where, and you can, like, I can get why someone might criticize that, but I like the idea that it's just a part of his character, that like it's something that after all this time, after all this investment, he's not willing to accept. He's just not capable of accepting that things aren't going to work out, and that leads into the finale and why it ends the way it does.
Again, I agree, and I don't like, I like in terms of storytelling that Mike isn't ready, and that by the end of the story he will be, because that's the thought, is that he's not ready now, but when you get to the end of the finale, he'll accept the reality, but he doesn't accept it. Mike does not make any progress. He stays the exact same, and I would say even regresses, because he just can't accept the truth, which to me means that he's actually telling the reality. Like, at least that's just the way I see it.
Okay. Well, and we'll definitely, I think we can be a lot more definitive when we get to the finale itself. But I did want to say, as another little point of praise, he says, this is our story, and it starts with getting Will back. That makes me think of, like, you know, the meta, basically. It's their story, and it started in season 1 with getting Will back. I just had a thought, too. It's another reason that if Henry is the one who chose to make his mind like a physical place, it's a very bad idea. Because if Holly had not been caught there, she could have presumably, like, fell down the well, fucking died, and then he would have lost one of his 12, like, essential vessels.
And even every time we talk more about this mind palace, it just makes less and less sense.
Ooh, sitting at home, waiting for the phone to ring while you're off with your friends getting high. Getting high. Come on, Robin.
So that is the one thing I like about this interaction. That, to me, that reads as very realistic. Robin tells the truth to her girlfriend, and her girlfriend's first thought is, okay, you're on drugs right now. Because who would believe?
Yeah, I do actually think this conversation flows naturally and cohesively, as in like how real people would talk in a way. I'm very frustrated after watching the finale, knowing that all of these conversations essentially lead to nothing, because Vicky's only role in the finale is to sit there with Max and doesn't even help her at all. Like there's no purpose for this character other than Will seeing her, and then she's just around and taking up precious screen time for what? For her not to be relevant for the future. It's a damn shame.
Oh shit, that is like her most important contribution to the plot. The fact that she is spotted by Will, and that prompts his entire relationship with Robin, which prompts all of his growth, which makes the
She's a plot device. She's a plot device, and they try hiding it better here by giving her a scene to flesh her out. But I'm actually just more annoyed because now you're taking screen time away from the actual characters, giving it to the plot device, and then not giving any sort of payoff in the future. Like we didn't even see a breakup. You know, we didn't see the conclusion to their relationship. She just disappears after the time jump. She's just out of the story. So what was the point of including this character?
The Earth has split in 4. The military has taken over our town.
Yeah, like, again, I appreciate how, like, realistically this reads. Like, she's just repeating back, like, that's insane. How could I possibly believe that? And she's like, well, I know it's fucking insane, but you have to believe me. And I do like what she resorts to here. She's like, the fucking, like, ground split open. Like, spores, you've seen monster, like, you have to know that, like, things are not normal here.
It's very interesting to hear Robin talk like a real person and just have natural dialogue instead of Dick, I like Dick.
Yeah, and that's, oh my god, it's because her dialogue, when the writers are, like, reaching through her like a sock puppet and trying to, like, make her say funny stuff, it's so transparent every time. But here, when she's, like, taking the situation seriously, she's like, And it's just her girlfriend. It's just her girlfriend's like confronting her. She doesn't want her relationship to end, presumably. She is actually acting like a fucking person.
And it's for nothing, by the way, because this leads nowhere.
Quick, stop! Where do you think you're going?
I love the, where do you think you're going? Like, can we talk like real people? Come on.
Help! Help! Justin! Help! Hey!
They're so close to the top. If they just stood on that chair, you see what I'm saying? Like, just stand on the chair.
Stop! Stop! Steve! Stop!
And here it comes.
I almost want to slow it down. Let's do.
We'll do 1 point. I think 1 point is fine.
Stop! Safe! You're gonna fall unstable! I got it!
So it's, and I gotta say, for as amazing and like impactful as this is, a lot of it is because of the setup. Because this scene is only like a minute or so long. It's so fucking short. It's very basic.
This is how you do storytelling, at least the way I view it, especially when you have a long-running show. This is years and years of build-up between Steve and Dustin's relationship, an entire season's worth of conflict coming to a head, where Dustin's reality, his mindset from the previous season, is affecting his judgment because of what happened to Eddie with Steve, and Steve's reaction and the way he acts is also logical based on what we have seen. There's no new characters introduced. There aren't any new elements that are shown in at the last second. This is a story we've been seeing for over 5 seasons and for over nearly a decade of real time getting a payoff. This is what this entire season should have been.
Yep. And yeah, like I said, so we get here. There's a big old hole in the stairwell. Steve puts down the ladder and he's like, I'm going to crawl across it. And Dustin like immediately is like, whoa, like don't, it's unstable. You're going to fall. And it comes off as pretty normal, just, you know, Dustin worrying, and then it boils over into, well, what happens.
Already, okay? No, don't! No! I'm being an asshole! I'm not being an asshole! I'm trying to get to them!
And I like that even when it first comes out, like, it's Dustin doesn't immediately, what a frame to pause on. Dustin doesn't immediately, like, he doesn't immediately, like, voice himself, like, properly. It starts with stop being an asshole, and then he breaks down. Then, like, everything that he's been bottling up finally, like, starts to come out.
It's also the Steve responds with, I'm trying to get to them. And what I really like about this angle is, while I think there is a level of reasonable selfishness that Dustin has here, because obviously he wants Nancy and Jonathan to live, but it is more important to him in this moment for Steve to live, because he is closer to Steve, because they've had this whole journey. And it's not like, oh, you get to choose who dies. It's just like, no, I don't want them to die, but I'm not willing to risk your life at the same time. It's a tough situation. And I just really like how Steve is like, no, like, I'm trying to save them. It's this selfless, stupid, like, him trying to be a hero all the time, which is what, you know, Dustin criticizes him for, shaped in with Dustin being a realist, being like, no, like, you are always trying to get yourself killed. This is stupid. It's really, really well done.
Yeah, and I like that we'll find out Dustin is right. Like, Steve probably wouldn't have made the gap. And it's horrifying to think that, yeah, Dustin's fear was legitimate here in the sense that he realized, oh my god, I'm about to watch another of my friends die. I'm about to watch my best friend, like, plummet to his death.
This scene has stakes.
The fact that it falls away at the end. Like, you're shown that if this didn't happen, there goes Steve. Like, it means something. Like, the scene ends with, by the way, in case you had any fucking doubt, there was a serious point to that, and it's that Dustin just saved Steve's life by being open and, like, honest with him for once.
Get yourself killed, and I can't let it happen again! Stop being so selfish, please! If you go on there, you're gonna die, and I can't deal with it again.
And yeah, the acting, so fucking good. The dialogue, also good, where he says, stop being so selfish. And I can't help but think, like, he's thinking of Eddie. Like, the point being that Eddie didn't have to do what he did, but probably, there's a lot of reasons that Eddie made the choice he made, but I think the most realistic one is that his life was already kind of over, like, in the real world, and that, yeah, he wanted to stop. He wanted to
do it.
Yeah, and that's how he wanted to go out, basically. He's like, I want to go out of here. I don't want to be someone that runs anymore. And then, yeah, I think Dustin is the one who was hurt most by that decision. I think he picks up on the selfish element of it. And yeah, that's why he screams at Steve, like, stop being so selfish, please.
Yeah, Dustin I don't think Dustin cares about Steve being a hero in this moment. He just wants his friend. And it's just, again, the acting here, it's stark contrast to really all the other actors who were kids and have grown up. This scene in particular just stands out. And again, it's just, We have years of this building up and their relationship coming to a halt, and it's the fact that the Duffer Brothers were okay with making Dustin a little bit unlikable for the sake of this is the way the character should logically follow. And because they made him unlikable to some in Act 1, when you get to this payoff in Act 2, it is so much more powerful. This scene would not hit as hard if Dustin hasn't been kind of a dick, if he hasn't been a jerk to Steve. If they didn't have all this bickering, it doesn't work. And that's what you need to do. You need to be willing to take risks and have people a little upset or a little emotional for the long-term picture. And this right here, they could have done this with every character, and we would have had a very, very good season of television. But this is like the last risk they take, and it's just sad.
Yeah, and we do get a nice 1-2 punch. This is probably my favorite scene in the entire season. It is followed up by the Jonathan and Nancy scene, which I do think is a good, like, it's a surprisingly good conclusion to a rather frustrating, like, through line with those two characters.
I think 11... Sorry, you go.
I was just saying, it coming right after this, it's like a nice 1-2 punch, and it's honestly, for me, it's enough to elevate this episode above all the rest. I enjoyed this one the most, simply because it had those two moments back to back.
I don't know if I'd go that far, but I hear I'm willing to entertain the argument for sure.
I can't deal with it again. Don't let it happen again. Please don't let it happen again.
He's like, whoa, wait, what's going on? Like, you can tell he's shocked too, like, oh, like, shit, Dustin's, like, melting down right now. And then you can literally see the moment where he says, please don't let it happen again. And the realization hits him. He's like, oh, fuck, like, I don't, it's such a sweet moment, because Dustin is the one who's, like, he's the one who has to, like, step up and uncork all of his emotions. He's finally given Steve what he wants. And Steve, like, there's no moment of, like, haha, finally, you admitted you were wrong. It's, holy shit, like, I didn't realize how much pain you were in.
Yeah, I also like how there isn't really any time to think about what's happening. This is just them, it's like instinctual, Steve's response. There isn't any time to mull on it and be like, oh, should I do this, should I not? It's just like wow, this scene's so good.
Not you. I'm sorry.
And it ends with him saying, I'm sorry. Oh my god, it's so good.
Yeah, phenomenal. Yep.
Sorry, ends with a confirmation that even though he's sorry, he was right. Oh,
yep.
Good. It's so good. It's suspicious. It's like, who snuck into the writing room and, like, just added this, like, awesome through line with these two characters? Like, it sticks out like a fucking sore thumb.
Yeah, and it falling gives the illusion that this season actually has stakes when it doesn't. It's just...
It falling does establish, like, yeah, if Steve had gone, he would have died, which...
This scene is distractingly good. It's distractingly good.
What are we doing? Sitting spreads our way down. Mr. Goldstein, physics. We can buy ourselves some time.
1, 2, 3 chairs. 3 chairs. Jesus Christ. Whatever.
Yeah, so they're yelling. They realize it's hopeless. And I like, on a symbolic level, this is them coming to terms with the fact that their relationship is failing, and then because of that, they're able to save, like, their friendship, if that makes sense. Like, they save their relationship by ending their relationship.
Yeah, I think I like the scene.
And here they're calling for help, like they're looking for external sources to fix their problem, and then the room doesn't stop melting until they figure it out themselves, which I appreciated.
Great analysis there. I didn't think about that.
I hate the Clash.
And I do like that. There's, like, a long silence, as much as we've been complaining about misallocated time. It puts you in the mood. It makes you, like, kind of chew on the fact that these two kids, basically, have accepted that they're about to die. And that she finally decides, like, I want to be open and honest with you. Like, and I like that they choose to spend their last moments being direct.
We're not asking, when we say, like, oh, we really don't like that the allocation of time is messed up, that doesn't mean we want the story to be going at Mach 10. It's just we want the story and story elements to be saved for the story, not pointless things. And I actually like that they slow down in this moment and give you a quiet moment between these two characters and their character work.
Yeah, like a lot of other scenes, like the fucking snack scene, it annoys me. Like, I get it. You don't have to waste my time to tell me that they're thinking, but a scene like this, like, it feels much more appropriate, and it puts you kind of in the headspace you need to be for what's about to happen. And it very much comes off as, like, oh, they've accepted basically that they're about to die, and that once you absorb that, you get to see what they would do with that, like how they would treat their last moments.
I hate The Clash. Every time you put them on, I just try to disassociate from reality.
And I like it's good storytelling. She says, "I hate The Clash," and he's like, "What?" And then she elaborates, like, "I fucking hate every time you put it on, I disassociate." And the music like picks up, and it's just very clear what's going on. Like, oh, we're finally being honest with each other, and you get from the music, like, it's immediately like a weight lifted. It immediately feels better for them to be open and honest.
Did you think for a second this wasn't a breakup?
Okay, so I was leaning towards breakup. I did wonder though. At the end I was like, wait, are they actually because I kept waiting basically for the moment where they made it definitive. Because when they did it, I was like, is there like another follow-up scene? I actually couldn't tell. Because right after the scene, I had to look it up. I had to be like, did they actually break up? And apparently they did. But I do think they could have been more clear with that.
I personally never found it confusing at all, but like I at least like that you were pretty sure and just wanted to double check. Some people were like denying it completely in the deposition to make a statement.
No, I wouldn't. I would never deny it. I think just the fact that he uses the word unproposal like should be enough. But as someone who's kind of a relationship dummy, like I said, I did have doubts and I had to check.
I hate reading your articles. You don't actually want to hear my thoughts. You just want me to tell you they're great.
What they say, it just feels very realistic. Him saying like, I hate reading your articles, and the reason not being he literally hates reading the articles, but because she knows that she's not really going to listen if he says something good or negative about it, which I'm sure you can relate. When you have like a certain like kind of project or maybe a creative project and you show it to other people who aren't really invested in that same kind of like hobby, their feedback doesn't mean a lot unless it's like, oh, this is really good, which is very probably arrogant to admit, but
Katarina's gonna watch us back in like a few months, be like, what the fuck did you just say? But I will say to this point, there are two things that I think really pull a relationship apart on a personal level. As someone who's been with the same girl for 5 years and will end up marrying her sooner rather than later. Thing one is like massive issues, like the ones they had in season 4, like where are we going to move, work long term, like really big decisions like that will tear apart a relationship, obviously. But what creeps up on a lot of people is the small things like this, when you just don't have the same interests, your hobbies don't align, you're a little different in little ways, and neither of you wants to change. Like the hardest days for me and Katarina sometimes are just when we wake up and we're just trying to make breakfast and we're in each other's way. And it's not like we're like fighting or I hate her. I'm like, get the fuck out of my way. You know, like it's just, I'll be reaching for something one way, she'll be reaching for the other. And we both look at each other like, oh my God, like get out of the way, you know? And that's not something we'd ever break up over, but things of that nature, small things, when you have things that build up over time, that can really erode a relationship if you don't work on that. And I think that's something that both Nancy and Jonathan are acknowledging, like, hey, like aside from the college issues and career issues, we just aren't compatible on a day-to-day basis. And I really like that acknowledgement by both characters.
Yeah, and I think that's another reason that this is very satisfying just on a base level, because after seeing them for a couple seasons, I don't know about you, but I never thought Jonathan and Nancy belonged together. Like
no.
Yeah, like this feels inevitable, like in like a good way. You know what I mean? Like you can, I could see why they would end up together, and I feel like this season does a really good job of explaining like why it happened, why it's kind of wholesome, but why ultimately they don't belong together romantically. And what you just said was so perfect. Like it's getting away in getting in each other's way. That's like the big thing, and you see that in the finale that once they're like apart, they're finally able to like pursue the lives that they actually want to pursue.
Yeah. And these are the hardest breakups. And I like that they both acknowledge how painful it is because they still love each other and still respect one another. It's just the acknowledgement that, hey, we just aren't compatible. And that is hard to do. And I really, it's kind of crazy how mature both of these scenes were back to back and how much they pay off years of development in stark contrast to the rest of the show.
Yeah. No, it's really good.
6 minutes late and I never say anything but really.
So I'm gonna, you know what? I'm gonna say this, and if she ever says, "What do you mean you did this?" I'm gonna know if she watched this. One of the things that got me and Katarina together was I watched all of Mando season 1 for her because I knew she liked Star Wars Mando season 1. And then when we got back together, we started season 3 and she's like, "You watched season 2, right?" And I was like, "Yeah, yeah." Nope. I just watched a summary and kept going because I wanted to look cool. It was like the first week of us dating. So if I just find out about this conversation in a few months, be like, "Oh, you actually watched my videos, huh?"
That's crazy. I can't believe it was Mando. That's so fucking funny.
We'll show him that soon too.
Definitely. Oh, dude, what he says next. So everything they said, like, I don't know. Everything they said didn't really bother me, but this one thing Jonathan said, like, kind of like made me look at him weird. He's like, "I took your pink sweater to Goodwill," and his reason is, "You know how much I hate pink," and it's like, what the? Just fucking stole her clothing and sold it because you didn't like the color.
What a dick.
Yeah, what's wrong with you? And I do like it's followed up by like, "Yeah, I flushed your last like batch of weed down the toilet." I'm like, oh,
Okay, but selling a pink sweater and flushing drugs is completely different. It's so funny.
it is different. I just, especially his just reason. He's like, I don't know. It being
It would have been funny if she was just like, "What? Wait."
that, like, I honestly, that would have made me laugh so hard if they were having like this cute little exchange and then the music like stops, like being happy when he uses the pink sweater bit and she's like, "Wait, what? You fucking asshole. I love that. My mother gave me that sweater."
That would have been great.
When you're high.
I hate it when you're drunk.
I hate it most.
So, I don't remember Nancy having like a drinking thing. Is that just for this conversation?
He drinks at a party in season 2, and it's when she's like, "You're bullshit. I bullshit. Yeah." Like that's the only time we see her drunk. And I guess this line is to pay homage to, like, I guess Nancy drinks casually, but I mean we never see her drink.
Weird. To me, it makes it sound like they both have like substance issues, and that like that could have tied well to, because you can pick up substance issues pretty easily from your parents. We know Karen and her wine. I just thought it was weird that like this is basically the first reference we get to her potentially having a problem, and that she's using it the same way Jonathan does to avoid their relationship issues.
Mm-hmm.
When you're high and I'm drunk.
Me too.
Why do I do that?
No idea.
And I feel like he says no idea, but I feel like the implication is they both realize in this moment exactly why. Like, we both take substances when we're together because we know deep down we don't belong together, but we can't bring ourselves to end it.
Like I was going against the natural order of things.
And I really like this line where it kind of harkens back to that scene where they're setting up the target to shoot it, to test the tracker, and Murray is saying all these things like, "Oh, you guys are bonded by trauma, like you're destined to be together," and it's framed as like a good thing, and it's just silly old Murray giving like bad relationship advice. But I like how Jonathan literally comes to understand that all of those things that Murray framed as positives are actually negatives. They're reasons that he needs to leave the the relationship and not go through with a marriage.
Dare I say, Jonathan has developed.
I gotta say, now I'm noticing too, there's like a through line with like all the major payoffs where a lot of them are some form of like coming out. It's some form of like being open and honest, where before you had your walls up to protect you, and then when you take the walls down, you're able to like progress and grow as a person.
That's cool. That's a cool thing to notice. I never noticed that.
Yeah, we got it with Will, we got it with Steve and Dustin, them finally being open with each other, and now we have it with Jonathan and Nancy.
That's sick.
That feeling, I need space.
I used to be with someone else.
No.
And I do like that we very briefly address it. I wish that this is something that they could have squashed seasons prior, so it didn't even have to come up in this moment. But knowing that Jonathan is still insecure, that he thinks Nancy might be drifting because she wants to be with someone else like Steve, I like that we get confirmation in this moment that Nancy is over Steve, that it's really just about this relationship doesn't work. It doesn't have to involve Steve at all.
Yeah, it's just good development overall, man.
Nancy Wheeler, will you not marry me? I tried to convince myself that this would somehow fix everything.
But yeah, and yeah, he chucks the ring and the room has stopped melting. And the idea, like I said, being that they've saved their relationship by ending their romantic relationship.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing here is I really don't get why the floor just froze. They literally could have just left it where it stopped moving. But I mean, whatever. This scene's good. It's fine.
Jonathan! Oh my god!
Again, they're so close to the top.
Say, like, if they had kept some of those chairs on the desk with them, at this point they could have easily climbed out.
Yeah, even if they couldn't climb, like there's no way they would have actually drowned. Like they would have essentially, I mean, they would have died eventually just from it freezing on them and eventually hardening. But they'd have to live for a little longer and maybe try and done something.
I mean, at this point too, now that the ground is where it's at, if you care enough about her, presumably you do, you could just put her on your shoulders and have Nancy go out and look for help. But whatever.
Oh look, the tub.
Show me where you are. It's just a memory, right? Nothing in here can hurt us. Nothing can hurt us.
I don't know how they know that nothing can hurt them when I feel like we've established a couple times now that there's this whole place is very physical.
Yeah, maybe like nothing can interact with you, but you can, if you like fall, you'll still get hurt.
They sent me. They sent you. I was in the caves. I could have screamed. They sent you. You're just confused. You need to.
I like that the little itty bit of characterization we get for Henry is that he is a really good kid. Most other kids in this situation would probably turn tail and run, but he is like mostly just, he's very concerned about this person's like well-being, so he doesn't want to leave.
I mean, yeah, and like I've said, he's a Boy Scout, and that's why I like that Holly is wearing the bandana to symbolize that she, much like him, is kind. She's exploring. I like their parallels.
Yeah, I didn't even think literally a Boy Scout, like the term people use for a good boy. I also like the idea that before he gets taken, basically, that he is put in a situation where he is forced to do something that would probably horrify him, you know? Like the idea that little kids can do stuff to like defend themselves at that age, and all they'll really care about is like, oh, like I smashed that guy's head open with a rock, like what's wrong with me? And then that being precursor to getting taken.
Why did that man try to hurt him? Hurt Henry? He was only trying to help. I don't know. Is this what made Henry bad? I don't.
He knows where she is now.
Oh, I just realized too, yeah. So when Henry makes that threat, when he says, hey, soon Max, like I have a way to reach Max, soon she'll suffer, and if you want her to stop suffering, come to me. The plan was just to kill her. The plan was to like kill her body, and then Max would have died presumably in the dream world. And then I feel like Holly probably, she'd have no reason to go back to Henry. She'd be like, oh, well, fuck you. You killed Max.
Yeah. I think it's so funny how his whole plan this episode hinges on just going to the hospital, finding her at the hospital. Like all the demodogs couldn't clear it in 10 seconds anyway.
Yeah. And it's just, it's not like Vecna gives a shit about like Hawkins knowing about monsters or anything.
Oh, we're gonna get to that. Yep.
Well, he just does, like, he opened the fucking rifts all across town. Like, he's sent Demigorgons into fucking military bases. He doesn't give a shit.
Keep playing the episode. I'm about to make a big stink about that.
And he sent them after. They're coming for Abe Hawkins.
Power outage in the hospital. Can't be good for Granny.
Sorry, how many days has it been since?
Yeah, I want to say 1 day. Yeah, I want to say 1 day.
Maybe 2. Like this whole thing takes place over like 2 or 3 days. So yeah, the idea that she got that crazy, like possibly life-threatening injury, she couldn't speak, and she's already going to be able to help out the gang.
It's definitely less than 4 days. It's under a week, by like easily under a week.
Yeah, and of course she just happens to be awake, as if someone state wouldn't need to be sleeping like constant, or even be put under constantly.
Yep.
You don't need to do shit.
Keep moving, junkie.
Yes, I'm not a junkie. If we don't get everyone out of here right now, we are all.
Also, what the fuck is wrong with these military? Like, how does you'd think every military person in Hawkins at this point would understand, like, hey, flashing lights, like weird snarling, roaring sounds, probably means one of those Demogorgon things are coming.
The Demogorgons don't attack any of our main characters because they're just going for Max. And they even have many chances to, and Robin literally goes, they're not after us, so they're not going to attack us. But the military officers who are shooting at them, even though we know bullets don't do anything, are NPCs that need to be killed. It's just illogical and stupid.
No fuck. They literally, it's so deliberate in this scene too, where Vicky is like in front of them, and then it charges, and then when you show the dog, it literally just sprints right past her.
Walks right past her.
It goes right for the military guys.
Unbelievable.
Which, oh my god, no, it doesn't. Oh my god. So they established that every fucking creature is part of the hive mind. It's not just a wild animal. It's Vecna. So that's literally Vecna going like, oh, I'm gonna ignore Robin. I'm gonna ignore this random girl in front of me. I'm just gonna go for the military. Like, what is this guy's beef with the military? in not having beef with the kids who keep stopping him.
Vecna's gonna head tilt at the washing machine too. Remember that? What? What? Why? Why? It's so stupid, man.
What are you doing? And those things understand English. No, this doesn't need to be private. I've always had your way. Do you hear me?
So that's so dumb. Okay, I just realized why that happened. But her going like, her cutting off the urgent call when she has no idea what the fuck is going on and being like, oh, is this can those things understand English? And then she's like, then there's no reason for it to be private. The only reason to broadcast that message to the entire hospital is so Karen can hear it and she can go down to them and save them.
Yep. This is one of my favorite moments. Keep going. So the Demogorgon has this mouth that wraps around things filled with sharp razor teeth, and Lucas kicks it somewhere and it just does no damage, and somehow his leg sticking out last second for a light kick. Like, he doesn't even move, bro. This thing that is strong as hell can tear through people's running a Mach 10 with sharp teeth, and he just gives a little boop and just sits there, man. What a stupid scene.
We literally just saw the same creature, like, ragdolling a soldier. Like, it picked it up in its mouth and, like, started flopping it around. And meanwhile, it barrels full speed at Lucas, and he kicks it. Not only can he successfully bounce it all the way back out of the elevator without it, like, grabbing him or Max in front of him, but he doesn't even, like, there's no, like, recoil from it. He doesn't get pushed back.
No struggle.
It doesn't look real at all. It just...
And why? I keep coming back to this. It's stupidity for the sake of stupidity. Just make him get to the elevator half a second sooner and have the Demodog smack the elevator door and get like a scary thing where it lunges, and then from Lucas's perspective, you see the door like close on it. Why? Why make him kick it? It's...
Yeah, well, if you really wanted him to, like, kick it, if you wanted him to have some kind of, like, physical showy-offy moment where he, like, needs to save Max, you could just have, like you said, it's closing sooner, and, like, it gets, like, its head wedged in the door. Like, it barely gets in there, and then he, like, kicks it out or something.
Or
maybe even have it fucking bite him. Like, have him take some damage.
Let me cook right now. Let me give you this scene. I'm gonna give you a second because I'm hyping it up. Lucas, we've established this guy's fast, right? He's fast and he's smart. Why not? He goes to the elevator. He knows where they want Max to be. Okay, starts the elevator, hits the basement, takes the radio and sprints and starts like running around the hospital, kind of like Dead by Daylight in a way, essentially looping the demodogs, and maybe he like tries to outsmart them. Maybe he puts the radio in one spot and then runs another way. Maybe he somehow connects the radio to a speaker in the hospital. That way the music can be in different spots. And you could essentially have Lucas trying to outsmart the Demodogs while giving Max, Robin, and Vicky time to escape. I don't know. Comments can tell me if my scene's better, but that's just me, and it probably wouldn't have been that hard. Friendly reminder that this is the gap Derek gets through in the finale. They don't show it on screen, but the gap Derek sometimes gets through.
That's funny. I didn't think about that. Yeah, because there's two giant boulders. That's so funny.
Yeah.
Oh my god, there's literally a width. There's a width requirement to get through here.
Hold on. If they don't understand English, how do they know to go to the basement? How do they know what floor he's on? Who knows?
Maybe they can't have been following. They don't care about Robin and Vicky, so they couldn't have followed them. Oh no.
It was the guest and got lucky. I don't know.
We have to turn it off.
So
he doesn't know that she's coming back right now. He doesn't know.
Exactly. So if they had written this differently to where he actually knew she was coming back, I would actually get something out of this scene where it's like, okay, yeah, he makes a selfish kind of decision, but like he's basically like he's staring at another couple and he's going like, no, like my girlfriend's life is more important. But it's completely made like selfish and stupid because he doesn't actually know. He doesn't know when or if she's gonna come back. So he's like, no. The actual stupid part is the fact that even if she does come back, like, hooray, Max, you're back in your body, and now it's time to get ripped to shreds by a fucking demo dog.
I'll do you one better. Max is and very quickly gonna go. It was never the music. It was you, Lucas. It was never the music. So this whole scene is Lucas nearly getting them killed for no reason.
Yeah, that's insane.
She's coming back.
So it's already weird. It just gets weirder the closer they get. But the idea is the Demodogs can fucking hear. Lucas refuses to turn off the song, and as they get closer, they still act like they're deaf. Like they don't actually hear anything.
It's still ridiculous.
So they can hear, and that's the oh my god. This fucking scene cannot get anything right. So they hear the machine in the other room go off, and they're like, "Her? Well, let's go investigate that noise." And meanwhile, they're ignoring the song playing right in front of them that they're supposedly being drawn to already.
Yeah, I mean, in Vecna, who's essentially connected to them, they should know that Kate Bush is Max's thing. It just doesn't make any sense, man.
The Demodog literally goes like, "Oh."
It's so stupid. Literally head tilts.
The fucking like, what is that? Is it Home Improvement? There's Tim Allen. There's like a soundbite where he goes, "Ooh," and that's all I can think of when I hear the Demogorgon like tilting its head and going, "Ooh," and it's like you said before, that's Vecna. That's Vecna tilting his head and going, "Ooh."
Yeah, this scene's stupid. Karen has the highest body count for Demogorgons and Demodogs. I don't know, like this is completely ridiculous. And I'm sorry, like if you think this is like a scene that's cool or like and just it makes sense, I'm not going to debate you. I'm just not going to entertain it. I find this ridiculous.
I mean, the idea of her coming out of bed to like help them out is like cool and all, but
You don't need Kate Bush to get out of here. Turns out, I don't either. Music isn't the only way back. Special to you. Something that...
I will say, as silly as some of the lines are, Holly actually sounds like a little kid in this moment. She's like, "I don't have a Kate Bush. I don't have a boyfriend." And she's realistically scared.
It's also funny. I don't have a boyfriend.
I don't have a boyfriend.
Please. She's here with you now.
I will say, I don't know how Max comes to this conclusion when it's not like all she's going off of is the fact that she felt Lucas's hand, but every time she's escaping, she uses the music to guide herself like to the exit. So this whole like I never needed the music, it's like, is that true? Are you sure?
There was nothing he could do in this moment, Holly. You're a Wheeler. You're smart.
Okay, yeah. So it annoyed me earlier when she's like, "That was the old you." Max finally says the right thing here, where she's like, "There's literally nothing you could do, so you shouldn't."
Yeah, she locks in. She locks in for sure.
So you see, Holly heroic is not just she's you.
I like this scene. Like again, I think Holly has solid development overall. It sucks that like I honestly haven't liked how negative people have been about this character because I really do think she's one of the stronger aspects of this season. It's just frustrating that she gets so much screen time in a season that should be going to other characters. It's catch-22.
Yeah, I will say I like as annoying as it is, because the idea here is that Lucas is Max's tie back to the real world, and it's kind of funny and tragic to me that Holly doesn't have like her mom or her dad or her brother or her sister that she thinks about to tie her to the real world. She has to think about a braver version of herself. But eating that, I do like the through line of like her trying to be brave and her feeling like she doesn't measure up, and it kind of mirroring that like helpless feeling of being a kid and having to acknowledge that it's not her fault.
Like she could have just thought of Mike and I would have accepted it, because like Mike gives her Holly the heroic, and like my brother who like still thinks I'm cool even when I make mistakes, like that could have been fine. I would have been fine with that, and it would have given Mike some more development too. But at the same time, like we don't have nearly enough time of them together to warrant that. It's just, again, they needed another season to introduce this character, but I do like the character.
You still have a long journey.
Run!
Yeah, and at this point, it's like, all right, you run now. Now you run. No more talking. You got the portal open. You care about getting out of here. Fucking run.
Go! You don't have time.
The one thing kind of in their defense is that, so this like weird hellscape place is a little weird because Henry got there through Max's memories, but if the idea is that they entered here through Henry's memories, the memories that he refuses to enter, there isn't the same kind of urgency. Like they're not.
I agree.
Yeah, there's no way he pops up and like grabs them before they leave this time.
They still should run though. They still should run, like 100%.
I feel like at the very least they would want to run.
Remember, stay down. It's just like Hawkins. So find your way back to your house and hide there. We will come and find you, okay?
And I don't hate that plan. Like Max acknowledging like this is as far as
It's a good plan.
Yeah, this is as far as I can go with you. You're gonna wake up like still in bad news, but the best thing you can do is find your place, and we'll know where to find you. Which oh my god,
yeah,
I can't. Fuck, it'll never not bug me. The whole if you lose Hopper down there, he's gone forever, and how we talked about they couldn't even be bothered to come up with something as simple as this, where if you get lost in the Upside Down, meet us at X location, and we'll know where to find you.
Yeah, they could just.
Max thinks of it instantly.
Just meet at the squawk. Just be right underneath them. Whatever. Okay, yeah.
Radio tower too that you can see from everywhere.
Like this hug too long. Go. I also just I gotta say I have to rip this. I don't like not only the walking, how they're trying to redo the running up the hill scene from season 4, and this is just such an inferior version. Like they're pulling on nostalgia from like a year ago or 2 years ago. Come on, walking to that hill.
Same thing with last time. Anyone who's like, get over it, there's no reason for them to run. Tell that to the characters, because they both realize at some point that they should be running. So, it's so stupid.
Bro, why is there beeping? She's not hooked up to the hospital. Oh my god. It would have been really funny. Like, I would have actually laughed if you just see like a washing machine going off in the background, like, but they play beeping and it's like she's not in her room. There's no beeping to be found. Again, this is what I'm talking about. Like, I know this is a nitpick and it really doesn't matter for the plot, but dude, you spent years making the show. How many thousands of people have watched this? Like, this should not make it into the final cut.
Yep, it's dumb. Doesn't fit at all. And yeah, it's not even like it's there to misdirect us. We already know she's out of the bed.
It's just a stupid mistake. It's the only thing you can say.
It's just like a reshoot thing. Like stuff got shuffled around, kind of like the dial, because that dial you mentioned, like it's red in every shot, and then it's like that one moment where it's black, where it makes me wonder if like they had to dig up stuff and like, oh, we fucked this up. Now we gotta rearrange it, and some stuff got left in there.
Yeah. Well, I guess it's episode 6. Yep, 6 on to 7. This episode might be the strongest because they have 2 really good back-to-back scenes, but I'm at my wit's end, man. Wit's end, to be honest. It's just, sure, there's some good stuff here and there, but like I'm really feeling the length of the story at this point and how little is actually being accomplished. And we get the few good moments we have. We talk about so much, like so much of this video and last video was talking about Steven, Dustin, Nancy, and Jonathan. I just want to talk about good things, and there just isn't much left. That's why I just started laughing when they were running, because I was just like, I've hit that point where this is just kind of funny how stupid this is. But, oh, God. On to episode 7, everybody. Woo! Cat results.
I really do like that moment too. Like, I think that's a good example of sneaking some levity into like a really like emotional scene, and it like coming off as natural. Even the way like he very sheepishly like shakes his head, like nods his head, like, yeah, I'm so sick of that song. And they have a little chuckle about it.
Definitely a good moment.
Yeah.
It turned out this whole time I didn't even need it. I just needed you.
Well, Max, I nearly got everyone killed playing that stupid song, so I'm glad that you didn't actually need it. My bad, I guess.
That's crazy.
Now, we have less than 3 hours left of story, and it's just like the amount of distance that they have to go to finish the story. I knew by this episode that we were cooked. I didn't believe how cooked we really were.
Yeah, couldn't comprehend how cooked we were.
Yeah, this is crazy.
Nothing could prepare us, and here we are again, Eleven and Hopper just skirting around town, visiting the hospital. Yeah. No one catches them. It's so dumb.
You're really
dude. It's worth noting too. Like, we are Thrones people, as Song of Ice and Fire people. At the end of the day, think about penultimate episodes, especially in Game of Thrones, which I would argue was the best television ever at its prime. It's like the episode before the finale is just as big, if not bigger, than the finale. And the fact that this is the penultimate episode and there just isn't really much happening is pretty crazy.
Yeah, agreed. Like you just, it's especially knowing if like if they hadn't cheated, if they had just split that finale into 2 like hour-long episodes, like it'd be crazy to think that yeah, this is the one right before the climax, and then right afterwards we have like an entire hour of like epilogue basically.
It's just insane.
Yeah, the pacing on a meta level is just wacky. I don't know what they were thinking.
Peter,
Hey, welcome home, kid.
take your sweet time, didn't you? Screwing you, really.
Like, I like seeing Mike like hugging his mom, but he literally he actually looks like he's getting more emotional about Max coming back than his mom being up.
Where am I? Oh, the laundry. Holy shit.
Like,
Also, fuck, Robin doesn't even care. Like oh my god, we could have had conflict for the fact that Lucas was about to selfishly sacrifice her and her girlfriend and himself and Max, because the Demodogs would have just killed them anyway. He was about to like make that selfish call, and Robin, like, she doesn't even go for a second, like, dude, like, you almost got us killed. And Max literally just said the music didn't matter and you didn't know she was like, we can't address what's actually happening here.
He'll be angry.
see how it was right there. I mean, you saw it, right? The unarmor.
Yeah, very briefly.
The Duffer Brothers tried to argue that they never do any editing after the show has been released, and on most people's Netflix, it's gone. It's not. It's like not there anymore. So they just do. It's just funny.
That's funny.
Yeah.
You really should. If you say we never edit and then you do it the one time, now I'm gonna look at you like, have you been doing that every
exactly.
time?
Exactly. It's just funny that they're like, we never edit, and then it's just like, oh, except this one time that we clearly edited.
Why? Okay. Why does it work like that for Holly, but it didn't work like that for Will? Where as soon as she's unplugged, she just barfs out the hive mind, but meanwhile, Will, it's like part of him forever.
Yeah, what? That's so true. What? Don't ask questions. How did he know?
What's up?
How did he know that she escaped? I guess he felt it. I mean, maybe he felt a disconnect, and maybe he just felt a disconnect.
Yeah, I guess maybe, but yeah.
I really like that moment.
Him hugging her.
Yeah, just like that random, really passionate hug, because it just, again, Dustin just carrying the weight of the last few seasons. He's the only one who like feels like there's true stakes and knows what's going on. It's painful.
And yeah, and I like to this, like, this actually feels like a good bit of humor too, where he acknowledges like, was that weird? I'm sorry, that was weird. And then he says like, we were just really worried. And Nancy gives him like an endeared look, like she actually like cares about this kid. And from what little I remember, in like season 1, he's like one of the few to like interact with Nancy. Like he's like, hey, you want the last slice of pizza? And then she like goes up and like shuts the door in his face. And then like season 2 ends with, you know, he's buddied up with Steve. He goes to the ball with like the Steve hair, and then he gets rejected by everybody, and he's like really like torn up about it. And then Nancy like gives him that dance, which probably makes him feel like $1,000,000. So I like that we have like, there's like kind of a through line here, and I appreciate it.
Yep, it's just good storytelling here.
Yeah.
Sorry, that was weird. Kind of snapped. His fault.
Also, Nancy giving them sass for like, well, you should have told us it wasn't a shield generator. It's like, well, you should have chilled out for a couple seconds and not shot the random fucking thing.
Exactly. Why are you shooting it so fast?
Yeah, there was no. That's the worst part with that like scene. It's like there's no urgency. Like they didn't even try to go like, oh, they're screaming at us like that we need to shoot it now. No, they're just like, are you sure about this? We have time. And she's like, yeah, fuck it. I'm gonna shoot it anyway.
Okay, so then what?
So they show here that like Vecna's after her, like he can see her, and what's about to happen is so funny to me because the idea is like he slowly walks all the way over to the hole, or maybe not, like, so she slips through the hole, she falls 2,000 feet, we're told, and instead of grabbing her here while she's like running away, he runs up to the hole and like catches her before he hits the ground.
Yeah. So we know he has the ability to physically run because Henry does it later on.
Yeah.
We know he can just grab her from here. Instead, he's just like, I'll let you fall. I'll let you fall, and then I'll just catch you from 2,000 feet away. I don't know.
Yeah, like, and there's just no point. Like, she could have died if he wasn't like quick enough.
This scene's really stupid. I'm gonna go off in a bit about it.
I like the idea that because of how far she is, like she starts slipping through, and when we no longer see him, he's like, oh fuck, and then he starts sprinting. He's like, shit.
Yeah. He's probably like, she's not actually gonna do it, right? Like, there's no way she's that dumb, is she? And he's like, oh fuck, she is.
He's like, oh wait, she doesn't realize that she doesn't realize she's gonna plummet 2,000 feet.
You can do this. They treat this like she's doing something brave and like escaping. She's about to die. She's just gonna fall to her death.
I mean, she thinks it's. I mean, and from her perspective, it is brave. But yeah. You say
Please.
Also, this part's so funny to me. The idea that she dropped right above Hawkins.
Yeah.
Which, already lucky because Nancy would get the chance to see her, but also there's no way that as she is plummeting to the earth, she's like screaming and it's reaching all the way down into the lab, and Nancy runs out in time to see her. It's just dumb.
Yep. I got something to say. Keep playing it.
Yeah.
The most expedient way to pinpoint.
So, this part annoyed me because the idea is these are telemetry trackers like they had on the car. And he's like, oh, why don't we just put it on a vehicle and drive around? And he says it's not the most expedient way to do it. I thought the idea was like, oh, if you need to go into the woods or something, like you can't take a car in there with you. But no, the idea is like we're all standing in like fields and stuff. Like, why can't you just hold the telemetry tracker? Why do you need balloons holding them aloft? And the answer is because at the end of the scene, the solution is going to be cutting the ropes so that the telemetry trackers fly away. And that somehow is going to give them like what they need.
Yeah, I just don't understand this entire scene. Like, maybe it makes sense and I'm just not smart enough, but I don't get it. I was just like, okay, I accept what's happening, I guess.
Fair.
Telemetry tech.
So, and yeah, that's what I'm talking about. So why the balloons, the only thing they offer is like the added height, and it doesn't make sense if, again, we've just been using telemetry trackers as normal. The height has never been an issue, and now they're acting like they can't get a single signal because the balloons are too low. It's just weird. Also, the music is just like bopping for no fucking reason during the scene.
Yeah, like, dude, I'm so sick of the like joyous humor. Like, we need to lock in, the world's about to end.
Yep. We're literally less than an episode away from starting the finale, and we're still doing this whimsy bullshit.
Control me.
Yeah, we've talked at length about this already. I would have appreciated a moment like this much sooner, or at least building up to Will doing something impressive with his powers. It's so weird that we have this like low point leading into the finale, and then in the finale he does way less than he did in episode 4.
Yeah, it just doesn't make any sense. His arc had good points and could have been good, but it's just all over the place in terms of where it's actually placed in the story. And this is going to be an issue we address later with Will's character specifically. It's not that what happened per se on paper is bad, it's the way it's handled is bad.
Yeah, a lot of it's just execution. There's so much on a conceptual level that works really well, and they kind of squandered it.
That is not true. It is.
Oh, that's even worse. So they didn't use the dogs to tunnel. They used vines to tunnel, which, holy shit. How strong are those vines?
Yeah, how strong are the vines? It doesn't make any sense.
Thinking about vines digging a tunnel just hurts my head.
Affecting our world to me.
This is another... it'll only get more annoying, but the whole like vessel thing, like, it's just kind of a misdirect. He doesn't use those kids the way he's used Will, and he has no intention to. They're just basically batteries for his like evil plan.
Yeah, I keep seeing the question of like, why did Vecna actually pick Will? Like, I wish it was better explained. and just the usage he gets out of Will is so much more than any of the other children. It's insane.
Yeah, yeah, and him. I don't know. This actually, like, you want to talk about ramping up the stakes and why people were so disappointed in the finale. The whole vessel thing meant nothing. The idea that Will was this really useful tool, and that holy shit, what could Vecna do with 12 Wills? It's basically dropped. Like, the kids don't really serve any function, like I said, except for like being a power source, basically.
Yeah. It's Will the Builder.
None of what happened.
And that's another thing where I don't know, like, if you had that building block earlier where he's like blaming himself for what's happened after Vecna gives the speech, and then his mom is telling him like, but obviously that's not your fault, obviously it's not your fault, and he's not at the point where he's like ready or willing to come out to her yet, that could be one of the many reasons that Will's like, I'm weak, like in combination with being like just a sensitive kid, with being like a nerd. Like, there are things that Will has to feel self-conscious about that should have like factored in to like his power level, basically. But yeah,
they just this character could have been really good, but you can tell they were more desperate for the payoff itself than giving the payoff proper build up.
Yep. Wait, okay, is the military actually rolling up because Elle was here? Is that why? I missed it.
No, I think they're just rolling. Maybe? I don't know. We're about to find out.
No, I'm stupid. They're probably just rolling up because of the demo dog attack. Never mind. Oh my god, I can't believe they just did that. So, we're at the point now where you are supposed to forget that the Upside Down is threatening, and Mike very casually says like, oh, just go to the nearest rift. And it's like, fuck, you can't say that. You can't pretend that's been an option.
There's no Demogorgons because they're gone. Because the there really is no danger in the Upside Down anymore, other than the military, because the Demogorgons, the bats, the hive mind, everything is just not threatening. Like, Mike is being logical. He knows, he's like, this isn't scary anymore, you know? Like,
just use the rift. Use the giant fucking door. It's dumb.
Yep.
This is also dumb where it's like, oh, like she's under a steel plate, and we do this twice where we have to explain to someone, oh, they're not pancaked under the steel plate, there's a world under those steel plates. And it's like, how effectively did the military brainwash everybody in this town to where they don't remember like hell opening up underneath them?
Yeah, I feel like it's so weird because on one hand, I feel like they explained it to too many people this season, so too many people are involved. But at the same time, how is the town so clueless that no one saw the gigantic rift opening up to hell? You know?
Yeah, well, it's just I don't believe they would have, like, and that's what's wrong with this.
Like,
it's like everyone would be like, oh, there's crazy bullshit going on under the rifts. They wouldn't just go like,
yeah,
oh,
that's ridiculous.
There's just plates for like what are the citizens supposed to think happened? Like, what are the plates supposed to be for? It's so, and we'll never get. These are just difficult.
I think they said earthquake. at the start of the season, but it's just
no fucking way.
I think Robin says earthquake, which is still ridiculous, but I do believe that's the explanation.
That's wild. Holy shit.
Yeah.
World under ours. Under the plates.
Yeah,
ridiculous.
She's healed enough to have this scene. I appreciate, I guess, the token gesture almost that, hey, she shouldn't be recovered yet. Let's get her back to bed. I do like this moment between Mike and his mom. It's the 100th time though where I wish like some emotion would trickle out so that I could buy that Mike cares about his family and that all this stuff is like getting to him. But like, even when we get to the finale, dude, the shit, like, everyone gets
Finn.
Go ahead.
Finn Wolfhard just like refuses to show complex emotions or just be, I don't know. I think he's the worst actor of them all. Like, of all the kids, not gonna lie.
Maybe. I blame the directors for the most part, because this kid he knows how to cry. He knows how to emote. We know it from the finale.
Does he know how to cry?
He actually might not know how to cry. I could be wrong. He knows how to emote at least, though.
I did not think his acting in the finale was that impressive, but we'll talk about that when we get there.
I'm not saying it's impressive, but I'm saying like what I'm looking for is I'm just looking for like an obvious display of emotion, like him showing that he actually really cares just through his behavior. And he does it for 11 and he doesn't do it for anybody else, and it's so jarring for everybody else when you get to that moment.
Yeah, it's definitely strange.
Right.
That is something that has there's like a serious lack of tears in this season. It's something that like sets apart the Lucas and Max scene where I'm like, oh my god, like they have tears like streaming down their face. Whereas like even Hopper's actor at one point does like a fake cry with no tears, and it's so like jarring. Will does it a bunch. What is this? What are they doing here? Where it's like you point the... Is that a thing? You point the antenna at the ground as if the upside down is actually beneath you, and it amplifies the signal?
This does not make... I just have no explanation for you here, man. I don't know. This just doesn't make any sense to me.
Yeah, once again, the teacher asks it. He's under the plates, and she's like, yeah, but not pancaked. It's like, I'm so curious, and it's why they will never tell us. I'm so curious what, like, the average citizen in Hawkins thinks the plates are and what the rift was.
It's just eat the vegetables. Don't ask questions, because it'll destroy the show.
This plan pisses me off, especially that it's Hopper, Mr. Super Careful, can't risk Elle getting caught Hopper. Teacher suggests I can jam the signal, and it's like, yeah, jam the signal so that when you're done, you can unjam it, and the camera is still there, and the military doesn't have reason to believe that, like, 11 came over here and ripped it down with her fucking powers. But instead, that is exactly what they do.
It's also the fact that there's other cameras pointing in this direction, so they're going to pick you up one way or the other.
Yeah.
And yeah, just jam the signal. Like it would be it's a far better plan. Hopper's like, you're overthinking it. We gotta keep powers, dude. It's just like, what? No, you're being stupid.
Yep. I hate this line. I don't know if you got anything you want to say about the spores.
When she goes, is it safe to be there? Unclear. Well, we know from past seasons that it's toxic and can slowly kill you, considering we used to have to wear hazmat suits to get in here.
Mm-hmm.
But this is the writers essentially going, we don't want all of our actors are paying a lot of money to be locked up in a hazmat suit where you can't see them the whole time, and we don't have access to all that stuff right now. So again, like, I'm sorry, man, I just can't. I can't with this anymore. This whole show is just accept what you see, consume the product, don't think. Don't ask questions. Just consume. Be a good little consumer. Like, yep. They're breaking their own rules. They're breaking their own logic, and it's just simple shit, man. Like, they lost me. I'm just lost. It just doesn't work.
Yeah, the spore line pissed me off because, like you said, they straight up said they were toxic in previous seasons. That was kind of they made a deal about it in season 1 that when I rewatched it, I couldn't help but wonder if that was the original plan, where he says it's toxic down there, and she's like, my boy's been in there, and it's like, oh shit, like what is Will going to like have to deal with now that he's like been in the Upside Down for a long time? And I thought that was the point, the idea that he got like infected with particles, and that's what like. Yeah,
I thought that's what got him like to be back as person. Yeah.
But and here we are, season 5, like comparing it to like the season that started it all, and the spores are literally like a don't think about it. It's the writers just told us, and we don't know. Don't worry about it though. It's fine.
I really don't like how many people are in the Upside Down right now. Like
Yep.
There's too many characters in this one, and it's another conversation with Vicky when she doesn't matter for the end of the story.
Why is she down here?
It just doesn't.
Why is Vicky down here?
With them. She was just with them.
It's so weird. Why? What? It's just crazy. I don't know. I don't know about you, but if I didn't know what was going on, and like this whole like gaggle of people were like, "Let's go into the Hell Rift," I'd be like, "Fuck that! I'm going home."
I'm going home. I'm going home. Exactly.
Yeah, I don't care that you're my girlfriend. I'm out of here.
That's like something.
All right, so first of all, Vecna saved Holly's life here. Mm-hmm. I don't know why Nancy is pretending like she was taken from her. Like, oh, we almost had her. She's plummeting towards the earth at Mach 10, about to hit the building and squish. And on top of that, she lands like right in where the dark matter is. And I'm surprised she didn't blow up the entire Upside Down with that. So,
I'll say in defense of the scene, I actually didn't have that read. I just figured they went outside. They didn't even know like she had like fallen from the abyss. So from their perspective, like Nancy's just floating there. and then she gets snatched away like into the heavens.
I guess that's true. It's just funny.
Yeah, it's weird. I don't know what I'd think if I was Nancy.
A hold of her. Couldn't see anything.
Any thoughts or feelings about that scene?
Military is just so stereotypical and so cringe that just makes me want to like shut it off. It's just so, I mean, so nothing.
I'm bored with them. So,
Yeah.
Then you turn into a sorcerer.
It was a little more than a second.
I don't. Do Max and Will have like a good friendship?
No. No, they never did, which I think is funny.
I just don't remember. I don't even remember them like interacting.
I'm not really molded and controlled.
I mean, this dialogue is just garbage. I'm like, I'm really just not a fan of it. It's Dustin is just exposition dumping what the Upside Down is and what Dimension X is so quickly, and just like everyone is just, oh, and it's just like what? Like I just don't like the way it's delivered.
It's wild to think that this is like, I guess it's not the reveal, but this is like the explanation for what the Upside Down has been all this time, and it's so like anticlimactic.
I mean, this is the reveal because we haven't really understood. Like we've seen parts, we haven't really fully understood. This is the first time we're getting it like laid out for us, I guess, and it's in just such a underwhelming. Like, wait, that's it? That's our explanation, and then just move on.
Yeah, the one thing I do appreciate is they didn't bother with any stupid like physical representation. Like they kept trying. I like that Dustin just drew a wormhole on the board in front of them.
I guess that's true.
So he channeled his inner Hawkins.
And this is one bit of the through line that I like. They knew that if they got Max back, they'd be able to glean some information about like Vecna's master plan. And Henry explained it to the kids, which I guess he could have done without, but like there was no reason at the time, I guess, to think it would get out. But yeah, he explained it to the kids. It got to Max, and now Max is able to like share that with them. I appreciate that actually making sense.
I appreciate that as well.
Crash.
This I'm sorry to hate, but this little girl actor, like Holly's friend, she's such a bad actor. Like, she's one of the biggest reasons like everyone seems so wooden, because she gets like the most character and screen time, and she is so wooden. She doesn't sound or like talk like a kid either. She's like I don't know. She's another character that sounds like she's possessed.
That's very true.
Give up.
I do appreciate Derek being like at the very back of the room, arms crossed. You can tell he's like scared shitless of Henry now.
It just is worth saying how massive of a role Derek had in the last act, and how he's just essentially like become nothing this whole time. It's crazy.
Yeah, he just kind of fades. We got all of our utility and fun out of him for the most part, and then he just gets shoved to the background until he is absolutely necessary.
And go home then.
Yeah.
Back to the lights.
That is like the prime example of like, why do they all act like brainwashed drones? They literally start chanting, "Back to the light, back to the light."
Yeah, the whole like cult element, I actually think could have been interesting, but it's just not good. It's just not good.
It's completely unprompted too. It's not like something they're not like repeating. They're not repeating something Henry said. Like one of them says, "Back to the light," and then it just catches on. It's so.
Start yapping.
I don't think so.
So this goes back to our complaint earlier with you shouldn't have broken the camera, you should have jammed it, and you really should have put the steel plate back. Like, just literally cover your tracks.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like a basic common sense thing that they should do, especially with Hopper there, who's like so on top of, oh, we need to be safe, this, that. Like the fact that he doesn't step up and is like, okay, we need to make sure that this doesn't, it's just ridiculous.
Yeah, literal ex-military Hopper. Also, I don't love... Jesus, so much just happened. I didn't mean to get to that line yet. I just wanted to complain that it's so weird that Hopper isn't a complete... Like, Hopper knows a decent amount about the Upside Down and rifts. He's seen many gates in his time. So it's really weird that he just treats it like they can fly through it. And it's so, like, grating to hear Murray be like, idiot. As if, like, that's part of Hopper's character. Like, he's just a dummy. It's like, that. No, Hopper was smart. That was part of his character.
Yeah, it's definitely painful to watch it's not even just Hopper. It's so many characters this season get dumbed down for the sake of just like an off-bit joke when it's just so out of character.
Yeah, they're like assassinating our beloved characters for the sake of a Hopper's dumb joke. It's like, no, I don't like it when you tell me Hopper is dumb.
I still think like Hopper works with his character with 11, but like standing on his own definitely weakened this season.
And then we have like the most out of pocket line in the season.
I like gonna fly a chopper into the river. Rivers are like 40 feet wide. It's too big. It's not gonna fit.
Steve hears that all the time. He goes in anyway, don't you, Steve?
What the hell's wrong with you?
Bro, that line caught me so off guard.
Same.
So,
like, go ahead.
Objectively speaking, it is out of place, but holy shit, is it funny? That is such a like. I thought the line was hilarious.
The thing is, the line itself just kind of like made me go, oh. And then Steve's follow-up is what made me like lose my shit, where he's like, what the hell is wrong with you? I was like, yeah, like what the hell was that? Since when does, I don't know, Robin's never made that kind of joke before. And for her to just be like about her friend in like this whole room of people. And yeah, Steve just has like the right reaction. He's like, the hell is wrong with you?
Why did you just say that? I mean, it's just it really is so strange. Like what? Because it comes out of nowhere. And don't get me wrong, it is really funny, but it also does play into our like complaint of they've lobotomized Robin, which is annoying.
Yep, she's a vessel. She's a vessel for the writers to just say stupid, funny shit.
That one worked.
Shut up. Look, if somebody...
So, for like relative possible ideas, it's a pretty good one, and I do appreciate it being like Steve getting a moment where he gets to like use his brain for once.
Yeah, I agree. I really enjoy that. It's also that Dustin will shortly reinforce Steve's idea, and it's the fact that like, okay, after their whole falling out and then regrowth of their relationship, they're now back on track. And not only that, but Dustin actually respects him like as an intellectual. That's just good stuff.
Yeah. There is a big hole in it, and it ends up not mattering. But the assumption is that a rift will be in the right spot, and even though technically a rift isn't in the right spot for the finale, it's still close enough to the tower for this plan to work, basically.
Yeah, and also like for the whole season, that's just been like, oh, plan. This is like probably the best one, and it's just funny that it comes from Steve, and also makes sense thematically.
Yeah, and it's probably the best in this season. It's the best like physical representation of a thing that they've done so far, where they try to do some stupid like prop shit. Also, just look at this shot.
Gee, dude. Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4. There's like 20 characters in here, and like maybe 7 of them should actually be relevant. Jeez, man, it's just.
There's just so many fucking people crammed into this room.
I think two things that you definitely I definitely feel in these last few episodes is one, just the length of time, like in the real world, how long this has been going on, and two, just how bloated the story has become from what it once was.
Yep.
Insane. Thank you. But there's a problem, a big one.
I don't, like, again, I keep bringing this, I don't buy that Callie was like present for we can end our brother together. Like, that doesn't feel like he's your brother. Just me?
Yeah, no, I agree that the brother line feels weird, especially for a character like Callie, who already has like her found family on the outside that she's connected with. I do agree that they're kind of trying to overstate the importance in her connection to like Henry, so she doesn't feel as out of place.
Yeah, they're definitely trying to shove it down your throat, like, oh, this all works, don't worry, this all works, and it just doesn't. Like, I mean, I said this earlier, that I just kind of will not be convinced that she doesn't feel out of place, and they don't do a better job showing that she is in place. No, they just reinforce my idea that she feels out of place, to tell you the truth.
Yeah, I guess the one thing I'd say in defense is, to me, she's not like an especially out of place thing, besides the like literal fact that she's from that one-off episode. Like, I feel like that's what makes her feel out of place. Whereas like, I think a character like Murray or Vicky, like, we have a lot of out of place characters, and it's not for the same reason. You know what I mean?
I'm just trying to like figure out what I value more. Like, because I think Callie has more of a role in the story in terms of like overall story journey for 11. but just the fact that like we haven't seen her in so long, and then the Duffers are just like trying to convince us that she's been relevant. It just something about it bugs me, and I just can't really put my finger on it. But maybe I will by the end of the season.
Okay.
Gone.
I guess, you know, I was gonna complain that how does Dustin know that that wouldn't like destroy Earth and the Abyss too? Because that was a worry, it seems, when like Nancy was gonna shoot it. But I guess we're supposed to assume he's had enough time to flip through Dr. Brenner's journals, which also shouldn't have that information, but we just have to accept that they do.
I also swear part of like Brenner's thing was that he didn't fully understand what he was working with. And that's part of the reason why he wanted Eleven to be so powerful and like why he needed her, because he was just dealing with something he didn't grasp. I swear that was an aspect of his character that he was like a, and it's the theme of like man test, like meddling with things he shouldn't be, you know?
Yeah, because I mean, I don't know. I'm sure they elaborate on it in like the later seasons because he comes back. But in season 1, like, it's very clear that the Demigorgon just is like a lucky thing. The whole point was Eleven was supposed to like spy on Russians, and then she found the Demigorgon while testing that, and then because she touched it, it like created the Upside Down and like connected them to another dimension. So yeah, like Dr. Brenner was supposed to, like you said, just be a man meddling with stuff he didn't understand.
And it's just weird to... The book is a plot device, but the book is essentially just Brenner's mind. It feels very strange to use just like a dead man as a plot device in a season he's not even in.
Yeah, well, and as you said last time, like, how does he even know all that shit? Like, it's just, we're just supposed to accept it. See, like, okay, you know what? It happens so often that I wonder if, like, we're supposed to take that from it, that, like, there's a trance over the kids. I don't, it's so, like, it's just so weird and like alien, the fact that they all like speak in unison and they chant together and they act like robots who have been brainwashed instantly.
I see, the thing is they don't commit enough. If they committed harder, like at all times they were like this, that could actually be really creepy and really interesting. It's the fact that they like don't do it enough, then they just start doing it and it's like, huh? You know?
Yeah, it calls attention to it. They'll act like kids for a second and then they'll all of a sudden they'll act like they're part of the hive mind, which, yeah, that could have been cool. The idea that their minds are slowly getting infected by the hive mind and it becomes harder and harder for Holly to like find allies or escape or talk to her friends. Like, that would have been really creepy and like interesting. But no,
have you seen Severance by any chance?
I have, yeah.
Do you know the little girl who's severed and is like the manager in season 2?
Yeah.
You know, she's just really off-putting because the second you meet her, it's just she's so clearly, I guess, just like a part of it. I wish they kind of did all of the kids except Holly and Derek like that, where Vecna is able to like actually mold their minds. Because one thing that I find annoying is Vecna's like, oh, I take the children because they're easy to manipulate, and then he just doesn't do it. It would have been really cool if like part of the manipulation tactic was he literally like messes with their brains to such an extent that he can fully control them. But they don't go down that route, unfortunately.
Yeah, no, because he literally has that line where he's like easier to shape or to reshape and to mold, and it's like, you don't do that. You don't do that to like anybody except maybe Will, where it's like you've used him as a vessel. And yeah, none of that. We don't actually get any of that cool stuff for the kids. We get this goofy ass scene.
Yeah.
Mercy. Come on, you have to believe me. Please.
Something is wrong with it. Like it's so like out of place.
This might be my favorite moment from the whole season. Like, it's I heard it this morning when I was at the gym and it's just been in my mind. I'm like, please.
I have to hear it in all of its glory.
Come on, you have to believe me. Please.
She sounds like she has an accent, like, for a second. It's
please. She's so desperate, and then it's the fact that you don't get to see her either. Like, they definitely added that. They definitely added that in post. That's why, and it's just so out of it, bro.
But why? Like, just don't add it in post. It's so goofy.
You have to believe me. You have to believe me.
Even this this whole moment is just weird. Like, I feel like you're just supposed to buy everything that happens because they're kids and kids are stupid or whatever. But I would Holly really just be like, guys, no, listen, and then break down, and then she does this weird thing where she like walks over to the other side of the room, and then she like smacks her friend in the face and makes it. I don't know. It's just a weird sequence of events.
It's so, like, it's just so funny, man. Like, it's so unintentionally funny. Holy shit,
Please. What a little bitch. I guess I appreciate that happened. Like, Derek kind of would have been a kill shot if he hadn't been caught, and they used Derek as bait, and yeah, that led to him. Like, that all like followed logically.
It does. It's just like it's just compared to who Derek was. It's like you baby, you gave up.
Yeah, bring back dipshit Derek. Be like, I don't care about my fucking parents or my family.
Back dipshit Derek.
I don't understand.
Even though, like, I do want to comment, because even the they like kind of act like he's gonna have an arc where he's like, I want to be delightful Derek now, and then they like immediately undercut it with like, oh, I'm excited to be dipshit Derek again, and then that's kind of the last bit of character we get before, I don't know, he just becomes generic again. He gets like he gets to emote in the finale, and that's it.
He gets the Fortnite wave. The fact that she just starts like wailing on him, I find so funny.
I know, it's her best friend too, and she like just slaps her in the face with the radio. It's just such a weird strategy. You think she'd be like, well, guys, I'm gonna go down there and talk to her. Like, I need a glass of water. The weird like assumption that like she can't leave the room unless she like bashes two of them in the face, so that makes a break for it. And then also this right here, this shot, like, this is just so lazy. She goes to open the door, and they are clearly like standing behind her, and like they bump into her. You know what I mean? Like she went back when she opened the door and bumped into them because these fuckers weren't like on cue. It's like, do it again. Do the take again. She opens the door and then they come around the corner. It's so weird that they're chasing her, and like it's just weird. This shot is like they basically have her and then they let her go. And
yeah, I just think it's so funny. Like, she's just sitting there, and it's like, what's Holly gonna do? Just grabs the radio and does like clearly this girl's never struck anyone with anything, so she just like swings it with her whole body, just like wham, like okay.
I'll never get over too that it's her best friend, and it feels so unnecessary. I do like that just random like bitch from this kid.
Yeah.
But he's been a bit of an asshole. Like he has a bit of character. But Holly, she smacked her best friend, and then she smacked him, so he's like actually like pissed off at her. It's personal now. Right there. Like, this face tells me, like, she's like, oh, you thought you were being cute smacking me with that radio, huh? Well, now I'm gonna choke you to death.
Yeah, it's like Tony Soprano choking that guy out on the college day.
That's great.
So crazy,
dude. It's just the direction. Like, it can't be the child actor's fault, but like, again, they have to like redo takes. This literally looks like her best friend is like, I'm gonna kill you now. Like, what is this face? She's like, yes, it'll all be over soon.
Yeah, like, it takes a lot of force to break something like that. Like that takes a fair amount of force. It's crazy.
It's just they just go full psycho. It's so funny, and like it doesn't make any sense.
For a loop. Why is she struggling to lift this thing up? Like, I feel like she shouldn't even be getting a nosebleed anymore just from this. This should just be no problem. 1, 2, you're up and you're out.
Yeah, I thought there was the whole point of her like military bullshit with season 4 was she would not only get her powers back, but she was stronger than ever before. Like, she lifted like the big tank thingy like without even getting a nosebleed, and that was like a big deal. What the?
And then this like truck. And just flipping it is like, I don't know why they're making her struggle. I really don't. It doesn't make sense.
It's annoying because they have her do some crazy bullshit in the finale, and I don't know why they're nerfing her in the episodes prior.
And it's just to pick up a truck. Like, why? It doesn't make any sense. I'm gonna have to complain about the allocation of time. Why are we spending precious screen time on just watching a truck get flipped? Like, this is something that could very easily happen off screen, you know?
Yeah. makes no sense.
I'm pulling her out. I can't lose her, Joyce.
What do you think about that line?
That he'll kill Callie if she does anything.
Yeah, what do you think about the line?
I appreciate it in the sense I believe it of this Hopper.
I really like that line just because if you haven't figured out, I'm a fan of like darker characters because I think it's just like a more human thing, and I just think like the fact that he's willing to just kill this girl who like isn't necessarily innocent but is clearly not bad just because she could pose a threat. Yeah, that's the kind of character work I like.
Yeah, and it's a character who is like it's a girl his daughter's age, and even then he's like, I don't give a shit. My daughter comes first.
I can't.
And it's like underneath the god complex, he's human. I really like that angle. I just wish we explored it more. I just don't think it's as explored as it could have been. It would have been better if it was.
Yeah, which I don't even know if it's the amount. I feel like they could have kept it like pretty understated and left a lot to like for the audience to figure out or dig up. But the way that they do like kind of make it explicit with Will, just not good.
They make it they spoon feed it to you. And then it's so weird. It's like not enough and too much at the same time.
Yeah, it's hard to describe. I think when we get to like where it actually happens, it'll be a bit easier to hone in on it.
Yeah.
What?
Did she just say butthole surfers? What did she just say?
I think she did, but I think that's a literal like actual band name. I could be wrong. Oh, or maybe she's like mocking a like popular band. That's a play on their name.
I mean, I don't love the dialogue, but whatever. I'll roll with it.
Yeah.
The buttholes are.
And literally, well, also what they're talking about, they're like, oh, like it's a Save the World soundtrack. I feel like in prior seasons this might have worked, but we are rapidly closing in on the final hour of the like Vecna Mind Flayer subplot, and where is our tension right now? Like it's nowhere. We don't have. It's all lighthearted, happy shit.
This does not feel like the moments before the final fight. And you know what's cool is at the end of episode in season 4, when they're heading towards the final fight, they literally have this like montage where everyone is just super serious, like, oh, we're gonna go kill Vecna. And in this, it's just like it's just this whole episode's a mess, man. This episode specifically is really messy.
It's yeah.
Okay. I want to give you a comment here. I think this is thematically really well done. Like, I really like this for Steve. Really, really. But take the gun.
Yep.
Like
this.
Like,
so, I'm sure the idea is these are what Eddie and Steve. Sorry,
yeah. So this is exactly what Eddie and Dustin used to fight in season 4, which is why I like it. But use the gun.
Yes, like take it. When it happens, I'm sure we'll both be complaining about it.
Yeah.
But even before we get there, when this happened, I was like, I really hope you won't just be going in with the makeshift spears, because that'd be really stupid, and you might die, and you probably should die.
Yeah. Yeah, that's all I gotta say.
Dustin? Yeah.
And again, like, this would be totally fine if it's just, this is one of the many things that they're going to be carrying into the Upside Down, but as we know, like these are their primary weapons for the finale. Yeah,
it's just, and they do nothing. They don't do anything with this. But again, it is like, this is where my like logic and thematic relevance is just like I'm willing to silence myself for the sake of the theme, but it is definitely annoying.
Yeah, and the nice half of it that's just basically separate. So what just happened was he handed him the spear and he's like, are you sure? Like, Steve knows what this is. He knows what it means to Dustin. And it's kind of it's a cute way of like symbolically like they're best friends again. You know, like the relationship has been repaired substantially.
Yeah, and they definitely, like I said, it's a good moment, but it's also like, all right.
About Eddie.
And I really like this too. You can tell like Dustin feels better having like opened up, but he's still like not comfortable being vulnerable. He tries to walk away and like he can't even look at Steve when the conversation starts.
Mm-hmm.
He saves your life. Our lives.
And that, I don't love that. I'm not gonna lie.
Okay. I'll hear your reasoning first.
I was just gonna say, if the only like acceptable angle I would take is like Steve is being dishonest here, and he's just trying to like be nicer. Like he regrets what he said to that degree, and he's like, Dustin's a kid, like let him believe what he wants to for the time being. That I guess I could be okay with. I don't like the idea though that if Steve really thinks that Eddie saved Dustin and everyone else, that he was basically just saying that to be really, really hurtful to Dustin. I don't like that angle.
Essentially being like, you know, Eddie died for nothing, right? And like it is true in many ways, but it's also like trashing Eddie. While it's true, and while I think it's important that Dustin heard it, at this point in the story, I don't know what that knowledge does for the character. But I think Steve, because I don't think he fully goes back on everything he says, he just goes a lot lighter. Like he takes some of it back, and I guess you could say maybe it's like incorrect for him to do it, but I think it's more important for Dustin to know that like Steve is supporting him than it is for Steve to be like objectively right. Does that make sense?
Yeah, like, and that I'm okay with. And like I said, from that angle, if Steve isn't worried about being like correct here, he's just trying to comfort his friend for the loss of his other friend.
Yeah,
that I'd be okay with.
That's the angle I think that they're taking is like, you know, maybe Steve wasn't wrong, but his delivery was off, and it's just like he doesn't do anything for Dustin by being like, oh, your friend didn't do shit. And in fact, I think this is a smart way of him being like, let me turn a bad thing into a good thing, you know?
Yeah, I think that's fair.
And I know what he meant to. I can't.
And even just in the performance, like they both can't look at each other. Like they keep like looking away, like it's a lot for them to handle.
What a mature conversation, man. Like they're talking about how when one friend, or essentially like a brother at this point, when a family member goes through trauma, it's so difficult because you want to be there for them, but at the same time, like everyone has a limit and everyone's limit is different. And the fact that Steve is essentially acknowledging like, hey, I wanted to be there for you, I just like broke because I missed you. It's just like, it's no one's fault, it's just hard. And having these conversations is important.
Yeah. And I really do like the conclusion where it's them finally just admitting to each other. I was upset because I missed my best friend.
Yeah, I would call this the most cohesive arc in the season.
Easily.
Yeah, I miss my best friend too.
And yeah, like the most of the conversation, they can't look at each other, and then in this moment, like they finally lock eyes. Like I don't know, there's layers to it. It's so good.
Yeah, well.
And yeah, and it Dustin follows it up with more or less an apology. He doesn't outright say sorry, but he apologizes for insulting Steve's intelligence, for not being able to solve the Rubik's Cube. And yeah, then he praises him for the beanstalk idea. He's like, that was a good idea.
Yeah, I mean, they're just essentially covering all their corners of like why they're angry at one another and how they're going to move forward. Like, it's just a great story for these two overall.
Yep.
Only for the best.
Also, that's a fucking awesome jacket Steve's got. Just gotta say.
Yeah, that's sick. That's sick.
Silver lining.
And that's from previous seasons, right? I don't think.
Yes, they say that in season 3, and that kind of starts their whole thing. And I just really like that, because again, Dustin's thing with Eddie is Eddie sacrifices himself to essentially save Dustin. But in this moment, it's like, no, like promise me, like if we go down together, kind of thing. Like we're equals. And I just really like that development.
Yeah, no, it's really cute. And yeah, even just and that's like kind of the best kind of callback where when I first saw this episode, I hadn't remembered that. It wasn't until my little brother like pointed out, he's like, yeah, they'd said that line before. But it works even without knowing the reference, but knowing the reference like enhances the meaning.
Yep.
It's just funny to me every time I think about what a military person would see when they look up here. Like last few times it would have been like kids with binoculars, and this time like you got a grown-ass man with like a little satellite dish pointed at the base.
Yeah, man, this tower is just such a accept it and move on moment. It's so painful. Like, again, is this just okay, whatever.
I was gonna say that's like me finishing editing a video and then I try to send it and then it won't send.
us every recording session.
Santa's sleigh is almost ready. Fucking his dialogue is killing me right now.
Have you ever done?
Why does this have to happen in the psychic realm?
I don't know. There's no one nearby.
Yep, I think it's just for the mood.
Children will...
So this is what I'm talking about, where I at least to me, the show is communicating that Callie actually serves an integral role, that Eleven is leaning towards going along with Mike's idea, and Callie is actually the one who incepts into her head the realization that it's not realistic, that if she wants to like actually end things, she has to make the ultimate sacrifice.
Yeah, Callie gives her a hard reality check, which I do like, but then also, and we'll debate about this, gives her the out to have the fantasy anyway. So to me, that like undercuts the story.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. I guess I hadn't thought about. Okay.
You know, like,
Yeah.
because she gives this argument, right? And like, don't we can debate the moral or ethics of whether or not euthanasia is a good decision here, but the fact that she's like so steadfast, and that is like the strongest argument for her to exist in this episode or season at all, and then she goes back on it anyway. You just sit there and you're like,
Yeah, I guess, and that's why I think that that's probably a big reason you and I still feel like fairly differently about Callie, because I do have a like just different interpretation for the ending. But I get why if she literally, like you said, it undermines everything if she is supposedly the one to incept this idea into her head, but also to give Eleven the way out. But that's one of the several reasons that I think Callie didn't do that.
yeah, we're going to talk about this in a bit. My problems with Eleven's conclusion or lack thereof. It's yeah, yeah.
So far as we have.
I don't like how Eleven just eats that. She just hears that and just goes along with it. Like, I wish we got some pushback or some like, no, you know, we could do this or we could do that. Like, the fact that she's just immediately like, all right, you're smarter than me. It's just like, come on, that's lame. Like, give us something, a little bit of fight.
Yeah, I would agree that it's unnatural that she doesn't propose any kind of alternative. It's literally just but we could run away. And then Kelly's like, no, we destroy the dimension and we destroy it while we're still in it. And then, like you said, no pushback, which it's just because the scene has to end.
Yep.
Control in the magazine.
So they start this scene by, and this is kind of to counter basically anyone who's like, well, why did Will have to come out at all? And it's like, well, it is literally, they establish in even prior seasons that Vecna's whole thing is using like negativity against you, turning your own mind against you. And the idea being, if Will has all this like self-hatred and doubt because he can't be upfront with everybody about who he is, then yeah, his sexuality, especially in a time period like this, would play into that. So I like that they establish right away, like, hey, this is why this needs to happen, and poo-poo on anybody who saw it and was like, oh, like, why did this happen? They literally explained it for you. Like, it is there mechanically, even if it's executed like shit.
I really do think it is necessary for him to come out this season. Like, it is a necessary plot element for his character. It's just the timing. Like, we have minutes left before the final battle, and he just kind of pulls everyone away from what they're doing. That's where I draw issue with the scene.
For me, it's they almost have it. They almost had it where it's like, Mom, I need to tell you something important. And it's where we've talked about it already. They should have had like a coming out scene with just his mom, or maybe his mom and Jonathan, like earlier in the season, and then Will should have over time like built up the courage to come out to his friends. But we almost bait something like that happening where it's Will's gonna come out to his mom, you know, baby steps after all these years, after all this time and all this struggle. But then they fuck it all up. They're like, nope, bring everybody in here.
Agreed.
I killed those demos. Wait.
And oh my god, I completely forgot that line too. We basically established like, hey, we need to get ready to go in like 5 minutes. And Will was about to just come out to his mom. And then spontaneously, just because Mike happened to walk in, he goes, wait a minute, bring everybody in here. And I was like, wait, why?
At the same time, this would be like a perfect opportunity to pull just Mike into the conversation. And like, right? Because if Mike's already there, Joyce is already there, you have essentially two of the most important people for this. Just do it now. Just in a private like conversation with your best friend and your mom, you know? Like the fact that he pulls, like you said, 5 minutes and pulls everyone out from what they're doing that is just like objectively more important than what this is about to be, you know?
Yep. And we have like they're on a timetable. They know the worlds are going to move tonight. They're in a rush. It's weird to establish that there's urgency and then to immediately undercut it.
And I feel like the fact that he literally says, "Get everyone in here," it feels so unnatural. You know, it very much feels like the Duffers wanted this scene to happen, and I agree that it should have happened. You know, and I just wish there was a more natural way to get to this point.
Yeah. And especially just again like the way it looks here, we should just let it roll forward, but it doesn't look, it shouldn't have looked like what it's going to look like. Like literally everybody. Like I just want to take Callie is here. I'm pretty sure Vicky is still here. Murray is here. Hopper is here. I don't know. Like I just, it's just so weird. It just calls attention even more to like it's just weird that we dragged everybody into the conversation, and that after refusing to do it for almost the entire show, we're doing it in the like penultimate episode
with minutes left, like before the finale.
Yeah, it almost feels cowardly too. Like they're like, we wanted him to be gay, but we like didn't want to commit, and then as time went on, it got a little bit easier. But now it's like, oh shit, we're right at the finale. Yeah.
Well, that's where you get into the argument of the queer bait. Like they made this such a clear plot element, and then didn't do the coming out scene justice. I mean, like I said, I'm not queer, but I've heard a lot of people that are complaining that this scene felt very unnatural.
Yeah. I think the most, for me, it's just the constant like looming shadow over the scene is like Callie is here going like, okay. You know, like Murray is here like, okay. It's just so weird.
I just
That's one part of this I like. So there's going to be glimmers of good, of course. We already know that John knows, and I just like how you can see like the pride and like relief in his face knowing that his brother's finally about to do it.
Because he's the only one who's like really acknowledged it, right? Like Joyce kind of has, but kind of not. Jonathan's the only one that's like definitely been like locked in. Like, yeah, I know what's going on, dude.
Yeah, I'll say even I want to say we've gotten lines from Mike that actually, the more that I think about it, even in season 1, like just random people, the bullies were making comments about Will potentially being gay, and it's like, and that's another aspect of this where it's like. It's a bit weirder when he hasn't been like successfully closeted, when the show like kept trying to get points by like teasing it, and now now it's like, oh, but now we're gonna do the coming out scene and Joyce is gonna have no idea what he's talking about.
Like I went through time. And
have you heard the like theories that occurred because of the scene?
No.
So that thing he said, like getting milkshakes from that place, that's a writing error. There aren't milkshakes located at that place that he's referencing, because that's where Joyce works in season 1 and 2. And just he says a bunch of things here that aren't true in terms of continuity. So this caused people to think that like Vecna messed with Will's mind and we were seeing like an alternate reality when it was just blatant continuity issues.
That's funny. Also, it's just I don't know. I can't imagine being the kind of person who hears something like that from the Duffer Brothers, and rather than just going, yeah, like they fucked up and forgot, you go like, oh, it must be Vecna.
I mean, people had faith in them.
Yeah, which it's a bummer.
We like milked up his.
I like the idea that he like he kind of preempts it with this, like he's almost hyping himself up. I don't like how long this section goes on, where he's like, we love this and this and this and this, and it goes on for like 5 things too long, if you ask me. It's like we do got to get rolling. I almost wish that we showed one character being like, what's happening? Like we gotta get going.
I wish they had a little bit more maturity in their dialogue for the scene.
Yep, or even just restraint. Like again, just if this was a smaller setting and we didn't have like the time element, if they just set it up properly, there wouldn't be all these like conflicting bullshit going on.
And treating comic.
This could definitely just be my own like way of thinking about this seeping into the story, but I really just wanted one of his friends to immediately just be like, okay, just like almost be confused as to why he would think that would bother them. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, and I get that. I'll say for the time period, it does help that I feel like they'd be more likely to get it, especially his group of friends. I will say with all the randoms we have here, Like I do think like that would have been like totally fine coming from Murray. He's like, okay.
That would have been like an actual well-timed joke that would have brought levity to the situation. Like imagine one of them is just like, that's it, that was what you were so worried about, and they were all just like, yeah dude, like we love you, like it's really not that deep. That probably would have brought like a really good amount of levity to the situation and just been like a natural way to converse about it.
Yeah, and I do think, I mean, I wouldn't have liked the like the thing I just said, the Murray joke. I would prefer if it was just one of his friends that, like you said, was like,
Yep.
okay, like again, like, almost confused. It could have even, because there have been references that like other people can tell Will is gay, and that, you know, maybe his best friend Mike, who has given him shit for it, obviously knows he's gay. So like again, what like that could even be powerful, like having a moment where Mike's like, okay, and then Will's like, what do you mean? And he's like, you thought we'd feel different, just because I feel like that's a powerful moment for people to have when they're coming out. You will have people who are just like almost kind of flabbergasted that you didn't trust them to like accept you for that, and it's not like a betrayal thing. It's just like like, damn, I'm sorry, dude. I didn't realize it was tearing you up that much.
Yeah, if we just got genuine confusion from one of them, like, dude, what? Like, of course we're good. What do you mean? You know?
Yeah, but they all just kind of have the same reaction.
Yeah, I really wish there was more variety in the response.
Yeah.
I had this crush.
Not him low key outing Robin to people that she doesn't want knowing. Like,
I mean, Robin's doing a terrible job hiding it too.
In that moment, because no one knows who Tammy is, I just imagine Steve and Robin in the corner, like, what? Why is he mentioning Tammy right now?
Yeah, I do think, like, in a way, it kind of makes sense that Bro is so caught up in the moment, he doesn't realize that no one would know what he's talking about, but it is funny that he throws that in there, and the group the group just has to let him keep going. They're like, all right, say your piece, bro. This is your moment.
Let him keep going. Yeah.
let Bro cook. Oh my god, I'll never get over it. Jonathan just showed more emotion for his brother coming out than Mike showed for his family members, like, getting kidnapped and, like, almost killed.
Just to keep coming back to Mike just sitting there in the hospital, blank face.
Truth.
I think the Noah kind of botched the performance just right in that. In a sense, it almost feels real, like it's a real ugly cry. It's pretty like off-putting almost, but I don't know. There's like a lack of tears, I think, and like snot from someone who's like kind of trying to act like they have tears in their face and snot.
Yeah, if you want to get a good ugly cry, like, you gotta have some snot in there, just something, or like a sniffles.
Yeah, but it's just it just again, it draws attention to how fake. That's a lot of this season, where an element will be correct and then another element will be terribly, terribly incorrect, and it will just, the correct element will end up highlighting how bad everything else is.
True that. Bro, I saw a meme of some guy playing this scene and then getting up and hugging his TV, and
I was about to say, like, it, like, if you need any more proof that there are characters here who really don't need to fucking be here, it's that there are certain characters that run up and hug Will and they burst into tears.
Yeah,
and then there are certain characters that are standing in the background with their arms crossed, just waiting for it to pass.
I will say, I really like how intimate of a hug Jonathan is giving Will. Like,
yes.
It's the over the shoulder. Like, when you grab someone's skull when you're hugging them, like, that's a level of comfort and trust. Like, you're literally taking the weight off of their shoulders, you know? I really, really like that. And I think that this also could be, like, just really symbolic of the relationship the two actors might have had behind the screen dealing with this, too. Just a good moment.
Yeah, no, it's really sweet. And yeah, I don't know, it just would have been so much better if we had, like, a moment where he comes out to his brother and his mom, and then that gives him the courage to later on come out to his friends. It just, you could have had two, like, very intimate moments, and you could have gotten, like, a range of reactions. There's so much that they could have gotten out of this, and it feels like they're literally, yeah, this is like the last couple minutes before we hop into the finale. It's like they literally just shoved it in there right before they couldn't shove it in anywhere else.
Murray and Vicky just here and just like, yo, the fact that Nancy didn't say nothing, bro. Oh my god. Why did you look at him like that?
True. Oh god, does Nancy not approve? Holy shit.
Nancy.
Oh my god.
Holy.
I fucking knew it. Evil. Evil Nancy. Literally trying to destroy the world and hates gay people. Unbelievable.
She didn't say shit, and now she's giving him the stink eye.
And the aspect of that scene that got me hyped up was I was like, okay, well, finally, like, Will has basically just unshackled himself. Like, Vecna cannot, like, in the scene before where he, like, trapped Will in his mind, I almost got the sense, like, if that were to happen again, Vecna couldn't trap him this time. Will is at, like, 100% power because of the coming out scene. And he ends up doing nothing that, like, his greatest moment is still episode 4. Everything in the finale is like subpar compared to it.
This pain.
Just wild. It's this military base just feels abandoned. There's no automated defenses. The people on watchtowers don't start shooting the truck. Like, the truck just skates in there without taking a single bullet.
Yeah, let's keep going. I got something to say in a bit. Hopper just killed two people. Let's remember this.
Yep. Hopper's been killing military people, and there's 2 more. Also,
3.
I have to point out, because these stupid ass characters in the finale, they try to exit this way again. You'd think like, oh, well, maybe the plan is we do it so quickly that there's nobody waiting for us on the other side. Or maybe we could sneak back. No, there's no plan. Like, they literally burn everything here. They get inside. Hopper reveals his, like, Radio Shack tunnel. There's no way that they could go back through the Maxi. So I just want to signpost that here.
Okay. This is what I was about to say. Nancy mowing these people down is, like, the Duffer Brothers blatantly paying attention to what people post on TikTok about the show and putting it in for the worst kind of fan service. Are you familiar with the Walk 'em Down Wheelers?
No.
It's just this, like, edit trend where people put because Nancy always has guns, like, throughout the season.
Yeah.
Just edit Nancy into being, like, super badass, and they call her, like, Nancy Walk 'em Down Wheeler, and they just, like, they play, like, edits with her and stuff, yada yada yada. This to me is the Duffer Brothers being like, oh, we've seen those edits over the last few years. Let's give them a scene where Nancy the badass just mows them down like Rambo, and we're just gonna skip over, like, all the moral complexity of Nancy just murdering a bunch of people in cold blood and just.
Yeah, it's also just, it's so cartoonish. You have the idea being Nancy can drive into, like, the top, like, she can be in the middle of this military base, poke her head out, kill soldiers, but none of these soldiers can kill her. Like, even though she is the one that has multiple people aimed at her. And
do I
she's not
dare
a
say
soldier.
it's childish writing? Do I dare say it's childish writing? I think I will. I think that is childish writing.
Like, because it's not just Nancy killed 3 soldiers. She outgunned 3 soldiers.
Yeah.
Like,
It's just.
Bro. And that was it. Most secure, like, place on the world besides, like, Area 51 and, like, Fort Knox. And they just had to shoot a couple soldiers. Hopper was able to stroll into the back of their fucking moving van, and that's it.
What a shit show. The fact that they even acknowledge it, like, hey, nice shooting there. Shut the fuck up.
Look, dude, they don't have the balls, but imagine if it's just, to me, it's funny thinking about how realistically that would play out. Nancy pokes her head out, maybe kills 1 soldier, and then she gets fucking shot. And, like,
Gets
now,
her head blown.
yeah,
Dude.
now, like, Mike is, like, crying over her corpse in the van as they're headed into the Upside Down. Like, that's how that would have played out. But no, it's nice.
I'm gonna tell you, one of the reasons I love Arcane so much, especially that 3rd episode in season 1, is they take something that you see, like, in media all the time, like, oh, main character throws bomb in vicinity of bad guys and good guys, all bad guys die, and it's like, in your mind, you're like, okay, Powder's clearly gonna protect the good guys, and then you just watch the shrapnel just murder her brothers. It's just like, Oh.
Yeah, it's like I don't know what else to call it besides like a Game of Thrones moment where your
Yeah.
expectations of how stories typically play out are front and like at the forefront, and then the story happens in like a more like believable and logical way, and that surprises you because it like defies the
Yeah.
meta. But yeah, we
Yeah.
could
And
have.
then there's mouse shit.
Yeah, we're not capable. We're not capable of doing that with Stranger Things. Not anymore.
Easy part.
Also, if the idea is that they're protecting the gate, you know, with the MacV, why does the military base have to end in the human world? They already have a giant fucking military base inside. Why isn't there a upside down half to the MacV gate that they also have to fight in and out of?
Stop thinking. No more.
And yep, I would want to comment real quick. So last we saw Holly, she got shoved down the stairs, which sure that might knock somebody out, but it's just funny that they set her up at the table. She's like kind of half in, half out of it, and but I don't know. It's this very convenient way where if Henry had to like knock some sense into her or restrain her, there'd be issues, which is why I think we had to have that moment where the kids like psychotically try to kill her and knock her out so that she's like vulnerable in this moment.
He didn't want to deal with another Blaze.
Blaze. And that's it. That's it for episode 7.
Is this episode the worst?
I don't know.
You know what's funny? I think episode 3 might actually be the worst. The one where it's the the trap. I think that one might be the worst.
I might sound crazy for this. I think episode 1 might still be one of the worst, just because of how much damage it does immediately out the gate and how it lingers for the rest of the season.
The finale's the worst.
Okay, yeah, true. My bad.
Into the finale we go. Have fun, everybody.
Goodbye.
I swear I don't know what happened.
What if it was a malfunction? Only one not caused by us.
They sent military people in after them, but somehow the team has a huge fucking lead on them, even though it's the military, and they got like choppers and shit and like military vehicles.
They give I think Erica gives an explanation a little bit, but it's just bullshit, to be honest. Just immediately, I don't like that they split up. I mean, I get why they do for the plot purposes, but I was just hoping we get like finally one moment where the whole group stands together. But they just have to split people up. It just is what it is.
When I saw this shot, I was just like, oh, these fucking assholes. They're like, see guys, see the rifts from season 4, they do matter. They matter, they're important. They're why everything's gonna work. And it's like,
yeah,
sure.
The truck is faster than a Humvee. Let's be conservative. Say 5 miles faster. They had a 6-minute, 20-second head start. Giving them
Wait, why is the truck faster than a Humvee? The fucking grocery truck filled with people.
He's got it supercharged or something, I don't know.
Are Humvees supposed to just be slow?
Genuinely couldn't tell you, bro. Genuinely.
Just so lucky how everything falls into place. They left the van at the church, and the church is the watchtower where they're jamming the fucking gate from.
It's just a whole lot of bullshit for sure.
Let there be light.
All right, nice work, Bald Eagle. Now get up to the roof. Careful, we kept C4.
Don't even ask me how electricity works in the Upside Down, or how there's water in this this tub, but there's not water in the lake in season 4. This is just nonsense. Whatever.
The water is stupid. They do try to show you that Murray's filling like the generator with fucking gasoline or whatever. So like they at least try with the electricity. The water is funny though.
I need you to promise me you won't pull me out. Not until I'm sure he's dead.
If by some miracle this plan actually works, we're getting the hell out of here. Doc Kay and her plans, that's a problem for another day. Deal?
And that's a good exchange. Probably one of the few good things to happen in this finale.
What you said earlier at this walk, I'm sorry.
Want to hear something funny?
Yeah.
This scene where like Will and Mike confirm that they're still best friends had to be added in post. Noah Schnapp had to like he confronted the Duffer Brothers and was like, "Hey, I really just wish there was a payoff for these two characters," and they had to add it after the fact.
That's wild to me, because one of my complaints with this scene is it feels like a Band-Aid. Like, it feels like by the way, Mike is still a character and he still cares about Will.
Yep, and it is a Band-Aid, so it makes sense.
Best friends.
You can feel it. You can feel it, man.
Yeah, and there's nothing like interesting or cool happens. It's just bare minimum. It's just like Mike going like, "Oh damn, you're gay, bro." Like, that's crazy. Sorry I didn't realize it before. Or we're still friends. It's just so bare bones, but it's something. It's
So awkward.
It's something for Mike at least.
Vicky? Vicky!
Holy shit.
Trippy, isn't it? Hi.
When this happened, I genuinely thought that like Vecna had retaken her mind somehow because she enters the same trance that she's in when he takes her, you know? And that we've never seen Eleven's powers work like that. And they walk up and are so creepy as shit, like, trippy, isn't it? Hi. Like, what? This scene did not make any sense to me.
That's the whole point. They just do it this weird, long, drawn-out way because they want to bait you into thinking it's Vecna for a second. Especially
So
with
stupid.
with Vicky coming in and seeing her like spasming or whatever, like she was when people do when Vecna takes them. She has like the eyes glazed over like thing going on, doesn't she?
That's what I'm saying. It doesn't make any sense.
No one does that when they're talking to Elle. Yeah. What the fuck? So they even cheated. They cheated to try to trick you.
It's pretty damn spectacular. It's almost too bad we have to blow it all up.
I actually like that line. That there's just some beauty in the chaos. I like that.
Like, and I like the imagery. Like, it's cool and pretty spooky how you got like, upside down mountains breaking through the. If he's so unlucky, if one of those mountains was positioned right above the tower, and just fucking squashed him early. Oh, I guess tiny detail to praise. They'll get caught later because like Max makes a noise and they're stopped right at like in front of the secret entrance to their little bunker thing. But they have to stop there because they can't safely get Max down like the spiral staircase with the wheelchair.
I did nothing about that. That's cool.
The tower needle, it's not lining up with the rift. If the abyss hits the needle, then this tower's going down.
Oh, that's so great. That's just great.
Hey, Chief, we're gonna need help to stop these planets. On the sooner side, please.
I don't love the idea that he goes, "Oh shit, the abyss is gonna hit the top of the tower and then we're dead." And it's like, okay, well I guess we gotta move a bit earlier. We gotta kill Henry earlier. If you kill him earlier, you can't get into the upside down and stop him. So it's like, I don't even know. It's weird that no one acknowledges like the plan is fucked unless they let the abyss continue to descend.
I also just don't like how Max says it's like essentially impossible to get exactly where you need to be without going through a few doors, and then she just proceeds to do it exactly what they need to do within one door. It's just like, bruh. By the way, 20 minutes in, Max does nothing for the rest of the finale. Keep that in mind.
Shit.
Like this, she is the plot. She is the plot device for this specific moment, and then her character is done. It's crazy. Yeah, so I don't like that they give this a black screen. This is again the Duffers being tuned into what the internet thinks. Like everyone knew Steve could like potentially die, and no one wanted it to happen. So the fact that they're giving him another fake out death and even giving it a black screen, it's like, bruh, like all right.
Yeah, and it is hyper manipulative.
But I will say I like who saves him. We will get to Steve and Jonathan more in a few minutes, but I think they're a very clear strong point of this whole episode.
Yeah, definitely. And we talked about it before. I do kind of wish that we had gotten something like that just sooner. It's annoying that we have to have love triangle bullshit in the final season to get to that one decent moment between them. So this is what I'm talking about, where yeah, they didn't line up perfectly with the rift, and yeah, they weren't able to stop it early like they wanted to, but everything just happened to work out so perfectly. They literally have a rift like right above them, right above the railing for them to climb into.
Yeah, I also just think how scary it would be to stand on the edge of this. Like, you could still very easily fall to your death. I was thinking that, like, and also, they're not, like, that close. Like, they're close, but they're still gonna have to, like, jump. And I was like, ooh, I don't know about that. But...
Yeah, it'll be sketchy as shit for sure. Especially, like, whoever has to go through last is in for a bad time because they won't have anyone at the bottom to, like, brace them.
Cool.
But still, like I said, just fucking lucky. Like, yeah, there are rifts all over the top, but there's also a ton of, like, blank space where there aren't any rifts.
Suck it, Armstrong.
Also, I like how With the Upside Down, I might have been able to excuse it, especially with the toxic spores that were supposed to be a thing. But how lucky that this weird alien planet has like breathable human
Breathable
air
air.
for all of them.
Yeah.
That's why you take children. Because you think they have weak minds.
Henry needs to be running after the children right now, and he's wasting his time showing off what a big bad guy he is so that the kids watching in the other room can be convinced.
He teleports in like 30 seconds from now.
Does he?
Yes, you'll see.
Shit.
Holy shit.
It's him.
Hello, brother.
The hello brother, first of all, again, you've never interacted with this character. You cannot convince me that this isn't the Duffer Brothers trying to rage bait the audience with the stupid fucking line. Come on, dude. Hello, brother. What? Shut up.
And then she goes to stab him, and he teleports, which I can't believe I forgot about that. But yeah, no, he literally does it in real time. There can be no doubt. There can be no charity given to the show anymore. He can teleport sometimes, and then he can't.
But I was expecting more like monsters.
Yeah, so the justification I've heard is that all of the Demogorgons and Vines combined to form the gigantic monster, but I still think that's stupid because the Demogorgons would have been way harder to deal with than just the giant monster.
Yeah, it also the show does not make that clear. Like I don't even know if the show hints at that. But yeah, it's so underwhelming that we got here to Demogorgon Land and there's not a single one.
Like, dude, can you imagine going through this whole season and your biggest complaint with the finale is that the green screen looks off here?
Ignorance is bliss.
Look, just because I don't like you, doesn't mean I want you dead.
I didn't like that line. Just because I don't like you doesn't mean I want you dead. I don't know. I got that through you saving his life.
Yeah, it's very cookie cutter. I just wish they could have done a more mature conversation. It was essentially just like, hey, I don't like you, but I do respect you. That's it.
Yeah. Like, on paper, this is just a nice payoff, but it's about as clumsy as a lot of other stuff.
I still don't like you, though.
Oh, I wouldn't want it any other way.
I think it's kind of insane how Steve started off as like almost a gimmick ironic character in season 1, and people just loved him for the meme, and he might unironically be the best written character in the show now.
He might be, yeah, overall. He's definitely, like, just on a likability level, he's at the top. It's hard to compete with him. Even in season 1, it's funny looking back, a lot of people, like, hated Steve. And even in season 1, I think they do a really good job of making him likable and understandable, even with some of like the more asshole things he does. Like he comes out of that season already a really good character.
Come on, just leave me! Save yourself, you dumbass! Don't be an idiot! I'm not being an idiot! You are! No, you can't!
So this threw me off, because when this happened, I thought the point wasn't, oh, Derek's like out of shape and he can't keep up. I thought the point was Derek's like, oh, if I get away, Henry will like kill my family. So he's actually like sacrificing himself. He doesn't want to run away.
Yeah, dude, I don't know. Like, apparently, what's her face? Max being blind and paralyzed in the real world doesn't affect her abilities here, but Derek being overweight does. It just doesn't make any sense.
You knew this would happen. Just like you know what will happen to her.
I think this scene is like, it's like cool in theory, but one, I don't like how he's not in a trance. Like everyone else is shown to be in a trance, so I don't understand why he wouldn't be. But I do like this theme of Hopper's guilt, like still weighing on him.
Yeah, I like it a lot, like just on paper. The delivery from the child actor really threw me off. So you knew this would happen, just like it will happen to her.
I personally didn't mind it, but I get you. I can't lie to you. For half a second, this worked on me, and I was so hyped. I was like, no way. And then when it slowly started to like be revealed, I was just like, man, lame.
Yep, I'll admit, same thing. And I was just embarrassed afterwards too, because I was like, why after this whole season, why did I think for a second that they would do something like that? But yeah, you very quickly realize it was a prank.
And I ask you, if they're willing to give her a fake out death here, what makes you think they wouldn't do it again?
Fair shake.
To follow me, keep quiet, and stay close. Let's go! Come on, let's go!
You're gonna tell me you ain't messing with Holly Heroic's arc, going from someone who's scared to act to the leader of the group? Don't lie to me right now.
No, I do appreciate that. I appreciate that it finally culminates with her leading the escape.
Yes, sir.
Henry showed me your plan.
Henry lied to you. He tricked you. He used you, and you fell for it.
I really like this, where I complained about at the start of the season, Hopper like gaslighting Elle to like try to protect her, and she's out here doing the exact same thing.
I get that any of us.
Yeah, go ahead, shoot me.
If I'm alive, then so is Henry.
This annoys the shit out of me, and this is probably the most that Kali pissed me off. I don't know why Eleven, who loves her father Hopper, is just content with Callie pointing a fucking loaded gun at him. She has telekinesis. She should be like, nah, give me that.
In my mind, I thought she was immediately going to snatch it from her, which would have been cool, but yeah, this is ridiculous that she's allowing this to occur, and just continue. I'll explain in a second.
Yeah.
I have to end the cycle.
You will, but not like this. Not with more violence. Not with more pain. But you never let it break you, and I need you to fight, kid. I just need you to fight one last time.
And I really like that part of the exchange where it's probably not healthy how much he like projects Sarah onto 11, but you totally get it every time where he's like, I need you to fight, kid. I need you to fight one last time.
Fight for that day that you have a kid of your own, and you give her the life that you never had.
Just such a beautiful moment, that final line.
Yeah. And it starts with Callie being like, this is how we end the cycle. And I like it being an answer to that. Like, no, like you could end the cycle a positive way with 11 actually being allowed to have a real life.
Yep. I really like this moment.
I'd say for the finale, 11 and Hopper, they're the ones carrying.
Because you have to. Because you deserve it.
You see how Callie puts the gun down, and you can kind of see her have a bit of a change of heart.
Oh no. Oh no.
Go back. You're not believing me.
No, I believe you. That's why I'm not happy.
I know you don't believe you can have any of this, but I promise you, we will find a way to make it real. You will find a way to make it real. Because
you see that look?
Damn it.
You see what I'm saying?
Okay.
Mm.
Does not help.
How would Mike?
Does not help my case that she is literally thinking about it. Oh no. But like I said, I swear to God, there are things Mike says that convince me that it's real. But we'll see when we get to it. Maybe I missed something else too.
Have to. Because you deserve it.
And that's interesting on a meta level. The idea that Hopper can't cope with the idea that 11 would make that sacrifice. And it is sweet and it's wholesome and it's like, yeah, like she does deserve it. But it's very reflective of how A, the audience would feel about 11, and B, how Mike would feel. And this is where, again, as we get closer, it might turn into a good or a bad thing. Where I think if they commit to killing Elle, it becomes a good thing. Where I kind of like that nuance to it, that there's characters that can't move on. Especially that Hopper, after all this time thinking he couldn't move on, realizing he can, and then kind of the buck getting passed to Mike, where he's like, I'm not grown up enough to like move past it.
Yeah, except that's not what they did.
Have you seen Derek? Derek!
Like, how did you lose him?
Especially with his outfit.
Come on, hurry up!
See? You can teleport.
So,
you just did it.
So that makes it even weirder though. So that time he's teleporting with like a whole ass portal. But at the table he just like vanishes in an instant. So like even in this episode, the inconsistent teleportation is inconsistent.
It's insane.
Dude. And then he's running. Like it's literally, oh my god, we just got the like unholy combo. Where he teleported instantly, he teleported a slower way, and then he physically runs after them, and then he reaches out with stretchy powers and grabs her. Like, homie is
teleporting for
That's his powers fluctuating by the second to accommodate what happens. And more to
Derek
the point,
just beat interdimensional being with a tug of war. Yeah.
Derek saved the day. Unbelievable. He overpowered Henry. Literally overpowered him. He's stronger than him. Furthermore, how did you not catch Max in the year and a half that you had to catch her with your teleportation and your stretchy powers and your fucking whole mind?
Those are flares. What? Flares. Baby flare gun, dude.
It's also so insane that the adults, like everyone has sent them in here minimally armed, and they expected to be fighting potentially bats and tentacles and demogorgons.
I just can't believe that Joyce is also here. I don't know why Joyce would be here. Like, she's not particularly incredible in combat. So, well, we know why she's here, but just want to point that out. The Joyce is here.
Yeah, I think the Duffers would probably just tell you, like, she won't leave Will's side again. It's like, okay, whatever.
Wasn't the whole point that she was going to let go?
Yeah, that she'd learn to put faith in him. Whatever.
So here he can feel Henry's pain. Okay, take note of that.
What's going on? What do you see?
And also, he's just... They do a decent job at showing, like, it hurts and he doesn't want to be in there. But it's so, like, brief and short. And it just blows my mind that he had to have known in some way that he'd have to get in that cave eventually. And he pushes past it at the finale just when it's too late to do it. It's just kind of annoying. So lucky. I don't know how the helicopter spotted them inside the building, but whatever.
No idea. But it's nice to see them actually using the helicopters. You've been asking for this since episode, 1.
True.
I really like that he just leaves Callie. I think it's so in character and just such a good moment of just being like, well, you know what? If one of you's got to live, I know who I'm picking.
Yeah, and it's honestly, it's kind of, it's surprising that they even go so far as to, like, pan back to Callie and show her, like, screaming, like, literally highlighting the consequence of his choice being her suffering.
It's such a selfish decision, but so in character. It's a very good moment.
Hey, just keep moving. Holy shit, balls! Eyes on me, Derek!
This is my goat right here. This is my goat. Yes, you can literally see the difference between the way she goes through this, like, scene the first time and, like, a few episodes back, and how now I was like, she was so scared and now she's leading them. Like, this is just good character work, just not the season to do it.
Yeah, agreed. And I do like that, like, we saw how rattled she was by, like, witnessing what happened, and she just keeps saying, eyes on me, eyes on me.
Yep. Yes, sir.
And she sends everybody through before her. Yeah, it's nice.
W here, that while they don't like each other, their common ground is they both put Elle first. And the little look she gives him, where it's just like, don't tell him, and he's like, all right, maybe you are like that a little bit. Yo. Okay. See, that moment is metal, and, like, it's cool to see her do it, but the fact that, like, it's just her killing Guy, and there's no further exploration of it, is just kind of lame to me.
Yeah, it also, something that really bugged me about season 4 is she didn't get to, like, kill Papa. I wish she had been able to do something like that to him rather than random season 5 military guy who cuts off ears or some bullshit that Hopper said.
That is true. It does feel a little like, really? This is the guy she does it to? No one else?
Yeah.
My story was always going to end here. No.
So she did, my story was always going to end here, and then we see her dead, right? Like, we don't see her die. We don't see her die, though. Like, we don't see her take her final breath.
True.
And, like,
I don't like... okay. I was just gonna say, I think I might already have to concede then, because it literally, now that we're, like, revisiting it, every moment that's come up so far where it would tie back in, like, to the evidence side of what happened, each time it gives the audience a chance to believe Mike's version, which I don't appreciate. I don't appreciate that at all.
It's good to know, like, I do think it's bullshit, and we're going to get to that when we get to that, but there's, like, it feels like they're showing us that Eleven's alive.
Okay, damn. Okay. I'm scared. I think you're right. I don't want to believe you, though. We'll see. There has to be one good thing to come out of this finale. God damn it! Don't take that away from me. And I do appreciate that. I appreciate Holly saying, fuck it, I'm gonna go for it. I'm gonna be Holly Heroic now. Yeah. There's honestly, when I think about, aside from the, like, the environment, I guess, like all the goofy mind stuff, she does have, like, one of the most solid character arcs.
Like I've been saying.
You need to talk.
So again, Will can feel him being shot in a dream world. So again, like he can feel the damage being done to Vecna. Keep this in mind.
I'll be right there, right at the tree. Shortcut. Henry's still up there.
If you fall,
I won't.
if you make it,
I just want to say it's such a bummer that we don't see her make the jump. That would have actually been really cool to see, and it just happens off screen.
True. It's also funny to me that the exotic matter, which is like floating right behind them, it's not doing like the weird lightning crackly thingy. Like it's just not there anymore.
That is so true. Well, it's gonna be there in a few, like an hour. It's gonna be important as fuck. But
it'll be back when we need it.
But I'm not a kid anymore.
I like him shaking his head there because he can kind of tell where it's going.
yeah, and I think it's the fact that you can tell he's starting to like recognize what she's saying is not only true, but he respects her for her decisions, which I like.
Yeah.
And I'm not Sarah. She didn't have a choice to make, but I do.
I really appreciated that line.
She's taking agency in her own story, which is why I don't like that she's left alive, because I feel it undercuts her decision.
Yeah, I'd agree. If she's alive, that undermines one of the best moments in the finale, which is, I think, I don't know, I'd say it's this moment right here.
I would say this is the best moment in the finale, for sure.
Yeah, I was actually really happy when I saw the scene. I was like, holy shit.
it's a really good closure for the story arc. It's like, it's really great too, because in Hopper recognizing that he has to let her go and let her make this decision, it's like the bittersweet realization is he's essentially done his job as a father. And it's just like, he doesn't want to let go, you know? Like, his job is complete, and that scares him. And there's something to be said, like, maybe it's like an allegory for just parenthood, you know?
And I like how that's something that ties a lot of the characters and their arcs together. The idea of growing up, of coming of age. And that, like I said, even the parents have to grow up.
This stupid stone is utter bullshit, and it's just setting up a spin-off. I like the fact that yeah, it is. I like the fact that Henry Creel is like the first victim of the Mind Flayer, but the fact that we haven't given any characterization to the Mind Flayer in like over half a decade and are just shoehorning it in last second, such bullshit, dude.
Yeah, I'll give it credit in the sense that a lot of the stuff we had talked about leading up to this point was more or less speculation. It's kind of confirmed right here. So this is like an essential ingredient that I think props up the finale a bit and the entire season, because we did need confirmation that he was the first victim of the Mind Flayer for a lot of that stuff to like tie together thematically.
It's a really great concept. I just don't think it's done well in terms of actual execution.
Yeah, I was pretty disappointed. Like, I was like, oh, it literally felt like the bare minimum. It's like, oh shit, okay, they literally, all they do is establish. Yeah, we don't learn anything about what it was like or how he like coped with it. We really do get the like smallest Cliff Notes version of it.
Will could show you.
He was dead a second ago, I swear to God. They showed him with his like eyes open.
Yeah, his like brains are like falling out of his head, dude.
Also, this guy shot a kid in the hand to like try to scare him away, but when the kid charged him, he didn't shoot the kid again. I don't know.
He tries to, but I mean, no, you're right.
It wasn't you. It was never you.
And this is what I'm talking. Oh my God, they had it, they had it, and then they dropped the ball like right when they were about to sink it. They managed to make me cringe at like what should have been like one of the most key developments, and it's literally Will spelling it out in the most like just basic way possible.
I'm just so not a fan of the dialogue this entire season, and just especially this, like, you were just a victim. It's like, okay, dude, like can you get like have some faith in the audience to just put the puzzle together themselves?
Yeah, like honestly, as much as I would have liked a bit of depth added to it, you know, like I like this moment. It's probably just because of the actor like absolutely killing it. But I do like him breaking down and being human for just a moment. I feel like that is important. Like that's an ingredient I like. But Will literally spelling everything out for the audience, it's like, ugh, it was actually enjoyable, like piecing through it together just on our own. And then no, it's like the Duffer Brothers are like, everyone's stupid.
Starts narrating.
Yeah. You gotta just tell everyone point blank what the theme is, what we're trying to get at here.
I said, leave me alone. You were just a kid like me. And it used you. It used you to bring it here. You're just like me, Henry.
Like,
Gee, dude, the dialogue, man. Oh my god. You were just like me, Henry. Like, oh.
made all the worse by Noah's performance yet again. You're just like me, bro.
It's terrible. It's terrible.
It's so bad.
To do it, Henry, it is controlling you right now.
Noah Schnapp's acting is horrible here. Horrible.
It's pretty bad. Like, I feel like he did better for like prior episodes, and it's like, bro, this is the make him do another take or two, please.
It has never controlled me, and I never controlled it.
And that's like the one part about this that I do like you could have just had, could have cut most of what Will said. I do like the idea that what makes Vecna the villain, I mean, you talk about this all the time on your channel with like victims becoming the victimizers. What makes him the bad guy is that he's not willing to accept his pain. Like, he's not willing to actually process it or come to terms with the truth. So instead he perpetuates the cycle by victimizing other people.
Yeah, it's I also just like that he doubles down. I like that he's like, no, like, sure, maybe I went through some stuff, but it was my choice at the end of the day. I don't like that they I like that he dies a villain, even though he's tragic. Like, he's still a villain at the end of the day.
Don't you see, William? I could have resisted it.
I just want to note real fast
that
they decided to walk this entire time instead of running. You know, like the end of the world's upon them, and they're just walking through this place chatting instead of sprinting.
True. I didn't say it earlier either, but it's so annoying how the Wheelers, like, fucking Nancy and Mike are on their way back to finally save their little sister. And rather than talking about their family members or what's happened, they just have this, like, funny little exchange about, like, yo, give me a gun, sis. Sis, give me a gun. She's like, fine, here. Just kidding, it's a flare gun.
It's just terrible.
We are one.
Dude, the single tier. Are we kidding?
For me, it was just, we've heard so many, like, types of lines at this point where it's like, I am Iron Man, or I eyeball the Jedi. I don't love this thing where the pause is so dramatic and the sentence is so, like, obvious that I already know what it's gonna be.
I just like the acting. The single tier when he says we are one is crazy.
Like, on paper, that is a good line. I just think if the whole season probably had to be better for me to be okay with it. The idea of, like, we are one, him accepting the mantra he was given by, like, the abusive military, and that symbolizing his, like, joining officially with the hive mind forever.
Real quick, I want you to timestamp where we are.
Yeah.
So final fight begins at 1:01:20.
I wonder. Well, it's gonna last. We got an hour and 7 minutes, so I'm hype. I'm excited. This is gonna be awesome. This is gonna be fucking great.
A very long and intense final battle. Oh my god, it's so the long night coded, dude.
Yeah, dude. I think when we texted, I was like, I'm at what feels like a fake ending.
The fact that they don't, like, no one dies to this thing is abhorrent. What makes it even, like, worse, like, truly vile, no one even gets injured.
Yeah, like, it's a giant monster, and movies do this all the time, but, like, when something's that big, like, you don't get to outrun it. So I don't know.
You were just done.
Yeah, so when I see them, like, running from it for extended periods of time, like, it's just telling me, like, well, don't worry about stakes. Like, whatever happens is what we want to happen. Like, these guys will be fine.
It's just goofy at the end of the day, at this point.
Yeah. Why does the hive mind care to, like, trap them and try to eat them? Why not, like, just run them over? Just fucking squish them.
No idea.
Also, 11, like, chucked a boulder at it from... She's, like, fucking miles away from it, and she fucking yeeted that boulder all the way over to it.
I also just still don't buy that even 11 can put up any sort of fight against this thing. Like, look at it, dude. This is a gigantic eldritch kaiju deity, man. Like, she's essentially 1v1ing Godzilla. Like, come on.
So one point of praise, I guess, is they take great pains to show that, like, oh, this is kind of like the obstacle course at the beginning of the season.
Yeah, I don't think this is what the obstacle course had in mind, but cool.
I mean, it's something. It's just, it's so not enough. Like, right there, they should have established that there's, like, low gravity on the planet or something. Because we show, like, the bus jump, and, like, that's supposed to be, like, kind of a big deal. And then she does this, like, she flies like fucking 50 feet in the air. Like, like, this is crazy.
This whole final fight's just so stupid, man.
Like, this reminds me of that moment in Arcane where Vi, like, jumps off a roof and she's like she's like 20 feet in the air. Except this is worse because it's supposed to be real. I'm supposed to believe it.
This is just... We've lost the plot, respectfully.
How? She's fighting back to Hive-Mind.
That was also just, dude, really? It's the finale. It's the finale of the show. They know what the hive mind is. Fucking literally just hive mind. Holy shit. Oh my god.
Okay, Hive-Mind works in both ways. If we hurt the Mind Flayer, they hurt that.
What, hurt Godzilla over there?
It is funny that I know what one of your biggest complaints is going to be, and Mike literally says, like, oh, we can hurt Vecna by hurting the hive mind. Like, literally calling attention to it. This part, when he's like, yo, we just gotta get to that canyon and then get on those how are you gonna get up there? How are you gonna reach those?
Like, look. There's literally not a single passageway up for miles, and they're just play it. There's nothing. This is not even worth talking about. It's so terrible.
There's a giant ladder, like, just around the corner. That's got
this whole final fight is garbage. It is garbage. I don't like. I'm not gonna entertain anything else. It's garbage.
It's just one question. Which one of us is bait? I am.
I don't know about you.
Okay.
When she said that, I was like, fucking why? Why are you bait?
Yeah. I have no idea. I have no idea, man.
My first thought was Lucas. Like, we keep doing it over and over. It's like, he's the most athletic. He's literally been used as bait before. But it's like, no, Nancy will be bait. Why? Because she can shoot at it? She can shoot. Also, fuck you with your stupid-ass gun. Like, you haven't been able to hurt Demogorgons all season with guns.
Look at this thing, bro. Look at this thing.
Yeah, but
Put the gun down.
But look at Nancy's rifle, okay? That'll do a lot of damage.
Welcome down, Wheeler.
Also, that's so stupid. Like, it doesn't... It's, like, forgotten about them, basically. And the plan is to get... True. It probably shouldn't even fucking feel it. But, assuming it did, why would you get its attention now? Why wouldn't you wait till everyone is, like, safely in position?
You could have shot that thing with a 50 cal and it still would have felt it.
It's just insane to me, too, like, the shots that we're freezing on. Like, look at this tiny little human, and look at this giant fucking monster. Yeah. It will accomplish nothing. It cannot kill a single human.
It's on top of her, dude.
Yeah, she's dead. It already caught her. Like, I forgot. Yeah, this is where Nancy unlocks teleportation too. I forgot. My bad. Bro, fucking
like
Vecna.
What?
We saw him, like, fucking wipe the floor with the military, and meanwhile, like, he's getting outsmarted by, like, a smoke screen.
Yeah.
Yeah, once again, we've cut back to Nancy, and she is somehow keeping pace with the giant fucking monster that was on top of her. I cannot... She outran that... Oh my god. She outran this creature all the way from here to here.
Like, that is bad. That is so bad.
Holy fuck.
You figure Will would be burning right now as well, right? Considering the hive mind and how he's connected to it. And we see earlier this episode, when Vecna takes damage, he takes damage.
Yep, but I'm sure he's just writhing in pain right off screen. Just, This.
I mean...
Oh, it's so stupid. They literally, when they ran underneath, for half a second, I was like, oh god, they're gonna get... And I was like, no, they'll be fine. Why'd I be...
I thought they're about to get themselves killed. They do nothing down here for no reason, just...
They literally... I mean, we complained a little bit about the spears, but here we are, showing just how stupid this is. All they have are the fucking knives attached to sticks, and they run under it and they just start popping, like, fucking hive mind balloons. Also, again, worthless hive mind. Like, it can... apparently, it might be getting hurt by those guys underneath it, but it can't just sit down real quick and kill two characters.
It's ridiculous. This is so stupid. This is cool. Like, I like this as in concept. Him, like, grabbing it last second and, like, being like, yep, I got you. But we've talked extensively about how this scene could have been so much stronger.
Yep. Well, and even if we don't want to, like, tie a bunch of more thematic stuff into it, imagine if we actually, like Will is getting hurt, like he's screaming his ass off because he's in pain, and he pushes through it, like he reaches through the pain anyway as he's like writhing in pain.
Even if you do it where it's like he won't actually die, like what if he just starts feeling himself impale himself? How insane would that be? It would have been so much more powerful, just like hearing him say this line while injuring himself so like to such an extent, you know?
Yeah, I do wonder if just the cowardly Duffer Brothers were like, we can't touch our gay character with the self-harm pole. I honestly, I bet that was it. That they're like, we can't do that.
Man, unfortunate.
I'm not afraid anymore.
And this should be like, I feel like, although it's pretty basic, the idea that we're not afraid anymore, that would have been a really cool, like in an alternate dimension where all the seasons were good. The idea that the kids are no longer afraid of the monsters would have been like a really powerful moment.
But it's just weak because none of this makes any sense.
Yeah, and it's also like, well, I guess you shouldn't be afraid of the monster. It can't kill you. You have plot armor.
108. What did we start at? 1020. Let's say 1. Let's say just 1 hour flat. You got 8 minutes and 20 seconds for the final battle. Something we've been building to for seasons. 8 minutes and 20 seconds.
It's fucking insane. And I don't know about you, but when I first saw this, I was like, "There's just no way." Like that's a fake out death, you know? That's Vecna being like, "Oh, you thought I was dead, but the hive mind still lives."
It is stunning. Like I kept checking the time, being like, "Okay, he's gonna get back up. Like something's gonna happen." Nope. This is it. This is actually all I got.
I literally couldn't believe it. It wasn't until they did the really stupid thing when they're trying to leave that I was like, "Oh my god, we're moving on now. We're dealing with other bullshit now."
Guys, this is the end of Stranger Things. This is the end of the like biggest plot element and what made the story so big.
Also,
the Stranger Things element of Stranger Things is gone right now.
Yeah, the mind flare, and that's what's so weird about it. You have like, this thing has been such a persistent pain in the ass because it's not chained to like a physical body per se, and it just got physically killed like that. Just automatically I was like, there's no way, because the hive mind hasn't been killed yet. But no, the hive mind literally just died basically. Yep. That's what you're supposed to take away. It's
ridiculous, man.
Unbelievable. I'm surprised Arya Stark didn't just show up and stab Vecna.
Would have been. I mean, that would have been a better ending.
Might have been better. I would have laughed at least. And that made it even more confusing because it's like, wait, if there's still hive mind particles, it's probably alive, right?
It's like an
yeah, but no.
Nope.
What the fuck?
You thought wrong.
Once again, it's just weird. It's weird that we keep giving Nancy time with her family, and we don't like share it with Mike. Like, we just keep giving it to Nancy, and it makes Mike seem like such a fucking robot.
But yeah, just Mike's so one-dimensional.
Yeah, it's all he cares about is 11. It's like, bro. Yeah, like when this started happening, I was like, oh, okay, thank God. Like, we're not done yet. We're not done yet. I don't know if you had the same experience, but I was like, oh,
and they are. Yeah, I was convinced there just had to be more. Like, no matter what it was, I was like, there has to be one more like turning point. Nope.
Yeah, and it fucking bothered me because I was like, wait, he's still like gurgling. 11, rip him apart, like fucking rip his head off or something. And I kept wondering. I was like, what are we doing? Why are we waiting?
You know what's interesting? I was watching an interview by the actor who plays Vecna, saying that the reason he's gargling is he's like trying to like appeal to the humanity in Joyce, and he's like, this is a moment of like, please don't kill me. And I'm like, what? When have we established that Vecna has that humanity in him at this point, you know?
Yeah, I mean, maybe like from a manipulative angle. For me, it's just like he's gargling because he's impaled. Like
yeah. I mean, it's also the play. Like it plays because again, him and Joyce know each other. They know each other. I have to keep reminding you of this. They know each other.
This doesn't feel really like you're just telling me about fan fiction, you know? Like, cool.
It's canon. It's crazy, but it's canon. Like,
fucking wild.
See, like right here, you can see them like locking eyes. Like this is the look of like, oh, we kind of know each other, you know? Like,
For me, I thought the point was that he knows this is Will's mom, and she knows that this is the guy who's at the root of everything. Which I appreciate it from that angle, but it's also like, this is why
It's
Joyce
both.
is here. It's just here for this moment. It's so funny to think that it's like, Joyce from high school? Oh my god.
Fuck with the wrong family.
And like, I don't know, I want to like that line, and like, just on paper I do. It's just that it's so transparent what we're doing here. It's so transparent how we got here. And again, like, they should be freaking out. They should be like, fuck, Vecna's not dead, kill him immediately. But we're taking our sweet ass time so we can relish the moment.
It just hasn't been earned. That's really all it comes down to.
Yep. So we do this thing where every time like she like hits him, like we show one of the characters and then they think about something Vecna has done to them personally. And I guess I like it on paper, the idea that it's them like coming to terms with it's finally over, thank God, and they're channeling like their anger almost. I hate what it means for Mike though, because everyone gets like a pretty fitting moment where it's like, what has Vecna taken from me? And Mike doesn't think about anything from this season. He just thinks about 11 fake dying in season 1. And I was like, wow, dude, like, Mike is just such a piece of shit. He doesn't care about anybody but 11.
Hilarious. It's actually hilarious, dude.
And not again, a fake death. A fake death is what he thought of.
Why don't you go ahead and go home?
Like, everyone else's moments are good. Like, it's cool that we harken back to not Bob. Sorry, we do harken back to Bob, but I was gonna say Barb, with Nancy. We show, like, Max, like, almost dying from season 4 with Lucas. Like, everyone else's tracks.
There's Mike.
How is everybody? Is everybody okay?
Yeah, the party took a hell of a beating, but we're okay.
What about Elle?
The whole party.
That, I don't know about you, but that felt like a trick where it's like, we already know Elle has to come back to the Upside Down, like, for the plan or whatever.
Yeah.
But them like drawing attention to it, it's very clearly to get you thinking like, oh, like Elle decided to come back. She decided to not die, and it's so we can get maximum emotional whiplash.
At this point, I was still like not convinced Vecna was dead. I was still like, there's gonna be a comeback, but no.
This is where I started to worry basically when we cut to black and then we show them like getting. I was like, oh shit, and it's
This
when
would be
we
Act 2 of the final episode.
yeah. It just feels fake. It feels like a fake ending, which it speaks to how rushed it is, that your first instinct is that can't be real. That can't be what happened. I will say this is another moment where I was like, oh, we're too happy. This is too happy. Like something bad is going to happen. And I thought the bad thing was going to be the mind flayer, but no.
Yeah. So right here, 11 and Mike are touching, which means 11 is real at this moment. This is not an illusion.
Yes.
Continue.
Hey, what are you doing? You can let more of that crap in here.
It's either that or pass out.
Once, they keep finding ways to remind me of the scores. Robin literally leaning her head out the window going, ah.
So terrible.
Assholes.
That's good. There she is, home sweet home.
Okay, dude. Oh my god. This was the
They're
moment.
going back through it.
This was the moment where everything came crashing down. I was like, oh god. Not only because right away I was like, oh fuck, we're gonna deal with military, like actual real life bullshit, which means we don't have time for Vecna anymore. But worse yet, it means everyone in the party's a fucking idiot. They just shot up a military base and they're gonna exit back through it.
This is we're literally fighting Cersei after the long night at this point.
God, it's just so they're just all stupid. Like, I just hate it. It literally turns everyone present into an idiot that no one, not even careful ass Hopper, was like, we can't drive through the Max Z. That'd be insane. And there's no fucking need. You just open a steel plate and you get out. Like, we've established twice now that you just go to a rift and you could sneak out. But we have to do this for what's coming.
So stupid.
I was low-key shocked that this military we've been following thought to put like spike traps outside the MacV.
They locked in.
Finally. We might have to slow it down.
I'm gonna request a one-time speed.
So touching.
Not an illusion. Still touching Matt. Still touching Mike.
I don't like where this is going.
You have no idea. This is where it gets confusing. She's like kind of grabbing at her head. You can see her for half a second, kind of grabbing her head.
How would she?
Now, I'm gonna request a 0.5 speed right now.
Oh no, that's heresy.
Right here.
Fuck! One of them touches her.
Look at how many people are surrounding her. Okay, there are 7 people. 7.
Now wait a
Okay.
minute. Wait a minute, Con. I'm about to hit you with the ultimate copium. You just see 7, like, a bunch of people around her. One of those, the one touching Elle, could also be part of the illusion.
Okay, now we can go back up to 1 time speed.
I have to say though, it's already, like, no matter what happens here, we already need Callie. And even then, like, Callie, fuck, like, it just doesn't make sense. She was touching Mike after they got through the gate. The illusion would have had to go up after she got through.
Like, this is where it's just terrible writing, okay? 11 right now is real. Like, we know she's real. Which means, at this exact moment, the moment she hits the ground, Callie casts an illusion to get her from here to the portal. Because she's real at this point. But that doesn't make sense, because Callie's bleeding out. And we know that her powers have an issue with distance. And she's weakened. So it does not make sense that she should be able to use her powers in this moment, but it makes even less sense how 11 can get from this point to the portal.
It's literally broken from every angle. There's no way that it was Callie, and there's also no way that 11 could do what she does without Callie.
It is just...
Fuck.
It is a fundamentally fractured scene. That you literally see them grab her, but at this point, I'm good with 2 times speed. That was just what I wanted to point out. The supersonic things are on. The supersonic things have been on this whole time.
I liked that transition where, like, you immediately realize what's happening.
I'm sorry, dude. This scene pulls something at me, but it's not because of what's going on screen. It's Purple Rain. Like, that song was just so good.
I will say, even assuming that it's fake and that she's about to just fake her death and that the ultimate plan is maybe one day Mike will find her, I do still appreciate, like, there's emotion to be drawn out of that kind of sacrifice where she is faking her death and, like, saying goodbye to them.
I do too.
Yeah.
I'll concede.
Yeah, but I will say it's not nearly as good as I thought it might have been, which sucks. It's so funny watching it now after we've talked about it, and my certainty that she actually died is, like, gone. I would have thought that I would have enjoyed this scene more, like, in retrospect, but now I'm just looking at it with suspicion.
I just want to say at this point, if 11 did die here, I still think the writing's kind of poor, because it's what they've been alluding at basically the entire story, that she was going to have to, like, make a sacrifice play, which I think is kind of lame. But at bare minimum, it was at least something, like some sort of stake, some sort of price. And the fact that I just fully believe she lives, it takes something I didn't like, and it's just like, man, this fucking blows.
Yeah, and I agree. Like, of all the people to kill, the safest one is Elle, someone who doesn't have like a big family to mourn her, someone who's already super powered and doesn't have a good chance of fitting in. It's almost a cleaner, easier way of tying everything up. I do appreciate that it kind of reflects her sacrifice in season 1, because that definitely pulled at my heartstrings. And the idea with that scene, even though they retcon it and it's like, oh, she just teleported when she killed the Demogorgon. The idea with that scene was that she was destroying the Demogorgon and herself, which were the last links to the Upside Down.
Yep. I agree.
I will say again, Mike showing more emotion for Elle, and he's shown, like, all season. And I think kind of showing...
Yeah.
I will say the performance isn't great. I think it kind of proves your point that Wolfhart is a pretty lackluster actor, but it shows that he can try. He can emo if needed.
You do a little more than nothing.
Yeah. Also wild that we have what is basically just a giant hole to space now, and you can see, like, the wind whipping past her in there and, like, stuff getting ripped apart, but it doesn't have any, like, there's no vacuum on, like, the real world. Oh, I was wrong. There it is. It was a delayed vacuum for some reason. And I like that moment, but it's kind of just a freebie. It's not really impressive. It's just, yeah, the Upside Down is finally gone. All the characters are reacting.
Yeah, I'm just like, at this point in the episode, I'm just, like, done. I'm like, man.
I mean, there's so much episode left. What do you mean? We're just getting
Yeah,
started.
it's just
Vecna's coming back. We still got to deal with him. And I like that little nod from Hopper, him finally accepting the choice, which sucks because I don't think she actually made that choice, which is annoying. I will say, there's one last bit of cope that I'm holding out, and it's the way that at least Mike has to internalize this. Because I want to say what made me so certain is that he literally says he doesn't know what happened to Elle. So we'll see when we get there, but I don't know.
I'm gonna dismantle that too, no worries.
Hell yeah.
Jimmy Fast Hands was kind enough to let me back in the booth for a guest stint, but
I'm just gonna be able to speedrun a bunch of these characters. The fact that literally everyone involved, like every single person, is allowed to just continue on with their regular lives after killing members of the military and doing all the shit that they do this season is beyond me. Like the fact that Hopper is just the chief of police now after being dead for 2 years and murdering military people, Nancy killing people in cold blood, like it's just ridiculous.
Yep. And we talked about that we had 2 military characters. We had the commander from like the last season who clearly had like a vested interest in getting rid of the Upside Down and all this bullshit. He could have taken over for Dr. K. We had that other military guy who is just a good guy, and like he might have been able to get a promotion. There were ways that they were almost seemingly setting up for the military to like accommodate this ending, and they didn't do it at all. The military disappears when the Upside Down disappears, and all of like Hopper and like Nancy's crimes are fucking forgotten.
Yep, it's just they just get to go back to their regular lives, and the excuse is just like, oh, time skip. There you go.
Yeah.
no Big Brother cameras, and well, the only Big Mac I can find is a smushed apple patty at Mickey D's. People are happy and smiling and going to the movies.
This like outro exposition is almost worse than the one we got at this. Actually, it just is worse. I think the original exposition had like some things that it did right. She's literally just describing things as we are seeing them. Just show us the things.
Yeah, it's just, again, show, don't tell. They go, no, we tell.
Yeah, she's like, no military, no fences, people are happy and going to the movies. It's like, yes, I see that, Robin. Thank you.
No.
I like this development for Steve, at least. I like that he becomes like a baseball coach and a teacher. It's just very fitting for his arc.
Yeah, this is very cute. I like it.
Break any more bones. You're on your own. Because I am done.
And I like... So, now that we're like past like the Vecna part, a lot of this stuff is fairly like inoffensive, like almost surprisingly. You just have to ignore all the like the build up where the military wouldn't allow this to happen.
Yeah, the rest of this episode is just like okay for me.
I like that they show Max is like being active and using her feet, since she would probably have missed that quite a bit.
Hospitals.
Maybe I should be on my own. I mean,
It's Karen. She can't find Mike.
And it's all just nothing like really cool is being done. It's just very stock standard, happy ending.
Yeah, this is very, very typical, and I think this would have been a actually good ending if what happened previously was better earned. But the fact that it was just so weak, this just feels like so like, wow, how the fuck did we get here?
Why can't do it? Why can't walk the stage? It'd be like a lie. Like I'm okay with moving on, and I'm not.
So this is a little bit that I liked, and I think this is like kind of almost evidence for the Mike ending, the interpretation that it's real. The idea being that Mike acknowledges he's literally not ready to move on yet. And I like him having this exchange with Hopper, of all people, who even up until this season as a grown-ass man had that problem.
Yeah, this is my issue with it, why I just don't think it can be a lie. Because Hopper tells him, like, you can essentially not accept it, hate your life, like isolate yourself from other people and ruin your life, or you can accept the truth and try and move on. So Mike telling that story, if it isn't the truth, is him not being able to accept it and moving on and picking the worst of the two options.
In a way, I read it as basically Mike picking a third option. Like, I don't have to accept that. I don't need every character to have, and I'm sure you'd agree, like, you don't need every character to have like a proper like point of growth. You don't need all of them to be fully realized adults and better humans by the end of the story. And for me, I read it as like nuances. Like, I kind of appreciate that even the main character is like unable to grow up in a certain aspect of his life, but he's still coping basically, which I read it as pretty realistic.
I think you're making a really strong argument. I don't think that's what they were going for, like, just genuinely.
Okay.
But I like the argument though.
I said this thing about going somewhere with 3 waterfalls. I mean, I don't even know if she believed me. What, 3 waterfalls? I mean, that's so stupid. It's childish. It was fantasy plan.
Keep these 3 waterfalls in mind.
Or you keep blaming yourself for what happened. You keep going over it in your head over and over what you could have done differently. You push people away and you suffer because that's what you think you deserve. And there's
Okay, well, so that actually isn't the dichotomy that Hopper gives him. He says you can either be miserable and like keep dwelling on it, or I actually don't know the other one.
another road when you find a way to accept.
Yeah, so he acts like you either dwell on it or you accept it, and that's why I interpret it as Mike being like, I can accept a lot of what happened, but I'm not ready to accept my friend's death yet, and I was okay with that.
What happened? Find a way to accept her choice. Doesn't mean you gotta like it, doesn't mean you gotta understand it. Never think about it. You just accept it.
You see what I'm saying, though? Like, Mike not being able to accept it, to me, like, kind of undercuts her sacrifice. Because him convincing all of his friends that, like, to believe in this, I guess, to what him might be a lie, just feels like him regressing all of their acceptance.
Yeah, in a way.
And Eleven's whole thing is like, I want you to understand, you've always understood. And then him lying is him distinctly not understanding, but I don't think he's lying.
She says you will understand. Like one day he'll figure it out. And that's kind of the aspect I took from it, that this is an area where Mike fails to grow up. And I found it understandable because, it's a high school kid, like, coping with death. Like, maybe he literally just cannot accept it.
I feel like you're giving them so much more grace than they actually did in the scene.
My bad.
Just to be honest with you, it's not a your bad thing. Like I respect your thought process. I just genuinely don't think that's what they were going for.
Because it's such a mind fuck. And I will say it's already bad that like we have to like debate about it so much. I don't like that they already chickened out in that aspect. They've already given you so many reasons to think that she is alive that a lot of people are just like, yeah, duh, she's alive. And it's like I don't like that.
Mhm.
I don't like when the creator is too chicken to commit to one or the other, and they have to be like, well, whichever ending makes you happier is the one that you pick.
It feels like they're trying to have their cake and eat it too, and it's just, I'm not drinking that copium.
Definitely. I'm curious, do you know what have they, because they've commented on, I know they've commented on Nancy and Jonathan like being officially broken up. Have they commented on whether or not Elle officially died?
No.
Have they said anything like, "Oh, it's up to you"? Have they like?
No, they've said that. They've said. I think they've said that like they want it to be open ended, but that's all I know.
Oh my god. Okay. Well, I don't like that, but whatever.
And that's for Elle. I think you know what she would have wanted for you.
And it's kind of cool that they get a nice moment together after years of kind of just beefing.
Like Karen is just fine. Like she got scars, but she's fine.
Yep, she's totally. Also, bro, she has a scar like. She has like a Catelyn Stark style like throat slit scar.
Yeah.
Just foundationally, I appreciate that this wasn't an ass pull. Dustin's just been a smart kid the entire series, so it makes sense he would get a chance to give the speech.
Agreed.
Into the jocks, the nerds, freaks, and in the chaos, all those walls broke down.
I don't think the walls have fully broken down, considering all of the jocks and like they're still hating on the nerds.
Yep.
I just like the end of this graduation speech because Dustin flips off the principal and snatches his diploma, which was what Eddie said he was going to do. So it's a good way to pay homage to Eddie. But other than that, I think it's just like, okay.
That's pretty sick. But yeah, no, I literally had the same thought where he's like, the walls have come down. It's like, yeah, except jocks are evil. Remember, jocks are evil.
I mean, it's not who I am. I don't think it's who any of us are. So honestly, just screw it.
And I like that just this little cherry at the end of it.
Yeah. But how did Max graduate? She was in a coma for like 18 months and she's graduated.
I didn't think about that. You're not supposed to think about it, Con. God damn it. Dustin ends the speech by saying, "This is our year." Again, harkening back to Eddie. It's also cute that I like the little cut to his mom. She's like, yeah.
Yeah. Screw the system.
Also, just overall, it's cool for Dustin to have this like kind of rock star moment when the entire series he's been kind of the picturesque dork.
Through that.
You guys are seriously telling me you don't miss any of this?
What do you think about this scene?
I like it, but it's kind of the same thing with most of the scenes where nothing too impressive happens. I do appreciate that they remember Jonathan wanted to go to NYU.
I think it's just like satisfactory. Like it's just fine. It's a fine way to close out their character arcs. I didn't find it to be incredibly impressive or incredibly unimpressive. It was just mildly okay, satisfying. But again, it would have been much stronger if the rest of the episode was much better.
Yeah, it's just okay. And there's an angle where they have this like silly plan where it's like, oh, we'll meet up every like month at one spot between all the like disparate states we're going to. I can't really give them credit for it. Well, yeah, that's the thing. Like Nancy almost has that look where she like recognizes it's not going to happen, and I appreciate that at least one of them acknowledged it. Like that felt kind of real.
Yeah, I like that Steve's a teacher. That's about all I got.
Fancier like that. It's a trainee position, but I don't know. I was just sick of school and thought I'd maybe get out there and.
Sorry, when Robin says, I knew it, like, you became a Navy SEAL, it'd be funny if Nancy was like, I tried, but, like, I've killed too many active military members.
I tried, but I killed his brother, and so they denied me.
Try the real world. Nancy Wheeler. Still full of surprises.
And I like this little moment between them where they acknowledge that, oh, like, we were able to follow our dreams now that we're apart.
Meet up. Once a month, here.
Yeah, or maybe somewhere just more neutral, like what's a city between.
Yeah, even the way Robin reacts when he first suggests the idea, you can tell like she's like, yeah, I don't know if that'll happen.
It feels like they kind of all subconsciously acknowledge it, but don't want to say it out loud, which I do actually like.
Yeah, and this does feel true to life. Like people, you know, you make plans with people, and you kind of in the back of your head, you know, like, it's not going to work out.
But the idea is sweet enough to keep you going.
Yeah.
And a boiler room? A boiler room?
Yeah.
Oh my god, it's perfect. You know, for the hideout. You know, where
is the idea there that they thought Jonathan wanted to smoke there, and then it's revealed like, oh, he's not even thinking about that. He's just thinking about the movie.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, all right.
There's nothing ever keeping us apart.
Including overbearing significant others.
School.
Mortgages.
Kids.
That's why I thought the line overbearing partners meant she was still with Vicky, because then they like mentioned kids and mortgages. Although Nancy mentioning school is weird because she dropped out of school, so I don't know.
With her, maybe not. Vicky's character this season was definitely like a low point for me. It just felt pointless in the grand scheme of things.
Also, that's one thing I don't love about this. I don't know. I guess it's okay that Steve and Jonathan are friends now and I can just buy it, but I almost liked, that was something I liked about that interaction, that they're like, doesn't mean I like you. And it's like, yeah, they don't, I don't know. It's a little funny that they're now like de facto friends, but it's like, I kind of thought, I appreciated that. I thought we weren't doing that.
This is a good send off for the characters though. I like it overall.
Yeah, overall it's just very, it's very safe, I'll say. How do you feel about this?
I mean, I like them getting married. It's crazy that Hopper's making the greatest investment ever, investing in Montauk in the 80s. Where the house is probably worth like $10 million now. And he bought it for like $50K. Like I said, with all these send-offs, like they're fine. They're serviceable. They don't feel as earned because the final battle was whack.
Yeah, I'd say for me, this was probably the least like satisfactory, just because overall I don't get anything out of Joyce and Hopper. They can be cute every now and then, but they just have no chemistry. I never really bought it.
It just bothers me how like everything is just so perfect. Like we just had this whole season with all of this shit happening and just literally not a thing went wrong. The plot armor was so thick, it just takes me out of it, to tell you the truth.
Yep. I mean, at the very least, like they could have tried their like fun, happy like ending. At the very least, like I don't believe Hopper would get off free. I especially don't like even Nancy killed military people, like but you have to ignore what happened earlier in the story for the rest of the story to make sense.
It's such pain.
This game is bullshit.
I agree.
Stupid goddamn waste of time. Stop.
Roger's great treasure and the mage from the Abbey of St. Markovia. She said we can summon her.
I don't know about you, but now I'm rewatching this scene, it feels like a meta moment where it's like, oh, Will, by all accounts, the upsetting thing happened, the day was not saved. 11 died, but no, actually, guys, wait real quick. I get it, it literally reflects what Mike does for his friends.
I'm not even having to make the arguments, you're doing it for me. You see, like it just,
that's crazy.
It's so cowardly, man. It's so cowardly.
I don't know. That's crazy. That can't be it though, because they literally wrote a scene like about how the storyteller chickened out of a like serious ending because they thought of some like Deus Ex Machina bullshit that would satisfy their audience. It's crazy. There's no way though. Hang on.
A purple light begins to shine through the mist, growing brighter and brighter. It's a portal. And out of this portal steps The major Sigmar comes in, shoot! A beam of powerful light shoots forward. Stride left out a piercing. As his body shrivels, burns, and turns. Well, it is true. The comfort and happiness part. The happiness can be found in many places. The knight and the Zoomer, they were powered from battle and they settled down in a small village. With each passing day, their love grows stronger.
I don't know why Max is already crying. Maybe it's just she's still. It's been like 18 months since your I don't know. I don't know why she's crying already.
I have no idea. We're getting to it though. We're getting to the point I'm about to make.
Spends his days in their vast library. Though deeply devoted to his studies, he still makes time for the occasional adventure.
And this is an aspect I like. I like that we use the D&D game to like kind of show everybody's
I do too.
epilogue. Yeah.
I do too.
One day, he hopes their tales of grand adventure will spread far and wide across the land, so all can know of their great bravery.
And I like that idea too, like especially finally giving Mike something to do. The idea that he's the one who would like tell their story, that he might even write a book about it or make like a fantasy adventure based off of the events. I don't know, just something.
It's definitely in character. I like this development too.
Yeah.
Yes.
What'd you cast Sunbeam? Has anyone asked themselves how she cast that spell?
The suppression stone. She couldn't have.
Oh, is the idea that she detonated the C4 with her mind? Is that when he says like how did she cast that spell?
No.
I don't know what he means.
I'm sorry, go back for a second. Go back for a second.
Yeah. It's Callie who like we need
to link her mind with Mike.
The suppression stone. She couldn't have used her magic.
Oh shit. Okay. Oh no. Oh no. No.
So she would be able to do that if she wasn't actually there.
God damn.
If she was maybe underground, you know?
The man you saw die was not real. She was an illusion.
Okay, that's not good. That's really not good. So
You're
she had
cooked,
to.
bro.
God damn it. So she had to.
It's just bad writing. It's just bad writing. Like this, I've been thinking about this nonstop for days, dude. Like, neither answer makes sense, but her being alive makes more sense, and it's still terrible. Like, this is not. I'm not saying she's alive and being like trying to make a, oh, I got you, my point is better. Like, no, my point is shit. I just happen to be right.
Had a change of heart.
Don't cry, Jane.
It's the exact scene.
Yep.
It's the exact scene with the gun, and then you see the second half of my story is over, but yours isn't. Like, you see it naturally flowing.
How would he even know all the? But then again, how
He shouldn't, but he's right.
But yours doesn't have to.
Sorry, that fucking line. That's why it's so like. It's another reason like I'm having such a hard time believing it. It is so clearly like corny Mike coping dialogue. You know what I mean? Where it's like.
But it's true. It's like it's so stupid, but it's real. Like it's so insane, dude.
Fuck.
In a beautiful land somewhere far away.
I have to mount a final defense. The only way it still works would be if the idea is Callie does still help 11, but the idea is that she helps her get back into the Upside Down because Callie still wants her and 11 to die in it. Like, that part still can track.
No. You literally just heard her say, my story. Dude, you see her lower the gun.
Yeah,
you,
but that,
you know.
We do see her lower the gun, and that is canon, but we don't know if what we're seeing here... And that, I guess that's the other thing. For you take this as definitive proof, right? That...
I do.
Okay. Actually, wait a minute. I just had a thought.
So, you see how there's 2 waterfalls instead of 3?
Fuck me.
It's like, if there were 3 waterfalls, it would have fit a story perfectly, and you can argue, oh, he's clearly just coping.
Yeah.
But the fact that they show her with 2, it's just like, oh
Yeah.
shit, this is real.
That is bad. The idea that... Oh my god. On a meta sense, too, the idea that 3 waterfalls is unbelievable. Alright, I concede.
And I want to say, like, this undercuts her sacrifice. Like, I don't like this. I wish she died.
Yeah, completely. I'd say, yeah, at the very least, like, I'm leaning towards it was fake. And the most, like, generous interpretation is they did not make it clear because they wanted people to be able to believe whichever ending, like, satisfied
It's
them
just
more.
cowardly.
Yeah.
Like, they literally tried to have their cake and eat it too, and they end up undercutting all of the characters to accomplish this. Like, they undercut Mike's development because if he's lying, he's like coping and not developing. They undercut Hopper in 11 because she obviously didn't actually make the sacrifice. Callie did. It's just issues everywhere, man.
Yeah. I will say, can you like give any, like, would you give any credit to the idea that Mike not moving on is like a decent thing? Like it's realistic and that it's like nuanced, or do you just hate it outright?
Yes, I think from your perspective, yes. Like the point you're making, I agree, but it's not the story I think they're trying to tell. Like genuinely, from the bottom of my heart, like I fully believe they think Mike is like doing something good here, and it's just not.
Yeah, and like I said, I'd concede that overall the evidence points to her being alive, which is really fucking lame. That's so fucking lame.
This whole season is just a bland nothing burger of zero risks taken, dude. Zero risks taken. I'm like actually at my wit's end rewatching this, just like how fucking lifeless, bland, and just cowardly this whole season was, dude. Like, what was this?
That's them literally undercutting the. It's them undercutting the best scene like in this episode. It's them undercutting what would have otherwise been like the strongest through line if they had nailed the ending. Like, actually, maybe not. No, Stephen Destin still would have been better. But holy shit!
This is just a theory, right?
How do we know it's true? We don't.
Okay, see, that's the last little bit of cup where it's like, we don't know it's true, Cod. We don't know. That's the writers saying. That's the writers throwing their hands up and be like, we don't know. It's not definitive.
It's just
But I choose to believe that it is. I believe.
I believe.
I believe.
Me when someone asks if I think Wins is gonna come out this year. I believe.
We all huff the copium when the time calls for it.
Guys, what's going on? The lasagna's getting cold. Straight up.
No stars on her body, by the way. Look at her neck.
They're just almost vanished, you know. Also, like, we gloss over like Ted's recovery. Like he says language at the graduation ceremony, and that's it.
Yeah.
Like, why not just kill him at that
Ted's
point?
up, bro.
Why not just kill him? Like, get some emotional something out of it. Honestly, why not just kill him? What did you get by bringing him back?
By the way, they did it again. Like, Callie's the only character who really dies this season. It's like you reintroduced the character for... God, it's just...
How lame is that? They literally... Oh my god, that makes it even worse.
I will say, I do like them all walking away one at a time, and I like that this is very clearly their genuine reactions to, like, leaving this part of their life behind. I do like this final moment.
Yeah, I like that it ends with one last D&D game.
Like, you can tell that's the actor. You can tell that's Finn Wolfhard, not him acting, because it's very clearly better.
He should have been doing this a lot more this season. Maybe that's it. They just had to find real ways to make him cry, and then they would have gotten it. They had a bunch of emotional Mike scenes, and they kept having to like get rid of them because Wolfhard just couldn't do it.
And I do like that the like will of Stranger Things lives on. I do like this.
Yeah, they're like passing the torch, and it's kind of it's like bittersweet. You get the sad like, oh, it's over, and then his realization that it's the next generation's turn.
I mean, congrats, we did it. We fucking covered the whole season. Man, what an experience. What an experience. I mean,
bro, do you want to like recap thoughts like tomorrow? It's like what, fucking 4:30 over there?
I just like I really don't have many thoughts to recap, man. Like, I can just wrap this up quick.
Okay.
This season is so bad, bro. It's just like we've talked about everything, and I find myself with nothing left to say. Like, we've literally covered every inch of this thing, and now that I've seen it twice in full and like analyzed it front to back, like spent 11 hours talking about it, I'm just like, I'm never gonna talk about this again. I just there's no I'm not left with anything long term to think about or any impact long term. There isn't really many scenes that stand out or a moment that like shook me to my core. Like this scene, I mean, this whole season was just fucking just blah, just riskless, and it's sad. Like, I'm literally sitting here and I'm just like, I should be crying. I should be so moved, and I'm just like, oh, I guess we're done. Yeah, like, by you, closing thoughts.
Yep, I was just 10 years in the making. This is what it's all led up to. I feel kind of bad for anyone who expected this to like be a good proper ending, and I can kind of see why you might have expected that, because you know, people were happy with season 4. I don't think it was good by any stretch of the imagination though. I don't know. It's pretty much what I expected. I expected dumb slop, and it ended up being a bit dumber at some points. There ended up being some bright spots. Thank God we had like Steve and Dustin to like carry us along the way, because I really don't know if I could have like handled a whole season without anything good in it, because there's just the stuff that's bad here is so fucking bad.
Like the most fun I had this whole thing was just like the experience of making these videos. Like it's been fun to like, especially when this is all done, like seeing the whole product's gonna be sick. But man, I can't get over how little, like how excited we were to talk about the things that we liked. Like we spent so much time talking about why we really liked Steve and Dustin's scenes, and then just how deflating it was to just spend so much time being like, I don't like this, I don't like this, and like I'm worn down. Like I was genuinely worn down by the process of just talking about this shit. Because like,
yeah, I'm
like
excited.
if people like this, if people like this season for like their own reasons, I can't blame them. But if you're like me who likes to follow like logic in a story, and you care about the writing overall, and you care about what this story can mean to you in the long run in terms of like impact and things you can learn from, like there's just what's the lesson of this season, man? What's the theme? Even though I know they're for eighth graders, aka the D&D, but like what's the theme? What do you learn from this that you can apply to your life moving forward? There's just
I think the
it's
best
just heartbreaking.
Yeah, the best lesson we can take away from season 5 is that when you make a really good season 1 of a show, just fucking leave it alone. You don't need to keep making sequels. I wish people would stop doing that. It's so hard to get like a TV show made, and it's a pattern like as old as time, where the first thing is special, and that's because it had to be to get like the attention of like the greedy execs who greenlight this shit. But once you make it, once you have that first installment, everything else afterward is just a brand. It's part of like the franchise. It doesn't have the same like creative impetus, so you should never trust it. And yeah, anyone who hasn't seen, if somehow you got to the end of this and you haven't seen like Stranger Things, I'd recommend season 1 and then leave it alone at that. Season 1 is worth it. It's something special, and this season is nothing like that.
Yeah, it's not representative of what season 1 is in its heart and soul, and I just like, I mean, I'd be down to talk about Stranger Things again in the future if these videos do well and like people really want us to make content. But like, this season is one that is just so unfortunate that I'm just done. I don't need to talk about it ever again, honestly.
Yeah, it's got me excited to talk about good stuff, because yeah, I'm kind of just worn down. I'm ready to stop complaining.
A Night of the Seven Kingdoms is it's gonna be so refreshing to just absolutely glaze something.
I will say, you just gotta remember, Arcane season 2 happened, so
say that.
Let's pray. Let's pray that we are not horribly mistaken.
But yeah, I guess if you've made it to the end of this video, a very, very long video, thank you so much for watching. More content coming soon.
Yep. See y'all in the future.
Peace.
Well, how do we want to start?
Well,
the play second, or do you want to do the play first?
Let's do the play second. I want to quickly say, because we were both like exhausted at the end of the recording for the finale. How are you feeling about the ending of Stranger Things season 5, a week removed from our coverage?
It just gets worse the more I think about it. I've been trying to and successfully thinking about it less and less. Yeah, just I don't know. I'm ready for it to die. I will say it does kind of surprise me that so many people are like, "Oh, this is as bad as like Game of Thrones season 8," which granted, it's pretty bad, and I do think there are some fair comparisons to make, but it's just weird that like Stranger Things got this treatment and people didn't see Arcane season 2 for like the shit show that it was.
Well, Arcane season 2 it's a crowd pleaser in many ways, and I guess so is this season of Stranger Things. But I mean, listen, this season was not as bad as Game of Thrones season 8. That's just like a whole nother level of awful. What's been shocking about this season, though, is the way in which it has just, at least for me, so quickly disappeared from my mind. Like, I was so locked in to everything Stranger Things for the last few weeks, and then when I saw the play, I was just like, all right, that's it. And especially after the play, I just no longer cared about the finale. I just think it's genuinely hilarious. I have never seen an ending be so negatively received by such a broad audience that people don't think it's the real ending. Like, that is crazy to me, dude.
For me, the craziest part is, I mean, yeah, like I said, like if people are comparing it to like Game of Thrones season 8, we agree that season 8 of Game of Thrones was much worse. And even then, like I don't remember there being like a super widespread theory that like, well, it was so bad it couldn't possibly be that bad. And I don't really understand where this like insane level of faith in the Duffer Brothers of all people comes from, because even at its best, like I don't think Stranger Things season 1 was anywhere good as Thrones. And yet people like they're seeing all these contradictions in the finale, and they saw it not as like the Duffer Brothers fucking up. They literally saw it as evidence that like there's this crazy like theory going on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the only thing I'll say is I think because you're still streaming, I'm picking up your mic twice, so if you could just end that real quick, that'd be
Oh shit.
nice.
Yeah, my bad.
No, you're good. Yeah, man, that's been the craziest part about all this for me is I never believed in Conformity Gate for a second. I just can't believe how many people were sold on the idea that this season was so full of plot holes that it had to be intentional. And by any chance, have you seen any of the interviews that the Duffer Brothers have done post the finale?
No.
So the number one thing that I've taken away that I just think is insane is like a day after the finale came out, one of them was essentially saying how like people need to stay off his back because he's not like feeling well and that he regrets doing any of the post finale interviews. And I'm like, dude, you can't just accept that people aren't happy with your product. Like I find it so slimy that, you know, when the season's successful, they get to reap the rewards and become millionaires. But if the season's bad, oh, it's people for not liking it. People are hating and don't be mean to the writers. It's just like, what? And you know how my biggest takeaway, or one of them, was like, where are the Demogorgons in Dimension X?
Yeah.
So I had it explained to me in a comment section, and I just kind of was convinced this was true because it's the only thing that I could see making any sort of sense, that they just morphed into the gigantic eldritch deity. Like they all just melted together and like it ate them, right? Turns out that's not true. The Duffer Brothers confirmed that the Demogorgons weren't there because Vecna just never expected an attack on his home turf, which is why they weren't ready. And I just sat there and I'm like, why did you say this? Why didn't you just leave it at, oh, they just weren't like, every time they speak, it just gets worse and worse. What else? They said so much shit, bro. Oh my God. It was just, well, when they said that specifically, I couldn't believe it.
That is insane, especially when, again, there's like kind of an obvious out in the form of the answer you just shared. I've seen a lot of people say that, yeah, they think they just combined into the monster because that's kind of something that happened in season 3 with like the meat flare or whatever.
The meat flare.
But they could, like, even the creators that's what makes it so embarrassing. Like there are so many people, like fans of the show, that know the continuity better than the Duffers themselves.
Well, you know how one of the biggest questions, and this is obviously a retcon, is who took Will at the start of season 1? Because the Demogorgons don't have like fingers like that to open up the door the way that the Demogorgon does. So it was just assumed that, okay, it was just Vecna. You know, it's obviously not true, but whatever. We'll say Vecna took Will. It wasn't a Demogorgon. Fine. No, the Duffers came out and said that that Vecna used his telekinesis through the Demogorgon to open the door. What? Like, that has never been established.
Yeah, we would have seen Demogorgons use telekinesis at some point if that was the thing.
Yeah.
That's just them. Again, that's just them. They didn't plan for it, and then they try to pull some bullshit. That's a lot of like the seasons as they progress. They didn't have a proper plan, and then their answer doesn't make any sense because they don't properly account for what they've already written.
Yeah, I saw someone ask what happened to the in season 2, I forgot this even happened. Steve puts a Demodog in Joyce's fridge, and they were like, what happened to that Demodog? And they were just like, who knows? And that's been like the biggest takeaway for me for this entire season, is people are asking so many questions because the season was just so unconclusive, and they just don't have an answer. When you ask them, They act like someone else wrote the show. And also there was some. This is like purely conspiracy theory territory. So don't take what I'm about to say as like, oh, this is the word of law. Like I know this to be true. But apparently one of the Duffer Brothers got divorced before the writing of season 5 started. And it's been rumored that one of the reasons there was such a drastic fall off in quality is that his wife was like integral to the creation of the earlier seasons and was kind of like a shadow writer. And again, well, this is definitely just a conspiracy theory. I'm a big believer in stuff like this. When a series starts off so tight knit and so well written, and then just takes a nosedive randomly, I don't know. It just always seems a little shady.
Yeah. For me, it's just if there's one good installment, like there is with Stranger Things and a lot of other things, my assumption is always, just as a creative person myself, it takes a lot of time to like actually come up with a decent, cohesive idea that you could spin into like a whole ass product. Forcing it to happen for a sequel, especially like on a deadline, is really, really hard, I think, for most people.
Yeah.
So I think the Duffers, they had a good idea, and then Netflix was like, all right, it's a brand now, so keep making more. And the Duffers were like, well, fuck it, we have to. So
Yeah,
they just
and they
kept
started
churning
making
out
shit
shit.
up.
Yeah, and it gets, that's why usually like there's a progression too. The more that they have to juggle, the more obvious it gets that the creator doesn't know what the fuck they're doing.
Yeah, I agree. And I feel like a lot of TV shows have this problem. Well, they'll have a stellar season 1, and then season 2 will get pushed out way faster than season 1 was, and then it'll just like be cooked. I feel like a lot of shows have that problem. It honestly just sucks to see. I don't even know, man. Just the way they've reacted to everything and the fact that they just don't want to take any accountability and just be like, oh, leave us alone, we're upset. It's just like, come on, man. You gotta. It's tough. And the fact that the fans are essentially convinced that there's a secret episode, I honestly don't understand how they haven't made a statement about that, basically being like, yeah, there's no secret episode. I don't know what you guys are thinking.
That's hilarious, to keep the hope alive. I still just think, again, like, it's just insane to me that anyone could have watched season 5, and instead of coming to the obvious conclusion that, oh, it was a terribly like written season, they've convinced themselves that there is a secret episode that is going to come out and fix an entire season of bullshit. And it's just the levels of cope are insane, unprecedented. I've never seen a fan base this like faithful, especially towards creators that just aren't even that good. It's wild. Like, one of the pieces of evidence is that Joyce says Will was like what, 11. She gets the age wrong.
Gets the birthday wrong, and the age, like the age, birthday. So funny enough, that's the scene where Will is like, when we get milkshakes at Meldots or whatever the hell it's called, and that's him just straight up referencing the play, because in the play we actually see Joyce, Hopper, and the people that they're with get milkshakes from that place. So, like, literally in that moment, they are forgetting their own continuity and forgetting which is which. I thought that was really quite crazy.
Yeah. And yeah, it's just, again, it's funny to me that the creators don't give a shit. That's why like easy mistakes go in there like that. But the fans care more, and the fans have like, again, just an unreasonable level of faith in these creators that it's like, oh, they couldn't possibly. Again, I just don't get how you watch all of season 5 and you see all these silly mistakes, and rather than going like, oh, it's just another of the like thousands of silly mistakes they made, you went, there's a reason behind this. They're gonna drop a secret episode and it's gonna fix everything.
I mean, I said in one of my videos recently that the Duffer Brothers created a season just so terribly written with no true cohesion, and the writing so all over the place that the plot holes they made up make more sense than the actual story that they told. Because did you actually watch any of the Conformity Gate stuff, or did you just like know it was going on?
I didn't know about it for quite a while. It wasn't until the day of I started seeing memes about like it wasn't real. It wasn't real. Episode 7th. The 7th of January has come and gone. And then I was like, what the hell are they talking about? And then I watched a couple of videos where it's like all these like silly continuity errors, they mean something. It's like, you poor fools.
I cannot lie to you. Some of the arguments that I was hearing were genuinely good arguments. The connections people were making were solid, but again, like, that's putting way too much faith in people that don't deserve that faith, you know?
Yeah.
I just thought it was so funny how I'm like, this would genuinely be a better story if they just went with it, but they didn't.
Again, it's just like the fact that too, if you recognize that the season was so bad that it needs like to be repaired, I don't get how you also think like a single 2-hour episode at most like could make sense of literally everything. Maybe I'd have to dive deeper into the theory, but it's just there's just no way. There's just no way.
I'm just genuinely, I know they're not going to, which makes me sad, but I would love for them to come out with a statement just talking about it, because can you imagine the shame you must feel that people are so disappointed in your story that they don't think it's the actual story? Like, that is crazy, dude.
Yeah. I mean, no wonder they're like, leave us alone. We don't want to talk about it anymore.
They spent so much of the press tour essentially saying that they're really scared of becoming Game of Thrones season 8. Like, the last thing they wanted to do was just be like Game of Thrones. And the fact that there is a legitimate comparison to be like, oh, which is worse, is just, I mean, it's such an irony. It's such an irony. I can't believe it. And
ridiculous.
Which kind of brings me to the other thing that I wanted to tell you about, because I just couldn't believe it. The play is really good. And have you ever seen a Broadway play by any chance, or no?
Nope.
So I've seen a few, but I wouldn't really consider myself like a massive Broadway fan. I've seen Hamilton, I've seen Waitress, I've seen some things, and I like them generally, but I'm not like, oh yes, we must go to the theater right now kind of guy all the time. But I decided to give the Stranger Things play a check, since I was like, oh, I'm watching Stranger Things. Took my girlfriend out for her birthday to see it. It was a really fun time, super cool vibes. But I exited the theater being like, yeah, the Duffer Brothers are named as writers or whatever it is for this. They're like the first name on the calling card. It's the Duffer Brothers. And I'm just like, there is no way they're the people that wrote this. Turns out they weren't. I don't have her name on call, sadly, but a woman actually wrote the play, and that makes so much more sense that this wasn't written by them, and it's just someone taking their canon and telling a better story. I couldn't believe it.
I mean, after season 5, I very much can believe it. Also, I just Googled it real quick. The playwright was Kate
There you
Referee.
go. Yep.
But yeah, again, I'm not surprised that someone who isn't the Duffers took their baby and made something infinitely better than what they've been able to make for years.
Yeah, it's just the number one thing that really stood out to both me and my partner about the play was how horrifying it was. First of all, the play starts off with them trying to explain Dimension X, and essentially what I can say is in World War I, I believe, not Dr. Brenner, but Dr. Brenner's father was a volunteer for a mission to make a submarine or a boat go invisible. That way he could raid another country without being seen. Like, that was the idea, using exotic matter. And it ended up failing. And when they pumped them all with the exotic matter, they got transported to Dimension X. So Dr. Brenner's father, in canon, is the first person to visit the dimension. And it's not explained, but somehow he ends up escaping the dimension. And then that's why Brenner is after the kids. That's why he's trying to get to the Upside Down and all that other stuff. Because his father has this connection to it. And it's like they can make a weapon out of it. It's really, really vague, but it's something. Like, it's some sort of explanation for why they're doing what they're doing, which was nice to an extent.
Interesting. I'm not gonna lie. On paper, like, I don't like that. I don't like the idea that, especially from season 1, I thought it was kind of neat how the idea was Brenner was fucking around with stuff he didn't understand, and thus he accidentally created a rift to the Upside Down. That sounds like that's like Star Wars shit. That's what that makes me think of. Like, everyone's related. Like, my father, Captain Breno, was the original discoverer of the Upside Down, and I continue his legacy.
Here's the thing. I agree. And I want to make it very clear, like, I found that to be the weakest part of the entire play. Their really interesting and really strange explanation of the Upside Down. It just didn't make sense to me. But everything else was super solid. And I want to say the best part of the play overall was just the general horror that it had. The play starts off and there's like gunfiring and the Demogorgons are like eating people and stuff. And there's just a lot of really good horror. People get killed. Like, obviously it's not like that graphic because it is still Broadway. but people legitimately get maimed. Henry ends up like popping a guy's eye out and killing a cat on the stage. There's like blood and horror and it's jumping out at you. And it just felt like a true successor to Stranger Things season 1, to a point where I would say out of all of the seasons, it is probably my second or third favorite season. It's really close between this and season 2 for the second place spot. But even though it has issues, there are just so many elements that it works that I was just genuinely blown away by how much better it was than I thought it was going to be.
That sounds like a lot of fun. I'm very curious how that would have looked, like Demogorgons and stuff on stage, because I've never been to like a big old Broadway play.
They did a good job, and beyond that, one thing that stood out just in such stark contrast to the show is the acting was just so good. I mean, it's Broadway, so obviously the actors are going to be acting their ass off, but seeing the actor playing Henry Creel genuinely start tweaking out on the stage and like blood flying everywhere and him having a panic attack, and they just really do a great job of establishing Henry Creel as the first victim, someone who was because the story is generally like the Mind Flayer has infected Henry's mind because of that rock that he ran into on his 8th birthday and is now trying to take advantage of him. Like that's the general premise. And it's him, the first half is him fighting against it, and the second half is him giving into it with Brenner's manipulation. So Henry's essentially being manipulated by Brenner from the beginning, which is really cool. And the actor who played that, I forget his name, but the guy who Eleven makes shoot himself, he plays Brenner. And me and Katarina were sitting there watching this guy act, and we're like, what a waste. He was such a good actor. He had such good presence on the stage, and he's just a nothing character in season 5 because they just didn't know what to do with him, which I found to be super sad.
Yeah, that's wild. Just generic military. I was really surprised when you told me that too. That must have been trippy.
Yeah, I didn't know. And what's so funny is the way they introduced him is he like walked down the aisles wearing the hazmat suits that they wear in season 1, and I saw him like walk by me, like he was no joke, like 3 or 4 feet away from me. And I looked at Katarina, I was just like, the top of that guy's head kind of looks like that one army guy. And he gets to the stage and he's like, "Hi, Henry. I'm Dr. Brenner." And bro, right when he said that, he like looked at the audience for half a second, just straight aura farmed and let the crowd just erupt. And then they went to intermission. It was so funny. And did not realize how tall and like honest to God good looking bro was. He was just sitting up there playing Dr. Brenner, and I was just like, bro can act. Like he's a leading man, and they just didn't use him at all in the season.
That's wild. Absolutely wild.
But yeah, obviously I know you don't live in New York, but if you ever were to somehow get a chance to see it and not pay an arm and a leg like I did, I'd honest to God recommend it. But it's just tragic that something that is so essential to the canon and one of the best things Stranger Things has ever done is locked behind a New York and London journey, and then at bare minimum a $500 paywall. Like, what are we doing?
Ugh, that's insanity.
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad you liked it though, and it's nice that something good came out of the franchise.
Yeah, something.
Season 1.
I'm just, you know what? Now that we talked about Conformity Gate and talked about the play, I'm at a point where like I just have nothing left. This is the problem with when things are really bad. I mean, there are definitely exceptions to this rule, but you end up just running out of things to say when something is this deflating. It's just like, what'd you think of Stranger Things season 5? Well, we talked about it, and as far as the future, I just like, it has no future. It's not going to inspire me or inspire anyone, you know?
Yeah, I'm ready for it to be done forever. I don't need any more of that shit.
Yeah,
I want to say I want to say real quick. I think it's worth noting just how insanely expensive this season was. It was around estimated 400 to 480 million total.
I'm glad you mentioned this.
It's about 50 to 60 million per episode. It's one of the most expensive TV shows of all fucking time. So anyone who feels bad for the Duffers like getting shit on, don't. These guys had like a once in a millennium opportunity, and they completely fucking squandered it. And I don't believe for a second all that money went directly to the production.
Yeah,
I can't believe it.
And I mean, genuinely, I think, how do I put this? maybe 20 years ago, it wouldn't have been this annoying, but I mean, the state of especially the US, like the economic difference between those that have and those who do not, has never been as huge as it is right now. So I just feel no sympathy for people who have millions upon millions of dollars and like visibly did not put pride into the story that they were curating. And it's just genuinely upsetting. And listen, I only started watching Stranger Things like a few years back, so I don't have that emotional connection to it. But for the people who've been fans of this for like a decade and have just been with the characters growing up, I can't even imagine how heartbroken those people must be if they, I guess, appreciated or didn't appreciate season 5 the way we did.
Yeah, yeah, and again, I feel bad for those people too. The people who clearly care way more than than the Duffers did. Not only the people who've made this thing, but the people who have like seen insane benefit from like continuing it, and it's so like frustrating and unfair that they
Mhm.
can't be bothered to like take care of it.
I just when you make something like a Game of Thrones season 8 or there's like some Star Wars products or just things that are that break the wheel that much and are that bad, you essentially give people endless content because they're just never going to stop talking about how bad it was. Because, like, even though I don't like Game of Thrones or much of Star Wars, the fact that they take risks is what leads to that conversation, whether it be a good product or a bad product. Like, the risk taking is what inspires conversation moving forward. And the fact that there is not a single risk taken in the entire season leaves me and I'm assuming a lot of other audience members as well in a position where it's just like there's nothing to talk about. There's no crazy writing decision for people to praise or hate. It's just a very bad product that a lot of people are just going to say is mediocre as it ages. And I do not think people are going to go back to this season, to tell you the truth.
Yeah, I think even I don't know. It's different for everybody, but I can get some value out of like even now going back and like listening to Glidus's videos about later seasons of Game of Thrones.
Mhm.
I don't think I'm never gonna watch videos like tearing apart season 5 after this. I'm ready for it to be done. It's not like a
yeah.
fun or exciting kind of bad. It is just it's just a very deflating kind of bad.
Mhm. Like, I would say after watching back all of our videos, my least favorite episode might genuinely be episode 3 because it's just an actual waste of time. There is no reason to watch the episode at all. That's the one where like they capture Derek and fight the Demogorgon. There's just no reason for it to exist. And I feel like that honestly encompasses a lot of what happens in season 5. The plot is somehow too slow and rushed simultaneously. It's so crazy.
Yeah, well, it's just because they're not doing anything. I don't. They're just we talked about it over and over. Just the usage of time was insane. It's wild what they prioritized for this last season.
Mm-hmm.
Like the fact that again, like she was good. She was better than most of the other characters. But Holly should not have absorbed that much of season 5. Like that's just an insane move. I don't know what the fuck they were thinking.
Yeah, I genuinely have to put her in last second like that and just not even just her, just so many other characters. It's just nonsensical. It's really what it comes down to. It was just such poor decision making across the board. And like I said, I have to know how they feel. Like, how are they sleeping at night knowing that their product was so not well received that people don't think it's real? Like, the fandom is genuinely lobotomized to a point where they think the Duffers made all of these errors intentionally. Like, what? That's so insane.
I will say the one thing this has done for me is that it does have me kind of like curious to rewatch the older seasons.
Mhm.
Just because there are things throughout our coverage that had me like, I wonder how I would feel about this if I had seen like season 4 more freshly.
Mhm.
Steve and Dustin's relationship being a big one, where I realized a couple of times where I was like, I don't know, I could see why maybe someone else would be upset if this like doesn't follow all the other seasons quite as well. But the
Mhm.
what I remember most prominently was season 1 because I just watched it, and season 4 because I had seen it a couple years ago when it came out.
Mhm.
But I've heard a lot of people like be kind of like just like it doesn't really work for me because like it's such a like heart it's such a like heel turn from like like 4 seasons of Dustin that we got before that, and the fact that like it's kind of weird how much Eddie means to Dustin, and the writers didn't give that role to someone like Steve maybe, where it would have made a lot more sense for him to like completely change. But stuff like that where it's like holy shit, and like it season 5 just keeps getting worse, and the only thing that it has like compelled me to do is I kind of want to watch the other seasons again, especially like seeing clips too. I've seen like clips of Robin, and like it was so jarring to remember, but I was like, I liked Robin in season. I kind of, it might sound weird, but like my impression of her was that she was kind of cool. Like she was kind of quirky, but she was kind of like a cool, chill, somewhat reserved person who like was a bit sassy. And then in season 4, she becomes like lobotomized, like you
Yeah.
kept saying. She's just this like quirky goober person, and it's like, what have you done to her?
I mean, Robin is cool. It's just true. She's a really cool character when she's first introduced. And I mean, I'm at a point right now where, especially depending on how this coverage goes long term, I'm not against going back and watching those earlier seasons, but genuinely, like I'm gonna need a few months at minimum. I am just so straight like this is what I'm saying. This is the worst kind of bad, because with other TV shows, if like when I finished season 2 of Arcane, I immediately started making content not just about season 2 but about season 1, because I was so stunned by how bad season 2 was in comparison, and just how many terrible decisions they made. Well, this is just like I just there's nothing to talk about. It's just not a fun conversation to have regarding the quality of season 5, which is sad. And I just think the legacy of Stranger Things season 5 is going to be truthfully nothing. Like no one's going to talk about it.
Yep. I think people are just gonna kind of forget about it. And even, not gonna lie, there's still a lot of hate for it, but that's kind of the unfortunate reality of a lot of shows that start off good and then they end horribly. There's the initial upset, but for the most part, things die out, and then people don't even really talk about like the good aspects of it, which I think is a huge fucking bummer. And that's why I'm excited, because I don't like hate on anybody for making media that is like mostly criticism. There's a lot wrong with like modern stories. Maybe I shouldn't even say modern story. There's a
Just
lot
in
wrong
general.
with like storytelling in general. And I do wish that people would raise their standards overall. So I think complaining about slop when it comes out is a good thing. But holy shit, it is not for me. Like I couldn't imagine being one of those channels that just talks about stuff that comes out that's shit. I'm really excited for us to talk about good stuff, because it is way more like energizing.
Yeah, I mean, I've kind of in the past fell into that trap of only wanting to talk about things and criticize them. But to me, that gets old. And it's not even just talking about the same thing over and over again. Just in general, criticizing something nonstop, it just isn't fun. I enjoy watching things that I like. And it's way more fun. That's why I switched to talking about A Song of Ice and Fire on my main page, because my channel for the most part was a criticism style channel where I just like criticize things that were coming out, like The Last of Us, like Arcane season 2. I mean, Arcane season 2 being as bad as I feel it is what kind of started my channel, to be honest. But I hit a certain point and I was just like, I'm tired of bitching and moaning all the time. Like, not even for the content, not even for the hate comments. I just don't like being negative all the time. I want to be positively impacted by a series, and I want to share that love, which is why, like I said, I started making A Song of Ice and Fire content. And I mean, I really don't make any negative A Song of Ice and Fire content.
And yeah, well, it's kind of a gap too, where, like I said, there's tons of people who will explain to you why stories are in a bad state and how they're shit and what's wrong with them. I don't think there's nearly as many people pointing at like good stuff and like telling you why it works. Mostly because I think it's a bit harder to do it and be entertaining. When you're dunking on something, there's a lot
It's
more
so easy.
opportunities for like levity.
Yeah. I just think like I could very easily farm Game of Thrones and just shit talk the TV show every day and probably make a lot of money doing it, but like I have nothing of value to add to that conversation. Everything about the TV show has basically been said at this point, and everyone knows, for the most part, that season 8 is bad. The furthest I ever go is maybe explaining how like the earlier seasons still have issues, but even then, I'd rather just talk about the thing that I like, which is just simply the books, you know?
Yeah.
So, I guess to kind of close out this video, since we're done talking Stranger Things Season 5, this is obviously, this is on a new channel. Some of you may recognize us from a different channel that was posting on my main, but this is the Bros Without Banners, I guess podcast. Is that what we're calling it? A podcast?
I guess, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I just it's just us making videos. It is what it is. Um, and yeah, this is where we're gonna be covering things in the future as far as upcoming videos. We're definitely doing a Night of the Seven Kingdoms, which comes out next week. So that's gonna be the first thing. And then what else would you want to do?
Well, there's a lot we could do. I don't know what we'd want to prioritize, but like Arcane, Andor.
Mhm.
I gotta get you to watch Silo, Severance.
I've seen
There's a
Severance.
ton. Oh, you wait, no, sorry, not Severance.
Oh,
Silo's the one you
Silo.
gotta see.
Got you.
Yeah,
Um,
Silo's good.
I'm definitely just for because I am starting back up the semester, so I'm not gonna be able to do them as much. For starters, so Night
Yeah,
of the Seven Kingdoms definitely once a week as it's airing, and then
yeah.
I really am getting the itch to return to Arcane. I can't lie, I really am. I think season one especially, even though it's like a cultural phenomenon, like so many people loved it and think it's great, I would still call it underrated somehow.
Yeah. I I don't know. I think a lot of people. The only reason I would think it might be underrated is just for the reasons that people still love season two. It
Yeah.
just has me looking at the whole fan base like, do you recognize why season one is so amazing? I feel like you don't. I feel
That's
like you see the
yeah.
pretty pictures and you're just like, ooh. So
That's
yeah,
my
in that
exact
sense, I
point.
agree.
I feel
Yeah.
like people really love season one. And when I first got into the Arcane community, everyone's like, "Oh, I love season one." I was like, "I love season one too." I come to find out we were talking about two very different types of love and why we love it, which is definitely something I'd want to cover. But I have to be honest. I think if we're going to cover season one, we have to cover season two. We just have to do it. Like
Yeah, we can.
I know
I
you don't
just hate
want
that
to.
I hate that we'll have to. We could do it in the other way around. I just hate the idea of getting through the delicious dessert that is season one and then having to sit down and eat fucking season two.
I just I think it has to be done because I don't think there are going to be as many videos, and there's definitely a lot on this app, but we're going to be I feel like very often you get people that are either always negative or always positive. They never give you a little bit of both. And Arcane season 1, I mean, I'm not even kidding, a genuine handful of scenes, like less than 5 in Arcane season 1 that I'm going to very lightly criticize because I just think it's that good. And then in season 2, we go to the exact opposite, but I feel like in good faith, we can't just do season 1. Like we have to do the whole picture.
I don't want to,
Mhm.
but fuck it, we can.
But other than that, I definitely leading into the Mando Grogu movie, I definitely want to
Oh,
do
fuck.
some Star Wars. That's just like I think if we're gonna do a podcast, we have to talk about Star Wars. It's a prerequisite. If we don't, it's hearsay. Heresy, whatever it is.
We can really talk about Star Wars. It's same thing with like Marvel.
Mhm.
You'll definitely like talk about everything at some point. Um, I won't have the time or energy to commit to literally everything. But if you wanted to cover like all the TV shows, I could maybe cover Mando or some shit. I don't I don't have the heart to like go over Kenobi and Ahsoka
Oh
and
no
fucking
no 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 no!
holy
No,
shit.
I'm not committing myself or you to that. I mean, just literally we'll go over the because I know you said you wanted to do Mando anyway. We can go over Mando because I think there's something to add, but I don't need to like go over the Last Jedi, you know?
Yeah. I'd be very keen to go over like just the original trilogy. Especially Andor. But like watching the original trilogy now after seeing like the abysmal state that Star Wars has sunk to and then seeing Andor, it's just so fascinating to revisit it because it genuinely just feels like a completely separate universe. It doesn't
Mhm.
really feel connected to anything. And it's really there are just certain lines where it's like wow, the idea of this world was so different. Like when Obi-Wan says your father thought you would go on some damned fool crusade like your father, like it immediately paints this like very different picture of Anakin and like the Galactic Civil War and like the
Mhm.
idea that regular people would join it's just so fascinating to rewatch.
Yeah, and my biggest thing with the sequels especially, and the prequels as well, is in terms of criticism, I have nothing to add. Like the Last Jedi, The Force Awakens, Rise, like they have been talked about to the end of time. I have no further criticism. There's nothing new that I feel we could bring to the pile. But I think as far as Andor and probably even the original trilogy, there is stuff that I think we could find value in being said. And other than that, I guess it's just going to be like we'll just do videos based on what's coming out and then what we find interesting to talk about.
Oh, and then definitely at one point, this is kind of a me goal, but my ultimate plan is to just rope you into basically all of it and have it posted on the second channel as well. I'd like to get every episode of every Westeros space TV show covered, just in depth.
Oh,
one
for
day.
sure, for sure. That'll take years, but I'm definitely not. I'm definitely not against that. The one thing that I'm genuinely looking forward to, and I want us to see, is one of my biggest issues with other podcasts on this app is I'll go back and see a podcast from like 6 years ago, and it's the same people. Like they are making the same content, saying the same things, and I feel like there's just little to no growth overall with the way the channel progresses, and I just don't want to be that. Like I want the page, the videos, and just what we talk about to elevate as we elevate as creatives. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
That's just my ultimate, because at the end of the day, I think we're both in the same mindset of we want to do this for creative reasons to just get our feelings out about certain things and just grow as individuals through having fun and engaging with media, which is cool.
Yep. Yeah, because it's not just fun. It's just I don't know if you've talked that in depth about it on your channel. But a big reason I got into this is because I would like to make stories, and I've been working on stories, and I'd like to, get better at making good ones. So it's not just for fun or just to like complain or just to like gush about stuff we like. Like I genuinely do think you can learn a lot just by doing this stuff or like watching coverage like this. And I don't want anyone to think that like we think we're experts on anything. We definitely don't. But the whole point is just we're here to try to learn. And,
yeah, I mean, we're little guys. That's like really just what it comes down to. I mean, I would even though I'm struggling because it's hard, I would attest to me getting into law school not based off of the legal work or schoolwork that I did leading up to law school, but specifically my like media analysis, the things I learned, and just the habits I built through talking and analyzing media. I felt were probably would be equally for some, but genuinely more beneficial to me than anything else I ever did in all 4 years of college, all 4 years of high school, and everything else.
Yeah, no, definitely. I was going for a biosciences degree, and I learned a lot more about like storytelling, just in general, than I did about like biological science. And I did it through stuff like this, just listening to other people talk and share their ideas, and especially listening to a wide variety of voices. There are a lot of people with a lot of really good insight, especially in the A Song of Ice and Fire community. So
yeah, people
like
happy
me to join the fray. Yeah.
All right. With all that being said, I guess that covers our analysis of Stranger Things. Do you want to add any more last second thoughts?
Nope, that's about it.
And I guess we will be seeing people next week for episode 1 of A Night of the Seven Kingdoms, correct?
Hell yeah. Get ready for Hedge Nights.
Get ready for Hedge Nights. All right, everybody. Thank you so much for watching this very long video. If you somehow made it to the end, I don't know, leave like a wolf emoji just to see who made it.
All right. Take it easy, everybody.
Take it easy, everybody. Have a good one. Peace.
Bye-bye.